Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter and Hermione ruled Slytherin as its most powerful leaders. Here is short summary. When Harry and Hermione are unexpectedly sorted into Slytherin, they must outwit rivals, challenge traditions, and rise as leaders of the most cunning house in Hogwarts. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. July 29, 1991. Harry Potter was not having a good summer. First he had accidentally set a talking python on his cousin Dudley at the zoo, and now these letters kept arriving. More came every day, all of them for him. And all of them were destroyed by his aunt and uncle before he could read them. Harry had no idea who could possibly want to contact him. He was, after all, just Harry Potter, the unwanted boy from Little Whinging. The whole affair had inspired his aunt and uncle to let him sleep in his cousin's spare bedroom. While it was an upgrade, the room had sort of become Dudley's junk heap. Sometimes he did miss the spiders in his old cupboard. They were better company than the Dursleys at least. But at the same time it meant his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were noticing him more, which was never a good thing. He had tried to get some of the letters. He'd had several plans, which should have worked, considering how stupid his relatives were, but in the matter of denying Harry happiness the Dursleys had proven oddly industrious. The truth was life at 4 Privet Drive was pretty boring, aside from the constant emotional abuse. It was a boring neighborhood, full of boring people. So Harry was glad something was happening, even if he was in the dark about what it was. Right now he was preparing breakfast for his relatives, not his least favorite activity, but annoying considering how little he was given to eat. Vernon, while clearly exhausted, was beaming. No post on Sundays, he reminded them cheerfully as he spread marmalade on his newspapers, no damn letters today. A forceful knock was heard at the door. Vernon's face fell, as he seemed to realize he had been tempting fate. For a moment he seemed conflicted as to whether he should answer the door, or whether he should make Harry do it, but quickly sighed and got up. "Boy, stay here," he said as he made his way to the door. Harry did as he was told, but positioned himself so he could hear as best as he could, earning him a scowl from his aunt. "What is it?" yelled Vernon as he jerked open the door. "Mr. Dursley, I am Minerva McGonagall. I wish to speak with Harry Potter," said the voice of an older woman. "He is not in," bellowed Vernon as he tried to slam the door shut. Harry did not hear it slam however. "Mr. Dursley, I know you are lying. Let me in before I cause a scene much larger than the one you are causing right now," said McGonagall calmly. There was silence for a moment before Vernon growled, "Fine," and allowed McGonagall into the house. In a moment she was in the kitchen offering Harry a kindly smile. "Mr. Potter, would you care to join me in the living room? We have much to discuss." Harry led her into the living room where they both took seats in opposing chairs. Vernon watched from the kitchen, clearly not wanting to get too close, but wanting to keep an eye on what was happening. McGonagall was wearing a very old-fashioned dress and a long coat that almost looked like it was a robe. She was very severe looking, but Harry hadn't survived the Dursleys without being able to read people. Harry thought that her severity, while not wholly a ruse, seemed to cover up a more emotional core, though what emotions were likely to emerge worried Harry. In Harry's world, emotions were usually bad. McGonagall started, "I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School. Have you heard of Hogwarts?" Harry shook his head, "No ma'am." McGonagall nodded as if it was expected. "Your parents attended Hogwarts, and were quite good students there. Head boy and head girl actually. Were you told that about them?" A surge of something went through Harry when McGonagall mentioned his parents. "The only thing I know is that they were drunks who were killed in a car crash," replied Harry. McGonagall's nostrils flared as she shot Vernon a death glare. Lily and James Potter did not die in a car crash. Neither of them could even drive. And they certainly weren't drunks. They were heroes. "You see," she said, turning back to Harry, "the school's full name is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your parents were a witch and a wizard." "No way!" exclaimed Harry as Vernon screamed, "He will not." Vernon got no further because at that instant McGonagall waved her wand and turned Vernon into a pig. Cries of horror came from Dudley and Petunia in the kitchen. "Don't worry, I'll change him back," McGonagall said, visibly calming herself. She waved her wand again, transforming Vernon back. Vernon cowered, trying to hide himself behind a couch, while simultaneously trying to keep an eye on the elderly witch. Mr. Dursley, McGonagall warned, your horrendous treatment of him has stripped you of any right or say in what happens to Mr. Potter here. You will remain silent, or you will spend the rest of this day as a pig. Vernon's mouth clamped shut, and he nodded, terrified. So I'm a wizard? Asked Harry hesitantly. It had been funny seeing his uncle turned into a more appropriate form, but he didn't dare laugh. Yes, Harry, McGonagall said kindly, your parents were both quite powerful. Once you have been properly trained, I believe you will be too. She handed him a letter, identical to those Vernon had destroyed. Professor, started Harry, to a nod from McGonagall, do we get turned into pigs as punishment at Hogwarts? McGonagall smiled. No, that's against the rules. I only did that to your uncle because I suspected he was about to become violent. But I shouldn't have. Your uncle is not capable of defending himself from me. Harry nodded, with a distinct lack of confidence. This sounds fantastic, and I'd love to go, but I'm not sure how. I have no money, and I am sure my aunt and uncle won't pay for it. Well, tomorrow I am showing 2 new Muggleborns Diagon Alley and explaining the basics of getting to Hogwarts to them. I would be willing to pick you up so that you could join their orientation. I think everything will be explained to you there, replied McGonagall. Harry gave her a quizzical look. Muggleborns. Diagon Alley. McGonagall shook her head. A Muggle is a non-magical person, so a Muggleborn is the magical child of 2 non-magical people. Diagon Alley is our magical shopping district. Despite our close connection with the non-magical world, it is imperative that you not mention magic to anyone who does not know about it. If you expose our world, the consequences could be drastic. Harry nodded again. I'd love to come. McGonagall smiled again. I'll pick you up at 8:30. She stood up, clearly preparing to leave, but giving Vernon a pointed stare. If anything happens to Harry while he is staying here, you will regret it enormously. Vernon nodded wordlessly. And with that, McGonagall swept from the room, out the front door. Harry tried to see her out the window, but she was gone. Harry turned to see his relative staring at him angrily. I think I'll be in my room for the rest of the day. He fled upstairs. Immediately. He was skeptical, but he'd also seen Uncle Vernon turned into a pig. And then he remembered when he had teleported to the roof of his school, turned his teacher's hair blue, and set a snake on Dudley. Maybe he was a wizard. Harry read his letter and book list a dozen times that day, fantasizing about what his next day would be like. He went to sleep early, half wondering if he would wake in the morning only to discover that this was a dream. July 30, 1991. As Hermione Granger looked around, she decided that the Leaky Cauldron probably wasn't the most impressive place to introduce Muggleborn witches and wizards into the magical world. It was dingy, dirty, and decidedly disreputable looking. Though that might come in handy for turning away curious Muggles, now that she thought about it. The other new student, Justin Finch Fletchley, seemed slightly offended by his surroundings. He and his mother were both very dressed up. Hermione figured they came from a well-to-do family. Not that her family wasn't relatively well off as well. Her parents were dentists, and they made more than enough to get by on. They were not the only people in the common room of the pub, but most of the other people seemed to take little interest in them. The bartender, Tom, was polite enough. But everyone else had been decidedly close-mouthed. She supposed they were worried about the statute of secrecy. Still, Hermione was practically dancing in her seat. She wanted to learn more about magic, and the anticipation was killing her. Suddenly a woman entered with a boy a little younger than Hermione. Hermione recognized the woman as Professor McGonagall, who had hand-delivered her Hogwarts letter. Hermione had been impressed by McGonagall's no-nonsense demeanor, and her powerful transfigurations. The boy, who seemed a bit small and scrawny, and was wearing what were clearly oversized hand-me-downs, looked at her and Justin warily. Hermione noted that he had a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and had unruly black hair. His eyes were a brilliant green. Allow me to make introductions, began McGonagall. Harry, this Justin Finch Fletchley and his mother Gillian, while this is Hermione Granger and her parents Robert and Helen. Justin, Hermione, this is Harry Potter. His parents were magical, but he has been raised in the non-magical world, so I thought he would benefit from today's presentation. Hermione realized that all of a sudden all noise in the pub had stopped. Tom was staring at Harry. "It's Harry Potter," he said as if he was stunned. All of a sudden, every single witch and wizard in the place was on their feet rushing towards Harry. Harry looked at them with sheer panic in his eyes. Luckily McGonagall quickly placed herself between Harry and the crowd. "Excuse me," she said over the crush, "do you mind? Mr. Potter is here for his Hogwarts orientation, and does not need to be disturbed, thank you very much." Surprisingly the wizards all retreated, most of them a bit shamefaced. Or perhaps it was not so surprising. Hermione didn't think she was the only one to find this woman's admonishments intimidating. McGonagall looked at Harry apologetically. "I'm afraid your scar is quite recognizable," she said as if she hadn't announced his identity to the entire room. Hermione took the opportunity to wave Harry into the seat next to her. She didn't know what all this was about, but one of her biggest hopes was that she would make some new friends in the wizarding world. She'd had barely any in the Muggle world. While she was friendly by nature, she did have a tendency to alienate people she talked to, and she had become used to keeping her head down in class. Harry seemed to be shy as well. Might he have had some of the same problems she had? Harry looked at McGonagall for confirmation, and when she nodded he sat down next to Hermione, extending his hand to her. "Pleased to meet you," he said. "Likewise," said Hermione taking his hat while showing a beaming smile. "If you are ready I will begin the presentation," said McGonagall. "Feel free to ask questions. There will also be another orientation on the 3rd of next month for the rest of the Muggle-born first years, so if you have any questions that you think of after you leave I will be here all day then. If you purchase an owl of course you will be able to owl me any questions. However, I will strive to be as complete as I can regarding your preparations to attend Hogwarts." McGonagall quickly went over a brief history of Hogwarts School and its educational aims. "Our primary purpose is to prepare every young witch or wizard for a career in the magical world. This means, unfortunately, that many Muggle subjects are not offered. Mathematics for example is only offered as part of our arithmancy course, which is an elective you can begin taking in 3rd year." Hermione frowned at that. She wanted the broadest possible education. She noticed that Harry seemed thoughtful about this announcement, while Justin seemed ecstatic though his mother looked less than thrilled. McGonagall continued, telling the students how they would reach Hogwarts, via the Hogwarts Express. She also explained how to enter Platform 9, the hidden platform between platforms 9 and 10. She then went over the list of school supplies and which shops would carry each in the local magical market. All of these shops can be found at Diagon Alley, which, if you will all follow me, is this way, she said moving towards a back room. The assembled parents and students scrambled to their feet to follow her. In the back room she pulled out her wand and tapped out a pattern on the brick wall at the back of the small room. All of a sudden the wall opened up to reveal a bustling market street. There was so much going on, much of it clearly magical, that it took a good while for everyone to give Professor McGonagall their attention again. Eventually she did manage it. In order to shop in Diagon Alley you will need magical currency. You may exchange currency at Gringotts, which is the primary wizarding banking establishment. McGonagall led the way down the street. Gringotts is run by goblins, who are sentient magical creatures, but are not wizards themselves. Do not treat them in a condescending manner. Do not stare at them. And do not insult them. They find smiles that show teeth as a sign of aggression, so try not to show your teeth. Treat them with respect and they will do the same to you. Treat them with disrespect and things will become unpleasant. McGonagall paused, then looked at the adults. One more thing, they will be more lenient with a child than they will be with an adult. So just because one of the students doesn't provoke an angry reaction, it doesn't mean that you won't. She led them to a big white building, with short creatures wearing color and gold uniforms guarding the doors. The creatures were clearly not human, but were short, dark-skinned, and had long nimble-looking fingers. Hermione looked away quickly so as not to be appearing to stare. She saw Harry give one of the goblins a solemn nod, and was surprised to see the goblin give him a nod back. Inside the opulent marble-sheathed lobby McGonagall stopped them. That desk over there handles money changing. Harry, your parents left you a fair amount of money, but you will have to visit your vault to get it. She handed him a key that will give you admittance. Just go to that desk over there. Only older wizarding families usually have these sorts of vaults. Hermione perked up at the mention of vaults. Harry, would it be all right with you if I came to see your vault? I'd love to see some more of this place. Harry shrugged. I certainly don't mind if your parents don't. A slightly worried smile came across his face. Company would be welcome, to be honest. Hermione looked at her parents hopefully. They each gave the other a significant look. As long as Professor McGonagall says it is safe, said her mother. McGonagall nodded. They will be under the supervision of the Gringotts staff the entire time. So long as they follow instructions, they won't get into any trouble. The Grangers sent Harry and Hermione off with instructions to obey the Gringotts staff and then joined the queue for the money-changing station, which was quite long. Harry and Hermione walked right up to the desk of one of the vault managers. "Hello sir, my name is Harry Potter, and I would like to visit my vault," said Harry as he extended his key. The goblin looked at him with what appeared to be surprised. A wizard with manners. What will we see next? A troll with brains. The goblin shook his head as he examined Harry's key. Very well, this seems to be in order. Griphook. Another goblin appeared who led them into a back corridor. This room was a dim stone corridor which led to a small cart on a track. Like a minecart, thought Hermione. Griphook opened the cart and Harry and Hermione climbed in. Once Griphook was inside, he shut the door and the cart took off. Hermione immediately started regretting coming with Harry as the cart shot forward as if it were a roller coaster. It shot through intersections and track splits at full speed and with seemingly no input from Griphook. Hermione looked at Harry, who initially seemed a bit uneasy, but quickly seemed to adapt to the ride. Well, if he could get used to this, she could too. So Griphook, what is the relationship between Gringotts and the wizards? Said Hermione as she tried to take her mind off the ride. Gringotts is the face of the goblin people to the wizarding world. Griphook paused, as if he was wondering what he should say. I would classify the relationship between goblins and wizards as strained. Despite the fact that we handle almost the entirety of the wizarding world's financial matters, the wizards treat us disrespectfully and distrust us. The Ministry of Magic limits where we can settle. The bulk of goblins in Britain live under Gringotts or in similar mines across the country. That sounds like they are putting you on reservations, said Hermione angrily, having momentarily forgotten her discomfort. Griphook nodded. A somewhat apt comparison. Though Native Americans or Australian Aborigines don't get to live in gold and diamond mines, so it is not entirely apt. Still, it sounds shameful, huffed Hermione. Sounds like the ministry is pretty short-sighted, agreed Harry quietly. If there's a crisis, one would think the goblins and their financial prowess would be useful. I doubt that, given wizarding attitudes, your help would come cheap if things get bad. Griphook gave a big grin which exposed his teeth. It does not. The cart ground to a halt outside one of the vaults. Griphook leapt out of the cart while Harry had to help Hermione keep her balance as she tried to adapt to not moving at breakneck speed. As they reached the door, Griphook inserted the key, and the door to the vault opened. Inside were piles of money, huge piles of gold, silver and bronze coins. It was more money than Hermione had ever seen in one place before. Harry, you're rich. The boy had a dazed look in his eyes. This is mine, he asked Griphook. The goblin just grinned toothlessly. There were bags in the corner. As Harry grabbed one, Griphook explained the wizarding money system. 29 bronze nuts to the silver sickle, 17 sickles to the gold galleon. What's the exchange rate with pounds? Asked Hermione as Harry carefully counted money into his bags. 5 pounds to the galleon, replied Griphook. Hermione stared. The gold in the galleons must be worth 10 times that. Did I mention that almost all wizards have to buy many groceries from Muggle markets? Most of our business trades from galleons to pounds. Hermione laughed. You're making a killing. Harry had finished with the coins, and turned to Hermione. I hope this doesn't make you think of me differently. I had no idea I had this money. I don't care about that, Harry, said Hermione kindly. Harry grinned. Good, he said as they climbed back into the cart. When they reached the lobby, Hermione's parents were waiting for them. They said that McGonagall had gone to an ice cream shop named Florine Fortescue's, and Justin and his mother had already left to buy other things. Harry was a bit worried that he'd have to find his way around alone, but the Grangers gestured him along with them without really discussing it. Harry supposed they must have done so while he and Hermione had been in the vaults. The trip was largely uneventful. Harry and Hermione were fitted for robes without incident, then they went to the apothecary where they grabbed cauldrons and potions ingredients. However, it was once they reached Flourish and Blots that things got interesting. A bookstore, squealed Hermione, racing inside. Harry had to run to catch up. Hermione's enthusiasm for books turned out to be infectious. Harry had always liked books, but years of living with the Dursleys had suppressed that somewhat. Faced with Hermione's obvious passion for reading, he allowed himself to get carried away as well. There were so many interesting books. He'd secretly withdrawn quite a bit more money than the amount McGonagall had recommended, so he was able to afford a number of very interesting-looking books which he promised to Hermione he would loan to her once he was finished with them. Hermione herself got a few extras, including Hogwarts, a history, which seemed particularly useful. "Why don't we stop for ice cream?" suggested Helen Granger after they left the bookstore. Everyone agreed to this, so they made their way to Florine Fortescue's. There was a bit of an argument when Robert tried to pay for Harry's ice cream, however Hermione managed to step in. "Believe me, Dad, Harry can afford it. His parents left him a fortune," she said. "In that case I better keep you on his good side," he said with a suggestive smirk. "Gotta lock that down." "Dad," said a now red Hermione. Harry just laughed. "I know your dad is just kidding," Harry assured Hermione as he paid for his ice cream. "Damn," said Robert in an exaggerated stagger. "Language, dear," his wife said, not unkindly. As they went outside to eat their ice cream, they saw Professor McGonagall talking to a family of redheads. There was a kindly-looking woman who was clearly the mother, with an older teenage son who was paying attention to the discussion his mother was having with McGonagall, two bored-looking twins, a younger boy about Harry and Hermione's age who also looked bored, and an even younger girl. McGonagall waved Harry and the Grangers over. They set down their ice creams and followed her lead. "These are the Weasleys. This is Molly," said McGonagall, indicating the mother. "This young man is their third son, Percy," indicating the oldest boy, "and these two are Fred and George," she said, indicating each twin. "Hey, I'm Fred," said the one she had called George. "And I'm George," finished the twin she had called Fred. McGonagall gave them a measured stare. "Are you? Really? Please, Professor. We know our names." "Well," said McGonagall, clearly about to apologize. "Don't bother, Professor, they're lying," said the young girl. McGonagall gave the twins a slightly darker glare, then turned back to Harry and the Grangers. "Where did I leave off there? Oh yes, Ronald here is starting Hogwarts this autumn with you too," she said to Harry and Hermione, indicating the youngest boy. "And this young lady must be Ginevra," said McGonagall, leading the girl to shout, "Ginny. This is Robert and Helen Granger, and their daughter Hermione. They are here for Muggleborn orientation. Tagging along with them today," McGonagall paused, "is Harry Potter." The response from the Weasleys was astonishing. Molly clutched her hands together excitedly. Percy started, the twins did an overly elaborate double take, and Ron shouted, "Blimey, Harry Potter." "Ronald, keep your voice down," said Molly incredibly loudly. Ginny on the other hand seemed to be paralyzed. She couldn't seem to decide whether she wanted to stare at Harry or hide behind her family. She just stood there, trying, unsuccessfully, to speak. "Why does everyone react that way when they hear my name?" asked a genuinely puzzled Harry. "Seriously," said Fred. "You're incredibly famous," finished George. "But why? No one has ever told me," said Harry, getting a bit frustrated. Ginny suddenly made a slight recovery from her paralysis. "It's because when the dark wizard who killed your parents tried to kill you, he failed, and was killed himself instead." Harry gasped as he turned to look at Ginny. Professor McGonagall half reached for him, but he stepped back. "My parents were murdered by a dark wizard." Ginny's face became a mask of abject horror as she realized what she had done. "Ginny!" yelled a very angry Molly. Ginny stepped back herself and looked like she was ready to run. Despite Harry's shock, he managed to recover before Ginny had a chance to flee. "Wait!" he yelled as he lunged forward and grabbed Ginny's hand. He looked her directly in the eyes, something he had never been comfortable with. Then he turned to her mother. "Mrs. Weasley, don't be angry," insisted Harry before turning back to Ginny. "No one has ever told me what happened to my parents, not honestly anyway. I was brought up believing they were drunks who died in a car crash. Thank you so much for telling me the truth, Ginny. I really needed to know that." Ginny blushed, and quickly broke eye contact with Harry. As he looked away, Harry noticed out of the corner of his eye Hermione was trying hard to fight back tears. Well, said a soft voice Harry didn't recognize, Minerva, the Weasleys in. Harry turned his head to see a man with a hooked nose and black greasy hair looking right into his eyes. Potter, the man said with a revulsion that made Harry shiver. Yet for one moment his eyes seemed to soften, before he turned his head to see holding Ginny's hand. His eyes went hard again. Now it was Harry's turn to blush, dropping Ginny's hand. This, said McGonagall as she inserted herself partly between Harry and the man, is Professor Severus Snape, the Hogwarts potion master, and head of Slytherin House. Harry offered his hand to the man. I look forward to taking your class, sir. Snape looked at his hand for a moment, then took it for exactly one downward shake. I will see you at Hogwarts, he said with uncertainty, Minerva. With that he rushed away. That was odd, even for Severus, said McGonagall quietly. The slimy git. Always has it out. For every non-Slytherin. Molly and McGonagall glared at the twins, and were about to say something when Hermione broke in. While I know you're about to give the twins a well-deserved verbal thrashing, but I think Harry has some questions for you. Harry gave Hermione a weak smile as a way of thanking her. He'd been afraid the topic had been dropped, but wasn't able to muster up a lot of enthusiasm for it. The twins on the other hand were both nodding solemnly. I'm sorry, said Molly, you're right Hermione, this is more important. We can deal with the twins later. The twins grimaced at that last bit. Who is this dark wizard who killed my parents? Why did he kill them? And how did I kill him? Asked Harry. Well, we don't like to say his name. Back during the war horrible things happened to people who said his name, explained Molly. You see, he placed a curse known as a taboo on his name, which allowed him to hunt down those who dared use it, continued McGonagall. Still that curse has long gone dormant. His name is Voldemort. She said the last name quietly as if she was afraid others would hear. Voldemort, said Harry, not bothering to keep his voice down. The Weasleys and McGonagall all flinched. Hey, said a witch at a nearby table, who do you think you are? Harry Potter. Yes, said Harry frustratedly, looking right at the woman. The witch blanched as she looked at his forehead and quickly got up and left. Anyway, continued Molly, you know who was a pureblood supremacist. He believed only those descended from witches and wizards were worthy to wield magic. McGonagall nodded. Your mother was a Muggle-born, so she would have always been a target to them, but in truth, James and Lily would have stood up to you-know-who regardless. They had a powerful sense of responsibility. They even fought with him several times. Eventually he decided to purposefully target them. On Halloween night of 1981 he came and murdered them. He tried to murder you too. His attempt left you that scar, but somehow he failed, and he hasn't been seen since. As for how you defeated him, no one knows. Even Albus Dumbledore, who is the greatest wizard of our age, has only guesses. Though Dumbledore's guesses are usually right, noted Molly. Everyone thinks that you-know-who has died, but Dumbledore is not so sure, said McGonagall. Some fragment of him may have survived, though the fact that he has not reappeared would indicate that he was very badly weakened. Since you survived, everyone assumes you did some powerful magic to stop him, said Ron, eager to get into the conversation. You've sort of become a national hero, said Ginny shyly. At this Harry groaned, and rested his forehead on his hand. I'm just a normal kid. I was raised by Muggles. I'm not a hero, off having adventures, unless you call sleeping in a cupboard an adventure. Snapped Harry. Everyone stared at him. I am going to started McGonagall before she managed to visibly calm herself again. Make your aunt and uncle understand the depth of their mistakes. But let's talk about something more cheerful while you eat your ice cream, said Molly. How about Quidditch? Said Ron. Yes, Quidditch, agreed Ginny. The twins nodded. We're the beaters. On the Gryffindor team. The next 15 minutes were spent with the Weasleys explaining the rules of Quidditch to Harry and Hermione. Hermione seemed to get bored fairly quickly, but Harry thought a sport played on broomsticks sounded brilliant. But then it was time for the Weasleys to go, and they made their goodbyes, with a, glad to meet you Harry. From Ginny, and a, see you at Hogwarts. From Ron. The Grangers and Harry took their leave of McGonagall to finish their shopping. The rest of the trip was less eventful. The only other things of note were when Harry bought a large snowy owl at the owl shop and the reaction from Ollivander when Harry chose his wand. He told me my wand shared a core with Voldemort's, he said to McGonagall when they returned to her. McGonagall pursed her lips. I will ask Albus about this, he may have something to say about it. It was great to meet you, Harry, said Hermione excitedly, as she and her parents prepared to leave. You take care of yourself, said Helen. If you have any problems with your relatives, don't hesitate to call the police, advised Robert. It was great meeting all of you, I'll see you on the train, Hermione, said Harry happily. With that the Grangers left, though Hermione looked back at Harry and gave him a wave as he watched them go. He waved back, a little sadly. I'm sorry, but I will have to take you back to your relatives now, said McGonagall. I know. When we get back to their house, go directly to your room, instructed McGonagall, I will need to have words with them. When Harry got back to 4 Privet Drive, he did in fact go to his room. He wasn't able to hear exactly what was said, but from the sound of the din coming from downstairs he supposed that was just as well. He put the scuffle going on out of his mind and began to take a look at his new school books. September 1, 1991. Hermione was thrilled when she saw Harry again at King's Cross Station. The smile on his face seemed to be genuine, something she almost couldn't believe. Before, every time one of her supposed friends had seen her studious side, they had rejected her. But Harry had seen her practically salivating in the bookstore and he still wanted to be her friend. Let's find a compartment, he shouted over the noise of the crowd. They made their way onto the train and found a compartment in the middle of the train. After putting up their luggage, putting Harry's owl, which he had named Hedwig after someone out of A History of Magic, up carefully, they began to discuss how they had spent the rest of their summer break. Did your relatives treat you all right the rest of the summer? Asked Hermione. Harry nodded. After McGonagall was done talking to them, they were afraid to look at me funny. Other than that, I'd rather not talk about them. Hermione nodded in reply. She really wasn't sure what she was supposed to say to that. Soon the two were talking about what they had read in their various books. They were soon lost in the differences between charms and transfigurations, and the way different potion ingredients interacted. All of a sudden the door opened, and Fred, George and Ron were peeking in. Are you two related? Asked Fred. Or are you just looking for a place to key? Asked George. Hermione felt her cheeks heating up, and she saw Harry's cheeks turn color. Ron scowled. Lay off 'em, they haven't done anything that deserves being teased by the likes of you two. Hermione suddenly felt grateful to Ron, even if she suspected that his primary motivation was not scaring off Harry Potter as a friend. Wait till you have a younger sibling at school, you'll be teasing them and their friends too, said George. Well, maybe not, since if you try it with Ginny she'll probably hex your nose off, laughed Fred. With that the twins left, leaving Ron alone with Harry and Hermione. Mind if I sit here? He asked, as the train lurched into motion. Please, said both Harry and Hermione. Harry and Hermione were soon back to talking about their textbooks, leaving Ron bewildered. Wait, you guys have already read your textbooks. Are you mental? Harry shook his head a bit. It doesn't hurt to make a good first impression, Ron. That way if you screw up later you get a bit of leeway. Ron nodded, but didn't seem to want to join the conversation. Hermione guessed it wasn't fair to him to discuss things he had no idea about, so she asked him what he knew about magic. Well, mind you aren't allowed to do magic at home while you are underage, so I haven't actually performed any magic, said Ron, but Fred and George taught me a spell. He pulled out his wand, and what appeared to be a pet rat. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. Nothing happened. Are you sure that's a real spell? Asked Hermione. Well, it's not very good, is it? I've only tried a few simple spells for practice and it's all worked for me. Ron's face turned red. Harry shook his head at Hermione and she realized that she had done something wrong. Oh no, what did I do? It sounded like you were putting Ron down. And bragging how you could do what he couldn't, said Harry. I'm sorry, Ron, Hermione apologized, I didn't mean it like that. I guess I did come off like a bit of a prat there. Ron looked at her questioningly for a moment, then nodded. I guess I can let it slide this time. But try not to insult me when you are explaining things, it's bloody annoying. Language, Ron, said Hermione reflexively. Harry let out a laugh, and Hermione felt the tension go out of the compartment. About an hour into the trip they had a visitor, right after they had a visit from the trolley witch. They were opening up Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs when a young wizard with slick blonde hair and two hulking goons following him entered the compartment. I hear Harry Potter is on this train, have you seen him? He asked. Ron almost growled. Harry took his cue from that. Who wants to know? The bee-owned wizard had a look of complete arrogance as he said, Draco Malfoy. You must be Potter. He looked at Hermione and Ron. What are you doing with these people? They're my friends. And I don't take kindly to them being insulted, said Harry as he stood up. Friends with a blood traitor. That's a laugh. I think the girl's a mudblood as well, said Draco. Ron shot to his feet. What did you call her? Hermione realized that this was getting out of hand. Ron, hold it together. He isn't worth it, whatever he said. I called you a mudblood, because your parents are filthy muggles. Said Draco as if nothing could touch him. Ron looked like he was about to punch Malfoy, but Hermione held him back. Thank you, that is quite the compliment, she said calmly. Draco looked at her in shock. Crazy mudblood doesn't even know it's an insult. Crabbe, Goyle, let's get out of here. And the three turned and left. Okay, that was brilliant, said Ron. I don't know how you kept your head but thanks. It wasn't an insult to me, said Hermione. I'm more concerned how he knew I was Muggleborn. He knew I was on the train too, but we didn't talk to a lot of people on our way in, observed Harry. I think he had a list of the new students to begin with. Ron nodded. His father is on the board of governors, he could get it for him. I hope I'm not in the same house as him, said Hermione resolutely. He'll almost certainly be in Slytherin, noted Ron. The Slytherins are ambitious and always competing against each other for status. But the bulk of the pureblood bigots end up in that house. Not all of them I guess, but enough. Pretty much all of the powerful dark wizards come from there anyway. What house will you be in? Asked Harry. Gryffindor probably. Everyone in my family has been in there for ages including all 5 of my older brothers. Hermione here will probably be in Ravenclaw, she's so smart. Hermione shook her head. I'd rather be in Gryffindor. It was Albus Dumbledore's house. Even Hufflepuff would be better than Slytherin, said Harry, at least you'd have good friends. So Ron, why don't you tell us about your older brothers? Asked Hermione. The rest of the trip went smoothly. Hermione was a little bored when Ron started talking about Quidditch again, but she had to admit she had never really liked any sports that much to begin with. Ron did seem to know a lot about the sport, so she supposed it was possible he would be a really great player. Before they knew it they were at Hogsmeade Station getting off the train to the sound of a huge man shouting, "Furs years, Furs years." As Harry passed him he gave a surprisingly high-pitched yelp. Harry, good ter see ye again. Name's Hagrid. I knew her parents when they were in school. We'll have a spot OT and talk sometime. Harry smiled. I'd love to. Hermione gripped his shoulder briefly, and he gave an appreciative smile. It was clear Harry was still a little in the dark about his parents. Hermione wondered if there was something she could do to help. They were brought down to a lake where there was a small flotilla of boats. Harry and Ron quickly chose a boat, but Hermione was a bit reticent to follow them. Harry offered his hand to steady her and soon she was in the boat, which soon was zooming across the lake, driven by some magic. And there they saw Hogwarts, lit up in its full glory. It was, well, the only word Hermione could think of was magical. The first trip through the castle was a bit of a blur. While the talking portraits, and ghosts and various other magical displays were impressive, what really stuck in her mind were the faces of her 2 friends. Was she really thinking of Ronald Weasley as a friend? At seeing this wonder, that she must have been mirroring their expressions made it even more memorable. For the very first time, she felt like she belonged. The Great Hall was the most impressive place of all, with its enchanted ceiling. Stunned, Hermione tried to explain what the charm was doing, but Harry shook his head. Only you'd try to analyze something like this, Hermione. Never change. That caused her to blush a bit. The sorting was apparently done by a battered old hat that would be placed upon their heads and yell out the name of the house they would go to. It seemed to take a varying amount of time with different people. Hermione did feel a little nervous when Granger, Hermione, was called, but she tried to project confidence as she marched up to the stool at the front of the hall and sat down. As soon as the hat was set upon her head it began to talk to her. In her head, now that is a mind. You'd do very well in Ravenclaw. You have plenty of courage too, you'd do anything to help a friend, a natural Gryffindor. Not used to lots of friends though, and your tendency to show off would probably put off the Hufflepuffs. Though your willingness to help others would offset that a bit. You do have ambitions, but you're a Muggleborn. The Slytherins would eat you alive before you could learn to defend yourself. Gryffindor sounds fantastic. I heard Dumbledore was in Gryffindor, and he's the greatest wizard of the age, thought Hermione. Are you sure you wouldn't like Ravenclaw? With your mind there is no limit to the bounds of your ability. They would let you discover things beyond your wildest imagination. Hermione considered. There's no way Harry and Ron would get sorted into Ravenclaw. I guess I could do with or without Ron, but Harry is a natural Gryffindor. I really want to be sorted into the same house as Harry. The hat paused for a long moment. I see that this is what you truly want. There is nothing wrong with this desire, and it may yet lead you on to better things. But I doubt you will thank me for this. Slytherin. Harry was stunned, along with everyone else when the Sorting Hat shouted out the word Slytherin. Hermione's eyes had grown wide, and her mouth was open just a tiny bit. As McGonagall ushered her towards the Slytherin table she had a blank expression on her face. She looked lost. Harry immediately knew something had gone very wrong. He looked at Ron and saw outrage clear on his face. But Harry didn't think he was mad about the injustice. Hermione was trying to find someone to sit next to, but no one in Slytherin seemed to want her sitting next to them. Finally she just picked an empty seat, only for the people next to her to get up and move. Oh, it was bad, thought Harry. He had to do something, but he couldn't figure out what. He'd stopped paying attention, and Ron had to poke him when Potter, Harry, was called. This caused a small scene as everyone began to talk about him at once. But they all quieted when the hat was placed upon his head. What did you do to Hermione? Harry immediately demanded. Unfortunately I cannot discuss another student's sorting, replied the hat in his head. I'll get right to the point. You could do well in any of these houses, but because someone has tampered with me I will have to put you in Slytherin. So all I have to do is tell them what you just said. Then Hermione and I will get resorted. I can't discuss your sorting with the staff, my magic won't allow it. Harry rolled his eyes exasperatedly. Without the hat, would anyone believe him? Hermione asked to be in the same house as me, didn't she? Asked Harry as he looked at the clearly anxious girl. The hat's silence was telling. No, she didn't just ask. It's what she really truly wanted, wasn't it? Otherwise you could have sorted her elsewhere and just told her it was for her own good. Harry felt the hat sigh. Mr. Potter, in some ways you are her first friend ever. That can cause a great deal of loyalty between two people. But you already know that, don't you? Harry nodded. I don't care where you are being forced to sort me. Now that Hermione is in Slytherin I want to go there. She'll need my help, and I won't let her down. You have the bravery of a Gryffindor, and the loyalty of a Hufflepuff. Too bad I have to put you in Slytherin. The last word was spoken aloud. Harry stepped down and headed to the Slytherin table as every single person in the hall stared at him in absolute shock. The old man at the center of the head table, whom Harry recognized from a chocolate frog card as Albus Dumbledore, had a serious look on his face. Snape, the head of Slytherin, his house, looked murderous. Harry just walked down to the table and sat down next to Hermione. You didn't come to this house because of me, did you? Asked an uncertain Hermione. No, but you wanted to be sorted into the house I was in, didn't you? Asked Harry very softly. Hermione nodded with a slight blush. Well, the Sorting Hat told me it had been bewitched. It had to put me into Slytherin. Didn't matter to me though. I'm not about to abandon a friend to a pit of snakes. Harry reached under the table and took her hand discreetly. Everything will be fine as long as we stick together. Hermione nodded as if his confidence gave her strength. Now if only he could believe it. September 1, 1991. Die a very painful death. What sort of warning is that? Demanded Hermione. Harry shook his head. The truth was, the welcome feast was spectacular. The sheer amount and variety of food had temporarily driven all thoughts of their situation from his mind. For a moment, he and Hermione were able to be friends again, without the pressures of whatever waited for them in Slytherin House. Don't know, but I know I'm staying away from it. I have enough problems without dying, said Harry. Hermione laughed humorlessly. Don't I know it? Still, have you seen the way Ron is looking at us? Harry looked over at the Gryffindor table. The look Ron was sending them could only be described as disgust. Looks like he isn't exactly thrilled with where we got sorted. Hermione rolled her eyes. I know the feeling. All of a sudden a sharp pain struck his forehead, right in his scar. He just happened to be looking at the staff table, and he saw Snape looking at him. A small flicker of something flickered in his eyes. Was it concern? Surprise? Then Harry saw the professor in a turban next to Snape barely looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Maybe he was being made paranoid by the Sorting Hat's pronouncement that the sorting had been rigged, but it looked as if that man was somehow staring at him without staring. He didn't know how that was possible, but somehow he knew he was right. That man had caused his scar to hurt just now. "You all right, Harry?" asked Hermione. "Yeah," he said as the pain subsided. "Fine." The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons. "Appropriate setting," Harry said quietly to Hermione as they walked with the rest of the first years deeper into Hogwarts' underbelly. They stopped at a featureless stone wall. The prefect leading them, a fifth year named Gertrude Selwyn, gave a haughty glare. "This is the entrance to our common room. You will not give the password to anyone not in Slytherin house. You will not tell anyone where it is. If you see any non-Slytherins hanging around here, get a prefect, or if you think you can intimidate them, chase them off yourself. The password is, blood status." "How adorable," muttered Hermione. The wall opened up as if it was a door, and the first years entered the Slytherin common room. It was, in Harry's opinion, kind of spectacular. There was a massive window that gave an underwater view of the lake, which gave the whole room a greenish tinge. The room was furnished ornately, with large comfortable couches and armchairs. Suddenly Severus Snape swept into the room. He gave all of his students a penetrating stare, his eyes hardening when they went past Harry, but clearly puzzled when they fell on Hermione. "For those of you who are unaware, which should be none of you, I am Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House. I am also the school's potions master. I welcome all of you to the illustrious house of the great Salazar Slytherin. He was one of the most misunderstood wizards in history, and we share that misfortune. How you behave and perform in your schoolwork will gain or lose you house points. I would suggest that you not lose too many house points, otherwise you will be answering to me, as well as your well-motivated housemates. The house with the most points at the end of the year will win the house cup. It is a meaningless accolade, but we will be winning it because we are the best." Everyone was nodding along, including Harry himself. So far nothing seemed too bad in this speech. "In addition to the school rules," continued Snape, "Slytherin House has a number of special rules just for it. Rule number 1. Never bring shame or disparagement onto Slytherin House. Rule number 2 is similar. If you have a conflict with another member of this house, do not air it publicly. Either deal with it privately or come to me if that isn't feasible. But remember, the master rule." Harry wasn't sure if he should ask what the master rule was, when one of Malfoy's goons, Crabbe maybe, did it for him. "It's don't get caught breaking the rules, you moron," yelled Malfoy irritably. Snape just smiled. Snape pointed to one of 7 hallways leading off from the common room. "This is the first-year dormitory. There are 2 people to each room. You must have a roommate, unless there is no one of your own to room with, then you may have your own room. The bathrooms are at the end of the hall, boys on the left, girls on the right. This setup is unique to Slytherin, so I wouldn't go blabbing it to all the other houses unless you want to lose what little privacy this arrangement provides. There are protections on the rooms to prevent theft or entry of someone who is not residing in that room. You may switch rooms until Saturday if you run into some sort of personality conflict. There is no need to inform me of this as the list will automatically update. Saturday morning at 6 a.m., the list will set for the year, and you will not be able to change rooms without permission." Snape gave the group of first years a long stare, his eyes lingering for a moment on Harry, then lingering for another moment on Hermione. "That is all. You will find your rooms now." The students all seemed to be making beelines for each other. Malfoy had waved over another boy who had a sneer on his face. Harry thought his name was not. Malfoy's goons also quickly joined each other in conversation. A dark-skinned boy came up to Harry. "Blaise Zabini," he said, extending his hand, "looks like we're roommates. And trust me, that's for the best, considering the other options." Harry took his hand. "Harry Potter, though I'm fairly sure you know that." Blaise grinned. "Yeah, you're hard to miss." Hermione came up to them. "It looks like I get my own room," she said happily. Out of the corner of his eye Harry saw Malfoy sneer. Blaise had seen that too. "Watch out for yourself, Granger." Your room should protect you, but I've heard stories about Muggleborns sorted into Slytherin. Try not to get yourself ambushed. Hermione nodded. I didn't know any of you cared. Blaise nodded grimly. Really I don't, but King hate Malfoy. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Watch your language. Piss off, he said and made his way towards the first-year dormitories. I don't think he likes being ordered around, Harry said, his voice resigned. Hermione shook her head. You're probably right. Well, you better catch him. Good night Hermione, see you tomorrow, said Harry with a small nod. Good night, replied Hermione warmly. Harry ran to catch up with Blaise. He found Blaise outside one of the rooms on the left-hand side. This one, sure. The room had 2 curtained beds, and 2 desks each with a chair. As they entered they saw their luggage just appear right in front of them. Talk about service, the house elves here are on their game, said Blaise approvingly. House elves? Harry asked. Magical servants, they take care of the castle, Blaise explained. Both boys began unpacking their things. After a moment Blaise stopped and gave Harry a thoughtful look. So you really weren't expecting to get sorted into Slytherin, were you? Harry shook his head, causing Blaise to snort derisively. I figured. Listen, let me give you the rundown on Slytherin House, the unofficial version. Basically, there is a portrait of one of the early heads of Slytherin House, one Burvin Gaunt. It's enchanted to collect all sorts of information about the students in Slytherin, who is doing the best in classes, who has the most influence in their year, who has the most influence in the years below them, things like that. At the end of our 4th year, it chooses the prefects. So establishing your influence within the house is very important. Harry nodded. Seems straightforward. Right. Now Malfoy has the lead among us boys cause his dad is rich and influential, and he's a pureblood. He's as close to nobility as wizards get, one of the sacred 28. That means he is from one of the 28 most exclusive pureblood houses. If someone doesn't dethrone him he will be prefect, and he will make all our lives miserable, the tosser. Crabbe and Goyle are absolutely loyal to him. Their families have been connected for generations, and it looks like Pansy Parkinson is sparing no time in trying to get on his good side. I'm not really that fond of Malfoy myself, admitted Harry. Daphne Greengrass, the bee-owned girl, and Not, the dark-haired guy who is rooming with Malfoy, have almost the same pedigree and wealth as Malfoy. Together, with our support, they could probably unseat him, Blaise explained. Of course you might be able to do that by yourself. You are the boy who lived. Great, Harry said sarcastically. Anyway, Tracy Davis is a friend of Daphne's, she'll follow Daphne pretty much anywhere. The last girl is Millicent Bulstrode, who is following Pansy, mostly because no one else asked her. Harry gave Blaise a pointed look. And you? Blaise shot Harry a vicious smile. I just don't want Malfoy taking charge. As I said, King hate him. His dad was a Death Eater, one of the Dark Lord's followers. I think that established magical families should be in charge, but why kill Muggleborns? It's pointless, and harmful. Not's granddad was a Death Eater too, but Not himself seems less inclined that way. He and Daphne would push Slytherin House towards the moderate purebloods, and away from the Death Eaters. Harry nodded again. As long as you don't support Death Eaters. Blaise smirked. Yeah, I can see where that would be a problem for you. Both had finished unpacking. Listen, said Blaise, I have to survive in Slytherin as well. I'm not going to put myself out in order to help you, and certainly not to help Granger. But I'm not going to stab you in the back. Got it, said Harry as he reached for his pajamas. Suddenly he felt as if this conversation was over. He quickly changed, and climbed into bed. Good night Zabini. Good night Potter. Hermione had changed into her pajamas and was reading a bit from her charms book before bed. So many of these spells were so fascinating, and she couldn't help trying them out. Lumos was very easy of course, and locking and unlocking spells proved fairly simple as well. Other spells seemed to be useful, like the Body Bind curse from her defense textbook. Her own room would be fantastic for studying. She wondered if the magic would allow Harry to enter her room. Hogwarts. A history had said boys couldn't enter the girls' dorms, but maybe that didn't apply to Slytherin. The answer to her question came in the worst possible way, as her door swung open violently and 3 figures charged into the dimly lit room. One moment she was sitting in bed calmly, the next two large boys had her pinned against the wall, one with his hand pressing into her throat. The two boys were Crabbe and Goyle. The third figure, Malfoy, she croaked through her constricted throat, how? The protections don't work on mudbloods. The man who cast them was a proper pureblood and made sure of that. With a half-blood or pureblood in this room you'd have been safe. But alone, you're mine. Malfoy sneered. Why? Whispered Hermione. To put you in your place. And to tell you to stay away from Potter. I'll deal with him when the time comes. But I know you won't just listen. Malfoy grabbed one of Hermione's socks and shoved it into her mouth, then snapped his fingers. Bring her. He shouted at his goons as they dragged her from the room. September 2, 1991. Harry was surprised to find that Hermione had not waited for him before going to breakfast. He shrugged it off though. It wasn't like they had made plans to meet. When he reached the Great Hall he saw her, sitting alone again. With a wave he sat down across from her. But when she looked him in the eye a strange look of both relief and fear went across her face. Finally she shook her head and said, I'm sorry. And moved several feet down the table. Harry sat stunned. What had he done? Of course this friend would desert him, like all the others. The part of him that said his relatives were right began whispering to him, calling him a freak, asking him what should he expect. Yet somehow, this was different. It hurt worse than the other betrayals before. It took every ounce of his self-control not to break down in tears. He looked up, and saw Malfoy sneering at Hermione. His eyes narrowed. What did he do? He asked quietly. I'm not sure exactly, said a girl's voice next to him, but I think he paid your friend a visit last night, Potter. Harry turned to his left to see a blonde-haired girl. Daphne Greengrass, right? He asked. She nodded. Malfoy has never been subtle, so of course he'd try to cause trouble the first night. Harry shook his head confused. How? The wards are based off of the list which tells the headmaster who is eligible to come to Hogwarts, said Daphne. That list has to single out the Muggleborns because they have to be contacted in person. The caster of those wards decided to single out the Muggleborns too. Fire burned in Harry's mind, a raging torrent that blocked everything out. How dare they? How bloody dare they? Daphne seemed taken aback by his reaction. It must have been a lot more obvious than Harry had expected. I don't think it is fair either. Maybe Tracy could move in with her. Harry looked at her intently. She'd do that. Daphne nodded. If I ask her. Of course I'd expect something in return. Harry narrowed his eyes. So that's how it is, he said flatly. You'll have to ask Hermione. Daphne gave Harry a sharp look. It's you I'd want something from. I'll consider it, said Harry, pretty sure he knew what she wanted. Daphne seemed to want to say more, but she seemed to think better of it. She turned back to her breakfast and Tracy. Harry ate quickly, then went and got his schedule from Professor Snape at the head table. Snape's expression was almost unreadable, but was there pity in it? Regret? Anger? He couldn't tell. As he stormed out of the Great Hall he collided with Ron Weasley. Watch where you're going, Potter, said Ron angrily. You know, said Harry quietly, but forcefully, I'm the same person you were friends with yesterday. I haven't changed. Neither has Hermione. Well, apparently you were both bloody snakes. Shows that I'm no judge of character, hissed Ron. Maybe if you paid attention, you'd see how absolutely thrilled we were to get sorted there, whispered Harry sarcastically. Do you know what they are doing to Hermione, just because she is Muggleborn? Bugger off, Weasley. Harry shouted the last sentence and began to storm out of the hall. As he did, he passed the Weasley twins, who took one look at him and made straight for Ron. What are you doing to piss off your friends now, little Ronnykins, said Fred. George winked at Harry. We'll straighten him out, Harry. Harry laughed. At least the twins seemed to still be friendly. He started to head back to the Slytherin common room to get his things for charms. Hermione had managed to escape to the library after class without Harry seeing her. It had been difficult, by which she felt that it had been hard to shake him off, and that the action had truly caused her pain. She had a friend, her first real friend, and now she had to avoid him. However, she had homework to do in both charms and herbology, so she got to work on it, hoping to get her mind off of what had happened. Malfoy had only taunted her a little in class today. She just had to keep her head down. She saw a shadow as someone sat down across from her. Looking across, she saw Blaise Zabini, Harry's roommate. She shook her head. Did Harry send you here? Blaise shook his head. He should have. But he's still too angry. Hermione hung her head. He has every right to be angry with me. With you? Blaise asked incredulously. No, he's ready to kill Malfoy. Only reason he hasn't is because he doesn't know exactly what Malfoy did to you. Not that I care what Malfoy did exactly, but the truth is I'd be the same way if it was a friend of mine. Hermione shook her head. Of course this wasn't an offer of help, or friendship. Still, Hermione suspected that Blaise's statement wasn't entirely theoretical. He definitely had someone in mind that he was thinking of who he considered a very close friend. But as I said yesterday, King hate Malfoy, repeated Blaise. So do I, whispered Hermione. Then you can't give in to him. Do you think someone like Malfoy will just leave you alone because you roll over for him? Blaise shook his head. Sorry, bad choice of words there. He is the ultimate user. He will demand more and more of you until you have done whatever he wants you to. Your only hope to escape with any of your self-respect and dignity is to stand up to him, no matter the cost. Blaise reached over and lifted Hermione's chin with his hand, and looked her straight in the eyes. And there is one person who clearly will stand by you, no matter what. He's a bloody moron for doing it, but for some reason he's decided you're worth it. Hermione shook her head. I barely know him. I guess he's decided he doesn't have enough friends that he can afford to lose one then, said Blaise. Again, Hermione suspected that this statement came from Blaise's experience. He apparently didn't have many friends. And that was true for Hermione as well, she realized. She couldn't afford to lose Harry, and he couldn't afford to lose her. Grabbing her books she made to leave the library, but turned back to Blaise. Thanks, she said. Blaise waved her off. I don't even know why the hell I did it. Hermione nodded, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, and she left. Harry was reading his herbology book on a couch in the Slytherin common room when suddenly someone sat down next to him. Turning, he saw it was Hermione. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle broke into my room last night, she said without any preface. They pinned me to the wall by my throat, threatened me, then dragged me to the showers where they stripped me to my underwear and held me under the water until I agreed not to speak to you, or get out of my place. Harry leapt to his feet, his eyes burning with rage. He was going to make Malfoy suffer. Make him feel pain. He was going to send the blonde Ponce back to his daddy in pieces. But then Hermione grabbed his arm. Please don't do anything rash. I really need your help right now, said Hermione. They were just trying to humiliate me. I don't think they meant anything else. But I am going to need help to keep this from getting worse. Harry immediately felt ashamed. He sat down next to Hermione. Of course, I'm here. The whole thing suddenly felt awkward. Not knowing what to do, he put his arm around her shoulders. She smiled at him. Thanks, I never really had a friend before. I really don't know how to do this, she admitted. Same here, said Harry, shocked to hear that she too had been friendless, but I know one thing. I won't let Malfoy hurt you again. Once I learn, I'll be able to look after myself, Hermione insisted. I'm sure you will be, while you're awake at least. What if he gets you when you are sleeping? Asked Harry. For now I'll use the colloportus on my door. I doubt Malfoy has been reading ahead yet. He'll figure out the counterspell soon enough, but maybe we can find another solution by then. Harry nodded thoughtfully. You should also learn the body bind. It could really keep the numbers a little more even. Hermione nodded. Good idea. Harry realized his arm was still around Hermione. He decided to keep it there for a bit. No reason to draw attention to it. I have an idea actually, well several ideas actually, about how to help you out. I'll get back to you tomorrow about them. Hermione gave Harry a brief grateful smile. It will be all right, everything will be fine, Harry said as his hand gripped her shoulder tightly. Her hand came up to grip the hand on her shoulder. I believe you, said Hermione. September 3, 1991. Harry knocked on the door to Professor Snape's office the next day, hoping the surly potions master was feeling less belligerent than he had previously. The scowl that covered Snape's face as he opened the door stole that hope from him. Mr. Potter, Snape said deliberately, as if the words left a bad taste in his mouth, what can I do for you? I was wondering if I could have copies of the house and school rules. I need to consult them, sir, said Harry. Snape ushered Harry into his office. It was dark and dank, full of potions ingredients and papers scattered everywhere, and off to one side was a cupboard full of many potions. He pointed at a seat in front of the desk, which was surprisingly clear of clutter. "Sit. I am reorganizing my office after a prank, no doubt set by the Weasley twins." "Sounds like something they do," admitted Harry. Snape glared at Harry. "Is that a joke? Are you looking to break the school rules as well?" Harry regretted having spoken. Snape seemed determined not to like him. No, the opposite in fact," said Harry defensively. "I want to be absolutely sure I break no school rules." Snape looked at him for a moment, then began to rummage through a drawer in one of his desks. He pulled out a small booklet, and a leaflet. "This book is the school rules, the leaflet is the Slytherin house rules. Do not leave the house rules lying about outside our common room." Snape looked at Harry again, clearly deciding something. "It is standard procedure in our house to give the first of the first years who asks for the rules 5 points for initiative, so 5 points to Slytherin." "Thank you, sir," said Harry. Snape looked at him again. "Well, you're more polite than I expected. If that is all." He motioned for the door. "Of course, sir. And thanks again for the help." Harry quickly made his way out of the office. Thus he missed the slight smile that snuck across Snape's face as he left. "What are you reading?" asked Hermione in the library that night. "School rules," said Harry briefly. "I'm looking for found it." Harry quickly pulled out the leaflet of Slytherin house rules. He shook his head as he put it down after he found what he was looking for. "You find what you were looking for?" asked Hermione. "Yes," said Harry. "The way I see it, we have 3 ways to deal with your problem." "Well, we could tell the headmaster what has been happening," suggested Hermione. Harry shook his head. "I'd say start with McGonagall. Get both of them involved. I think I trust McGonagall a little. For all we know, the headmaster is the one who bewitched the Sorting Hat. That being said, we can't rule McGonagall out as a suspect. She was the person from the wizarding world that had the most access to us after all. Do you really think Albus Dumbledore wanted to put you in Slytherin? He one of the most pro-Muggleborn voices in modern wizarding society." "I think Professor Snape is far more likely," insisted Hermione. "I think Snape hates me. Why would he put me in his house?" Harry replied, "No, it's not that I particularly suspect Dumbledore, but if we go to him and he did do it, our chance of getting out of Slytherin would be dead. And if we stay stuck in Slytherin after blabbing what is going on, we'll be right buggered." Hermione nodded. "If they blab this, the protections which didn't protect Muggleborns, the separate rooms, the single hallway dorms, all of it would be put under the microscope. Very likely Slytherin would be forced to conform to the main school policy. That would make everyone in Slytherin house their enemy, though Malfoy would probably take some of the blame as well for forcing their hand. I feel," started Harry, "that McGonagall would make sure that if there were any way to resort us, that it would get done. But this option is a real roll of the dice, because we don't know that it is possible at all." "Very risky," agreed Hermione. "The second plan is that Daphne offered to allow Tracy Davis to stay with you," said Harry carefully. "Really, that would solve all our problems," said Hermione happily. Harry shook his head. "She wants us to support her against Malfoy. Her and not. I think I would prefer them in charge, but they are both pureblood supremacists, so we'd be supporting their ideology by doing so," finished Hermione. "Well, Not's a supremacist for sure," began Harry, carefully. "I don't have any clue what Daphne believes. But yeah, we'd have to compromise ourselves to do it." Hermione grimaced. Compromising on moral issues was not something she ever liked to do. "So what's the third choice?" "We get someone else to share your room," said Harry cagily. "Who?" Harry winced. "You aren't going to like this. Please don't hit me." Hermione rolled her eyes. "I won't hit you, now answer me." "Well," started Harry, "me." Hermione very nearly forgot her promise and almost slapped Harry. She stopped herself just as her hands started to move. "They aren't going to let a boy room with a girl. I looked at the school rulebook and you'd be right," admitted Harry. "Boys aren't allowed in the girls' dormitories at all, and girls aren't allowed to stay in the boys' dormitories. But Slytherin house doesn't have separate girls' and boys' dormitories. That only applies to the other 3 houses. The fact that Malfoy could enter your room proves it. But Snape said we could only room alone if there was no one of your own gender to room with," said Hermione. "Exactly," said Harry with a clever grin. "That's all the Slytherin house rulebook says too. But we wouldn't be rooming alone. And if I were rooming with you, there would be no one else of his gender for Blaise to room with. My guess is that they figured that the school rule book covers this stuff, which it does, but only by the dormitory, not by the room. Since Slytherin has mixed dormitories. It's a loophole, said Hermione. Exactly, smiled Harry. But wouldn't they move us once they saw what we've done? Objected Hermione. The way I figure, mused Harry, I could move in on Friday night. This gets my name assigned to that dorm for the rest of the year, and no one has a chance to object. Whether I'm there or not, you get the protection. If they take me out it might be for the best really, but even having to room with you is better than letting Malfoy get at you whenever he wants. And Snape might consider leaving it a punishment of sorts. Especially since he might have to go to the headmaster to fix things. And that brings us back to blowing up Slytherin again, agreed Hermione. Harry nodded. Hermione thought about it for a moment. The entire thing was really just inappropriate. Yet, she couldn't quite put it out of her mind. She shook her head. I need time to think about it. Of course, I don't want to put any pressure on you. This is your choice, said Harry kindly. Hermione sat back to think some more. Why was that last option not leaving her head? September 6, 1991. The week's classes went by quickly. Looking back, Harry realized that he'd actually enjoyed most of his classes. Harry had done a lot of gardening at the Dursleys, so herbology had been relatively easy. Flitwick was probably the best overall teacher, and his charms class was incredibly fun. Transfiguration was less fun, but McGonagall was a patient and effective teacher. Astronomy had been interesting, but having to do it at midnight made for a rough next day. History of Magic was the most boring class he'd ever had, unfortunately. Defense against the dark arts had been bad too. Professor Quirrell was the instructor, and he was the very same man who had glanced at him right after his scar had hurt during the welcome feast. Harry had quickly realized that the pain in his scar did return a little bit, though not as strongly, every time Quirrell's turban faced him. Something about that struck Harry as very wrong. Even worse, Quirrell was a terrible instructor who was easily scared by the smallest surprise. Harry considered defense to be an incredibly important subject, so why was it taught so poorly? The only class Harry hadn't had yet was potions, and it was making him quite nervous. In one sense, Harry had been an excellent chef for the Dursleys and he thought that skill would transfer. Yet Severus Snape's behavior had been baffling. In the Great Hall at meals Snape spent half his time glaring at Harry, and the other half staring at him with a worried frown on his face. Potions was also a double class, held jointly with the Gryffindors. This would be the first time he'd be in class with Ron, who had yet to talk to Harry since their confrontation in the Great Hall. The night before, Snape dropped off a study guide for all the Slytherin first years. Blaise had smirked. What do you want to bet the Gryffindors don't get these? No bet, though I'd wager if the Gryffindors were smart enough to ask he'd give them one, Harry had said. Blaise had nodded. Oh yeah, definitely. It's not his fault they never ask him for help. Well, Harry had replied, I wouldn't go that far. And now he was here, in class, sitting next to Hermione. Ron hadn't so much as looked at him since he'd arrived, though. Malfoy on the other hand seemed pissed. Hermione hadn't had any trouble from him since she'd started using the locking charm, but it was clear to Harry it wasn't from lack of trying. Before Snape arrived he walked up to her desk with his goons behind her, trying to loom over her. You're going to pay for your insolence, Granger, he said haughtily. All of a sudden Harry was by her side, his hand on her shoulder. Malfoy, this is not the place for this. Stand down. Malfoy narrowed his eyes. You aren't in charge, Potter. Suddenly the voice of Ron Weasley came from across the classroom. Oi, look, Malfoy's picking on a girl. Guess it makes sense, since she'd only be likely to kick his ass instead of certain to. Malfoy snarled, but didn't take his eyes off Hermione. 5 points from Gryffindor for that beak display, said Snape as he swept into the classroom. Ron simply nodded, and the rest of the Gryffindors seemed to think it was a worthwhile trade from the approving smiles they gave Ron. Ron's eyes hit Harry as he silently accepted their quiet adulation. Harry shot Ron a one-sided grin, to which Ron nodded slightly in response. Snape however had walked right up to Draco. What are you doing? He asked incredibly softly. Anyone further away than Harry and Hermione would not have been able to hear him. Harry started it. said Malfoy hurriedly, so much so that he wasn't very quiet at all. Snape shook his head wearily. I was standing outside listening, Draco, Snape said. In his quiet voice, Harry told you, correctly, not to bring this up in front of the Gryffindors. Draco paled as he realized he'd just gotten caught breaking the second rule of Slytherin House. Find your seat, Mr. Malfoy, said Snape in a normal volume, but chilly, tone. Draco and his goons quickly complied. The rest of the lesson consisted of Snape quizzing the Gryffindors on the study guide none of them had, and the brewing of a fairly simple potion. Between Harry and Hermione, they managed to get it almost exactly right, and were not surprised when Snape nodded at their potion. Outstanding work, said Snape honestly, if only some of the Gryffindors had your focus. Harry was pretty sure Ron was glaring at him, but Harry was just happy to get out of the lesson without Snape glaring at him. On his way out of the room, Harry saw Daphne wave at him. He walked over to her. Time is running short, has Hermione considered my offer? She asked. I was planning on asking as soon as I got back to the common room. You should know soon, said Harry as he made his way out of Snape's classroom. Blaise watched Harry leave. He shook his head at Daphne. They won't bite, he said. Daphne was his friend, but she'd managed to screw this up rather badly. Daphne looked at him smugly. They don't have a choice. Blaise laughed. Of course they do, they could turn us into the headmaster and try to get resorted. After what Malfoy tried to do to Hermione, McGonagall will probably insist on it. Daphne turned pale. Blaise shook his head. You realize that if you had offered to help Hermione free of strings they would have supported you against Malfoy anyway. The moment you made it part of a power play you made them doubt you. Daphne closed her eyes as if stricken. What do we do? What we do, began Blaise, is when the shit hits the fan, we blame everything on Malfoy. Daphne nodded, but after all what choice did she really have? Blaise supposed he could try to stop Harry, but he wouldn't. No, this was for the best. If this blew up it would at least take down Malfoy. After not finding Hermione in the common room, Harry walked into Hermione's room. She was sitting on her bed, looking at a picture. It was a picture of her alone, reading at a school desk intently. Hermione looked up at Harry. My parents always thought this was a cute picture. I never had the heart to tell them that every other person in my class was standing, making jokes, having fun, while I just sat here reading. She paused, then put down the picture. I was trying not to hear, because I wasn't part of it. I didn't have friends. I couldn't trust anyone. I was lonely. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. I won't go back to that. I have to trust someone. I trust you. And I am not going to give in to the people who torment me. In any way, Hermione looked directly into Harry's eyes. Move in with me. Harry looked at her seriously. You sure? She nodded. Though I haven't worked out the mechanics of how we get dressed yet. Harry looked pensive for a moment. Then he said, could a house elf come here please? And a small creature wearing what appeared to be a towel appeared, as the young master needing something. Hermione looked at the small creature curiously. Who is this? Eisby Penny, one of the Hogwarts house elves. Wesha takes care of the castle, said the creature as it bowed. Well, I'm Hermione and I'm pleased to meet you, said the girl politely. Penny, said Harry with a wave, Hermione here needs a privacy screen of some sort for dressing behind. Would there happen to be something like that in the castle? Penny nodded. I'm sure there is something in the come and go room. And she vanished. She appeared moments later with a large, folding screen more than sufficient to block off a decent-sized corner of the room. Thank you, Penny, said Harry. It is a house elves, pleasure to serve. She said and disappeared. Do you think the house elves would move your things? Asked Hermione, staring at where the elf had disappeared. Harry shook his head. Too risky, they might not help, and they might report us. Blaise will notice I'm gone anyway. We just have to get him on board. Hermione nodded in agreement as Harry went back to his room. Blaise wasn't there, so he waited for a few minutes until he walked in. Potter, he said seriously, I'm surprised to see you still here. Well, I'm going to need your help, you see, said Harry with an enigmatic grin plastered on his face. I need you to cover for me. What do you need me for? Asked Blaise warily. Harry leaned forward with a conspiratorial glint in his eyes. I'm moving in with Hermione. Blaise stared at him for a moment, then burst out laughing. Brilliant. But is it allowed? Harry laughed a bit himself, there was only a loophole a mile wide in the rules. Blaise gave Harry an appraising look, so what do I get for helping you? Your own room. Blaise threw up his hands in surrender. Can't argue with that. Harry quickly packed all of his things in his trunk then moved it towards the door. If you could make sure the coast is clear. Blaise opened the door and looked both ways, then he motioned Harry on. Harry picked up the trunk and slipped it into Hermione's room. Putting it down he gave her a thumbs up. Blaise followed him in. Well, said Blaise, it's been good rooming with you. Same, said Harry, see you around. Blaise nodded, I'll keep quiet till tomorrow morning. Though I bet Malfoy tries to pay you a visit tonight. If he does try to break in, the door will deploy a silencing charm so he doesn't wake you, but if you do hear something don't come out. It could ruin everything if a prefect sees you too. Harry nodded in agreement. And then Blaise was gone. So this is my new room, said Harry. Immediately light engulfed the door for a moment, but then quickly vanished. Looks like it worked, said Hermione happily as she engulfed Harry in a hug. Harry stood still in shock. He hadn't expected this. Hermione almost let him go as she noticed he wasn't returning the hug. Is something wrong? She asked. No, he said suddenly as he wrapped his arms around her. It felt so good I was surprised. I've never been hugged before. Hermione went quiet for a moment. Harry thought he'd said something wrong, but if anything her arms were gripping him tighter. Your aunt and uncle never hugged you, she said in a soft voice. No, said Harry, they were too busy calling me a freak, or making me cook dinner or do the gardening, or throwing me in my cupboard to show me any affection. Harry didn't expect her to understand, so it stunned him when he heard Hermione making sniffling sounds. She was crying. Hermione, he said. Her arms were now gripping him like a vice. Those monsters, said Hermione with such vehemence that Harry would have let go if she'd been talking about anyone but the Dursleys. They never hugged you, never showed you affection. She buried her head in his shoulder. He brought one of his arms up to pat the back of her head. They stood like that for several minutes. Are hugs supposed to last this long? Asked Harry. Strangely, he was still enjoying this, but he didn't want it to get awkward. Hermione sniffed a bit as she laughed through her tears. Not usually, or at least not between friends, but I guess I'm trying to make up for 10 years of neglect with one hug. Well, you're doing a great job of it then, Harry admitted. Do you want to talk about it? Asked Hermione. And Harry suddenly realized that he did want to talk about it. The two of them sat long into the night holding hands as Harry told Hermione the full extent of the Dursleys' torment. Hermione's face got stonier and stonier as Harry kept on talking. Finally he was done, and she hugged him again. Both of them took turns behind the folding screen to change into pajamas, and then both climbed into their own beds. Saying good night, they extinguished the lights, and both fell asleep immediately. They slept through the night. Blaise wasn't even trying to sleep. He was waiting for Draco. There was no way the little monster would let tonight go without terrorizing Hermione again. He had not breached her room since the first night, but he'd probably learned the unlocking spell by now. Sure enough, near midnight Blaise heard someone creeping by Hermione's door. Alohomora, Blaise heard one of the intruders say. Suddenly the lights in the hallway came up and the sound of a bell ringing could be heard throughout Slytherin House. Peering out his door Blaise saw Draco Malfoy, along with Crabbe and Goyle. Crabbe and Goyle were looking around wondering what had gone wrong. Draco was frozen in his stance, his wand pointed at the door handle. The door itself was covered in glowing wards and a glowing silencing charm. Soon all the other doors in the hall began to open, as all the first years investigated the noise. They all saw Malfoy trapped in the body-bind curse, right outside Granger's door. Soon they were joined by a surly Gertrude Selwyn. What in the bloody hell are you doing, Malfoy? She said grumpily. Yes, I know you can't answer. I'm just letting you understand what an idiot you've been right now. Finite incantatum. Malfoy was able to move even as she moved her wand. How? He sputtered. Gertrude rolled her eyes. He didn't even try to come up with an excuse. Okay Malfoy, 10 points from Slytherin for trying to break into another student's room, and I will be telling Professor Snape about this. He will want to see you in the morning. Now go back to bed. But, bed, now, shouted Gertrude. Malfoy raced back to his room past Nott, who was laughing, along with Daphne, Tracy and Millicent, though Millicent was trying to hide the fact that she was laughing from her roommate Pansy. Gertrude shook her head as Crabbe and Goyle quickly made their way back to their room. "Wanker, making me get up on a weekend night. And for the mudblood at that. She said in disgust as she left to look for Snape. Blaise closed the door to his room. That had absolutely been worth it. September 7, 1991. Daphne was looking forward to the fireworks the next morning. She had no idea how Hermione had outsmarted Draco, but she was grateful that things had worked out without her going to the headmaster. She wasn't particularly interested in taking any of the fall for that. What she did want to see was Draco's confrontation with Professor Snape, which promised to be epic. She sat in one of the chairs with a good view of the common room, pretending to read. She was not disappointed. Draco tried sneaking through the common room on his way to breakfast, but Snape had apparently been lying in wait in an alcove near the entrance. "Going somewhere so soon, Draco?" he said coldly. "I was heading to breakfast," said the blonde Slytherin confidently. "I was hoping we might have a private conversation about your punishment for last night," said Snape. "Please, we both know my father won't let you give me any punishment," said Draco with a wicked smile. "Don't make me go to him." Snape's eyes narrowed, but Daphne noticed that one of his eyebrows was twitching. Daphne herself couldn't help herself as she gasped, "Bloody hell, what a moron," she said aloud. "Oops." Snape looked at her, but the look he gave her was one of grim mirth. "Well put, Miss Greengrass," he said as he twirled to face Malfoy again. "Since you have chosen to make this public, your father will not protect you from my wrath in my house. Not when I tell him you broke Slytherin house rules." Draco shook his head. "I didn't do anything in front of the other houses." Snape seemed to get even more livid if such a thing was possible. "You attempted to break into the room of another member of Slytherin house, for which there is no excuse. Worse, you were caught doing it." Draco growled. "I still don't know how she did it." "Did you check the rooming list?" said Snape, pointing to the list outside the first-year hallway. Taking a look at it, he said, as Ithogan stopped, his mouth dropping in shock. Snape immediately took off down the first-year corridor. Daphne leapt to her feet and read the list. Room 5, H. Granger, H. Potter. Daphne began to laugh. She had no idea what those two were in for, but they'd earned her respect for this. Anyone who thumbed their noses at everyone like this deserved it. Harry was awakened by the door opening swiftly. He pulled out his wand only to be faced with a somewhat relieved-looking Professor Snape. He quickly put his wand away. Hermione was also awakened, though her reflexes were less good. She hadn't thought to go for her wand. Snape looked at him curiously. "I take it you were expecting Malfoy." Harry nodded. "I'm a little surprised this worked, to be honest." "Did he try to get in here last night?" Snape smiled grimly. "Oh yes, and he is in trouble. Almost as much trouble as you are. Though at least you aren't taking advantage of the situation, Potter." "How I would explain a pregnant 12-year-old, I have no idea." Hermione blushed, but Harry forced himself to not react. Snape was just trying to knock him off guard. Harry shrugged innocently. "How am I in trouble? I've broken no rules." "Harry moved in with me so there would be a half-blood staying in this room," said Hermione, thus allowing the wards to be powered. "While there is a school rule against boys entering girls' dormitories, there are no girls' dormitories for Slytherin," finished Snape. "So he broke no rules," concluded Hermione. "He got caught," said Snape, knowing what the response would be. "Not before it was too late to do anything about it," said Harry. "My name's on this room for the year." Snape looked at him strangely. "You want to protect her this badly?" Harry nodded. "She's my best friend." For one moment Harry thought he saw a gentle expression cross Snape's face, but it was gone as soon as he saw it. "Very well," said Snape, "seeing as you have technically broken no rules, I will allow this. But be warned, I cannot reassign you to a room until next year without modifying the school wards. That would require the headmaster." "I see, sir," said Harry. Snape nodded. "Please make sure that you do not take advantage of the situation, if you understand my inference. And remember not to discuss this outside Slytherin. Now I'm going to go give Malfoy detention for 3 weeks." And with that he left. "I'm surprised he made me stay, the risks to him if we were to get in trouble are crazy," noted Harry. "I guess he was weighing the chance that an 11 and a soon-to-be 12-year-old would get frisky," said Hermione with a blush. Harry shook his head. I don't even want to think about that. Hermione nodded. I should take offense at that, but I get what you're saying. So now that you are protected, what do we do? Asked Harry. School stuff I guess, replied Hermione. And for Slytherin? Hermione gave Harry a shrewd look. Since we decided to do this on our own, there's only one thing for it. We have to take over Slytherin House. All of a sudden Harry realized she was right. It was time to straighten out the House of the Snakes. September 7, 1991. Minerva McGonagall was getting quite worried about the goings-on in Slytherin House. That this occurred to her during the weekend head of house meeting was not a coincidence. The rumors she was hearing about Slytherins abusing Miss Granger, along with Mr. Potter's extreme protective streak led her to believe that something was amiss. But now Snape was late, and he was never late to a meeting unless he was dealing with a significant problem. Albus of course seemed undisturbed, though McGonagall could never be sure that it wasn't an act on his part. In all fairness, the beginning of the meeting was not dispensing particularly vital information. Pomona Sprout was going on about how the new Hufflepuffs were fitting into their house. Of course Minerva had once compared the first couple weeks of being in Hufflepuff House to getting a long bear hug, which Pomona had nodded at approvingly. Minerva couldn't remember the last time there had been any discipline problems from the first-year Badgers in the first week. As Pomona was wrapping up, Snape swept into the staff room with what looked like a particularly annoyed for Snape expression on his face. So glad you could join us, Severus, said Minerva a bit teasingly. My apologies, I had a discipline problem that could not wait, said Snape caustically. Mr. Malfoy? Asked Albus in a tone that really didn't seem to have many doubts about the matter. Minerva never did know how Albus kept informed of things so easily. She suspected the portraits in the school, but that clearly wasn't all there was to it. Yes, said Severus with what might have been the barest nod towards Albus. His attempts to harass Miss Granger backfired rather spectacularly. He will be enjoying 3 weeks detention, I would appreciate it. Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, nodded quickly. We can split the detentions between teachers. Minerva couldn't resist poking Severus once more. 3 whole weeks. What did he do that you would give a member of your house 3 weeks detention? Severus smiled grimly. It would have been 2, but he informed me that his father wouldn't let me punish him. All the other teachers winced, even Albus. That was about the most foolish thing he could have said to Severus. Anyway, I had to call Lucius so that Draco's pleas will fall on deaf ears. He was not happy about his son's lack of propriety. Minerva knew that Lucius Malfoy took appearances very seriously. His son constantly going about and throwing his father's name at every perceived injustice was likely to get a very extreme reaction from the former Death Eater. How are your first years settling in, Severus, other than Mr. Malfoy? Asked Albus with an apparent disinterest that Minerva knew from experience meant he was very interested in the topic at hand. Quite well for the most part. There was some unpleasantness with Miss Granger, but Mr. Potter has taken to helping her out, answered Snape. That was an understatement. From what Minerva had seen of those two, they were practically inseparable. And Mr. Potter himself? Asked Albus, his true interest revealed, at least somewhat. He's taken to Slytherin much better than I expected, said Snape with apparent honesty. Oh, he has a Gryffindor streak a mile wide, and the loyalty of a Hufflepuff. But he's used them in a clever way to get what he wants. And what does he want, Severus? Asked Minerva curiously. So far, asked Snape, to keep Miss Granger safe. The two of them are quite close. He doesn't seem to have any anti-Muggle-born bias, which is actually refreshing. Though I dare say that Mr. Malfoy will be pulling back his attacks on Miss Granger for the time being. Harry's help was quite embarrassing for Draco. Though Harry will eventually have to deal with the consequences of this decision. Oh? Asked Albus curiously. It is a personal matter, said Snape grudgingly. If I wasn't already in the know, it wouldn't even be my business. Albus nodded and turned to Minerva and Gryffindor. Minerva didn't believe for one moment that Albus thought he had heard enough, but she recognized his unwillingness to continue the conversation at this point. But as she began to break down the new members of Gryffindor, she made note that Albus didn't want to talk about Harry in front of others. We really need to set some ground rules, said Hermione as she and Harry returned from breakfast. Probably, agreed Harry with a little embarrassment, like no running around our room BPD. That's probably a good rule, admitted Hermione, no changing underwear except behind the screen. I mean it would just be embarrassing now, but in a few years. Oh, I agree, said Harry as he looked for a way to change the subject. I will admit these flannel pajamas were a bit warm for this time of year. Plus, Harry didn't say, his hand-me-downs definitely didn't fit. Hermione gave it a bit of thought, then shook her head. We aren't going to get through this without getting a little bit more familiar than we want to. If you want to sleep in a long shirt and pants, I won't stop you. Said a somewhat uncomfortable Harry, who really hadn't realized what direction this was going to take. Same for you. Well, I mean, you aren't wearing pants, but I mean. Hermione raised a hand. Harry, I get your meaning. Harry nodded gratefully. Hermione had another thoughtful look on her face. Guess I'll have to get my parents to send me more bras, I don't have enough for every day. I haven't needed them before now, she said to herself. That's your business, said Harry, his face red. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Honestly, Harry, you have to get over every little thing embarrassing you if you are going to live with me. You are going to have to get used to some things. Harry nodded. I know, but it's a lot of stuff I've never had to deal with before, all right. Just give me a few days. I'll get over it. Hermione smiled. You're right, we have time to get used to this. I just want to pass the uncomfortable stuff quickly, I guess. She pulled out some paper and a fountain pen from her desk. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. No way I'm writing to my parents on sheepskin, she said defensively. Harry shrugged, but now that he thought about it, parchment was pretty gross. I guess it wouldn't hurt the magical world to join the 15th century and start using paper, said Harry. He was actually surprised how many times he had been saying that in the last few days. September 10, 1991. Harry had loaned Hedwig to Hermione, so she received a reply from her parents only a couple of days later. It arrived with breakfast on Tuesday. Hermione took the parcel Hedwig was carrying and fed her some bacon. Malfoy, seeing her get a package, swept by and pulled it out of her hands. I think I might get better use for this, he said haughtily. Hermione turned red, and Harry noticed that both McGonagall and Snape were looking their way. Actually, a lot of the Slytherins were looking their way. Harry grinned as he stood up. I bet you could, though I must admit I'm surprised you're admitting it, said Harry happily, to Draco's apparent shock. How big are your beeps going to get, Draco? Draco just gave a confused look, while Pansy's eyes went wide as she realized Draco's mistake. Daphne and Tracy broke out laughing. Blaise choked on his food, and Nod just covered his face with his hand. Just then Snape arrived. What are you doing with that package, Mr. Malfoy? Hermione, emboldened by Harry's joke, hopped into the conversation. As loudly as she could without shouting, she said, Draco seems to think that he needs my bras more than I do. I think I might agree. This got the attention of most of the school, who all started laughing at the now color Draco. Throwing the package back at Hermione, he stormed out of the Great Hall, Crabbe and Goyle leaping up to follow their leader out. Snape sent a reproving glance at Hermione, but even he had a smile forming at the edge of his mouth. Across the room, Harry saw Ron, laughing as hard as everyone else. When Ron saw Harry looking, he gave Harry a curt nod. Harry sat down next to Hermione again. I think Ron might be coming around, he said quietly. Hermione shook her head. It's taking him long enough, she said equally quietly. Well, from what we've seen, can we say he is entirely wrong about Slytherins? Hermione opened her mouth, but then shut it. Finally, after a moment's thought, she said, good point. Her smile returned. You weren't so at a loss for words just a minute ago when talking to Malfoy about my special delivery. Harry laughed. Nothing like taunting Malfoy to get you over a little awkwardness. September 12, 1991. Thursday, the Slytherins were scheduled to have flying practice with the Gryffindors. Hermione had described it as the second stupidest scheduling decision they could make, right after putting the Slytherins and Gryffindors together for potions. And Harry had to agree. Tensions had exploded as early as that morning, when Draco had forced some sort of confrontation with Neville Longbottom at breakfast. Tried to steal his remembrow, said Blaise, who had been one of the few Slytherin first years in the Great Hall at the time. What is Malfoy's obsession with making us all look like bullying, thieving bigots? Asked Daphne. She and Tracy had taken to eating their meals with Harry, Hermione and Blaise. Fear is the only weapon that Malfoy knows how to use. Fear of his bullying, said Harry, thinking comparisons to his cousin Dudley. It didn't work on Hermione, so he's trying for a more vulnerable target. Neville is about as vulnerable as they come. Poor boy, said Tracy, I have yet to see him do any seriously powerful magic. Daphne shook her head, he's completely dominated by his overbearing grandmother. The Longbottoms run in the same social circles as my family. Augusta Longbottom has never gotten over what happened to her son, so she compensates by trying to turn Neville into him. What happened to Neville's father? Asked Hermione. Daphne pursed her lips uncomfortably. Don't spread it around, but Neville's parents were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters days after you-know-who's downfall. Apparently Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband and brother-in-law got it into their heads that the Longbottoms knew what had happened to you-know-who. They used the Cruciatus. How awful, said Hermione, though Harry was pretty sure she didn't know what the Cruciatus was any more than he did. The rest of the day went quickly for Harry, and at 3:30 he found himself, along with Hermione, out on the grounds near a line of brooms. He made sure that they were as far away from Malfoy as they could physically get. Hermione was nervous enough without worrying about getting knocked off her broom. Harry himself didn't feel nervous at all. Part of him was thrilled at the idea of soaring on a broom. The other part told him there was no way he'd be good at this on his first try. The lesson itself went slowly. Madame Hooch was not one to take risks while teaching first years, so everything was taken one step at a time. Commanding the broom to come to their hand was easy for Harry, but Hermione struggled with it. Hermione, the magic resists uncertainty. Be decisive, he told her. Sure enough, she was able to summon the broom with her next command. And then the entire thing fell apart when Neville Longbottom accidentally took off early and fell off his broom. Giving a strict warning to the class not to leave the ground, Madame Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing. Harry took this opportunity to help out Hermione some more. Brooms respond to your mental state. I've been reading up on the magic they use to create them. As long as you are confident the broom will do what you want it to do. And you won't fall off unless you get knocked off as long as you are confident you won't fall off. That's part of the magic. Hermione looked a bit embarrassed. I'm just a little afraid of heights, that makes confidence hard for me. Harry nodded. A little bit of practice. Suddenly Harry was interrupted by Draco Malfoy taking to the air on his broom. What the hell? He said as he ran over to an incensed Ronald Weasley. Language, Harry, said Hermione as she ran up behind him. He stole Neville's Remembrow, said Ron, grabbing his broom. Wait, you getting in trouble too isn't going to help, said Hermione as she grabbed his arm. You have a better idea. I do, said Harry. He pointed his wand at the sky. Hermione, I need a really, really loud noise. Sonorous, said Hermione casually. A massive ear-splitting boom came out of her wand. Malfoy nearly panicked on his broom, but turning and seeing it was just a noise sneered and went on his way. Harry wasn't looking at Malfoy however. He was looking at the school. On one of the upper levels he saw a window open. McGonagall's watching. Everyone point at Malfoy, said Harry excitedly. All the Gryffindors, as well as about half the Slytherins, all waved and pointed fingers at the oblivious Malfoy. McGonagall seemed to look where they were pointing and vanished inside instantly. Poor Malfoy, said Harry with exaggerated sympathy. Ron laughed. Okay, this was a better idea. What was that spell, Hermione? A sonorous charm. It's really hard to master, actually, said Hermione proudly. It is used to amplify your voice. I certainly have no idea how to use it properly. But the interesting thing about it is that it's easy enough to just shoot it off in a random direction uncontrolled. That creates what is called a sonic boom. Ron nodded, a good name for it. By this point McGonagall had reached their group. She was hustling. What seems to be the trouble? Ron stepped up, Neville hurt himself, and Madame Hooch took him inside, telling all of us to stay on the ground. But Neville dropped his Remembrow, and Malfoy took it and is flying to hide it somewhere. McGonagall sighed. I trust the rest of you agree with this sequence of events. Yes ma'am, said Harry stepping up. Hermione and Blaise moved to back him up. Since Malfoy had already been caught, this didn't break the house rules on bringing disparagement on Slytherin. McGonagall smiled, which Harry returned. With several Slytherins testifying against him, Malfoy couldn't use the house rivalry to plead ignorance. Soon Malfoy flew back, a smirk on his face. The smirk promptly disappeared when he saw McGonagall. That was an excellent bit of flying, Mr. Malfoy, said McGonagall evenly, but could you please retrieve Mr. Longbottom's Remembrow? I didn't take Longbottom's Remembrow, said Draco vehemently. That will be a week's extra detentions for lying to a teacher, as well as 15 points from Slytherin. You have been turned in, not just by the Gryffindors, but by members of your own house. If that Remembrow is not in my hand in 5 minutes, you will receive another week's detention and a loss of 50 points. McGonagall was trying not to gloat, and was almost succeeding to Harry's eye. Malfoy leapt back on his broom and made for the sky again. By the time he had returned, he faced not only McGonagall but an irate Madam Hooch. And another week's detention and 10 more points from Slytherin for disobeying me, shouted Hooch, and you are sitting out the rest of this lesson, as you are incapable of following instructions. The rest of the lesson went by smoothly. Harry quickly realized he was a natural on a broom, and was soon zooming in low wide circles all around the training area. After that he helped Hermione, who was having trouble getting the broom to respond to her commands again. With Harry by her side, her confidence soon peaked, and she was able to get the broom through some basic maneuvers. 5 points to Slytherin for your patient explanations, said Hooch as she observed this. McGonagall, who had stayed to make sure the members of her house didn't get any ideas about revenge, shook her head. Too bad you aren't in Gryffindor, Potter. I could use a natural flyer like you on the house team. Harry gave Hermione a significant look. I think she means it, he said. She just nodded. McGonagall could probably come off their list of suspects. As the lesson broke up, Harry sought out Ron. Hey Ron, can we talk sometime this weekend? Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas seemed to fall in behind Ron. About what? Asked Ron, uncertainly. What more do I have to do to prove I'm not like Malfoy and the other pureblood bigots that run Slytherin? Demanded Harry. We were friends on the train, why can't you accept that I'm that same person you liked? Saturday, outside the Great Hall, right after breakfast. I'll bring Fred and George, said Ron after a moment. Fine with me. I'll be bringing Hermione. Not for backup, but because she definitely didn't deserve being sorted into Slytherin, said Harry. Ron started to say something, then shook his head. You're probably right about that. See you in potions tomorrow. See you, Ron, Harry said as the redhead walked away. September 13, 1991. After potions the next day, Harry approached Daphne. Can I have a word with you? In private. Daphne nodded, and gestured towards the Slytherin common room. Making their way in, they went down the first-year hall and into the room Daphne shared with Tracy. Shutting the door, Daphne turned to Harry. What's on your mind? She asked. I can't help but notice that you have been being more, well, friendly towards me and Hermione than most of the rest of the house. I'd like to thank you for that, started Harry. You're welcome, said Daphne evenly. Harry smiled a bittersweet smile and shook his head. And that's the thing. You always seem to rebuff any real attempts at friendship. You're willing to be cordial, even informative, but any real engagement and you get distant really fast. Daphne gave Harry a long look. Finally she said, you realize this victory of yours won't last, right? Malfoy may be incompetent, but the rest of the house isn't. The older students don't like getting involved with first years, but for the honor of all purebloods they will. You can deal with Malfoy, but what about a group of 4th or 5th year students? I'd like to help, but I don't want to get caught in the crossfire. With Daphne Greengrass, daughter of a member of the Wizengamot, as a friend and ally, those people might hesitate. And I have some plans that I'm starting to put into action soon, for when they do act, insisted Harry. Daphne hesitated. There is some truth to what you say about my father. I will consider it, but no promises. That's all I can ask, said Harry. Daphne smiled as she opened the door. Now get out before people start talking. Harry made his way to his room. Hermione was waiting there. How did it go? About how we expected it to. If we can get Ron on side, we can start things moving. With Gryffindors and Slytherins working this together, it'll be easier to get the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Without Ron we'll be in trouble. And that was the rub. Ron was the only person in Gryffindor who knew them well enough to vouch for them. None of the other Gryffindors would probably even listen to them. Maybe in a couple of months they could convince someone to listen, but right now Harry and Hermione were just 2 Slytherins. They really did need Ron. Oh joy, our continued well-being relies on overcoming the stubbornness of one Ronald Weasley, said Hermione unhappily. September 14, 1991. Saturday came and Harry and Hermione ate a subdued breakfast as they quietly reviewed their plans. It was clearly going to be a difficult conversation, at least until they convinced Ron of their intentions. Harry wasn't completely ignoring breakfast, however. On Hermione's advice, he was eating a little bit more than he felt he needed to. The result was that slowly but surely his appetite was growing. The near starvation of the Dursleys would take some time to go completely away. "Any special events next week?" asked Harry. "My birthday is Thursday," said Hermione absently, as she stared off into space. "Really? I wish I'd gotten you something," said Harry with a hint of apology in his voice. "I didn't expect you to, there was no way you could have known," said Hermione lightly. Harry shook his head. Despite her words, he was a bit upset. He wanted to get her something, just to say he'd bought a gift for a friend. Giving being its own reward hadn't been a big emphasis in the Dursley household, but Harry was realizing on his own that giving gifts to a friend made one feel good. It was something he'd heard people say before. That the Dursleys didn't even understand that. Harry shook his head as Hermione pulled his arm. Ron and his brothers had gotten up and were headed for the entrance to the Great Hall. Harry and Hermione followed suit, and met them right outside the door. Ron and the twins were standing there, Ron with his arms crossed. "So what do you have to say?" Harry looked around cautiously. "Could we go someplace a bit more private actually? I don't want any of the other Slytherins to hear what we have to say." Ron looked like he was about to say no, but Fred cuffed him before he could. "Do you think that they are going to hex all three of us, with their immense 2 weeks of spell knowledge? He took down you-know-who as an infant," protested Ron. "Well then, lucky you aren't you-know-who," said George. Fred and George led them into an empty classroom. Then they turned around. "Okay, now you should be able to talk," said George. "Unless this is some hideous trap, in which case, Ron made us do it," said Fred. Harry grinned for a moment, then turned to Ron seriously. Harry suspected that Ron's dislike of Slytherin was rooted in something a bit more complex. He had caught some serious family feud vibes from their confrontation with Malfoy. He needed to make this conversation about taking down Slytherin, and about taking down Malfoy in particular. "Ron," Harry began, "didn't you think we were good friends back on the Hogwarts Express?" Ron thought for a moment. "I did, you guys were pretty fun to talk to. But then you got sorted into Slytherin." Hermione sighed. "Listen, I know that Slytherin has a bad reputation. I also know it is mostly earned. But we didn't change as people. I think we've shown that we try to be better than most other Slytherins." "There's always a few who try to be better," said Fred. "In the end they all end up towing the Slytherin line," finished George. "It's the Slytherin machine," said Ron. "You might go into Slytherin as a good person, but it spits you out as a bigot or worse." "We know," said Harry. "The older students make sure of it if the yearmits don't. And we don't want that to happen. To avoid it we need help from outside Slytherin, because everyone else inside is too scared to help us." "How do we know you'll actually resist?" asked Ron warily. "2 reasons. 1, Hermione's a Muggle-born. Giving in won't keep the other Slytherins from harassing her," said Harry. "And the second," demanded Ron, but not entirely in an unfriendly way, "we weren't supposed to be sorted into Slytherin. The hat directly told me it had been bewitched to put me in," said Harry defiantly. "What?" said the twins simultaneously. "It said I could have gone in any house, but it had to put me in Slytherin because it had been enchanted to," reiterated Harry calmly. "Why was Hermione sorted into Slytherin then?" asked George. Hermione blushed a bit. "I said I wanted to be in the same house as Harry." Fred and George snickered, but Ron looked troubled. "You were sorted before Harry though. It couldn't have done that unless, oh bloody hell, the sorting was rigged," Ron shouted a bit tactlessly. Fred and George looked at him a bit oddly. "How does that figure?" asked Fred. "Since Hermione was sorted first, the hat would only sort her into Slytherin to be with Harry if it already knew Harry was going to Slytherin. Which it should not have been able to do before going on his head," Ron explained. "So the hat must have been rigged," said Fred in understanding. "Why didn't you tell someone?" asked Ron. "Who can we trust?" asked Harry. "Snape. We were sent to his house. Dumbledore. He has the most access to the hat." "What about McGonagall?" suggested George. "She'd help you out. She's pretty fair-minded, all things considered." In retrospect, it's clear that if she were going to rig the sorting we'd be Gryffindors, said Hermione, but at the time she was the person who Harry had the most contact with. The same went for me as well. She had to be on our list of suspects. Hermione looked a bit pensive. Still, it might not hurt to get her help now that we are pretty sure she isn't the culprit. Harry nodded, probably a good idea. But this brings us back to our main goal here, keeping an eye on Slytherin bullying. We want everyone from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and as many Slytherins as we can convince to keep an eye out for bullying of other students, no matter what house they are from, said Hermione. Is that it? Asked Ron incredulously. Tell me, Fred, George, have you ever turned in a Slytherin student to a teacher if they were bullying another Slytherin student? Asked Harry pointedly. Both twins grimaced and managed to look a bit shamefaced. That's how it happens. You don't do anything if a Slytherin bullies a Slytherin, or maybe even if a Ravenclaw bullies a Ravenclaw. You'd take on a Slytherin bullying a Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, but that's only because of the Gryffindor rivalry with Slytherin. Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs would let Slytherins bully anyone not in their own house, explained Harry. Fred nodded grimly. You're right. And we've essentially handed the school to the Slytherins in the process. If all the houses band together, we can make this school safer for all of us. Including those of us trying to reform the Slytherins, said Hermione. Wait, you want to unite the houses against your own house? Asked Ron incredulously. We want bullies, not innocent pranksters, or people defending themselves, but real bullies reported to teachers, no matter what house the perpetrators or victims are in, clarified Harry. That sounds reasonable, said Ron, clearly impressed. Could you also get me an introduction to Parvati Patil? I need to get her to vouch for me to her sister, said Hermione hopefully. The Ravenclaws? Asked a now curious Ron. Let's just say we have information that will improve all of their potions grades, said Harry. As well as everyone else's grades really, said Hermione. Anything else? Asked Fred. Could you prank Malfoy a bit for us? Harry asked suddenly. Nothing too mean, just burst his bubble a bit. But we can't have people seeing him as someone to respect now, can we? Absolutely not, said the twins in unison. Ron gave Harry a troubled look. I never dreamed. Look, Harry, I admit I was suspicious of you when you said you wanted to talk, but I can't believe what I mean to say is that I'm sorry I doubted you, and I'm sorry about the way I treated you. Ron grinned. If I knew we could be pranking Malfoy together, I'd have apologized sooner. Harry returned the grin. It does bring people together. Ron turned to Hermione. Sorry to you too, Granger. I should have realized how difficult it would be for you in Slytherin. Hermione nodded. Apology accepted, Weasley. Though my friends call me Hermione. Ron nodded back. All right, Hermione. Well, we had better get going before people start looking for us, said Hermione as she moved towards the door. Harry didn't move to follow her, however. You go on ahead, Hermione. I have a personal question to ask the twins, he said. All right, Hermione said, her voice betraying her curiosity. She left the room, taking time to look and see if anyone was waiting outside. Is little Harry growing up? Asked George with a snigger. Needing us to explain his maturing body? Asked Fred, equally amused. Harry rolled his eyes. No, he said firmly, Hermione's birthday is Thursday, and I didn't know. I heard you were the people to approach about getting things. Getting a gift for your sweetheart, said George suggestively. Harry sighed. I just want to get my best friend a gift. I've never really had a friend before, and Harry trailed off. Fred and George looked at each other knowingly. What do you want to get her? Asked George. There are a couple books, said Harry, pulling out a piece of paper that he had previously written the name of the books on. Of course, said Fred as he took the paper from Harry. Both twins looked at it and immediately started laughing. Brilliant, they said together. I have some money. Harry pulled out a few galleons from his pocket as well. We'll have it gift wrapped and delivered as soon as possible, said George. Thanks, said Harry excitedly. See you later. And he shot out of the classroom after Hermione. Minerva McGonagall was grading papers from her fourth-year class when a knock came at the door. It was still fairly early, not even 10 o'clock, and it was unusual for students to come to her office on Saturday mornings. She opened the door to find Hermione Granger and Harry Potter. Good morning, may I help you? She said kindly. She couldn't help but notice these two had been somewhat isolated from their classmates. Perhaps she was about to get an answer to why that was. "Yes, Professor," said Hermione, "we need to talk to you in your capacity as deputy headmistress. We have a problem." Minerva nodded solemnly. "Come in," she said, preparing herself for a tale she was beginning to suspect would make her angry. 5 minutes later she wasn't angry. She was livid. Not at Harry and Hermione, but at Snape and the Slytherins. "Why didn't you tell anyone you had been sorted improperly?" she asked once she regained control of herself. "Who could we trust?" asked Harry. "Headmaster Dumbledore had the most access to the hat. Professor Snape had an obvious motive. We wanted to trust you, but you had the most contact with us outside of school. We had to be sure." Minerva had to admit the point. Before going to the Dursleys last summer, McGonagall would never have questioned Dumbledore. But now she was suspicious about the way he had taken to deciding Harry's life by fiat. Was this another case of Dumbledore meddling in Harry's life? And she remembered Severus's bizarre reaction to seeing Harry in Diagon Alley. Was he plotting something for Harry? Was it someone else? Minerva scowled, but remained unconvinced. And she wasn't ready to start throwing Albus under the bus yet. "Do you wish to be resorted?" "I could see that it is arranged," Minerva offered. Hermione shook her head. "We have plans, but we are expecting to face a little opposition to them. If you could tell the teachers to keep a watch out for older students trying to harass us, that would be quite helpful though." "As long as you don't tell us Professor Snape," said Harry. Minerva slowly nodded again. The rule that Slytherins were supposed to keep Slytherin problems in-house was infuriating. It was clearly designed to prevent the house from losing house points, as well as prevent dissidents in the house from seeking help outside of it. "The teachers can't be everywhere," Minerva began. "We plan to make alliances with other houses, whatever rules Slytherin house has. We've already managed to mend our fences with Ron Weasley and the twins," said Hermione. Minerva smirked. The Weasley twins would be useful allies if they were about to take on Slytherin. Ron himself might be too, for that matter, if he could be bothered to pay attention to what was going on. McGonagall was pretty good at evaluating her lions. Ron wasn't the quickest on the uptake, but given enough time he could reason his way to some surprisingly insightful conclusions. As long as he didn't get stubbornly committed to his first knee-jerk reaction. "We have a plan to at least make the rest of the Gryffindors tolerate us. And we have ideas about how to approach the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs," said Harry confidently. "Before long most of the school will be on Slytherin bully lookout. And who knows, maybe some other bullies will get caught along the way." Minerva sighed. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but anything more concrete would require her to confront Severus in a way that could prove detrimental to Harry and Hermione. "Very well, I will examine the Sorting Hat, and I will confront Snape about rumors of abuse," recapped Minerva. "Hopefully I will be able to get you some answers. I could also ask Professor Flitwick to help out. He has a degree of expertise in this area that I do not, and he knows how to keep his mouth shut." Harry seemed to think about it, and nodded. "Thank you, Professor. You don't know how much this means to us," said Hermione. "It is my duty as deputy headmistress, no thanks are needed. Though, it occurs to me you could tell me what exactly you did to young Draco Malfoy to get him in so much trouble in his first week." Hermione tried hard, but failed, to hide her grin. Harry just smiled viciously. "If it's all the same, in this case I'd prefer for Draco to keep what little dignity he has left," Harry said a bit too innocently. They definitely didn't want Minerva poking into that then. She considered pressing, but decided against it. Severus seemed to be aware of what was going on, and he had punished the Malfoy boy for it. He wouldn't do that unless he had some reason, even if she was getting suspicious of those reasons. "Very well. Then, if that is all?" asked Minerva. And as she watched them leave her office, she groaned. There was more going on here than they had admitted, but it wasn't going to be easy to figure out. September 16, 1991. Monday afternoon. Hermione walked up to Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil outside the Great Hall. "Hello there, I'm Hermione Granger. I believe Ron told you to expect me," she said hesitantly. Both girls looked at her skeptically. "What does a Slytherin want with us?" asked Parvati suspiciously. "I'm trying to pull a prank on Snape. I was hoping you could help me," Parvati admitted Hermione. "Why would you want to do that?" "You're a Slytherin," demanded Parvati. "Because he has done almost nothing to stop the other Slytherins from tormenting me just because I'm a Muggleborn," said Hermione vehemently. And it was somewhat true as well. He'd punished Draco, true, but only after he got caught. He had certainly not been watching out for her. Ron mentioned that we should keep an eye on the other Slytherins bullying her and Harry, noted Lavender. Parvati's face softened. What do you need? I need you to introduce me to your sister, started Hermione, but she noticed Parvati's face got a bit tighter when she mentioned Padma. It's because she's a Ravenclaw. I intend to sick the Ravenclaws on Snape, all of them, but I need to get one of them to trust me. Parvati relaxed again. You need a reference. I don't know. Think of what all the other Gryffindors will say when we can tell them we helped a Slytherin prank Snape, urged Lavender. All right, said Parvati cheerfully. This time of day, my sister will be in the library. Minutes later they had made their way to the library. Padma was reading a book but looked up when her sister softly spoke her name. Parvati quickly introduced Hermione. Padma looked at Hermione with an inquisitive look. So what do you want from me, Hermione Granger? Padma asked once Parvati had completed introductions. Hermione sat down across from Padma. I have a proposal. I will provide you with a piece of information. If you think that information is valuable, you will tell it to the rest of your house. In exchange I would have you ask everyone in Ravenclaw to keep an eye out in case bullies from Slytherin house go after first years. Why would you want us watching your own house? Asked Padma curiously. Because my friend Harry and I are likely to be those bullied first years, admitted Hermione. What is the information? Asked Padma. This, said Hermione, as she pulled a sheet of parchment from her bag, is a study guide for potions that Snape only gives to the Slytherins. I think you and the rest of the Ravenclaws need to go pay Snape a visit and remind him of the school rules, don't you think? Padma took the sheet from Hermione, and scanned it quickly. Her eyes narrowed. She handed the paper back to Hermione. You have a deal, Granger, she said as she got to her feet and began to gather her things. Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati barely made it out of the library before Lavender began laughing. Oh Merlin, I want to see the look on Snape's face whenever a Ravenclaw comes demanding his secret study guide. Daphne sat down in the chair across the desk from Snape in his office. I think Marcus Flint, Gertrude Selwyn, and Barnabas Parkinson are going to try to ambush Harry and Hermione. The decision to go to Snape hadn't been easy for Daphne, but she had come to realize she couldn't live with herself if she didn't do something. Part of her wished she could openly support Harry. Doing so would kill her chances of becoming prefect, unfortunately. Harry and Hermione were clearly setting up their own faction, and if Daphne openly supported it, Hermione would be perfect instead of her. Snape blinked. You are quite observant. Unfortunately, there is little I can do until they make some move. Daphne wasn't budging though. You could warn them off. Snape gave Daphne a thoughtful look. Forgive my curiosity, but why are you getting involved in this? It isn't your fight. Maybe not, said Daphne smartly, but I believe Harry has earned his chance to take on Malfoy. Harry might not be a pureblood himself, but he comes from an old pureblood family on his father's side. And the fact remains, that Draco Malfoy is a moron, and having older students put him back on track for a leadership position here at school makes me furious. And you came to me because teased Snape. Because my father taught me how backroom deals can often be more powerful than direct intervention, said Daphne, and because it's your job. Well started Snape just as a pounding sounded at the door. Snape scowled and went to the door. He opened the door, clearly planning some cutting remark. But then he saw the crowd. The entirety of Ravenclaw House was standing outside his office. Every one of them was there in a mob that stretched down the hall as far as the eye could see. We want your potion study guides, Professor. The ones you've been giving the Slytherins. We want them now, said one of the Ravenclaw prefects. The rest of the group shouted their approval of this. Daphne tried hard to keep herself from laughing. Someone had screwed up badly. Unless of course this was Harry and Hermione reaching out to the Ravenclaws. Which Daphne immediately realized it must be. Looking at Snape, who was on the verge of a meltdown, she hoped he didn't realize what had just happened. One thing she did know was that beating Hermione to becoming prefect had just become a lot harder. September 19, 1991. Harry had made extra sure to be up early on Thursday morning. He had been ecstatic on Tuesday when the twins had brought him the books he had asked for. He had somehow managed to smuggle them into his room and hide them from Hermione. And now the payoff if Hermione woke up on time. Finally, Hermione began to stir. As her eyes opened he waved at her from his bed. "Happy birthday Hermione," he said simply. She smiled. "Thanks Harry. It means a lot that you remembered." "Oh, I didn't just remember," he said excitedly, as he pulled 2 books from under his blankets. One was called Curses and Countercurses with a ridiculously long subtitle. The other was called Defensive Spells for the Beginner. Hermione looked at both books with pure joy. "Thank you so much. You didn't have to go through all this trouble. How did you get them?" Harry laughed. "It's no trouble. I wanted to get something for you. I've never had the chance to get anyone a gift before. And I got the twins to buy it for me. They have ways of getting things, or so I've heard." Hermione frowned at what obviously must be rule-breaking, but the expression couldn't stay on her face for long. She jumped out of bed and gave Harry a hug, which he returned with almost as much enthusiasm. Hermione began looking through the books. "Some of these spells are dangerous," she said, uncertain. "Those are the spells we'll need," predicted Harry. "We have to show the older Slytherins that we can hurt them if they come after us. Make them think twice." Hermione nodded unhappily. "Do you have an idea about talking to the Hufflepuffs?" Harry nodded. "It's probably best to get a group of them at once. I'll try later today." Hermione seemed to accept that, though she was still clearly unsure. Harry understood her unease. Until all the other houses were looking out for bullying, certain classes might be targets for them to get ambushed. Even this would only be a temporary measure. "We'll get through this, one step at a time," Harry said comfortingly. After his last class of the day Harry went hunting for Hufflepuffs. And he found Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Susan Bones, and Hannah Abbott outside the greenhouses. "Potter," said Ernie with a degree of hostility that surprised Harry. Justin gave Ernie an annoyed look, while Susan rolled her eyes. Hannah's eyes narrowed however. Harry had a feeling that something was wrong, but there was nothing for it but to continue. "Hello, Justin," he said to the only one of these people he had ever really spoken with before. "I was hoping for a word with you, and your friends, if you have a moment." "You going to pretend to be Justin's friend too?" asked Hannah. Harry stepped back. I've met Justin once. I'd be happy to be his friend, of course, but I'm not going to pretend that I know him that well." "Like you do with Granger?" demanded Ernie. "What?" said Harry completely taken aback. "You'd barely met her before you were all best friends all the time." "Justin told us about when you met," said Hannah accusingly. "I also said they'd both clearly hit it off well. They definitely liked each other. Why's it so hard to believe they became friends?" demanded Justin. "Potter just happens to become best friends with the smartest girl in school, and then they get sorted into Slytherin," replied Ernie. "It's obvious he convinced her to join Slytherin even though she's a Muggleborn, just to give him an edge." Harry began to sputter as he tried to speak. "Allying with a Muggleborn is not an advantage in Slytherin, how many times do I have to tell you?" asked an exasperated Susan Bones. Ernie looked about to retort when Harry held up his hand. "Stop," he said quietly, but the anger in his voice cut through the quiet like a knife. Harry looked at Ernie and Hannah with a cold rage in his eyes. "I was raised alone. My aunt, my uncle, my cousin, they all hated me. Any friends I might have had they chased away. I had no one." Harry's voice had crescendoed to a shout and he had to us all his self-control to quiet himself again. "Until I met Hermione, I had no friends. She was the first to be happy to see me again, the first to hug me, the first to give a damn about my life. Do you understand?" Harry continued. "You have no idea what she has done for me, what I have done for her, what I would." He trailed off. And it was then that it hit him. It was a moment of clarity so profound that it shook Harry to his core. Harry was no prophet, but for one moment he could see the consequences of the choices he had made. And in that moment a fear gripped him that he had never known. Hannah was right. He did barely know Hermione. His decisions had placed him in a commitment far beyond his ability to understand. Were they really friends, or was this just his way of trying to create the family he'd never known? However shaken Harry was, his words had clearly reached Ernie and Hannah. Hannah hung her head. "I'm sorry," she said, "I didn't realize." Harry nodded, struggling to compose himself. "I apologize as well," said Ernie. Was there something you wanted to ask us?" Harry nodded. "Some of the older Slytherins are planning on putting Hermione in her place because she's a Muggleborn, and me in mine because I defended a Muggleborn. I've been talking with people in Ravenclaw and Gryffindor and we're trying to watch out for each other. Like an anti-bully watch for the whole school. That's a good idea, said Ernie. I'm sure we can get the rest of the Hufflepuffs on board with it, said Susan. I'd greatly appreciate it, said Harry before pausing for a moment, and Justin. Yeah, thanks for believing in me, Harry said. Even if I no longer believe in myself. Harry finally got the courage to speak to Hermione just before bedtime, as she was studying at her desk. Hermione, I have something I have to say. What is it, Harry? She asked as she looked up from her charms book. I'm concerned that our arrangement isn't going to work out. Specifically, I am concerned about the fact that we barely know each other, he said cautiously. Hermione stared for a moment, then pursed her lips. I have to admit I've had similar concerns. I never had a friend or a family. And then you were there, a friend, and I'm afraid I'm trying to turn you into my family as well. Not just part of my family, but the entirety of it. And I know that isn't fair to you. There's no way you can live up to that sort of expectation, you're only a 12-year-old girl. A smart 12-year-old, but still 12, Harry said as he shook his head sadly. I'm afraid that we are friends only because we both have been lonely for so long. Hermione shook her head. I was lonely too, but I did have a family. But you're also right. I can't be your entire family. I keep fearing that this isn't real, that if things go badly our friendship will vanish. We got into this situation not realizing how committed it would make us. Harry closed his eyes. Do you regret it? Asked Hermione. No, said Harry immediately. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Harry spoke up. I want to be your friend, Hermione. I know we're getting close quickly, and maybe we should try to make other friends. But I am not going to pretend that my friendship with you isn't important to me. Same, replied Hermione. And she got up and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. You don't have to, Harry started. I want to, she said. I can't replace your parents, but I can try to show you what friendship is. Even if that is all I can do right now. And so he wrapped his arms around her. He tried not to think about what, right now, meant. But still something solid had begun to grow between them, a mutual respect and affection based on their struggles together. In remembering that moment of clarity earlier in the day, he realized that this was the first step on that road he had seen. It was still terrifying, but as he hugged his friend he knew it would be worth it. September 20, 1991. Professor Flitwick was able to examine and question the Sorting Hat, said Minerva as she looked at the two Slytherin students who were causing so much commotion. Phileas Flitwick usually was relatively neutral towards the Slytherins, who, after all, tended to denigrate his goblin heritage, but he liked Harry Potter and Hermione Granger fairly well. And now he knew why. They had never been supposed to be sorted into the house in the first place. Indeed, and my investigation was most unsettling, said Phileas seriously. Using some difficult charms I managed to get the hat to confirm your story, and there were traces of various modified compulsion charms. They were most crude, but undeniably effective. Does that narrow our list of suspects? Asked Granger. Not really. This would require a very specific set of charm skills. I could have done it easily, of course, though I would have been more artful. I would expect Professors Dumbledore, Vector and Minerva here to be more skilled as well, but if one of us had rushed to develop the spell it might explain why it was so inelegant. Professor Snape could probably do it easily as well. Quirrell and Babbling are both at a level of charm skill that would have some difficulty creating such a spell, but they should be capable of brute forcing through it, or so I should think. I doubt Professor Sprout or Sinestra could do it at all. None of the other professors have anything like the skill to try this. Potter nodded and gave Granger a significant look that few would have noticed except Phileas. I guess I should have expected that, he said morosely. I find it difficult to believe that Dumbledore had anything to do with this, said Phileas straightforwardly, but the hat didn't notice anyone else approaching it in the weeks before school opened. Of course it has a number of compulsions on it still, so it may not be able to tell me differently. Flitwick found it more than a little unlikely that Dumbledore was behind this. The only thing that had changed recently, as far as Flitwick could tell, was that Minerva had been asserting herself in regards to Harry more. Had Dumbledore decided that was a threat and sorted Harry elsewhere? Flitwick thought the idea patently absurd, but it was all he could come up with. Potter sighed. I really don't like that Dumbledore is looking to be our primary suspect. He has far too much power over me. Minerva shook her head. If Dumbledore is behind this, and that is still a big if, it is worse than you think, Mr. Potter. Professor Dumbledore is your magical guardian. My what? Asked a confused Potter. All magical children who do not have magical parents are assigned a magical guardian, to make magical decisions that Muggle parents do not always understand. Also, some magical agreements require magic to make them functional, explained Minerva. For most Muggleborns, the guardian is me in my capacity as deputy headmistress. I, of course, almost always defer to the judgment of their Muggle parents. Your parents left a will detailing your guardianship after their deaths, but the person detailed in the will was unable to serve as guardian. This caused your guardianship to revert to the school. Dumbledore has insisted on managing your guardianship directly. So Dumbledore acts as my parent for all magical, legal and financial matters. Asked Harry. That would be correct, said Phileas, though the goblins would severely limit his access to your accounts without your signed consent. Granger was fuming. That law is totally discriminatory. She said angrily. I agree, said Minerva, which is why I take the measures I do. Mind you, there are situations which do call for intervention. The consequences of withdrawing a magical person from the magical world without achieving basic magical control can be severe. But there are surely less prejudiced ways to deal with that. Potter shook his head angrily. I see you have been having luck recruiting other houses into your anti-bullying campaign, noted Minerva. The look on Professor Snape's face as he described all of my house descending on him was priceless, snickered Phileas. I also had a word with him about dealing with bullies, said Minerva. I would encourage you to be vigilant, however, especially in your dormitories. Phileas had honed his powers of observation to a razor's edge, having grown up in a society which saw him as an outcast, and Potter and Granger had just given each other another significant look. This one they tried to hide as soon as they gave it, though. As both of them stammered assurances, Phileas realized that they were hiding something. He also noticed that their interactions were significantly different than they had been just earlier in the week. Both were being a lot more cautious in the way that they addressed the other, each look seemed to be guarded in some way. Yet at the same time they seemed more in tune, more able to communicate without words. They're getting to know each other very closely, thought Phileas. It was always awkward to get to know new people when one wasn't used to it. Very well, said Minerva, we will keep looking into this. I trust you have plans for today. Well, Hagrid invited us to tea. Since he knew my parents, Potter trailed off. Hagrid is a fine man, said Phileas, sticking up for his fellow demi-human. Just remember that he is absolutely loyal to Headmaster Dumbledore. Anything you tell him, he will tell the headmaster, if asked. Even if you ask him not to. He won't even see it as wrong, because he can't conceive of Albus Dumbledore having any sort of ill intent. I'll take that under advisement, said Potter. After the children had left, Phileas turned to Minerva. You didn't tell him about Black. The last thing Harry Potter needs to hear right now is that his rightful magical guardian is the man who betrayed his parents, said Minerva. Something about that rubbed Phileas the wrong way. He had always felt that something seemed wrong regarding Sirius Black's guilt. Why shouldn't the boy know in any case? He shook his head. That at least was not his responsibility. Blaise Zabini was not a fan of studying in groups. That being said, sitting in his room studying all the time often had him going stir-crazy. So he had quickly set out to find a quiet place to study in the common room. He had found an alcove, which had probably once held a bookshelf set into the wall. The bookshelf was gone, and there was now a couch in front of it. All in all, it reminded him of the tunnel under the stairs at his mother's house. His one refuge. The time would come when he got too big to fit in that tiny space, but for the time being he could hide in that space and not be found. Just as he could hide here and study, listening to the low muffled murmurs in the common room. Soon he heard voices that weren't muffled, however. Given that there were enchantments all throughout the common room to prevent eavesdropping, they had to be right above him. Professor Snape seemed adamant that we should stop, said a voice Blaise recognized as Gertrude Selwyn. Can you be that dense? Replied a rough male voice, probably Barnabas Parkinson, a sixth-year prefect. We just can't get caught. Gertrude is correct in that we can't just continue as we are, retorted the unmistakable voice of Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain. We have to come up with a new plan. There are too many people watching out for Potter and Granger. I say we lure him out during the Halloween feast. No one will catch us then, said probably Parkinson. Until they tell, said Gertrude angrily, or until they notice we are the only other people gone. Wait, said Marcus, there's always a few Ravenclaws who miss the feast because they are studying. That gives us deniability. And you know how to obliviate, don't you, Gertrude? We just have to erase their memories. What's the point of teaching them a lesson if they don't remember it? Demanded Gertrude. We just make sure the lesson is good enough to stick with them for a while, said probably Parkinson. You aren't having second thoughts, are you, Gertrude? With your blood status that wouldn't look good. There was an edge to her voice when she replied, I am trying to not get expelled or thrown in Azkaban. You come up with a plan that accomplishes that and I'll be happy to help. With a few refinements this plan will work, said Marcus with evil mirth in his voice. Blaise suddenly felt sick. He began to crawl out of his alcove. But when he stood up, he was face to face, well, as close as he could come to face given the size disparity, with Barnabas Parkinson. Looks like we got a little thirsty where he doesn't belong. Maybe you need to be taught a lesson too, sneered Parkinson. Rage blared in Blaise's head. If you do, remember, I only know one spell to defend myself with. He pointed his wand at a small flower pot holding some sort of vine and took a deep breath. Reducto, he said calmly. The pot shattered into tiny pieces. If you miss with your first shot, that's your kneecap, said Blaise, his eyes blaring with rage. Parkinson took a step back, and Blaise stormed past him. It, Blaise thought, I'm telling Potter. Late in the afternoon, Harry and Hermione were finally getting back to the common room after having tea with Hagrid in his hut. Ron and Justin had come along. Ron because Fred and George had told him Hagrid served delicious soft cakes, he was still complaining of a toothache from that lie, and Justin because Professor Sprout always spoke well of Hagrid. Then they had escorted Harry and Hermione back to the Slytherin common room, turning their backs as the two of them accessed the secret entrance. The trip was uneventful except for a run-in with the school custodian, Argus Filch, and his cat Mrs. Norris. He seemed to view any student coming in from outside as a potential war criminal, with dirt their probable crime. How did you like Hagrid? Asked Harry as he and Hermione entered the common room. He was a sweet fellow, answered Hermione. It was nice of him to tell you so much about your parents. Still, I wouldn't want him to be keeping my secrets. Harry shook his head. At one point Hagrid had actually said something was hidden on the third floor that needed protecting. He'd just blurted it out. I agree. Still, I think he'll be a good friend to have. The two of them made their way into the first-year corridor. As they passed Blaise's room they saw his door was open. Upon seeing them he gestured at them to enter. Come in quick, Blaise almost whispered. Harry shrugged. Blaise had proven himself relatively trustworthy. Both he and Hermione entered his room, only to have him quickly shut his door behind them. The students who are planning to attack you are Marcus Flint, Barnabas Parkinson, and Gertrude Selwyn, said Blaise urgently. They have decided that it is too risky to do it now, and are putting it off till Halloween. Why Halloween? Asked Hermione. They want to lure you out during the Halloween feast. No witnesses. They plan to obliviate you after, answered Blaise. But if they obliviate us we won't remember being attacked, said Hermione. Harry guessed he'd had more experience with bullies who used violence. That just means they'll have to hurt us bad. Blaise nodded. What do you know about these three? Asked Harry. Flint's from a minor pureblood family, but it isn't about blood status for him. He just likes hurting people. Flint is really cunning though. There is a reason he's Quidditch captain, noted Blaise. Parkinson is Pansy's older brother, right? Asked Hermione. Right, replied Blaise. She probably asked him to get involved. The Parkinsons supported you-know-who during the last war, but none of them were actually members of the Death Eaters, they just sent financial contributions. They aren't a fantastically rich family, but they have a long lineage and are prestigious. Gertrude on the other hand is just trying to survive, said Blaise. Her paternal grandfather was a Selwyn who married a Muggleborn, and her father also married a Muggleborn. She's only a half-blood, and not the good kind of half-blood, and the purebloods never let her forget that. She isn't necessarily a bad person, but the pressure they can bring to bear on her is immense. The good kind of half-blood? Asked Hermione with an edge to her voice. Hey, I'm a half-blood, protested Blaise, though I guess I'm what they would consider a good half-blood. My dad had a witch for a mother and a muggle father, but my mother is a pureblood. Harry here has a muggle-born mother, but his dad was as pure a pureblood as there is. The Potter lineage is so good it should be part of the Sacred 28. The other purebloods might not want to marry Harry, but they aren't likely to give him any grief over his blood status. Harry noticed an edge to Blaze's voice when he mentioned his mother. So why are you helping us? Asked Harry. You said you weren't going to. Blaze sat still for a moment. My mother and father got a divorce when I was very little, he finally said. My mother supported the Death Eaters like the Parkinsons did. My dad opposed them. After the war, my mother was sent to Azkaban for her crimes, largely because she did a piss-poor job at covering her tracks. Most purebloods with money got off with little more than fines. For most of my life I lived with my dad. 2 years ago my mother got out of prison. She sued for custody. Because she was a pureblood, she won. A hatred entered Blaze's voice that he couldn't hide. She has spent the last 2 years trying to indoctrinate me with pureblood supremacism. What she doesn't understand is that she took me from my father, and I will never, ever, forgive that. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, trying to get a feel for the boy's rage. Finally he said, "Thanks Blaze, we'll teach those purebloods not to underestimate us. Be sure that you do, Potter." "They won't give you an inch," said Blaze seriously. "Let me be clear, you have been organizing the other houses to fight bullies. But these 3 kids are not mere bullies. They are pureblood supremacists, and they intend to hurt you until you submit to them. If this was back during the war, they might even be willing to kill you. As it is, you will be very lucky if you aren't sent to St. Mungo's. Do not underestimate them." Harry gave Hermione a grim look. This was far worse than they had thought. "So you're saying they mean to?" Harry trailed off. "They will use the Cruciatus curse on you," interrupted Blaze, "the torture curse. It is the worst pain you can imagine." Blaze opened the door. "Now get out before someone sees you. This doesn't change that I can't help you publicly." Harry and Hermione headed back to their room. After shutting the door, Hermione slumped on her bed. "So he's not going to help us fight," she said, sounding defeated. Harry looked her dead in the eyes and shook his head with a smile. "That's not what I got from that." That rage he trailed off. "When the time comes," said Harry, "he'll be with us. Count on it." As September ended and October began, time seemed to speed up. Part of it, Harry realized, was that their lessons were slowly getting harder. The course load at Hogwarts seemed to have a sharp difficulty curve to it. Sharing a room with Hermione had an advantage in this respect, in that Harry was forced to do a lot more studying than he otherwise would have. He was doing well in charms, transfiguration and, surprisingly, potions. He was doing well in defense as well, but even Hermione admitted that class was a joke. If only he could do something about the pain in his scar every time Quirrell turned around. Harry did passably well in herbology and astronomy, but his history of magic grade needed work. That had more to do with Professor Binns' general uselessness as a teacher than anything else. Harry had suggested to Hermione that they should treat history of magic as an independent study class, and she had, again surprisingly, agreed with him. In the middle of all this, Harry and Hermione had been studying spells to defend themselves with. The disarming spell had been the easiest to learn, and Harry had discovered that he had a genuine talent for it. The body bind was a useful, if overly verbose spell. Blaze had also offered to teach them the reducto. They had made progress with it, but both Harry and Hermione felt that it was too deadly a curse for a simple school spat, though Blaze insisted that the threat of obliviation justified the use of it. The shield charm looked useful, but Harry thought it might be a bit advanced for first years as it required some advanced techniques to hold it in place. About halfway through October, Harry suddenly had an idea one night as was reading his charms book. "We need to teach ourselves first aid spells. We know they mean to rough us up. It's really unlikely we'll get out of this without a few cuts and bruises, even if we do escape," he said ruefully. "That's a good idea, though most medical spells are really tricky," noted Hermione. "The blood-slowing spell looks pretty simple, and we should probably learn the levitation spell just in case one of us breaks a leg or something. Besides, we'll be ahead for charms if we learn that one," pointed out Harry. Hermione didn't need much convincing after that argument. October 24, 1991. Daphne was getting worried about Blaze. He had been getting more and more tense as October had gone on. The two of them had been friends for years, but after his mother had taken custody of Blaise suddenly Daphne was one of the few people he was friends with whom Blaise's mother considered good enough for Blaise to associate with. And then his mother had made everything awkward by attempting to set up a betrothal between them. Even if it was an informal betrothal which wasn't enforceable, it was still impressively out of touch. Nobody used betrothals anymore, and they hadn't been common at all for over a century. Daphne's father had been diplomatic about refusing, though he had asked her what she thought of the whole thing. Her father did care about her and what she thought, whatever his other faults were. He was part of the pureblood supremacist faction, but he really was only interested in maintaining the Greengrass family's political and economic clout. He had not supported the Death Eaters during the war, though he hadn't quite opposed them either. Daphne had her concerns regarding his stances on many issues, but she wasn't quite able to put all of them into words. Blaise of course had been mortified by the whole ordeal. It had taken over a month before he was able to talk to Daphne normally again. And now he was growing distant again, though this time he didn't seem embarrassed. Finally, about a week before Halloween, she cornered him, with Tracy's help of course. They managed to hem him in outside Snape's classroom after potions. "Much as I like the company of two beautiful ladies, I do have places to be," said Blaise in what Daphne recognized as a classic Blaise deflection. "Tough," said Tracy. "Blaise, something has been bothering you for weeks," said Daphne worriedly. "I know you don't like to talk about things, but you've been avoiding everyone. What's wrong?" Blaise hesitated, then looked around to see if anyone else was there. Finally he said, "Marcus Flint, Barnabas Parkinson, and Gertrude Selwyn are going to ambush Harry and Hermione on Halloween." Daphne nodded. "I didn't know the date, but I knew they were going to do it at some point." "Did you tell Potter and Granger?" "Yeah, I did," said Blaise. "Then that is all you can do," said Daphne comfortingly. Blaise looked at her intently for a moment. "No it isn't. I could help them." Daphne stepped back. Blaise couldn't be saying what she thought he was saying. "The consequences. To hell with the consequences," said Blaise fervently. "I'm tired of kowtowing to people who think less of me because of who one of my grandparents was." Blaise looked Daphne straight in the eyes. "I know you agree with me. I know you want to help. Let's help them. Let's show the bigots we won't let them control us. Let's smash the Slytherin machine." Daphne shook her head. "I don't know," she said weakly. "Think about it," said Blaise as he gently pushed Daphne out of the way and walked away. Daphne looked after him as left. This really put her in a bind. She did think Harry and Hermione were worth helping. But the fact was that she had grown up wanting to be a Hogwarts prefect. The perfect career for the daughter of a Wizengamot member. But the truth was that dream had died years ago. Because the system was rigged. Rigged in favor of the wealthy purebloods. Because becoming a prefect in Slytherin wasn't about individual achievement. It was about being part of the largest faction. If you led the largest faction, you became prefect. The other prefect would be the most influential person of the opposite say, from that same faction. And factions in Slytherin were built around wealth and influence. And Draco Malfoy had more of both of those than anyone else. There was no way that Daphne would willingly ally herself with him, not unless she had no other option. So she could pretend she was going to be prefect all she wanted, but unless she was willing to s.k. up to Draco it wouldn't happen. Except Harry Potter had already halted the growth of Malfoy's influence. There was one thing that could bring Slytherins over to his side faster than anything else. Power. Could Harry take control of Slytherin based solely on respect for his power? "What do you think, Tracy?" she asked. "I think Blaise is right," said Tracy without hesitation. "I think the reason everyone in Slytherin always conforms to pureblood ideals is because no one has the courage to defy the system. But I think we have that courage. And with Harry and Hermione and even Blaise's help, maybe we can change things." Daphne exhaled a slow sigh. You're right. Okay, where do we start? Let's catch up to Blaise, he might have a few ideas." And Tracy was off sprinting. Daphne rolled her eyes, but then started running to catch up. She supposed being a prefect was overrated anyway. October 31, 1991. Halloween finally came, and Hermione's plan to deal with the ambush was simple: make sure neither she nor Harry were alone at any time that day. They built a roster with their friends from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff for escorting the two of them to class, and their Ravenclaw friends were keeping an eye out for any suspicious behavior. Everything was going well until their last class, where they met a group of Gryffindors consisting of Ron, Fred, George, Parvati, and Lavender. "Want an escort down to the Great Hall for the feast," said Ron dramatically. He'd really gotten into this bodyguard duty, and seemed to think it made him some sort of hero. Fred and George snickered at him, but Harry was almost touched. Ron had been making a real effort to help Harry and Hermione take the fight to the other Slytherins, and his enthusiasm for protecting them was quite heartening. "Actually, I have to use the loo," said Hermione. "Ron'll escort you," said George enthusiastically, to Ron's scowls. "I'll handle it," said Lavender as she gave George what could only be described as the stink eye. "Save me a seat, Parvati." "Sure thing," said Parvati. As Lavender and Hermione left, Fred wrapped his arm around Harry. "Have I told you how badly Gryffindor is going to defeat Slytherin in this year's Quidditch match?" "Only at every chance you've had," said Harry as they headed towards the Great Hall. Hermione fixed her robes as she finished in the stall in the loo. Opening the door, she said, "Thanks Lavender, I'm all done." Lavender was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Gertrude Selwyn was standing there, pointing her wand at Hermione. "I'm sorry," she said. Lavender got a bit confused. She wandered off. "Please, hand me your wand slowly." Hermione growled as she reached for her wand and handed it to Gertrude, handle first. Harry was waiting for Hermione and Lavender outside the Great Hall. They had been almost 20 minutes, and the feast was about to begin. Finally Lavender wandered in alone. Her eyes seemed cloudy. "Lavender, where is Hermione?" Harry asked urgently. "Hermione?" asked Lavender distantly. "She's been confounded," said Blaise, walking out of the Great Hall with Daphne and Tracy. "Bloody hell," said Harry angrily. "Chances are Hermione was caught by Flint, Parkinson and Selwyn," said Tracy. "They probably have her in the first-floor girls' loo," said Harry. "Well, we'd better hurry then," said Blaise. "We?" asked Harry. "We're with you," said Daphne confidently. "Time to show them what real Slytherins can do." Harry took both Daphne and Blaise by the shoulder, and gave Tracy a warm nod. "Thank you, all of you. Now let's go rescue Hermione." The foursome left the Great Hall behind them, which was how they missed the announcement that there was a mountain troll loose in the school. Gertrude was once again alone with Granger as Flint and Parkinson were watching for Potter's approach. Gertrude hated this, she thought it was needlessly cruel and vindictive. But a half-blood like her didn't survive in Slytherin by rocking the boat. She did what she was told. "They aren't going to accept you, you know," said Granger suddenly. "Your blood will never be acceptable to them. They're just using you." Gertrude scowled at Granger. "I'm not dumb, I know that. It's about survival. You do what they tell you so you survive. You'll figure it out. If I give in to them, they own me. They'll use me for my brains for sure, but they'll never let me take ownership of my life. I'd be no better than a South Avenue." Granger shook her head with certainty. "No, they have to be fought, so that no one else has to go through what we've been through." Gertrude felt a surge of anger. "What do you know about what I've been through all these years?" "I know that you don't like this, which means you haven't given in completely," said Granger calmly. Gertrude narrowed her eyes at Hermione. Part of her had to agree with Hermione. But the rest was still scared. "Okay Granger, I'll give you a choice. You sit here quietly, and I'll make sure that Flint and Parkinson don't hurt you too bad. They'll still beat the shit out of your friend, but you show you know your place and I can convince them you don't need that much of a lesson. Or," she pulled out Hermione's wand, "I give you back your wand, you fight, and they beat the shit out of you along with your friend." Hermione took her wand and hid it behind her back. "Good luck Granger," said Gertrude. Suddenly 4 first-years charged into the girls' loo, Potter, Zabini, Greengrass and Davis. All had their wands drawn. "What?" demanded Gertrude, as she pulled out her wand, but Hermione was already pointing her wand at Gertrude. Flint and Parkinson charged into the loo behind the 4 first-years, but they had already turned to face them down. "Why does Granger have a wand?" demanded Flint. "Later," shot back Gertrude. "You can't stop and obliviate all of us," said Potter. "You've lost, let us go in peace." "Have you turned blood, traitor Greengrass?" demanded Flint angrily. "Proudly," said Greengrass defiantly. "They're right, we can't win this," said Gertrude even though she was pretty sure it was futile. "Still, we can't spill that pure blood," said Parkinson, Petrificus totalis. His spell caused Daphne to go stiff as a board and fall over. Zabini didn't wait. Reducto! He shouted, sending a curse right into Parkinson's knee. Parkinson screamed in pain as he crumpled to the ground, blood spurting from his knee. Potter immediately disarmed him, though his face looked shocked. Tracy turned to face Gertrude. "You two haven't done anything yet," said Granger calmly, "you can walk away." "Marcus," said Gertrude urgently, "there is no way we can hide this. Parkinson will need to go to St. Mungo's to have his knee reconstructed. The DMLE will investigate this. We have to stand down or we will be expelled and maybe sent to prison." "Yeah," said Marcus as he lowered his wand, "you're right." Gertrude lowered her wand as well. It was over. And then a mountain troll with a giant club came crashing through the door. It took one look at the screaming Parkinson, then lifted its foot and brought it down on his chest with a sickening crunch. Dragging Parkinson along with its foot, it kicked Parkinson into the stalls with a crash. A startled Zabini and Davis ran for the back of the loo to where Hermione was. Potter, on the other hand, grabbed the prone Daphne and began dragging her away from the troll. Flint had turned towards the troll and there was a glint of fear in his eyes. Pointing his wand at the troll he yelled, "Avada Kedavra." For 1 second Gertrude thought it had worked as green light flashed towards the troll. Potter gasped as he saw it, but continued dragging Greengrass. The troll narrowed his eyes at Flint. The spell had done nothing. That spell requires hate, and Flint is just scared, thought Gertrude. The troll swung its club up and into Flint from below, catching him between the legs and propelling him into the stalls which were now more destroyed than not. And then it looked at Potter and Greengrass. "No!" shouted Gertrude as she charged the troll, firing cutting charms at its extremities. A finger and an ear fell to the floor as Gertrude lunged for the door. If she could get it out of the loo. But she missed a piece of the destroyed stalls on the floor between her and the door. Tripping over it, Gertrude fell against the wall. She turned to see the troll's club hurtling towards her face. And then, mercifully, everything went black. Hermione nearly screamed as she heard the troll's club make contact with Gertrude's head. They were doomed. The troll was going to kill them. She saw Harry struggling to pull Daphne away from the troll. The troll turned and lifted its bloody club over its head. And in a last desperate move of defiance, Hermione pointed her wand, and with a swish and flick yelled, "Wingardium Leviosa." The troll tried to swing its club, but it remained hovering over its head. The troll looked up at his now hovering club. "Finite," said Hermione breathlessly. The club slammed end first into the troll's face, causing the troll to fall over forward. Harry tried to pull Daphne away from the falling troll, and mostly succeeded, though Hermione heard a snap as the troll's body fell across her leg. "It's still alive," said Blaise. "Not for long," shouted Tracy, tears in her eyes. Pointing her wand at the troll's head she yelled, "Reducto." The troll's head exploded in a shower of gore. For a moment all of them stared at the dead troll. Harry was the first to recover his senses. "Blaise, get the teachers. Hermione, Tracy, free Daphne. I'll check on the others." Blaise nodded and sprinted out of the room. Hermione cast a quick finite on Daphne, who immediately gasped. "Oh Merlin, that hurts," Daphne said through clenched teeth. Hermione and Tracy began pushing the troll off of her. All of a sudden Hermione heard Harry noisily vomiting inside one of the ruined stalls. "Parkinson's dead," he said weakly after a moment, "and Gertrude." A moment later he shouted out in surprise. "Flint's still alive." Minerva was making her way toward the dungeons with Phileas and Severus, when she saw Severus looking towards the stairway up. "Do you think the troll has made it upstairs already?" she asked him. It is possible he started but was cut off by Blaise Zabini charging up to them at a full run. Panting, Blaise stammered out, "Troll girls' loo this way, help." Gesturing back the way he came, he ran towards the first floor girls' loo. The three teachers followed at a run. Entering the loo, they saw carnage everywhere. The stalls were shattered. The troll was on the ground with its head exploded. And against one of the walls he saw Gertrude Selwyn with her head in a very similar state. Merlin swore Phileas. Hermione Granger and Tracy Davis were tending a clearly injured Daphne Greengrass, but Hermione immediately pointed to one of the ruined stalls. "Flint needs immediate assistance," she yelled. Running up to the stall she saw Harry Potter inside, kneeling in a pool of blood next to Marcus Flint. He was channeling some sort of spell at Flint. Harry was clearly exhausted from the spell. I'm slowing his blood loss, Harry said wearily, keeping his wand on Flint. I have him, Potter, said Snape, who silently cast the blood loss slowing spell on Flint. You did well. Minerva was shocked at the damage done to Flint's lower body. In addition to the damage to his muscle and bone, which could be healed, there was almost certainly some extreme nerve damage there. That might be permanent. Parkinson and Gertrude are dead, said Harry, exhausted, but with a telltale deadpan. The boy was in shock. Minerva quickly looked in one of the other stalls and saw Barnabas Parkinson's body. He was mangled even worse than the others. She also noticed his knee seemed to have been disintegrated. Minerva shook her head. Questions later. Phileas had levitated Flint's body and was moving him out of the room while Snape continued channeling the blood loss spell on him. We'll take him to the infirmary, but we may need to do an emergency flow to St. Mungo's, said the charms professor. Minerva turned to Daphne as the two professors left the room. How badly is Miss Greengrass hurt? Can she be moved? I think it's just a broken leg, said Hermione. Me and Blaise can get her to the infirmary, said Tracy. Miss Granger, could you help Mr. Potter to the infirmary? He seems out of it. Hermione nodded. As she went to help Harry up, Minerva cast a shroud which hovered over Gertrude's body, shielding it from view. Hermione had wrapped an arm around Harry's waist, giving him support. As they passed the stall with Parkinson's body, she tried to look in, but Harry pulled her back. No, you don't want to see that, said Harry in a voice that made Minerva very sure he had seen it. Harry is right, said Minerva, summoning another shroud to cover the door to the stall. Nothing good will come of it. Hermione nodded seriously, and helped Harry out the door. They were followed by Daphne, who had one arm around both Blaise and Tracy's shoulders as they carried her out. And Minerva was alone. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. No, it wasn't enough, she thought as she sank to her knees and began to weep. The 5 survivors of the troll encounter were all sitting silently in the infirmary. Professor Flitwick had put up curtains and silencing charms so they couldn't hear as Madame Pomfrey and the healers from St. Mungo's worked on Marcus Flint. Once Snape had rushed out of the infirmary at top speed only to reappear minutes later with an armful of potions. Daphne was laying on a bed with Blaise and Tracy sitting in chairs on either side of her. Harry and Hermione were sitting on the bed next to them, Hermione with her arm around Harry's shoulders, and Harry just staring off into the distance. Hermione knew something was terribly wrong with Harry, but she had no idea how to snap him out of it. After some time had passed, 2 adults, a man and a woman, charged into the room. Both headed immediately for Daphne's bed. Daphne, shouted the woman, are you all right? Mum, replied Daphne gratefully, I'm well, my leg is broken, but other than that I guess I'm coping with things. Both adults seemed to sigh with relief. We flowed in as soon as we heard. The headmaster opened the way for us, said the man, obviously Mr. Greengrass. It's good to see you, admitted Daphne. It was horrible. The troll killed Parkinson and Selwyn. It just fell on my leg when Hermione knocked it unconscious. I owe her my life. She gestured towards Hermione. Both adults looked at Hermione uncertainly. Hermione felt a chill go up her spine. Were they judging her because of her blood status? Daphne, you shouldn't be so quick to acknowledge life debts. If it's there you'll feel it, but claiming them too early can get you into trouble, said Mr. Greengrass. Hermione immediately felt unsure. She didn't know what a life debt was, but it sounded serious. It's fine. I was saving my own life as well, so I doubt it counts as a life debt, said Hermione in an attempt to diffuse the tension. Both of Daphne's parents relaxed visibly, and gave Hermione grateful smiles. But Daphne persisted. Fine, maybe I don't owe Hermione a debt, but I was body-bound and Harry pulled me away from the troll at great risk to his life. If he hadn't moved me I would have died. If anything, the Greengrasses looked even more upset, and Hermione could understand why. Harry was an unknown boy. As far as they knew, the things he might ask her to do to repay the debt might be quite inappropriate. While Hermione knew Harry wouldn't ask for anything like that, the Greengrasses had no such assurances. But Harry had looked up. You came with me to rescue Hermione. That makes you a friend. My friends don't owe me life debts. Daphne smiled, and her parents relaxed again, but Hermione knew they were relaxing too soon. It was clear as day to her that Daphne still considered herself to owe Harry something. Still, Hermione wasn't worried. Harry would never ask her for anything. Harry seemed to notice this as well. I can really use good friends right now, more than anything else. All right, said Daphne with a beaming smile. Thank you for saving our girl anyway, Mr. Potter, said Mr. Greengrass, we really are quite grateful. You're welcome, said Harry, returning to his deadpan voice. Mr. Greengrass looked worried. Is he all right? Mr. Greengrass asked Daphne quietly. Hermione doubted Harry could hear him in his current state of mind. He saw some things the rest of us didn't, said Daphne quietly. It was apparently really bad. Both the Greengrasses seemed to understand. They began to talk with their daughter quietly, as well as with Blaise and Tracy, who both seemed to know the whole family. Blaise asked after Daphne's younger sister Astoria, and soon it had turned into a family gossip session. Harry sighed and rested his head on Hermione's shoulder. It's going to be all right, you know, she said to him. He seemed about to respond when another woman entered the room. She had a monocle, and was dressed in robes that looked like some sort of uniform. Daphne was the first of the group by her bed to see her. Madam Bones, she said in surprise. The head of the DMLE. Whispered Hermione to Harry. I hear you have all had a difficult night, said Bones. The students all murmured signs of agreement. Madam Bones turned to the Greengrass parents. Would you mind if I asked them a few questions? You can observe of course, but I need to get a timeline of events to even begin figuring out what went wrong here. The Greengrasses nodded, and soon Madam Bones was asking questions about the night's events. Soon she began to frown as they told her about the attempted ambush. She frowned even harder when she heard the reasons for it. Did you have to blow out his knee? She asked after Blaise described his fight with Parkinson. He was planning to obliviate us, said Blaise defensively. Bones just nodded. Soon enough they finished their story. All of them had answered somewhat, though Harry had only answered when asked a direct question. Madam Bones had initially seemed suspicious of this, but that suspicion had quickly been replaced with a look of sympathy. She'd clearly seen shock like this before. As she finished up, Madame Pomfrey came over. She was clearly exhausted, and had a grim expression on her face. Harry seemed to stiffen as she approached. Marcus, is he? Said Harry, his voice bordering on panic. Mr. Flint is alive and stable, said Madame Pomfrey tiredly. It was touch and go. He was hurt very badly, but we stabilized him enough to transfer him to St. Mungo's. She looked at Harry gratefully. We have you to thank for that as well. The blood-slowing spell really saved his life. Harry looked as if he was going to say something, but just nodded as he slid back into his funk. Madame Pomfrey gave him a sharp look, before turning to Daphne. I hear you took an injury. She asked. Daphne nodded. I think I broke my leg when the troll fell on me. Madame Pomfrey quickly swept her wand over Daphne's body. Yes, you clearly have, Pomfrey said carefully. Well, that's easily fixed. And with a sweep of her wand she cast a spell, causing Daphne to gasp. You'll want to stay off that for half a day or so, said Pomfrey. You'll have to spend the night here. I'll bring up some things for her in the morning, said Tracy, which received a nod from Madame Pomfrey, who had already begun waving her wand at the other students. Physically, the rest of you are fine, Pomfrey said. However, she immediately began asking Harry questions, just basic things, clearly gauging his responses. All of his replies were in the same deadpan voice. After a few minutes of this, Pomfrey shook her head. Well, Harry, it looks like you are in shock. It should go away in a day or so. She turned to Harry's friends. If not, we'll keep an eye on him and let you know, said Hermione. Pomfrey nodded again. I think familiar surroundings will do him good, so I won't have him stay here, but make sure he returns tomorrow morning for a follow-up. The four of you can return to your dorms. If anyone has any more questions for you, they will have to wait until tomorrow. She looked at Madame Bones significantly. Actually, I was just finished, said Madame Bones as the four students said their goodbyes to the Greengrasses and left the infirmary. They made their way down to the Slytherin common room in silence. When they got to the hidden door, Blaise stopped. There is going to be a huge crowd when we go in there. Let me handle it, Hermione. You just get Harry to bed. Hermione nodded. Blaise went in first, and true to Blaise's prediction, the entire house was in the common room. They immediately began demanding answers all at once. Finally, Blaise managed to yell loud enough to be heard over the din, I will answer all your questions. Let everyone else through. Soon enough a path was opened to the first-year corridor, and Hermione had pulled Harry through it. Waving goodbye to Tracy, she pulled Harry into their room. Harry sat on his bed, eyes staring at the floor. "Do you need to change?" "I mean," she stopped as Harry looked at her, tears welling in his eyes. "You said it would be all right. But it doesn't. I don't." Harry stammered before he broke down crying. Hermione sat down next to him, and wrapped her arms around him. There, she said as gently as she could, "It's fine. It's perfectly fine to not be all right." Harry embraced Hermione in return, and buried his face in her shoulder. She closed her eyes as he wept. She could feel the tears flowing down her own face. She buried her face in Harry's shoulder as well. Despite the tears, somehow she knew the worst was over. November 1, 1991. Harry awoke the next morning groggily. Vents near the ceiling cast light into the room. Harry wasn't sure whether it was actual daylight piped down to the dungeons through some magical means, or just an illusion. Yet it was comforting after that horrible night. Also comforting was soft warmth that was holding him. That he was holding in his arms. Hermione had fallen asleep still hugging him. Harry initially felt embarrassed, but that almost immediately was replaced by a strange contentment. There was nothing wrong with what they had done. They'd just fallen asleep holding one another after what was likely the worst day of their lives. The truth was, Harry was glad that they had felt comfortable enough to help each other. He tightened his embrace, just a bit. Which was, of course, enough to wake Hermione. She moaned softly, the first sign of wakefulness, then opened her eyes. "Oops, guess I fell asleep," she said without embarrassment. "It's all right. After last night, it's nice to wake up to a hug," Harry replied, as he buried his face in her bushy hair. "Is it time to get up?" asked Hermione. "I think we can wait a few minutes. I do need to stop by the infirmary though." Hermione sighed. "Need me to come with? After last night?" asked Harry. "I doubt it." Hermione gave a mirthless laugh. "This wasn't the way I wanted to win." "Me neither," he said. Then he keyed at the top of her head. "But you were right last night. It will be all right. Just not right now." Hermione closed her eyes again. There was no need to get up just yet after all. Harry made his way out to the common room. It was empty except for Nott, who nodded at Harry when he came out of the first-year hall. "Everyone else is at breakfast, or, in the case of your friends, the infirmary," explained Nott. "I stayed behind to see how you were doing." "Suddenly you care about me?" Harry asked doubtfully. "You bested 3 upper-year students in a fight and killed a mountain troll. I doubt we'll ever be friends, but you've shown yourself to be powerful. In Slytherin that gets you respect." Harry's scowl softened. "Do you know how Pansy is doing?" Nott pursed his lips sadly. "Ostensibly she's angry at you, but really she blames herself for getting her brother into this. I'd stay away from her if you can." Harry nodded. "I assume classes are cancelled." "Yeah." Harry sighed wearily. "Well, I'd best get to the infirmary." The trip up to the infirmary was easier than it had been the night before. One of the benefits of not being completely exhausted, thought Harry. When he arrived, he saw Daphne's bed was surrounded by curtains. "Hey, Daphne," he said over the partition. "Hey, Harry, just a minute, I'm getting dressed," Daphne responded. "I have to check in with Madame Pomfrey anyway," said Harry. Madame Pomfrey was already out. "I was about to send someone for you," she said accusingly. "I felt like sleeping in a bit. Figured no one would give me trouble for it." "Good. Too many of my patients want to start running around before they are fully healed." Madame Pomfrey looked at Daphne's partition significantly. Harry sat on a bed while Madame Pomfrey examined him. She asked him a number of questions regarding his mental state and well-being. Midway through, Professor McGonagall walked in. "So you don't feel so distant as you did last night?" asked Pomfrey. "After I got back to the common room it kind of hit what had happened. I kind of broke down," admitted Harry. "That's perfectly normal," said McGonagall. "I broke down after what happened last night." Harry smiled at her gratefully while Madame Pomfrey continued. "That's good, I think the worst is over. That said, if you are feeling depressed or anxious over the next few days, please let me know." Harry nodded, and at that moment Tracy pulled back the curtain. "We're finished," she said. "Go to your friend," said Pomfrey, "she'll be released this afternoon." Harry walked over to Daphne's bed. She was dressed in her uniform shirt and robes. She motioned to a chair next to the bed. Harry sat down where she gestured. Daphne leaned over and wrapped her arms around his shoulders in a hug. I didn't get a chance last night, so thank you. Harry smiled at her after she pulled away. You know, you are the second person I can remember who has hugged me. Really? Asked Daphne a bit incredulously. I'm sure my parents hugged me, but I was a baby when they died. My aunt and uncle never hugged me. They are not good people. You poor thing, said Tracy sadly as she practically jumped into his lap and wrapped her arms around him. Tracy, said Daphne a little sharply, if he's not used to it. Oh, sorry, said Tracy as she pulled away. Harry laughed. I can think of worse ways to pass the time than being hugged by two lovely ladies. Daphne blushed a bit, but Tracy just laughed. Oh, you are a charmer today, she said with a shake of her finger, but the real question is, can you think of a better thing than a hug from us? Well, started Harry when Blaise charged into the partitioned area. A hug from the world's best hugger, Blaise Zabini, of course. Shouted Blaise, who then pulled Harry to his feet into a giant crushing bear hug. Several moments passed, and Blaise refused to let go. Said Harry after a few more moments. Oops, said Blaise as he let go to the laughs of Daphne and Tracy. So who was the best hugger? Asked Tracy. Privately, Harry was thinking of Hermione, but he thought better of saying that. Well, Blaise was the most enthusiastic. World's best hugger, said Blaise as his friends laughed. As he heard his friends' laughter, Harry realized that his life had changed once again. It wasn't just him and Hermione against the world any longer. Minerva walked into Dumbledore's office late that evening to find Severus waiting there for her. His usual scowl had been replaced with a more contemplative expression. Was this what Severus Snape looked like when sad? She could never remember him acting like this. Before she could say anything, Albus came out of the flow. He looked very weary, but immediately began speaking. Minerva, Severus, I have just come from speaking to Amelia Bones. She spoke with Mr. Flint today. He was apparently aware of how Mr. Potter saved his life. He confirmed Blaise Zabini's claim that they intended to obliviate Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. As such, his use of a deadly curse has been ruled self-defense. That is good news, said Minerva, if a bit disturbing. Indeed, said Severus flatly. Unfortunately, Mr. Flint has severe nerve damage. He will not walk or ride a broom again, and he will certainly not return to Hogwarts this year, or more likely, ever, said Albus sadly. Minerva and Severus both hung their heads. However, Amelia is stumped as to how the troll entered the castle. She believes that when Quirrell let in his troll this summer to protect the stone, the detection wards were not re-raised. I know for a fact that they were. However. You think a teacher lowered the wards and granted the troll access? Asked Severus. Minerva was horrified. You think one of the teachers did this on purpose? Did you see Quirrell last night? Asked Snape. I did not. But I saw him this morning. He was limping, almost as if he tried to get past Fluffy, finished Minerva. Also, remember that Quirrell's defense for the stone was a troll, pointed out Albus. Have you told Amelia? Asked Minerva. Albus shook his head guiltily. I want to, but I fear if she arrests Quirrell now, his true master, the one who sent him after the stone, will escape. What do you mean? Started Minerva before she gasped in realization. You know who? Albus nodded. I am restricting the ward controls to you and myself, Minerva, so this cannot happen again. But if there is a chance to capture Voldemort, we must take it. We also must not let him get the stone. Has you know who really returned? Asked Minerva. Albus nodded, in spirit at least. If he gets the stone, he will return in the flesh, and we will have a huge problem on our hands. Minerva sighed. I'm not happy about it, Albus. 2 students died and another was injured. You know I trust you, Albus. But this absolutely cannot happen again. Albus smiled for a moment, before turning to Severus with a serious expression on his face. How are the other Slytherins? Pansy Parkinson is of course distraught, though much of that is because she asked her brother to help Mr. Malfoy. Draco has been unusually sensitive about this. I don't know if he honestly feels bad about it, or if he just realizes how close he is to Miss Parkinson turning on him. The rest of the house is taking it in various ways. Most of them seem to see the whole thing as an accident, at least as far as the troll goes. However, they have all been told what happened, courtesy of Mr. Zabini. Severus scowled. What did he say? Asked Albus intently. Actually, He was quite honest, said Severus. Of course, everything was told in such an exaggerated style that everyone thinks he is lying and is trying to hide the powerful spell they used to kill the troll. This, combined with the fact that the two new prefects are neutral on the blood purity issue, means that Potter and Granger are the clear leaders in the prefect race for their year. I cannot believe that Harry would use this tragedy just to get a little power, said Albus dubiously. I think it is more a case of trying to prevent anyone from attacking him, and more importantly to Harry. Hermione, argued Minerva, he cares a great deal about her. He did rush off to her aid without waiting for any more help, agreed Albus. He's a very Gryffindorish Slytherin, noted Minerva, causing Severus to give a loud grunt. With Flint gone I will need a new Quidditch captain. Began Severus again. No one on the active team is suitable, they weren't chosen for their strategic ability. Flint preferred a physical game. However, he kept Melody Cuthbert as a reserve chaser, in case he needed a skills player. I believe she will be an acceptable captain. Albus nodded. Very well, I trust you will both keep an eye on all of the students in case they start showing signs of depression or other dangerous mental states. Minerva and Severus nodded. Let's hope we are doing enough, said Albus. Severus turned and walked out, but Minerva walked up to Albus and gave him a glare. Don't be wrong about Quirrell, she said as she walked out. Come on, yelled Tracy over the crowd in the stands on the Quidditch pitch, there's good seats over here. Calm down Tracy, said Hermione, it's just the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff game. It's our first school Quidditch match, said Blaise, we have to make it memorable. Plus it's our duty to root against Gryffindor, said Daphne with a goofy smile. Hermione looked to Harry for support, but he just shrugged. When in Rome. Fine, said Hermione petulantly. I'm looking forward to this. Ever since Hagrid said my dad played Quidditch. It sounds fun, said Harry. It sounds like a death trap, yelled Hermione, trying to be heard over the crowd. Normally the first game of the season would be a Gryffindor-Slytherin matchup. But with the Slytherin team reeling from the change in captains, it had been decided to change the schedule a bit. So the first match would be Gryffindor-Hufflepuff, while Slytherin would play in the second match versus Ravenclaw. Once they were seated, Tracy immediately began giving a breakdown of the relative strengths of the two teams. Oliver Wood, the captain and keeper for Gryffindor, is an exceptional keeper, and he has an unconventional, if a bit aggressive, grasp of Quidditch strategy. The Weasley twins are the best beaters in the school, and Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet at chaser are incredible, both offensively and defensively. The third chaser, Katie Bell, is a second year starting for her first time, but Wood has an eye for talent, so expect her to be good. The Hufflepuff team doesn't have a lot of exceptional players, but they are experienced, especially on defense. The key will be the Seekers. Doug Croft, the Gryffindor Seeker, is terrible. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff Seeker, is a third-year student starting for the first time. If he's good, the Hufflepuffs will probably win this. Still, the whole game is likely to be Gryffindor scoring relatively frequently, while Hufflepuff scores occasionally, until someone catches the snitch. The match more or less went the way Tracy described. As it turned out, Katie Bell was good, and the Gryffindors were soon building a significant lead. Harry was captivated by the Seekers, however. Croft was definitely bad. He sat high above the fray, looking desperately for the snitch. He didn't see it once. Cedric was staying a lot closer to the action, but he saw the snitch twice. Unfortunately, he was driven off by Fred and George both times. Harry realized that Cedric's strategy was utterly contemptuous of Croft's abilities. Cedric honestly didn't think Croft had a chance to see the snitch himself, so by keeping close to the action he made it harder to tell whether he was after the snitch or not. Harry himself had seen the snitch 4 times, though to be fair he wasn't on a broomstick dodging bludgers. Around the time Gryffindor went up by 100 points, Cedric clearly saw the snitch again. Croft was on the other side of the pitch, and the Weasleys had broken off to defend against a breakaway by one of the Hufflepuff chasers. Cedric swept in and snapped up the snitch, causing the Slytherin and Hufflepuff stands to go wild. Croft was really bad, said Harry. He's not a bad flyer, but he never came close to finding the snitch. He was looking scattershot everywhere. Tracy nodded happily. Diggory didn't even treat him scanning the field as a threat. He went in close despite the fact that this might keep him further from the snitch if it was on the wrong side of the pitch. As Cedric flew by in a victory lap, Harry suddenly yelled out, "Great job, Diggory." Cedric seemed to hear him, and seeing him wave then pumped his fist into the air and held out the snitch for everyone to see. "Oh no," said Hermione, not another Quidditch fanatic. November 14, 1991. As November wore on, things calmed down in the school. With no threat of imminent harm to him or Hermione, Harry found himself able to explore the school in ways he had not been able to previously. In some ways he missed Hermione's constant companionship. But his independence had allowed him to spend more time with Ron and Justin, both of whom he now considered to be good friends. Harry was also getting to know their friends better. He thought Ernie Macmillan was a bit stuck up, but Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones were both nice once you'd earned their trust. Neville Longbottom had some serious confidence issues, but was otherwise a decent bloke. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan were a bit more standoffish, but Seamus at least seemed to appreciate Harry's flouting the Slytherin rules. Of course, Blaise had become his best mate. Blaise had a wicked sense of humor, and was absolutely biting in his criticism of everyone. Meanwhile, Harry tended to elicit reactions from lots of people, which allowed Blaise to hone his craft. Malfoy in particular seemed to be a favorite target of Blaise's. Despite his cutting invective, Blaise rarely targeted anyone who was really vulnerable. However, Harry was alone one day when Fred and George Weasley accosted him on his way to the Great Hall for dinner. "Harry Potter, just the man we've been looking for," said probably Fred. "We have to apologize for being remiss in meeting our obligations towards you." "We have been quite busy," said probably George. "Doing what?" quipped Harry. "We found out," started George. "What's on the third floor?" finished Fred. Harry tilted his head curiously. "What?" "A giant vicious three-headed dog," the twins said in unison. "You're telling me that there is a Cerberus on the third floor?" asked Harry incredulously. "Wasn't hard to get to either," noted Fred. "Just behind a simple locking charm," added George. Harry suddenly realized they weren't joking. They were really trying to get him to stay away from this dog. Though he couldn't for the life of him figure out why they'd have a Cerberus in a school. "Still, Harry," said Fred, "we promised you we'd prank Malfoy, and we haven't delivered." "Worry not," said George excitedly, "we have set events in motion which will correct this, if you will accompany us into the Great Hall." "Sounds intriguing," said Harry as he followed them into the Great Hall. Most of the students had already arrived. Malfoy was standing talking to Nott. He then sat down at his usual place. And he immediately began to levitate up. Once he was about 5 meters in the air, he began to drift around the room, being dragged by what appeared to be a balloon that said, "The Amazing Flying Malfoy," on its side. "I'll let him down," said Professor Flitwick, but when he cast a spell at Malfoy, the balloon sped away, dragging Malfoy away from his spell. "Curious," said Flitwick, as most of the students in the hall started roaring with laughter. The balloon began to speed up, dragging Malfoy around the room faster and faster. No matter how many times they tried, the teachers couldn't hit Malfoy with a spell. Just as Dumbledore got up to deal with it, the balloon moved back to its starting position and Malfoy drifted to the ground lightly. Upon touching the ground, Malfoy sighed with relief. Then the balloon popped, spraying Malfoy with brown goo. Malfoy immediately began screaming. It burns," he shouted as he tried to get the goo off his face. Unfortunately for Malfoy, some of the goo had landed on Nott's hand. He looked at it puzzled for a second. Then he smelled it. Then he licked it. "It's treacle, you moron," Nott shouted suddenly, his face wholly contemptuous. Malfoy stopped screaming as the entire hall burst out into laughter. Roaring in frustration, he fled from the Great Hall. Minerva did her best to hide her smile, but that didn't fool Severus. "You're enjoying this display of bullying," said Severus bitingly. "Potter is behind this. How like his father." Minerva gave Severus a withering glare. "After what Draco has done to some of the other students, like Miss Granger, for example, I think him getting showered in treacle is a relatively moderate response." Severus went silent. After a moment he said, "I was not aware at the time of what he had done to Miss Granger." Minerva gave Severus an understanding smile. "I know, Severus. But you would do well to understand that Harry has come from abuse and bullying himself. His attitude towards bullying more resembles that of a young Severus Snape than that of a young James Potter." Severus grimaced. "Perhaps," he said sadly before he hesitated, "did Petunia really abuse him?" Minerva had forgotten that Severus knew Harry's aunt. She realized that he might be a more sympathetic ally here than she had thought. She treats him as if he isn't family, and never shows him affection. She had him sleeping in a cupboard when we sent his first Hogwarts letter. And she doesn't stop her husband and son from piling on worse abuse, she replied. Severus sighed. That sounds like her level of pettiness. He looked Minerva in the eyes. It is hard for me to see his face and not think of his father. But understand, Minerva, I am trying. I know, Severus, I know, she said kindly. Perhaps things were looking up. So did that help us at all? Harry asked Daphne as he sat down at the Slytherin table. Well, every little bit helps, said Daphne. I think at this point it's obvious that Not won't be supporting Malfoy. Yeah, Not hinted that he didn't want any trouble with us the day after Halloween, said Harry. That means Malfoy's faction has 5 people, and your faction has 5 people, said Daphne. Are we ahead in the prefect race? Asked Blaise. Daphne seemed to consider this for a moment. Maybe, she guessed, Malfoy has had a lot of screw-ups, and he's lost a lot of house points. But wealth and influence count for a lot. Harry has money, insisted Hermione. Not as much as the Malfoys, said Daphne. No one even comes close to the Malfoys' amount of wealth anymore. The Black family was close, but she trailed off. Harry noticed that as Daphne said that last part she was looking at him rather uncomfortably. Blaise also seemed to be gauging his reaction. But, asked Hermione, the Black family seems to have supported you-know-who in the last war, said Daphne. No one knows for sure what happened to their money once Walburga Black died. It didn't go to either Andromeda Tonks or Narcissa Malfoy, who should have been in line to inherit it. Most people think the Ministry confiscated it. Harry shook his head at that. While he didn't object to finding Death Eaters, but this sounded more like graft to him. Well, it didn't have anything to do with him. In any case, the incident on Halloween has convinced the older students that Malfoy isn't worth helping, said Tracy. Malfoy moved too fast, and doubled down on too many of his bad ideas, agreed Blaise. He fell on his face so badly that the upper years became involved before Christmas. That has never happened before. Malfoy had his shot as far as the upper year Slytherins are concerned. They probably figure it is fine to write off 1 year's worth of prefects. Harry considered that. If it was the case, then he'd just have to make sure it was more than 1 year of Slytherins that managed to resist the Slytherin machine. November 23, 1991. The Ravenclaw-Slytherin Quidditch match was definitely a mismatch. As per Tracy's breakdown, the Ravenclaw offense was dominating. Flint had been pretty good at coordinating his flyers to aggressively attack opposing defenses, but the Ravenclaws dealt with this by barely playing defense. Cuthbert wasn't even having that success, though the Slytherin defense was okay. But okay wasn't enough against the Ravenclaw chasers, who quickly pulled out to a 30-0 lead. The Seeker fight was interesting to Harry. The Slytherin Seeker, Terrence Higgs, was moderately skilled, but his sluggish movements were failing to impress Harry. The Ravenclaw Seeker was a second-year named Cho Chang. At first Harry thought she wasn't very good, as she kept following Higgs around the pitch. But he quickly realized that Cho's smaller size made her more maneuverable, meaning that staying close to Higgs meant she had a good chance to grab the snitch first if it was close to them. The snitch appeared only 20 minutes into the match, with Ravenclaw up 60-20. Cho saw it first, but it was a ways away, and Higgs saw it almost immediately after. Cho initially had a lead, but Higgs had a better broom and was catching up. Suddenly he veered into Cho, sending her spinning away. He immediately began to shoot towards the snitch. However, Cho hadn't lost control. She pulled up to regain control of her spin, finding herself above and slightly behind Higgs. She's got him, said Harry to Tracy and Blaise. What are you talking about? Asked Tracy. He isn't paying attention to her, explained Harry. Oh, shit, said Tracy as she saw it. Tracy, said Hermione disapprovingly. But before she could see anything else, Cho had moved. She flew down hard, putting the front end of her broomstick straight into the bristles of Higgs' broom. His broom flipped end over end backwards, and Higgs simply couldn't hold on. He let go of his broom, falling 8 meters to the ground. Cho, on the other hand, was hot on the tail of the snitch. She rolled her broom to avoid a bludger, then reached out and snatched the snitch out of the air. Damn, said Blaise loudly. Harry was in full agreement with that sentiment. This puts Ravenclaw at 190, Hufflepuff at 40, Gryffindor at -40, and Slytherin at -190, said Hermione. What are the chances of Slytherin coming back to win from a -190-point differential? Asked Daphne. Virtually unprecedented, said Tracy glumly. That's what I thought, said Daphne resignedly. December 2, 1991. The truth was, thought Harry one day as he was working on his transfiguration essay in the Slytherin common room, that everything was so much easier when no one was after you. It was an unusual sensation for him, as for most of his life his aunt, uncle and cousin had very much been trying to make his life miserable. To be fair to Dudley, he was just acting like he had been taught to. This didn't change the fact that Dudley's actions had been immensely destructive to Harry, but in some ways Harry pitied the boy. If Dudley turned into an even remotely decent person, he would eventually come to regret what he had done to Harry. But Harry had been dreading going back to the Dursleys, until Snape had put up a sign-up sheet for those who would be staying at Hogwarts for the holidays. Harry had signed up immediately, and sent his Aunt Petunia a letter letting her know he would not be back for the holidays. After listening to Harry's stories about his family, Hermione had pointed out that Petunia was the most likely to listen to anything he had to say about the magical world. She might not like the magical world, but she understood it far better than her husband did, and playing to her ego by treating her as if she was knowledgeable was a good way to keep her somewhat pacified. The result had been positive. She had sent a cordial note back with permission to stay and even a thank you. Harry was a bit divided over whether being thanked for not showing up to a family Christmas was a good thing. Still, no Dursleys for Christmas was definitely good. The problem was, Harry did face the prospect of being alone for Christmas. He sighed. It was all a bit bittersweet. Really? You okay, Harry? Asked Hermione, who was sitting beside him reading a book. She of course had finished her essay. Harry had a couple of days before it was due to finish it, but Hermione liked to start everything immediately. Just thinking about the holidays, Harry admitted, I'm afraid I'm going to be alone this Christmas. I'd stay, but this is the longest I've ever been away from my parents. I'm sure they want me to come back, especially given what happened on Halloween, said Hermione consolingly. I'm staying, said Blaise. I don't really get along with my mother very well, so me staying makes things easier for both of us. Harry noted that at this Tracy and Daphne gave each other significant glances. Also the Weasleys are staying, said Tracy. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, along with their daughter, Ginny, are going to Romania to visit Charlie Weasley, but they don't have enough money to take everyone, so the school-age kids are staying here. Where'd you hear that? Asked Harry curiously. Around. I hear things, said Tracy overly nonchalantly. Harry idly wondered why she was keeping tabs on the Weasleys. I'll try to stay next year, Harry, said Hermione, putting her hand on his arm, or maybe get my parents to invite you to our place. It isn't a big deal, said Harry. Outwardly he was acting as if it were unimportant, but inwardly he felt a thrill at spending the holidays with Hermione's family. Even if it wasn't his family, spending Christmas with a loving family sounded wonderful. I'll be back, I'm going to visit the Lou, said Blaise, then we can start planning our holiday out. With the Weasley twins here and no prefects, well, no prefects except Percy, we'll be able to have some fun. As soon as Blaise got out of sight, Daphne sighed. He isn't any better. Damn him. Language, Daphne, said Hermione to an eye roll from both Daphne and Tracy. Better how? Asked Harry. Blaise has a really bad relationship with his mother, largely because he blames her for his father leaving his life, said Daphne, but the truth is, while Blaise's mother isn't a very nice person, she didn't prevent his father from seeing him. His father has chosen not to have contact with him since she got custody. How awful, said Hermione. Blaise idolizes his father and can't accept that he really doesn't live up to the standard Blaise set for him, said Tracy sadly, though it hasn't helped that his mother keeps trying to poison his mind with pureblood supremacist rhetoric. He isn't a pureblood, though his mother certainly acts like he is. Like the time she proposed a marriage contract with Daphne. What? Said a clearly agitated Hermione, they can force you to get married. Of course not, said Daphne, it's just a form of alliance really. It has no legal or magical force, at least not anymore, though family customs can play a role in enforcing them. But even the old pureblood families rarely use them anymore. The last major marriage contracts were those of the Black Sisters, and Andromeda married a Muggle-born wizard instead, Bellatrix ended up in Azkaban after she and her husband joined the Death Eaters, and Narcissa she married Lucius Malfoy. Anyway, my father would never have subjected me to anything so barbaric as even a voluntary marriage contract, said Daphne confidently. I may disagree with his politics, but he cares about and wants what's best for me. I was worried for a second that I might be forced to marry against my will, Hermione admitted. That is no longer possible, replied Daphne confidently. December 21, 1991. The train ride home was, for Hermione, a revelatory experience. She'd started a study group with Padma Patil and Suli to study ahead in their classes, but that group largely stuck to discussions of their course material. For most of her interactions with Daphne and Tracy, Harry and Blaise had been present. The fact was that she had spent very little time with just other girls, and she was finding that she enjoyed it. There was a certain pressure Hermione felt in how to act and speak when boys were around, even boys as undemanding as Blaise and Harry, and it was totally gone when it was just her and Daphne and Tracy. Their discussions were more open as well. Daphne told her a lot more details about Madame Zabini. Apparently she had not wanted to divorce Blaise's father, but he had insisted on it because of her financial support for the Death Eaters. She had kept the name though, and Madame Zabini was now a fixture in the moneyed class once again. She made a lot of her money through illicit means such as smuggling, gambling, and prostitution, which she funded, but did not participate in, but was rich enough that all but the richest families put up with her. Daphne's father in particular was willing to put up with her, but that, Daphne claimed, was because he felt sorry for Blaise, and hadn't wanted to cut him off from his friendship with Daphne. Things were a little awkward after the marriage offer, admitted Daphne, but my father doesn't blame Blaise. Tracy told stories about her family. Her father was a pureblood who had gone to school with Daphne's father. Despite the fact that he didn't agree with Daphne's father on politics, they had remained friends. He was now a healer, albeit one with a private practice. Tracy's mother was a Muggle-born, who had also become a healer. While they had met in school, they only really got to know each other in the healer training program, and had fallen for each other. Hermione told stories about her Muggle life, and was surprised how little both Tracy and Daphne knew about how Muggles actually lived. That blindness was a large part of the problem with the way a lot of purebloods operated, Hermione realized. Any attempt to reform magical society to be less bigoted would require them to understand that Muggles weren't the savages many Magicals seemed to think they were. I did have one question. Why were your parents so upset when you said Harry and I saved your life on Halloween? Asked Hermione. Do you know what a wizard's life debt is? Asked Daphne. Yes, said Hermione, but if Harry and I saved your life, surely you either owe us a debt or not regardless of how you feel about it. Daphne shook her head. With magic it isn't that simple. By agreeing to come save you with Harry, I forged a bond between us, maybe not a friendship, but something that comes very close to it. A life debt only really applies if the person who saves the other person does it selflessly. Saving a friend isn't selfless, though it isn't selfish either. So any theoretical debt that I have towards either you or him is possible, but not necessary. But because it is magic, my feelings on the subject matter. If I feel strongly enough that either of you had no reason to save me, I can activate the debt myself by saying that I owe you a life debt 3 times. Why 3 times? Asked Hermione. 3 is an important magical number, said Tracy. That in and of itself isn't the reason though. What's important is that we believe 3 is an important number. It's ritual magic, said Daphne. We use the symbol of the number 3 to stand in for actually performing a spell. Because we believe that the number 3 has power. Like all ritual magic it requires a sacrifice, but in this case owing a life debt to another person would be a sufficient sacrifice. Hermione nodded. That would be useful information to know. Before they knew it, the train had reached King's Cross Station. Soon they were unloading their trunks off the train. Daphne waved Justin over when he left the train shortly after them. My parents have something for you and Hermione, she said cryptically. Sure enough, in moments Daphne's parents came into view, with another witch and wizard Hermione quickly realized were Tracy's parents. Tracy ran to her mother and gave her a hug, while Daphne did the same with her father. After they made their greetings, Daphne pulled on her father's shirt sleeves. We'd best let Hermione and Justin get back to their parents, she said expectantly. So we should, said Mr. Greengrass exuberantly. He pulled out 4 wristbands made of some leathery hide. Dragon skin, thought Hermione, to hold enchantments. These wristbands cancel out muggle-repelling charms, Mr. Greengrass said kindly, as you are Daphne's only muggle-born friends, it is only right that I repay you with these. For a moment Hermione wondered why the Greengrasses were giving Justin a set of wristbands. After all, he wasn't that close to Daphne. Then the line about repayment hit her. These were for her, as a thank you for saving Daphne's life. For some reason they seemed to be trying to hide that fact, so they were giving Justin a set as well. Thank you, said Hermione, I appreciate the sentiment, and the spirit in which it was given. Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass beamed at her. Mrs. Greengrass looked like she was about to say something when they heard a loud woman's voice ask, have you seen Blaise? Turning they saw a short woman with dark skin interrogating Draco Malfoy, who seemed more interested in getting away than answering her. Mrs. Zabini thought Hermione. Why is she here? Asked Tracy. Oh Merlin, said Hermione as the truth struck her, he didn't even tell his mother he was staying at Hogwarts. Mr. Greengrass hung his head sadly, of course he didn't. He turned to Hermione and Justin again, go meet your parents. I'll deal with poor Madame Zabini. After making brief goodbyes to Daphne and Tracy, Hermione and Justin made their way through the entrance to Platform 9. As soon as she reached the other side, Hermione saw her parents. Mom, Dad, she yelled as she ran to meet them in a hug. And as her mother embraced her she felt as if a great weight had been lifted. She was going home. As Hermione sat in the back of the car she felt as if something was amiss. Her parents had of course been thrilled to be given the wristbands the Greengrasses had procured for them, and they had been happy to hear her tell them about her classes once they were in the relative safety of their car at least. Yet Hermione could feel a chill settling over her parents' demeanor. Something was wrong. You seem upset by something, said Hermione carefully, is something the matter? Well, we did receive a letter from your school about you being involved in an incident, which you haven't mentioned yet, her father said somewhat disapprovingly as he drove, and you said something similar in a letter to us, but it was quite vague. You mean about Halloween? Asked Hermione. I don't really like thinking about that to be honest, which was the reason I hadn't brought it up, though I'd be willing to answer any questions. What happened? Asked her mother. The letter we received from your school was vague. It just said that you were involved in an incident, you weren't hurt, and you weren't in trouble. What sort of incident was it? For a moment, Hermione sat, stunned at the enormity of what her parents had said. You mean, they didn't tell you? She yelled furiously, bloody hell. Hermione chided her mother. Sorry, apologized Hermione, Blaise's bad habits are rubbing off on me I guess. But really, this is just proof that magical society just doesn't spare a second thought for muggleborns. Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise's parents were notified immediately. Hermione said her father in a warning tone that meant he was losing his patience. Listen, you have to understand, I thought they told you. Protested Hermione, I wasn't expecting to have to explain all this to you. I don't even know where to start. Take your time honey, said her mother, who shook her head at her husband, who seemed about to demand answers again. Hermione took a deep breath. As I believe I've written to you about before, but magical society tends to be dismissive of muggleborns. Not that all magicals are prejudiced, but there is definitely a history of prejudice that influences magical institutions to this day. One of the first major voices to express this distrust was from about 1,000 years ago, by a man named Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin, isn't that the name of your house? Asked her mother. Yes, replied Hermione, and the house remains the most inhospitable to muggleborns to this day. So why were you sorted there? Asked her father. Hermione paused. Telling them about her desire to be in the same house as Harry, and the way he had been sorted might be a step too far for them right now. So she decided for a different style of honesty. I'm not entirely sure, but I was. She then went on to tell them about Draco's visit that night, which nearly caused her father to turn around to hunt down the boy. She told them about her hellish first week, and how Harry had come to her rescue and helped her shut Draco out. How did he do that? Asked her mother. Hermione knew this was an innocent question, but she also really didn't want to give an honest answer about it. Well, the magic was programmed to only not activate for muggleborns, so he figured a way to use Harry's half-blood status to activate the wards. Clever, said her mother, dropping the subject, to Hermione's great relief. Hermione then recounted how she and Harry had made a fool of Malfoy, and how they had come to realize this had made them targets of older students. She told her parents about making friends in the other houses, and warning the teachers. And then she told them about that fateful Halloween. She left nothing out, from her capture, to Blaze's reducto, to the tough troll attack. And things afterwards were just so hectic I didn't think to write more than a short letter. Initially we all sort of hunkered together for comfort, but after we started to recover, I don't think any of us really wanted to think about it. Her parents had grown quiet. Finally her mother said, "I'm sorry you had to see that, Hermione. Actually I didn't get a good look at what happened. While it was happening, I was just trying to get away. And afterwards, well, once Harry had seen the bodies, he physically prevented me from going and looking. He was in shock that whole night." "Poor boy," said her father sadly. "How did a troll get into the school?" asked her mother. Hermione paused. "I don't know, though there was an investigation into what happened, and the school changed a lot of its policies. Now access to the wards is restricted to the headmaster and deputy headmistress. I'm not sure if they think the troll was let in deliberately, or if they just think someone carelessly left part of the wards down." Her mother looked worried. "Do you feel safe going back? Even without a troll, it sounds like the other students were making life miserable for you." "I have friends now, I'll be fine. Besides," Hermione paused again, "no one is going to mess with the first years who killed a troll." "That is a good point," said her father. "Did Tracy have to kill the troll?" asked her mother. "I'm not entirely comfortable with that either," admitted Hermione, "but after watching that troll kill 2 people I'm not prepared to die on that hill. And I might have. Who was supposed to notify us of this anyway?" asked her father. "Probably Professor Snape. He is the head of Slytherin." Hermione shook her head sadly. "I think he was prepared to let us fend for ourselves against those older students. It makes sense. In Slytherin House, if you draw negative attention to yourself you're expected to deal with the consequences. Professor McGonagall is the deputy headmistress though, and she has no use for that mentality. If you want more information I'd suggest you ask her." "I will. She seemed quite reasonable the times we've met her," said Hermione's mother. "Ooh, if she comes by I can have her bring Harry a present," said Hermione excitedly. "I know exactly what he needs, and he isn't likely to get it from his aunt and uncle." As she continued talking about her friend, Hermione missed the slightly worried look her mother gave her father, as well as the tightening around her father's eyes. Snow softly fell over the mountains as Ginny Weasley made her way through the woods. The cold was biting, though she was dressed warmly enough that it wasn't all that uncomfortable yet. The clouds obscured the sun, which made it difficult to find her way, even if it wasn't midday. The fact was she was lost, she didn't speak Romanian, and she had no idea how to even tell if someone was magical or muggle here. She only had herself to blame, really. Ron had sent her a letter before she had left home, and it had contained the information that he would be spending his holidays with Harry Potter. She was jealous. She'd always seen Harry Potter as a hero, had daydreamed about having adventures with him, but that had been before she had met him. And in truth she'd been appalled at his lack of knowledge of his past. Yet that had led her to realize that just because he survived you-know-who's attack all those years ago, it didn't mean his life had been all roses since. In a real way it had been a wake-up call to her. Now her daydreams focused on showing Harry the magical world, and all the things that were normal to her, but would astound him. The fact that he had been sorted into Slytherin troubled her, but not as much as it had troubled the rest of her family really, well except Fred and George, who thought it was a big joke. The truth was she felt that she understood. If the injustices done to him had given him a great ambition that was all to the good. And by Ron's accounts Harry seemed intent on cleaning up Slytherin. And so, fantasizing about going to Hogwarts and meeting in Harry Potter and defeating the legacy of Salazar Slytherin once and for all, she had failed to pay attention to her surroundings and had gotten lost. Suddenly Ginny saw a trickle of smoke in the distance. She didn't even think twice about it, and began running towards the smoke. Even if it was a muggle, it would be better than running lost in the snow. Soon she came upon a small clearing in which sat a small cottage. It was quite ramshackle from the looks of it, yet somehow seemed inviting. Something about it reminded her of the burrow. An old woman, dressed warmly, was carrying wood into the cottage from a pile near a small shed. Initially the woman didn't seem to notice her, and brought the wood inside the cottage. But then the old woman walked back out and spoke some words in Romanian directly to Ginny. "I'm sorry, I only speak English," said Ginny plaintively. "An English girl comes to my cabin, how strange," said the old woman in thickly accented, but otherwise flawless, English, and not just a girl, but a witch at that. "For how else could you get past my Muggle-repelling wards?" "I'm lost," said Ginny. "I was staying at the lodge for the dragon reservation, and I wandered off and got lost." She winced at how pathetic that made her sound. "Well, I will take you back shortly then," the old woman said kindly, "but first come in and have a cup of tea. I dare say you English still like tea." Ginny nodded. The woman gestured her inside. The inside of the hut was full of herbs and other potions ingredients, as well as a number of other magical implements including a crystal ball, a couple of telescopes and a self-sweeping broom. "You do divination?" asked Ginny curiously. She noticed that the old woman had already boiled the water and brewed the tea for Ginny. The old woman smiled. "Ah yes, I used to be the most in-demand fortune teller in Europe. People came from all around the world to have me look at their future." She set down a cup and poured tea into it. "Why do you live here then?" asked Ginny. "One day a man came into my home, and I told his fortune. I must have prophesied, because he liked what I said so much that he said from then on I would only prophesy for him. I said no. He laughed and told me that no one says no to Gellert Grindelwald." Ginny gasped, nearly spilling her tea. The old woman nodded. "The very same. For years he held me hostage. I tried to lie to him, to tell him things that would be clearly false. He always saw through me and laughed about how hard I tried to stop him. But I could not stop the prophecies that came from my mouth. When Grindelwald was defeated, many wanted me punished alongside him. Some believed my story, but many thought I was complicit in his crimes. Once the darling of Europe, I had become a pariah. So I came here, where I could die in peace." The old woman shook her head. "I've done a very poor job of it." Ginny wasn't sure what to make of this. But here she was sitting in front of a real live seer. Suddenly she felt an impulse to ask a question. "Could you tell my fortune?" Ginny asked nervously as she sipped her tea. The old woman looked at her for a second. Then she smiled. "I see no harm in it. Yet fortunes are not always what we want to hear. What do you want to know?" Ginny thought about her wording. It might be important. "Will Harry Potter ever love me?" The woman looked surprised, and perhaps a bit disappointed. "Hold out your hand," she said as she sat down across the table from Ginny. Ginny held it out as the woman examined her hand thoroughly. "Many misunderstand divination. For most, doing what I am doing would do nothing. Only those with the sight would gain any insight this way. Those who struggle against their natures to understand divination do so in vain. The lines on your hand are meaningless, yet this is as good a way to tune myself to your magical essence as any. We shall see if there is anything to see." The woman's eyes grew distant. "You are the only daughter of 7 children. You have dreams of making a name for yourself beyond your family. You have met Harry Potter before, and have done him a great service. Your request was not as frivolous as I thought." Suddenly the woman's eyes grew wide and she shouted. "If you marry him, he will hate you. If you steal his heart, he will die. If you follow the narrow twisted path to its end, you may know his true heart." Suddenly the woman's eyes returned to normal. "Sorry, I couldn't find anything more useful." Ginny gaped at her. "What was that?" "What was?" began the woman confused, before she stopped and shook her head. "I made a prophecy, didn't I? I never remember when I do." Ginny nodded as she finished her tea. "Well," the old woman said, laughter now entering her voice, "I guess you just proved old Gellert wrong. Can't say I'm disappointed with that." The old woman stood up and picked up a weathered old walking stick. "Come now, I will take you back to the lodge." The trip back took very little time, only about 15 minutes. Apparently Ginny had wandered in circles more than she had thought. As they came near to the lodge, Ginny could hear a voice yelling her name. "Charlie," she thought. "Thank you," she said, turning to the old woman. Or rather where the old woman had been, for she was gone. Ginny smiled wryly and shook her head. She realized that the woman hadn't even told her what her name was. "I'm over here," she yelled back to Charlie as she made her way towards his voice. She thought momentarily about the prophecy she had heard. It didn't sound promising, yet it hadn't really answered her question, either. She shook her head. One thing she was sure of now, she was definitely not taking divination. December 24, 1991. Harry was sitting alone in the common room, waiting for Blaise to get back so they could go to dinner. Apparently there would be a special meal, as it was Christmas Eve. However, Blaise had been called to Snape's office minutes ago. Snape had worn a grim expression on his face, which Harry suspected did not bode well for Blaise. Blaise walked in looking a bit abashed. "Let's go," he said simply. Harry got up and followed him out of the room. "You in trouble?" Blaise nodded. "Yeah, I forgot to tell my mother I was staying here, so she was a little mad. But she didn't demand I come home, so it's all good. I'll just have detention once school gets back in." Harry started. "Don't," said Blaise emphatically. "I know it was stupid. It was moronic. I figured she knew I wouldn't want to come home. I figured she wouldn't want me to come home." "Blaise, it doesn't sound like your mother hates you, it just sounds like she's wrong about, well, almost everything," said Harry. "Believe me, I'm an expert on having family that hates me." Blaise laughed. "I'll be damned if you aren't right." Then Blaise sighed. "I'll write her an apology letter, I guess." Coming to the Great Hall, they saw the Weasleys had beat them there, though Percy seemed a little annoyed to be there. Surprisingly, McGonagall and Dumbledore were there, along with Hagrid. "We'll have a bit of a bigger party, with all the other resident teachers, tomorrow," said McGonagall as Harry and Blaise sat down, "but we decided, given the traumatic events so far this year, that a bit of a friendly sit-down would be in order." And Harry had to admit the whole thing was quite genial. The food was good, the Weasley twins were constantly trying to prank everyone except McGonagall, and Hagrid began telling stories about the Forbidden Forest. Not scary stories, but just stories about the unicorns and centaurs and other creatures that lived there. Harry was moderately interested in that. "So what is the most interesting creature you've cared for, Hagrid?" "Oh, definitely Fluffy," said Hagrid happily, but then winced as McGonagall shot him a withering glare. "I guess I'm not supposed to talk about that." Something in Harry's head clicked. Fluffy wouldn't happen to be the giant three-headed dog on the third floor, would he? Hagrid began stuttering, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, and McGonagall scowled. "How do you know what is on the third floor?" she said, her voice verging on anger. "Lots of people know," said Harry. "The rumor has been all over school. I haven't been there myself, but then again I've had more than enough excitement this year already." The Weasley twins were trying very hard to look innocent, which actually had the effect of making them look extremely guilty. And McGonagall noticed. "I see," she said as she gave shot very menacing looks at the Weasley twins. "Obviously you have Fluffy guarding something," said Harry, "so I have to wonder, what is so important that it has to be kept behind such a dangerous dog in a school?" Dumbledore's eyes seemed to twinkle even harder. McGonagall shut her mouth, as if she didn't trust herself to speak. Hagrid on the other hand was more vocal. "That's none of our business, Harry," he said. "It only concerns Headmaster Dumbledore here, and Nicholas Flamel." McGonagall put her face into her hands, while Dumbledore sighed. "Hagrid," the headmaster said gently. "I shouldn't have said that," said Hagrid, his face clearly upset. Harry's stomach sank. He hadn't meant to get Hagrid in trouble. He ate the rest of his meal in silence. "Harry, could you stay for a moment?" asked Dumbledore as everyone was leaving the Great Hall. Harry motioned for Blaise to leave. Once everyone was gone other than Dumbledore and McGonagall, Harry exhaled slowly. "I didn't mean to get Hagrid in trouble." "We know," said McGonagall, "you were just curious. Hagrid is not always the most dependable with secrets. He is loyal to a fault, but—" "I do not wish to interrupt you, Minerva, but I did not ask us to stay so we could talk about Hagrid behind his back," said Dumbledore with just a hint of reproach in his voice. "Suffice to say, he is not in trouble. No, I am more worried about what you are going to do with this information. I assume you wish to find out who Nicholas Flamel is." Harry nodded. "I was going to look him up." Dumbledore smiled. "You might have a difficult time looking him up, if you don't know where to look." "I did plan on asking Hermione and Daphne for help," volunteered Harry. On hearing Daphne's name, Dumbledore's face tightened. Did Dumbledore not want him telling Daphne this? No, that couldn't be it. Suddenly the truth hit Harry again. Dumbledore didn't want Daphne telling her father about this. "While I can't demand you keep this quiet, I would ask that you be circumspect in who you tell about this. This information could be dangerous in the wrong hands," said Dumbledore, who then seemed to hesitate. Albus, just tell him, he'll figure it out anyway, said McGonagall. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist, an old colleague of mine in fact. He is the only known, and certainly the only living, creator of the Philosopher's Stone, said Dumbledore. Harry frowned. The Philosopher's Stone turns any ordinary material into gold, correct? That is one of its properties, yes. It also can be used to create the elixir of life, which restores the physical health and youth of anyone who drinks it, clarified Dumbledore. Wait, I've heard of Flamel in Muggle books. He was supposedly from the 14th century. Said Harry excitedly, are you saying the elixir of life makes someone functionally immortal? That is correct. Harry thought about that for a moment. But to function like that it would have to be a near-universal restorative. Dumbledore smiled, well done Harry. Yes, the elixir of life restores everything short of death. Death, alas, cannot be healed. So you are guarding it because someone wants to steal it? Asked Harry. Again correct, said Dumbledore. Who would be so bad off? That Harry trailed off as he remembered something McGonagall had said at his orientation at Diagon Alley. Harry drew in a breath. Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded. Quite so Harry. He has not been fully destroyed, and seeks a way to restore his body. If he does so, things will get bad again, Harry finished. Probably, said McGonagall. All of a sudden a thought struck Harry, a thought that filled him with fury. He let the troll in, didn't he? He let the troll in to allow him to try to get the Philosopher's Stone without being interrupted, Harry said, practically shouting. Dumbledore hung his head. Yes, he said sadly, though it is more likely that he had someone do it for him than that he came here himself. So one of the teachers is working for Voldemort. Fumed Harry. Probably, though we aren't certain who it is, answered McGonagall, though the way she said certain indicated to Harry that she at least suspected someone. It's Quirrell, said Harry with absolute certainty. Pardon me, said Dumbledore, clearly taken aback. My scar has a tendency to hurt when he is around. The scar given to me by Voldemort. There must be a connection. Dumbledore nodded. Quirrell is indeed a suspect, but we have no proof. Harry sighed, of course not. Harry, I would ask that you not mention your suspicions of Quirrell to anyone, said Dumbledore. It might serve to alert Quirrell, and if he is not in the service of Voldemort, it would be in poor taste to sully his name. I understand, said Harry. I believe that is all then, said Dumbledore. As Harry left the hall his head was spinning. One thing he was absolutely certain of though, was that as soon as Hermione came back he was telling her everything. December 25, 1991. The next morning Harry woke early. He had always been used to being woken up, either by his family, trying to force him to make their breakfast, or by Hermione, who was constantly worried he'd be late for class. But he was alone, and that is when he remembered that it was Christmas. There was no real excitement for Harry, after all he'd never had anything to celebrate before. It had never occurred to him that this year might be different. As he made his way to the common room he saw Blaise sitting next to a stack of presents. You took your sweet time, Potter, he said wryly. No one ever sends me presents, said Harry. Well, I guess a bunch of people didn't get that message this year, said Blaise pointing to another stack of presents. Harry realized that the house elves must have delivered them in the night. Appropriate really. Brilliant, said Harry, genuinely touched. Soon the two boys were tearing open their presents. Harry's first was a book from Ron on the Chudley Cannons, a Quidditch team he'd heard the boy mention before. Blaise took one look at it and scowled. He's trying to jinx you, I know he is. The cannons are terrible. Perpetually terrible. The next gift was a book on explosive magic from Blaise. Tracy had given Harry a book on Quidditch strategy, while Daphne had gifted him a book on magical law and customs. Justin had sent Harry cuff links, which confused Blaise to no end, but actually made Harry laugh. Justin clearly needed to get out of his entitled upbringing. He was almost unbearably posh at times. Hermione's gift was in a box, and when Harry opened it he was stunned. Pajamas. Pajamas that fit him. Blaise seemed a little confused at how excited Harry was until he explained. No one's ever given me clothes designed to fit me before. It's been all hand-me-downs from my fat cousin my whole life. There was one last present, and when Harry opened it up he couldn't quite figure it out. It was a huge shimmering cloak. In it was a note. Harry opened the note. It read, "This cloak was given to me many years ago by your father. It is time that it was returned to you. Use it well." Bloody hell, said Blaise. What is it? asked Harry curiously. It's an invisibility cloak. Harry looked at the cloak in his hands incredulously. Then he began to laugh. Oh, he was going to make great use of this. December 26, 1991. Hermione was sitting in her room reading the book Harry had ordered for her for Christmas. The veritable swarm of owls that had descended upon the Grangers' Christmas morning had not gone over well with her parents. Still, it hadn't been her fault. They'd soon see it as part of the price of being part of the magical world. This book in particular was interesting, as it had a lot of advanced magical theory in it. A lot of it went over Hermione's head, but she realized she would be able to use this book as a reference for years. She heard her mother's light knock on the door. "Come in," she said absently. Her mother came in and shut the door behind her. "Enjoying your book?" Hermione looked up smiling. "Yes. It's really advanced, but a lot of the principles here are really useful going forward. It's sort of like the difference between Newton's laws and the theory of relativity. We learn how to use magic in an easy way, but the actual way it works is far more complicated." "That does sound interesting," said her mother. "Do you have a minute to talk?" Hermione set down her book, making sure to mark her place in it. "Sure, what about?" "Well, your father and I are very concerned about some things. We did have a discussion with Professor McGonagall, and she did promise she would personally make sure we were notified if something happened to you. That being said, we still have some concerns. Would you have to continue any magical education at Hogwarts?" Hermione considered. "There are other schools, but they are in other countries. Only the schools in America and Australia teach in English. It would be very difficult for me at Beauxbatons, they teach in French. Durmstrang wouldn't accept me because I'm Muggle-born. The other schools are all very far away. You could hire a tutor, but it would be very expensive." "That's what we figured," her mother said, "and I suppose the ministry won't let us unilaterally withdraw you." Hermione shook her head, very grateful for ministry bureaucracy at the moment. "No. First, they are reluctant to expel any student until they can control their magical reliably, usually at the end of second year. It has happened for extreme cases, but it is rare. Second, well, not to put too fine a point on this, but the ministry won't allow me to be withdrawn from magical schooling without my agreement, and that of my magical guardian." "Magical guardian?" her mother asked, confused. "Many contracts in magical society are magical contracts. They use the magic of the person signing to enforce the contract. You don't have magic, so you can't sign them. The ministry appoints a person to hold that power for all Muggle-born students, specifically, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts." "Oh," said her mother unhappily, "can we change guardians?" Hermione scowled. "No, currently the law does not allow us to pick our guardians. But in this case it doesn't matter. I intend to finish my magical education." Her mother smiled and wrapped her arm around Hermione's shoulders. "Okay, I get it. Withdrawing you isn't an option. But there are other things we are worried about." "Oh?" asked Hermione. "We are concerned that you are maybe getting a bit too close with Harry," said her mother gently. Hermione felt her stomach sink. She should have seen this coming. Yet she wasn't entirely unprepared for this. She had known they might be a bit worried. But they didn't even know the worst of it. "Go on," she said, trying to keep her voice neutral. "Well, most of your early letters only talked about Harry, and Professor McGonagall said you were always seen in his company. I realize Harry needed clothes, but it is a little strange to buy him sleepwear. We, and especially your father, are afraid you are moving a bit too fast for an 11-year-old boyfriend." Hermione grimaced. Her mother had definitely noticed some inconvenient things. "Well," she started, "in the first place, Harry isn't my boyfriend, he's my best friend. We spent a lot of time together in the beginning because people were threatening to hurt me and Harry was watching out for me. And now that we have other friends, we don't spend nearly as much time together." Hermione was surprised, but she actually felt a bit of regret saying that last bit. "Okay, so he's your best friend instead," said her mother. "Don't you think that is strange for a girl your age?" "No," said Hermione, "certainly. He stood up for me when no one else would. He's earned my friendship." Her mother nodded. "Harry and I did already have this conversation," Hermione admitted. "We got really close really fast, and then we realized we barely knew each other. But we are friends. And it isn't like he's my only friend either." "Well, that's good," said her mother. "As for the pajamas specifically, I got them because they would be the most useful." He spends most of his day wearing his school robes, which he had fitted for him. So the only clothes he really needs are something to sleep in. It's unfortunate that his family has so little money, though I thought you said he had some from his parents, said her mother. Hermione nearly growled, they aren't poor, they make plenty of money. They just don't spend any of it on Harry. His uncle thinks magicals are abominations, and his aunt is still jealous that her sister could use magic and she couldn't. Hermione shook her head to clear it. Getting enraged would help no one. Let me be clear, she said, Harry's aunt and uncle aren't cheap, they are abusive. They made him sleep in a cupboard. They tried to stop him from going to Hogwarts. They hate him and what he is, what I am. Harry hadn't even been hugged since his parents died until Hermione trailed off as she realized she was on the verge of tears. Her mother noticed though. Oh, that poor boy, she said as she wrapped Hermione up in a full hug, I didn't know it was so bad. I am so sorry. Thanks, said Hermione, trying to suppress a sniffle. It's clear that you want to help your friend. But you realize you can't replace his family for him all by yourself, right? Her mother asked. I know that, said Hermione sadly, but I can at least let him know someone cares about him. And now that Blaise and Daphne and Tracy are our friends, they've been helping out too. Her mother ruffled her hair. You're right, you can do that, and the more people helping the better. Hermione realized that the danger seemed to have passed. Listen, I am not going to pretend with you, Mom. I really like Harry. We're very good friends. And we are likely to get closer. But I am not trying to get ahead of myself here. We are just friends. That's reassuring, said her mother. Her mother ruffled her hair as she got up and left. As soon as her mother left, Hermione exhaled in relief. That had nearly gone very badly. Still, with her mother's concerns mollified, she hoped this would buy her some cover for a while. Helen Granger was not exactly looking forward to her conversation with her husband. Robert was in most ways a reasonable man, but he was quite protective of his daughter. And despite her protestations, it was clear that Hermione was very infatuated with one Harry Potter. As far as she was concerned, that was fine, especially given the level head Hermione seemed to have about it. Hermione wasn't trying to push a relationship, she just wanted to be his friend. But Robert was not taking the idea of his daughter actually dating a boy well at all. So how did it go? He asked as she came into their room. Well, Helen said lightly, we were right about it being difficult to pull her from school. Practically impossible is more like it. It turns out that we have basically no say in the matter. If we convinced Hermione, maybe we could pull it off, but she is determined to stick it out. So legally we don't have a leg to stand on. We're her parents, said Robert angrily. Doesn't matter, and if what she told me about Harry's aunt and uncle is true, it might be for the best. They are almost certainly abusing that boy. If they had their way, he'd be living the life of a South Avenue, and he wouldn't be at Hogwarts. Robert's face softened. That bad? Helen sighed. I suspect it's worse. Hermione, well, she tries to mother that boy, but in truth he needs to be removed from their custody. But I have a feeling that would be easier said than done. Robert shook his head. So Hermione and him aren't. She says they are just friends, emphasized Helen. While Hermione clearly has a crush on him, she doesn't feel ready for anything other than a close friendship. Robert grunted. Robert, she has the right to choose her friends. In a couple years, yes, she might decide she wants more from their friendship. Right now it isn't an issue, but if you keep making it one, she isn't going to pay any attention to us when it becomes one for real. I'd just pull her out of that school if I could, Robert said sourly. She'd never forgive us, even if it were possible, said Helen. Robert nodded reluctantly. Robert, you thought the idea of Hermione and Harry was funny when they first met. Why the sudden change of heart? Helen asked. I was just joking around before. After all that Hermione said, it seemed a lot more, well, real. Robert shook his head. I guess I can't control how she feels. Helen sighed with relief. This would keep things calm for a while. But she thought back to her conversation with Hermione. She had definitely been hiding something, and Helen had a feeling that there would be a storm when it came to light. December 31, 1991. Daphne was having a decidedly bad night. She was at the annual New Year's Eve gala, hosted this year by her father. She hated hobnobbing with the wealthy families of magical Britain. Too many were pureblood supremacists, and too many had designs that she was skeptical of. Things were worse this year, of course, because Blaise wasn't there. Without him there she had spent most of her time with Neville Longbottom and Ernie Macmillan. Neville was a decent guy, but Ernie had a tendency to get under her skin. Avoiding Draco and Pansy was her main objective though. Draco because he was just absolutely loathsome, and Pansy because she wasn't sure Pansy didn't blame her for her brother's death. It was a shame, she'd always gotten on with Pansy in the past, but that was probably over. Of course avoiding Pansy was difficult, because it quickly became obvious Pansy was trying to talk to her. She kept approaching Daphne, and initially Daphne had avoided her by getting engrossed in other conversations. But when Pansy persisted, Daphne made her way to the edge of the room to look out the window. Pansy followed. "I don't have much time, because my father will wonder why I am talking to you," said Pansy. "I just want to apologize for what my brother tried to do to you." Several sarcastic comebacks sprung into Daphne's mind, but she shook them away. "Thank you. I'm sorry we weren't able to help him more. He shouldn't have been there. That was my fault," said Pansy. "I'm going to stay out of the fights between Potter and Draco now. I'd steer clear of Draco entirely, but my father won't have it." Daphne nodded. Marriage contracts might be out of style, but that didn't mean that some parents didn't put enormous pressure on their daughters to woo the sons of wealthy wizards. And Draco's father was as wealthy as they came. "Good luck, Pansy," said Daphne agreeably. Pansy nodded and walked off. Daphne looked out at the snowy landscape. If only she'd thought to pretend to be sick earlier, she could have begged off early. She sighed, and turned around, only to be confronted by the whole Malfoy clan, Lucius, Narcissa and Draco, plus Madame Zabini. "Hello there," Daphne said, putting on her fakest smile. "We're so happy you could be here tonight." "Oh, these events are always illuminating," said Lucius suggestively. Inwardly Daphne groaned. She was about to be pumped for information. She looked desperately for Neville or Ernie, but they were nowhere to be seen. "How has my son been doing?" asked Madame Zabini acidly. "He hasn't seen fit to talk to me about it." Daphne winced. "He's all right. I think he feels that now that he is in school he can express his individuality more. I fear he may have taken it too far." Madame Zabini glared at Daphne for a moment then shook her head. "I know he didn't tell you about not speaking to me about his arrangements. I'm quite cross with him right now. I do think it's good that he stayed to keep Harry company though," said Daphne. "Harry doesn't like his Muggle relatives, so there was no way he'd be going back home for the holidays." "Potter doesn't like Muggles?" asked Lucius, suddenly very curious. Daphne smiled, as she suddenly saw a way to make this conversation interesting. "Oh, he likes Muggles fine, just not his aunt's family. They're pretty horrible, by any standard. His best friend is a Muggle-born though, Hermione Granger. I'm sure Draco has told you all about her." "Indeed," said Narcissa icily. Daphne wasn't sure whether that ice was directed at her or Draco. "Well, she's absolutely the best student in our year," said Daphne teasingly. "She's been helping tutor all of her friends. I'm sure she'd be willing to help Draco, or would have been if he hadn't introduced himself to her by assaulting her." Madame Zabini glared at Draco. "You think you are so clever, Greengrass, but I know things that could cause Potter trouble," Draco said angrily. This was actually worrying to Daphne as revealing Harry and Hermione's living situation could, in fact, hurt them both badly. Draco opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He closed his mouth confused then opened it again. Still nothing. "What's your game, Greengrass?" he demanded. "Like I know how to stop you from talking," Daphne said flippantly. "If I did, I'd certainly use that ability more often." And then she realized what had happened. There was a compulsion, probably part of the protections that protected their rooms, that prevented them from talking about Slytherin House's unique rooming system out of turn. Which would explain why no one had blabbed about Harry and Hermione yet, and would also explain why the rooming situation wasn't common knowledge. Which meant, Daphne began to laugh. "Oh Merlin, I just realized what's happening. That stupid enchantment is preventing you from talking and spilling the beans on the entirety of Slytherin House. You're lucky Salazar Slytherin is smarter than you, Draco." Slytherin is dead," Draco said annoyed. "I stand by my statement," said Daphne as she nodded at Narcissa Malfoy and Madame Zabini and left. She was going to get in trouble for that, but Merlin it was satisfying. Better yet, she now knew Draco couldn't rat out her friends. She found Neville again, who was apparently trying to hide from his gran. However, it wasn't long before she heard a sharp voice behind her. "Daphne," said her mother quite severely. "Yes, mother," Daphne said meekly. "I just had a conversation with Narcissa Malfoy." "You have some explaining to do," said her mother as she pointed towards the door that led to the kitchen. "Worth it," she said with a smile. Her mother almost managed to hide her smile. "Almost. What was that about?" asked Theodore Nott Sr., as his son watched Daphne Greengrass walk away from the Malfoys. Madame Zabini was giving Draco an absolutely venomous glare. Clarice Zabini might be a Death Eater sympathizer, but she had very little use for men who were abusive towards women. Theodore Nott Jr., who had very much enjoyed watching Malfoy get put in his place, just shook his head. The Malfoys should have left Daphne alone. Draco got in a lot of trouble during first term, and some of what he did never did come to light. I knew he made some threats to Hermione on her first night at Hogwarts, but I'm not sure exactly what he did. Daphne makes it seem like a lot more than threats. All that fuss over a Muggleborn? Asked Nott Sr. Nott Jr. gave an exasperated sigh. Draco is very good at making enemies, father. Even I am starting to dislike him. Potter and Granger have just given people a way to express that. Senior nodded, letting Nott sigh in relief. His father was too old-fashioned. As much as Nott thought that purebloods were superior to mudbloods, treating them like insects just wouldn't fly anymore. He even felt sorry for what was about to happen to Daphne. "Lucius Malfoy is one of my most important political allies," shouted Bryant Greengrass. Daphne had known he was going to be angry, but this was a bit much. She'd gone through the kitchen to the back way into his private study and waited for him there. He had not been long. "Well, then he should act like it, instead of needling me for information," said Daphne calmly. "He didn't even get a chance to ask you anything," her father accused. "He was going to," said Daphne incredulously. "Please do not make the mistake of thinking I'm naive. And what is this slander about Draco Malfoy assaulting Hermione Granger?" yelled her father, undeterred by her deflections. "It isn't slander, it's just something that very few people know." Draco dragged her from her room and threw her into the showers half naked. "I knew Draco was causing trouble, but I didn't know exactly what he'd done until after I became friends with Hermione. If I had known, I would have turned on Malfoy ages before I did." Daphne still felt guilty about that. If she had swapped rooms to be with Hermione, the entire power struggle could have been avoided. "Are you sure that things actually happened that way?" asked her father. Daphne narrowed her eyes angrily. "Yes," she said flatly. Her father seemed to realize that this was dangerous ground. "Daphne, I know you dislike the Malfoys. I dislike them personally as well. But I need their support in the Wizengamot." "Don't lump me in with you politically," interrupted Daphne caustically. "Just because you made a deal with the devil doesn't mean I have to be fine with that." Her father's eyes flared. "Do you have any idea of the sacrifices I have made to protect our family?" Daphne snorted. "Your sacrifices seem to have involved other people making most of the sacrifices. Look, it's clear that we don't see eye to eye on this. I'm heading to my room, you can tell me my punishment after the party." She got up to leave. "Daphne," said her father angrily, "when will you apologize to the Malfoys?" Daphne stopped, and turned her head to look at her father. "When hell freezes over. I'm not apologizing to a man who thinks one of my friends shouldn't be allowed to live." And she stormed out. January 1, 1992. Hogwarts was a very different place at night, thought Harry as he wandered the halls. It was darker, more foreboding. The magic that seemed so whimsical in the daytime took on a fearsome presence at night. Perhaps there was more to observing curfew here than Harry had originally thought. Perhaps, in some ways, the school was dangerous. Yet part of Harry rejected that. Part of him said it was just his mind playing tricks on him. He hoped it was so. Harry had taken to wandering the school in his invisibility cloak. In truth, he had wanted to do this for ages, but was worried about getting caught. Now that he had the means to go undetected, he could explore at his leisure. There was a certain thrill to the whole thing. Maybe Blaise is right, I do belong in Gryffindor, thought Harry. Blaise wasn't above flouting the rules, but he would rarely do so for no reason. What he didn't expect was to run into a confrontation between Snape and Quirrell. The sight of the back of Quirrell's turban set Harry's scar alight with pain. Quirrell turned, but didn't seem to see him. "There's nothing there," said Snape contemptuously, as he looked straight through the spot where Harry was standing. You won't get out of this so easily. I don't know what you Ian Severus SS, said Quirrell nervously. Please, said Snape, we both know why you are here, and what you are doing, and who you are doing it for. Quirrell shook his head desperately. Snape sighed exasperatedly, I am not your enemy, Quirrell. We both want the same thing. But I cannot help you if you won't tell me how far you have managed to penetrate Dumbledore's little gauntlet. Harry was doing his very best not to breathe. Had Snape betrayed the school? Or was he trying to fool Quirrell? But that wouldn't work unless… Harry gasped. Snape had been a Death Eater. Snape's head snapped back to Harry's location. Harry quietly stepped back as Snape reached out to grab where Harry had just been. Harry continued to back away towards a nearby classroom. Snape snapped his head back towards Quirrell. We will continue this later. I want the return of our master as well, Quirrell, and you had better remember that. And with that he turned and left. Quirrell stood still for a moment, waiting until Snape was out of earshot, then looked around, as if scanning the shadows. Where are you, Potter? He whispered, almost too soft for Harry to hear. Harry slipped into the classroom. The pain in his scar subsided, and soon he heard Quirrell walking away. Harry sagged in relief. Maybe this had been a bad idea. Turning, he took a look at the room he was standing in. Set against one wall of the room sat a large ornate mirror that extended almost to the ceiling. Near the top was an inscription, Arised Straw Eru Oytube Kafru Oyt on Woshi. It took Harry a moment to interpret that, but then shook his head as it became obvious. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry dropped the invisibility cloak on a hunch, putting himself squarely in front of the mirror. In the mirror, he saw himself, but he wasn't alone. Behind him were two adults. My parents, realized Harry. Next to him was Hermione, but also Blaise and Daphne and Tracy, and further out he saw Ron and Justin and so many others he couldn't recognize. Harry closed his eyes sadly. It isn't possible. Opening his eyes he saw Hermione in the mirror had taken his hand. Harry wondered idly what Hermione might see if she looked in the mirror. Harry grinned. He'd just have to bring her here when she got back. January 5, 1992. Hermione was more than ready to get back to school. Her parents had lightened up considerably after her conversation with her mother, but she was quite worried about the turn those conversations had taken. Still, she was excited to show her parents the Hogwarts Express. They were duly impressed by the hidden platform 9 3/4. Still, she thought that there was also some disappointment from them that it wasn't more. Tracy was waiting for her. Hey Hermione. Good to see you again. She said happily. Mum, Dad, this is Tracy. Tracy, my parents, introduced Hermione. Hermione has told us a lot about you, said Hermione's mother. I'm surprised she stopped talking about Harry long enough to mention us, said Tracy jokingly. Hermione's father scowled, and Hermione covered her eyes exasperatedly. Tracy, she admonished. Did I just step on another landmine? Asked Tracy, 'cause I caused a huge fuss between Daphne and her parents. Oh, asked Hermione's mother. Daphne was rather rude to the Malfoy family on New Year's Eve, and it has caused a bit of friction between her father and her, explained Tracy. She pointed towards the side of the platform. They could see Daphne and her father in animated discussion, but nothing could be heard. Some sort of silencing charm, Hermione guessed. I was meaning to thank him for these bracelets, said Hermione's mother. I'd hold off till summer if I were you, said Tracy a bit shamefacedly. Part of what is going on is that Daphne stood up for Hermione to the Malfoys and, well, I'm just not sure Mr. Greengrass wants to see you right now. Is this some of that wizard bigotry Hermione was talking about? Asked Hermione's father. Tracy nodded sadly. I'm afraid so. Hermione said her goodbyes to her parents, and made her way onto the train with Tracy. She found a compartment that was empty. A few minutes later Daphne stormed in. I'm sorry, started Tracy. It wasn't your fault. You had no way of knowing, said Daphne, dismissing the whole incident with a wave of her hand. Still, my father, in his infinite wisdom, expects me to apologize to Malfoy. I'd rather drink poison, said Hermione angrily. Daphne smiled. I have no intention of doing it, but I would like to not get in trouble. When Malfoy comes in, back me up. Both Hermione and Tracy agreed quickly. It wasn't long before Malfoy came blundering in with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Surprisingly, Nott was with him as well. "Do you have something to say to me, Greengrass?" said a sneering Malfoy. "Yes," said Daphne as Hermione and Tracy both stood behind her. "I have two options for you. 1. You walk out of here and tell your parents that I apologized to you, despite the fact that I have not and will not ever apologize to you for anything. We go our separate ways, trying to ignore each other as much as possible." "Not likely," said Malfoy arrogantly. "What's the other option? You tell your parents the truth, I get in trouble, and you spend the rest of your time at Hogwarts being the #1 target of the Gryffindors. Starting with the Weasley twins." Malfoy paused. "You can call off the Weasleys." Daphne nodded. "Harry can, though all bets are off if you draw attention to yourself again. We can't order the Weasleys around." Draco considered for a moment. "Fine, deal. Stay out of my way, Greengrass," and without another word Draco left, Crabbe and Goyle following behind him with confused looks on their faces. Nott bowed elaborately as the girls turned to face him. "Well done, Daphne. You aren't going to snitch on us?" asked Hermione suspiciously. "Oh Merlin, no. Believe it or not, I hate Malfoy almost as much as you do." "He's an embarrassment," said Nott, seemingly sincerely. "Good," said Daphne. With a nod of his head, Nott left the compartment. Hermione relaxed into her seat. That had gone well. Hopefully things would go better at school than they had on holiday. "Well, that's pretty terrible," Harry noted as Daphne finished her story at dinner. Daphne nodded. "I'm going to have to do something to keep my father from causing me trouble. I am not going to just let Malfoy get away with things because my father is trying to stay on good terms with Lucius." Harry thought about it. He doubted there was much she could do about it really. But maybe she had more options than he thought. "Anyway, I will talk to the twins. They'll probably agree to lay off if they realize it might spare you some real trouble," said Harry. "I'm more concerned with Hermione's parents," Blaise said thoughtfully. "Not in the short term, but in the long term they seem like they are going to have some serious problems." "It's just parents afraid their daughter is growing up," said Tracy. "And when they find out about my living situation," asked Hermione, "they won't let it slide, and the older I am when they discover it, the worse it'll be." "We could switch around next year," suggested Tracy. Daphne shook her head. "That might allow Draco or someone else to talk about it. Right now the information is safe behind a compulsion, but any change could disrupt that. So I have to hope they don't find out until I come of age," said Hermione sadly. "Oh," Harry said suddenly, "there is something I want to show you later, if you aren't too tired." "Really?" asked Hermione curiously. "What?" Harry smiled. "It's a surprise, but I guarantee it'll be worth it." Hermione shook her head. "Well, I'm more worried about Quirrell trying to steal the stone," Hermione began. The rest of dinner went quickly and Harry had to rush to catch the twins before they left the Great Hall. Strangely, when Ron saw him coming he sped up and exited the hall without saying a word. "Is there something wrong?" a puzzled Harry asked the twins. "Oh no," said Fred. "He just has a surprise he doesn't want to spoil," said George. "Ron isn't very good at keeping secrets," said Fred, which Harry had to admit was quite true. "Anyway, it was you I wanted to talk to," said Harry. "I'd appreciate it if you'd lay off Malfoy for a while." Daphne's father wanted her to apologize to him for something she said, but she refused. "Anyway, Malfoy agreed to tell his parents she did if you guys stopped tormenting him." The twins looked at each other then nodded. "Truly a sad story. We'd be happy to help a damsel in distress," said George, trying to pose heroically, and managing to look more hapless than usual. "But we'll need a new target," said Fred. "Luckily one has just provided himself." "Well, good luck at going after Mr. Greengrass," said Harry. "You'll need it." As Harry and Hermione navigated the halls of the school under the invisibility cloak, Hermione was nearly apoplectic. "I can't believe you talked me into this, Harry," Hermione whispered urgently. "If we get caught out after curfew we'll be in so much trouble." "We have an invisibility cloak," Harry whispered back. "How will we get caught?" "Invisibility cloaks are not impervious to magical detection," said Hermione, barely remembering to whisper now. "We're here," said Harry as he approached the classroom with the mirror in it. Entering the room he brought them directly in front of the mirror. "Harry, it's a mirror," said Hermione, her deadpan tone scarily neutral. "A magic mirror," Harry said as he dropped the invisibility cloak. Hermione gasped as she saw herself in the mirror. What, she stuttered. Harry smiled. When I look in the mirror, I see my family. But I bet it shows you something different. I see myself, but I'm older, and I'm a spellcrafter and the Minister for Magic. Said Hermione excitedly, I've passed laws to protect Muggleborns and others hurt by the pureblood supremacists. And I also see. Hermione trailed off again, but even in the dark Harry could see her cheeks darken into a blush. Do you understand what the mirror shows, Harry? Asked a familiar voice from behind them. The two spun to see Headmaster Dumbledore standing there. Hermione punched Harry in the shoulder. I told you we'd get caught. Dumbledore smiled, a gesture that seemed more like a laugh than laughter somehow. Do not be too hard on him. For some people, the allure of this mirror is too much to be ignored. I am surprised that he was able to resist coming back here until your return, to be honest. Hermione subsided thoughtfully, while Harry thought on Dumbledore's question. Surely he wanted more than the obvious. The mirror shows you what you want, said Harry, but not your immediate desires. It shows, well, your truest desires. Quite correct, said Dumbledore with something Harry might call pride in his voice. Do you see the problem with that? For someone like Hermione, there is no problem, said Harry. She sees her goals and ambitions. The mirror will only push her to achieve them. But for someone like me, Harry looked Dumbledore squarely in the eye. What I see is impossible, and dwelling on it as if it were real could destroy me. It shows what you want, not what you need. Very good, Harry, said Dumbledore. It takes a perceptive mind to understand the dangers of this mirror. It brings neither knowledge nor truth. That is why I will be moving the mirror to a new home. I must ask that you not go looking for it, Harry, Dumbledore said as he gave Harry a significant look. Yes, sir, Harry said as he picked up his cloak. Very well, please return to your house, said Dumbledore pleasantly. Harry nodded, and grabbed Hermione by the hand and pulled her out of the classroom. He threw the cloak over them just in case another teacher spotted them. I'm sorry, said Harry, I just... No, interrupted Hermione, Dumbledore was right. If you saw your parents, well, I understand why you'd want to show me right away. And maybe the mirror had more influence over you than you had realized. Harry smiled. So, about what you saw that you didn't tell me about, he started. None of your business, said Hermione abruptly. Harry stopped for a moment. Could she have seen him in her vision? When I said that I saw my family, Harry started saying slowly, I didn't just mean my parents. I meant the people who I have come to see as family. To drive the point home, he squeezed her hand. Hermione remained quiet. She stayed that way the rest of the way back to the common room. When they reached their room, Hermione continued to hold onto Harry's hand for a moment. Turning to look her in the eyes, he saw a warmth there that he had never really seen before. I see you as family too, Hermione said. And cheeky, ed him on the cheek. Now we have to get to bed, we have classes tomorrow, said Hermione as she walked to her bed. Oh wait, I have classwork to finish, said Harry with a mischievous grin. Harry, yelled Hermione as she threw a pillow at him. I'm kidding, he said as he threw it back. She just shook her head. January 6, 1992. The next morning Harry woke to find Hermione examining his invisibility cloak on her desk. Mornin', he said sleepily, what are you doing? Trying to figure out how Dumbledore knew we would be there last night, said Hermione. There was a tracking charm of some sort on your cloak. Huh, I guess Dumbledore was the mysterious person who gave it to me then, said Harry. It was barely attached to the inside of the cloak, said Hermione. I wasn't able to dispel it actually, I just knocked it off. Huh? Asked Harry, not certain where this was heading. Most invisibility cloaks are just permanent disillusionment charms cast on a specially prepared cloak. They don't protect from other magical detection methods, explained Hermione. This one reflected every magical detection spell I know right back at me. Also, most invisibility cloaks have a lifespan of a few years, tops. This one was owned by your father. Hermione shook her head. This is a very powerful magical artifact. At some point we'll have to look into it. But without the tracking no one will be able to find me now, right? Asked Harry. Unless you open your big, dumb mouth, Hermione said with a grin. Harry laughed. So much for that idea. School went quickly this term, and while there was more work, it seemed like less as Harry spent more time with his friends. Ron was still avoiding him for some reason, but Justin seemed to have loads of free time to spare, which was often used studying herbology. While Harry had originally paired with Hermione in herbology, somehow she had come under the impression that Harry was doing fine in that subject and had decided to help Susan Bones instead. So Harry now paired with Justin, and to Harry's surprise Justin was quite skilled in the subject. Of course they didn't just do herbology, but spent a lot of time playing Muggle card games that no one else seemed to know. Harry was also spending a lot of time with Blaise and Tracy in the Flying Club. All three of them were determined to try out for the Slytherin house team next year, so they may have been a bit too serious about it all. Still, it was time flying with his friends, which Harry loved. Hermione of course was often off studying with her Ravenclaw friends, but she still found time to spend time with Harry as well. Often it was in study sessions for school, but they also continued to learn how to defend themselves. Occasionally Daphne would join them, but she mostly studied with Blaise and Tracy. Harry was noticing a pattern there. Daphne seems to be trying to avoid being alone with me, he told Hermione one day as they were studying. Hermione looked thoughtful for a moment. She probably has a crush on you. What? Exclaimed a suddenly nervous Harry. Well, you did save her life, said Hermione, it would only stand to reason. After a bit of thinking on the matter he decided Hermione was probably right. Not that he thought that Daphne was seriously going after him. She seemed to be embarrassed by the way she felt more than anything. On the more serious front, Quirrell hadn't done anything more to arouse suspicion, at least as far as Harry could see. Meanwhile McGonagall and Flitwick had made no more progress into the mystery of Harry's sorting, though Harry now thought it was obvious that Quirrell was behind it. And so things began to progress until the most important day of the year. The Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match. February 15, 1992. The stands were crowded on the day of the match. The Gryffindor-Slytherin match was always a grudge match, and everyone always had a favorite. Some people rooted for Gryffindor because of Slytherin's unsavory reputation, while others rooted for Slytherin because of the Gryffindor students' arrogance. Whatever the reasons, everyone was rooting for someone, and the stands were packed. Luckily Tracy, Harry and Blaise had arrived 2 hours early to reserve their seats. When Hermione and Daphne arrived the stands were already nearly packed. Lucky we saved you seats, said Harry to Hermione. Yeah, lucky, said Hermione sarcastically. Harry stuck his tongue out at her. Suddenly Lee Jordan was announcing the beginning of the match. Harry liked Lee, but he couldn't help but notice how deeply partisan he was at announcing the matches. Hey, said Blaise, Croft is over there in the Gryffindor stands. Who's playing Seeker? Their question was answered when Lee's voice boomed out, and playing Seeker, Ron Weasley. Ron flew out onto the field looking a little unsure of himself. You have got to be kidding me, said Tracy. Harry shook his head, there's something else behind this, Ron isn't a Seeker. Harry paused for a moment. Though I think this might explain why he wasn't talking to me, he noted. Tracy nodded, then reached into her robes. Sorry, I have something to do, she said as she pulled out a trumpet. A trumpet, said Hermione deadpan. Tracy smiled, which caused Hermione to frown, but everyone else to grin like idiots. Oh boy, said Daphne shaking her head. Lee started announcing the Slytherin players, but after each one Tracy interrupted him with a fanfare from her trumpet. Lee, to his credit, immediately started pausing after each introduction. The Weasley twins had begun mock saluting each fanfare. When Lee announced Cuthbert, Tracy played the most elaborate fanfare yet. Everyone is staring at us, said Hermione between gritted teeth. You will be putting the trumpet away now, yes Ms. Davis? Asked the very familiar voice of Professor Snape, who had somehow appeared effortlessly right below them. Yes sir, said Tracy as she put the trumpet in her robes again. A good choice, said Snape blandly, though Harry thought he might have seen a hint of a smile coming from the greasy man as he left. You were going to play it at every Slytherin goal, weren't you? Teased Blaise, to which Tracy just beamed at him. Harry laughed, I didn't know you played the trumpet Tracy. Tracy winced slightly. I'm pretty bad, but I can play loud. Suddenly they saw Madame Hooch releasing the bludgers and the snitch. She threw up the quaffle and the game was on. From right away it was clear that Gryffindor had a huge advantage. Offensively and defensively they had the Slytherins outmatched, and from watching the first match they knew to stay out of foul range of the Slytherins as much as possible. The points were soon racking up against Slytherin. The one bright spot seemed to be Higgs, the Slytherin seeker. He was much more active in hunting for the snitch than Ron was. But Harry quickly saw through that. Ron wasn't hunting the snitch. He was just following Higgs. And suddenly Harry realized why they were playing Ron at seeker. He was a Quidditch fanatic who knew who to read a Quidditch pitch. Maybe not perfectly, but he knew how to follow the flow of the game. Which he was doing in order to keep Higgs from getting the snitch. "They're using Ron like a third bludger," he said. "It's their only hope really, without a seeker," agreed Tracy. Eventually Ron's luck had to run out, yet it did so in a fortuitous way for him. Harry spotted the snitch, and mere seconds later it became obvious that Ron had as well. And Higgs hadn't. Quickly Harry did the mental calculations. Ron was closer to the snitch than he was to Higgs. Higgs had a faster broom. If Ron gave chase to the snitch, Higgs would probably see it. Higgs would have the advantage if he saw Ron moving towards the snitch right away. Suddenly, Higgs began to turn towards the snitch, not able to see it yet. And Ron went. Higgs reacted quickly, and for a moment Harry thought he had it in the bag. But Ron began to drift slightly into Higgs' path. And then Higgs veered into Ron. Just like he had with Cho. "No!" shouted Harry, causing most of the Slytherins to look at Harry oddly. But then they saw how easily Ron recovered as he took position above and behind Higgs. And as Ron came down on the back of his broom, the Slytherin stands gave a groan. Higgs flipped away, and Ron began to close on the snitch. Reaching, he grabbed it, though not without nearly falling off his broom. Hanging from his broom with one hand and with the snitch in the other, Ron pumped his free fist in victory. "Gryffindor wins," shouted Lee. "The exact same way," shouted Tracy disconsolately. "Higgs has all the situational awareness of a blind elephant," said Blaze. Harry quickly made his way down to the edge of the stands. Fred and George had helped Ron back onto his broom, and he was now flying a victory lap. "Hey Ron," shouted Harry as Ron passed. Ron stopped suspiciously. Harry smiled. "Nice catch," he yelled. "Don't get used to beating us, Weasley," shouted Tracy. "You just wait till I'm on the team." Ron grinned, and flew off to celebrate with his teammates. March 7, 1992. The Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff match wasn't so exciting. While some bad defensive play by Ravenclaw had led to Hufflepuff taking an early 50-point lead, the Ravenclaws soon settled in, leading to an excruciating hour and a half of low-scoring play where Hufflepuff's defense stopped Ravenclaw's offense, and Hufflepuff's offense stopped itself. Suddenly Cedric lunged for the snitch, but Cho, who'd been following him all game, turned into him tightly and snatched the snitch right from under his grasp. So we're at Ravenclaw 290, Gryffindor 210, Hufflepuff -60 and Slytherin at, Hermione paused as she grimaced, -440. "Ouch," said Tracy. "If Ravenclaw wins the last game they win the cup," noted Blaze, "but if Gryffindor wins by 50 or more they win the cup." "I'm almost wanting to root for Gryffindor, see the upstarts win and all," said Harry. "Traitor," shouted Tracy as she slugged Harry's shoulder. April 11, 1992. Hermione had to admit, studying so far ahead did have its disadvantages. On most days Professor McGonagall would have some extra challenge for her after she demonstrated her competence at a basic transfiguration. But today McGonagall had said it was too dangerous as most of the other transfigurations involving beetles were well above Hermione's level. So she had to sit watching most of her other classmates fail at something she had done her first try. Harry had done it on his third try of course, and Blaze and Daphne had each succeeded on their fifth tries. Tracy was still trying, but she was abysmal at transfiguration. Absent-mindedly, Hermione looked out the window at the grounds. She could see the Quidditch pitch, a giant willow tree, a pillar of smoke coming from the direction of Hagrid's hut, a small dragon running across the grounds. "Wait, what? There's a dragon outside," Hermione shouted suddenly. The other students were suddenly all staring at her like she was crazy. "Miss Granger, there is no dragon outside," said McGonagall disapprovingly. "Look," she said, pointing out the window. She saw Hagrid come running after the dragon, faintly shouting something that sounded like, "Norbert." "Now really Miss Granger," said McGonagall as she approached the window and looked out. And she stopped. "Merlin's beard, a dragon. Class dismissed," she yelled as she ran out the door at top speed. Everyone was, of course, at the windows immediately. April 13, 1992. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the dragon hadn't burned down Hagrid's hut, but instead set fire to his woodpile. Still, within hours ministry officials had arrived to deal with a rampaging dragon. However, they found nothing. No one had any idea how Dumbledore had relocated the dragon so quickly. Hagrid seemed to be a bit chastened though. When asked about the dragon, Hagrid only told Harry that he'd won him in a card game at the pub, and that he'd always wanted a dragon. A couple nights later Harry awoke in the middle of the night screaming. His scar was on fire, far worse than it ever had been before. Hermione was at his side in a moment. "Harry, what's wrong?" she asked, her eyes wide with fear. "My scar. It was worse than ever," admitted Harry. "You have to go to Dumbledore," she said, and he knew she was right. But the next day, when he went to Dumbledore, the headmaster sighed. "Last night, Hagrid found a dead unicorn in the forest," said Dumbledore, "drained of its blood." Harry thought for a moment. Unicorn blood had restorative properties, but no one actually used it because of how horrible a crime killing a unicorn was. For a moment he wondered what this had to do with him. Harry gasped, "Voldemort is here." "I'm afraid so, Harry," said Dumbledore. From that day on, the headaches just got worse. May 9, 1992. The Slytherin-Hufflepuff match was, for all intents and purposes, a formality. Neither team had any chance of winning the Quidditch Cup. But for the Slytherins it was their last chance to avoid an 0-3 season. And Harry had to admit, they were playing better than they had been, at least defensively. Unfortunately, the Hufflepuff defense was just as good. 20 minutes in Higgs was looking for the snitch, and he saw Cedric lunging for him from across the pitch. He turned his head, and noticed the snitch just feet away from him. Desperately Higgs turned and reached for the snitch, plucking it out of the air mere moments before Cedric got there. Harry let out a long breath. "That was nearly bad," he said. A second later and it would have been Cedric's. "I think Higgs will be out next year," said Blaise. "Maybe Harry can try out for Seeker," said Tracy. "Well, you do seem to have the instincts." "Maybe I will," said Harry. "That's all I need," said Hermione glumly. "It's all right, Hermione, I'm still sane," said Daphne. June 4, 1992. As the school year finally moved towards its end, Harry noticed his headaches getting worse and worse. Still, with Hermione's help he was fairly confident in his ability to do well on his exams. "Sharing a room with you has to be good for something," he'd said. And in truth, he'd found them much easier than he had thought. Aside from History of Magic, which as far as Harry was concerned was class for free study or sleep, he found the exams relatively easy. Not that he thought he aced them, but he was fairly sure he would pull out A's or E's in most of them. The defense exam had been a joke, but his scar had been positively on fire in that class. Still, he thought he'd done work in that class. And now, his exams complete, Harry was making his way to visit Hagrid with Hermione, Daphne, Blaise and Tracy. It was a beautiful day. When they reached Hagrid's hut, they saw him talking with Ron and Neville Longbottom. "Harry," shouted Hagrid excitedly, "I was telling Ron and Neville here about how I won Norbert." Harry shook his head. Hagrid never did learn when to keep his mouth shut. He was surprised that the large man had managed it so long. "So this feller says to me, I can't just give you a dragon egg, how do I know can take care of one? And I tell him that after Fluffy, a dragon would be a piece of cake." "Hagrid," shouted Harry suddenly, "tell me you didn't tell a stranger how to get by Fluffy." "Well, Hagrid trailed off, "I may have told him have Ter play music to get by him." Hagrid stopped. "I shouldn't have said that." Harry looked at his fellow Slytherins, then Ron, then at Hermione specifically. "McGonagall. Now," he said. He burst out into a run, with the rest of his friends behind him. They found her just outside her office. "I'm afraid if you were looking for your scores, you are still quite early," said McGonagall. "Professor," Hagrid told a stranger at the pub how to get past Fluffy, "my scar is on fire, and Voldemort is skulking around the school." Harry took a deep breath. "Quirrell is going to go after the stones soon, maybe even now. We have to warn Headmaster Dumbledore." "I'm afraid that is impossible," said McGonagall with a shake of her head. "He was just called away on Wizengamot business." Harry closed his eyes. But it was Hermione who spoke up. "No, Professor, he was called away so Quirrell could steal the Philosopher's Stone." McGonagall reached up and rubbed her Forehead. I fear you were right, she said. June 4, 1992. Your task will be to keep attempting to contact the headmaster, said McGonagall as she pulled several small vials out of one of her office drawers. Under no circumstances are you to follow us up to the 3rd floor. Quirrell alone would be a very dangerous opponent. If his master is with him. Now Minerva, I'm sure they understand, said Flitwick chidingly. It is not understanding that I'm worried about, said McGonagall dryly. We're not going to follow you in, don't worry, said Harry. He idly wondered exactly how long he'd have to wait before going to the 3rd floor would not qualify as following. McGonagall gave him a suspicious look. Why didn't you ask Professor Snape to go with you? Asked Daphne. McGonagall and Flitwick looked at each other. There are reasons that he cannot openly fight Quirrell, said McGonagall. He wouldn't be able to spy on the Death Eaters if he did that, said Harry, one more mystery falling into place. McGonagall scowled. As you say, though it would not do to repeat that. Anywhere. Harry nodded. Well, wish us luck, said Flitwick, and the two took off from McGonagall's office, leaving the students by the fire. Tracy, try to flow the ministry again, see if Dumbledore has arrived yet, said Harry. Tracy nodded. Ron, started Harry, we agreed not to follow McGonagall, but Fred and George didn't. You want them to go after them? Asked Ron incredulously. Harry shook his head. No, I just want them to keep a watch on the door. Oh, well, I'm sure they'd be glad to help, said Ron as he ran to find his brothers. And now we wait, said Daphne, which prompted frustrated sighs from everyone else. Well, the ministry has closed, said Tracy, and I think the receptionist there wants to strangle me. Where is he? Asked Harry angrily, and why did he take a broom? Maybe he turned back, said Blaise. More importantly, where are Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick? Asked Hermione. They've been gone for almost an hour. I'm going to the 3rd floor, said Harry suddenly, we're useless here. McGonagall said, started Hermione. Not to follow her, Harry replied, and we won't. We'll just wait for her to come out. Daphne, Blaise and Tracy nodded, even though they all knew McGonagall's orders had been to not go to the 3rd floor. Hermione rolled her eyes. Fine, I bet McGonagall will even commend how we had admirable restraint from not charging the giant Cerberus. Ooh, I'll have to get something, just in case, said Tracy. I'll meet you on the 3rd floor. Hermione watched as the girl ran out of the room. She's getting her trumpet, isn't she? She asked unhappily. Probably, admitted Daphne. How do I know that this is going to end with us going after the stone? Asked Hermione defeatedly. So how do you think McGonagall and Flitwick got past the dog? Fred asked Harry. They'd been waiting outside the room with Fluffy for about 10 minutes. Flitwick is the sponsor for the school choir, I assume he sang, noted Daphne. Well, I think Blaise started when the door to the room burst open. Flitwick jumped out, bloodied and battered, with a levitating McGonagall coming out behind him, just barely ahead of 3 large snapping dog heads. She was unconscious. You know who was definitely with him, said Flitwick, before he collapsed unconscious. Harry shook his head. This was bad. Very bad. Ron, Harry said quickly, tell Madame Pomfrey we have injured here. Ron nodded and set out toward the infirmary at a sprint. Fred, George, can you get them to the infirmary? Harry asked. Yeah, said George. But what will you be doing? Asked Fred. We'll keep watch on the door, said Harry. The twins looked skeptical, but then looking at McGonagall and Flitwick they shrugged. Good luck, they said in unison. As soon as the twins were gone, Harry turned to his friends. I'm going in. Alone. Like hell you are, said Hermione. Did you think I would turn down a chance to piss off my mother, said Blaise. I'm definitely in. I've never thumbed my nose in a Dark Lord's face, might be fun, said Daphne. Well, you need me to get past the dogs, said Tracy nonchalantly. Hermione looked at them helplessly. I meant he shouldn't, she sighed. Oh, all right, I guess I'm going with you. Tracy, you're up, said Harry. Right, she said, pulling up her trumpet. Blaise waited for her and then at her nod he pulled open the door. Fluffy started snarling at her. Tracy immediately began playing one of the fanfares she had played at the Quidditch match. Tracy, I don't think that's going to calm him, said Hermione a bit nervously. I don't think she knows any other songs by heart, said Daphne with a frown. So Tracy did the only thing she could. She increased the volume. Fluffy started barking. It isn't working, said Harry. And then Tracy took a step forward. And Fluffy took a step back. Or maybe it is, said Daphne incredulously. Step by step Tracy walked into the room, pushing back Fluffy. Eventually she came to a trap door in the floor and stopped. Let's move, said Harry. He and Blaise rushed into the room and opened the trap door. Daphne and Hermione ran in after and jumped down, into the hole. Harry nodded at Tracy. Finishing her fanfare with a flourish, she leapt down into the hole, with Harry and Blaise jumping after her. They landed on something soft. Well, softish. It was a plant. What is this? Asked Blaise. Harry and Hermione recognized it instantly. Devil's snare. They yelled, accidentally in unison. Oh, Devil's snare, I know how to deal with this, said Daphne as she pulled out her wand, Incendio. A massive fireball exploded from her wand, burning the Devil's snare almost instantly, but also setting fire to several other things, including Tracy and Harry's robes. Harry just threw his robes off, but Tracy dropped to the ground, rolling around until Hermione put out the fire with an aguamenti. Why didn't you just throw off your robes? Asked Hermione. Some of us don't fancy walking around in our underwear, replied Tracy. Wait, you don't wear trousers or a skirt under your robes? Asked Harry, baffled. Why would we? Asked Blaise. Hermione and Harry looked at each other resignedly. It hadn't occurred to either of them to not wear something under their robes. In case of situations like this, obviously, said Hermione. I never thought of it like that, said Daphne. I guess the difference is that robes are just your normal clothes, but to us they're more of a costume, noted Hermione. This is ever so interesting, but maybe we should press on, said Harry, losing patience with the whole conversation. Everyone nodded. The next room was filled with what looked like many large moths or small birds. There was a door on the far side of the room. Blaise tried to open it, but it was locked. The unlocking spell was similarly useless. How on earth are we going to get past this? Asked Daphne. Tracy gasped, those flying things, they're keys. Harry looked up and indeed realized they were keys. Harry also noticed a broom in the corner of the room. Harry walked over and hopped on the broom, taking flight. No fair, shouted Tracy. To be fair, we'd be able to see up your robes if you were on the broom because you're just wearing underwear under your robes, noted Hermione. That's nothing, some older witches and wizards wear nothing at all underneath their robes, noted Blaise. You are definitely making my point for me, snapped Hermione. Hey, stop talking about old BPD people and help me figure out which key to grab, Harry shouted down at them. That one, said Daphne, pointing at a large old-fashioned key. Someone crushed one of its wings. Harry flew over and grabbed the key. He flew down and put it into the lock. With a twist, it turned and the door unlocked. Good eye, Daphne, said Harry. You definitely need to try out for Quidditch next year, Harry, said Tracy. Seeker, definitely Seeker. The next room held a giant chess set between them and the next door. Anyone know how to play chess? Asked Daphne. I do, but I'm terrible, said Harry. I'm almost okay, my mum says I overthink it too much, said Hermione. The one time we could use Ron Weasley, said Blaise, disgusted. It, let's blow our way across. What? Shouted Hermione. The reductor, explained Blaise. It probably won't disintegrate those giant chess pieces, but it should break them. And we all know it. This is a terrible idea, said Hermione. Do you have a better one? Asked Tracy. Hermione just shook her head. Okay, wands up, said Harry, and all of them lined up with their wands up, count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Reducto. 5 spells hit 4 white pawns plus the queen. All 5 pieces broke down the middle and collapsed. The other pieces seemed to stir. Take out the dangerous pieces first, shouted Hermione. The next casting took out the rooks, bishops, and the king. The next casting took out the knights and 3 of the pawns. Blaise finished off the last pawn. All 5 of them were breathing heavily from the exertion. I imagine that would be difficult for a solitary wizard, or even a duo to do effectively, said Tracy, breathing much harder than the others. But it worked, said Blaise happily. Let's move on. As they approached the door, however, they noted that it was still closed. And then they heard noises behind them. Turning around, they saw that the black pieces were coming to life. This was a terrible idea, shouted Hermione angrily. Reducto on 3, said Harry. 1, 2, 3, reducto. This time the queen, king, both rooks and a bishop collapsed. So did Tracy. This is too much for us, shouted Daphne. Again, shouted Harry, and 4 more spells took out the last bishop, both knights and a pawn. Daphne sunk to her knees, looking dazed. The remaining pawns were advancing. Again, said Harry more weakly, 2 more pawns broke and collapsed. Harry and Blaise had targeted the same pawn. Again, said Harry breathily, as the pawns continued to advance. 3 pawns went down, but both Harry and Hermione went down as well. 2 pawns were left for Blaise, but he was clearly also at the end of his tether. One was advancing on Tracy, the other on Daphne. Reducto, he shouted, and the pawn attacking Daphne went down. Harry tried to summon up some magic to use on the pawn advancing on Tracy, but there wasn't anything there yet. The pawn reached Tracy, and raised its weapon. And Tracy lifted her wand and shouted, Reducto. The pawn broke into several pieces, but one of them came down on top of Tracy, glancing off her shoulder, knocking her to the floor again. The lock on the door made an audible click as it unlocked. The students all sat or lay on the floor for a moment, trying to recover their strength. That was a terrible idea, Hermione said finally. After a few minutes Hermione was finally able to collect herself a bit. Of course it had all gone wrong. 11 and 12-year-old witches and wizards didn't have the stamina to be casting powerful spells like the Reductor repeatedly. Luckily their youth meant their magic came back quickly, as long as they hadn't completely overextended themselves. Which Daphne and Tracy pretty clearly had. Blaise, Hermione said, look after Tracy and Daphne. Harry and I will go on ahead. But Blaise started to object, but Harry cut him off. They're defenseless right now, and you are barely better, said Harry. You'll be useless against Quirrell, but you might be able to find a safe place to hide them. Blaise nodded helplessly. How are you so much better off than us? He asked. It's the trousers, said Harry dryly. Blaise gave a mirthless laugh. Hermione shook her head. Maybe the joke had gone too far. Actually, Harry and I have been practicing powerful magics like that. We're more used to it. Blaise nodded. Good luck, don't get killed, all right. Right, said Harry as he and Hermione made their way into the next room. To be greeted by a scene of absolute carnage. Walls had been gouged by spells, and pillars had been shattered. Pieces of what had once been a mountain troll were scattered all over the room. Its head was in one corner, an arm in another. Its intestines had been nailed to a wall by another of its arms which was half transfigured into an iron spear. Hermione fought an urge to vomit. I think we found where Flitwick and McGonagall fought Quirrell. Harry nodded, at least there isn't another obstacle. Are you all right? Hermione nodded gratefully, I'll be okay. What about you? Harry's eyes hardened. I've seen worse. Hermione nodded. Let's move on. The next room held a table with 7 different shaped bottles on it. As Harry and Hermione approached the table, a wall of fire burst into existence behind them, while another blocked the way onward. How adorable, said Hermione, I guess we have no choice but to play this little game. She picked up a roll of paper next to the bottles and started reading. It was a long poem. Hermione grinned. Now this was her sort of challenge. A logic puzzle, just a sec. Quickly reasoning everything out she pointed to the smallest bottle. That'll take us onward. There's only enough for one, said Harry. Hermione grimaced. Well you better take it then. I know better than to argue. Harry hugged her, I knew you'd understand. He started towards the fire, but then turned back. You do know how to get back. Of course, she said impatiently. Thanks for everything Hermione, said Harry as he drank the potion and walked through the flames. Without hesitation Hermione unbuttoned her robes, then ran towards the fire. She threw her robes in front of her as she leapt through the fire, landing on her face in front of a startled Harry. That's why I wear jeans under my robes, said Hermione as she picked herself up. Hermione started Harry. There was no way I was letting you go on alone, Hermione said defiantly. Personally, I wear black leggings under my robes, but I usually don't get my robes damaged, said an unfamiliar, almost snake-like voice. Hermione looked into the room. Quirrell was looking into a mirror. Not just any mirror, but the mirror of her eyes. Somehow his turban had been knocked off. And on the back of his head was a face. Voldemort, said Harry. Hermione gulped. This was bad. Harry gritted his teeth with rage. The creature who was responsible for the deaths of his parents was right in front of him. Reducto. he shouted, sending a spell towards that hideous face. With a casual wave of his wand, Quirrell deflected it. Suddenly Harry's wand fell from his hand, and he felt his arms stick to his sides as he was dragged right in front of the face on the back of Quirrell's skull. In front of Voldemort, Hermione had been similarly disarmed and dragged. "Impressive," said Voldemort, "futile, but impressive. Even if you had hit me in the face, all you would have accomplished would have been killing poor Quirinus here. You are quite incapable of killing me." Harry noted that Quirrell seemed a bit annoyed at the reference to his expendability. "Still, you tried to kill me, which is more than that fool Dumbledore would have done," continued Voldemort. "Indeed, you seem to have frustrated many of the dreams I'm sure he had for you. Killing a troll, accumulating a group of followers, even being sorted into Slytherin. His obvious frustrations have amused me to no end." "Well, I'm glad to have amused somebody," said Harry. Now, no need to be bitter about it," chided Voldemort. "You've done remarkably well. As has Miss Granger here. You're both credits to Slytherin House. You've been blunter than most Slytherins would be, but considering the caliber of your opponents so far it is only to be expected." "Well, that's true," said Hermione. "Malfoy, Parkinson, and Flint weren't exactly titans of intellect. I will admit, before this year I would have wanted you both dead," said Voldemort with a chilling casualness. "Miss Granger on general principle of course, but you Harry, has Dumbledore even told you why I came to kill you on that Halloween?" Harry's blood chilled. "No, he hasn't," he said, trying to keep his anger out of his voice. Voldemort laughed. "I thought not. Why don't you join me? I can offer you power the likes of which you could only dream of. Your resourcefulness would prove a valuable asset when I finally take control of this country." Hermione scoffed. "And why would you let a Muggleborn like me live?" "Why I would let you live because you are useful," said Voldemort honestly. "Obviously any restrictions wouldn't apply to my most loyal followers. Why would they? We, the conquerors of both this world and the next, would be above any rules." Voldemort's voice had expanded into a horrible roar, that seemed to beat at the confines of Harry's mind. Harry saw Hermione preparing to issue a retort, and decided to intervene. "Let's not be hasty, Hermione, let's, think about this." Hermione nodded, clearly having caught the hint. "I'm not certain about any of this, mind you," lied Harry, "but it seems to me that you have a more immediate problem in that you can't find the Philosopher's Stone." Voldemort's eyes flashed. "It is a momentary problem, the way will be revealed to me. With all due respect, I'm actually familiar with this mirror, and I'm pretty sure it won't appear for you no matter what," said Harry. "Remember, Hermione, what you want, not what you need." Hermione nodded. "What?" demanded Voldemort. "Let me go and stand in front of the mirror, and I will try to get the stone to appear for me. You see, I don't actually want to use the stone, so I won't see myself using it instead of seeing myself getting it." Voldemort stopped for a second, seeming to consider. Then he looked Harry directly in the eyes. For a moment his scar burned as badly as it ever had. Then it stopped. "Very clever, Dumbledore, clever indeed," said Voldemort somewhat admiringly. "I have to admit it is an ingenious way of keeping the stone safe. I must also commend you, Harry Potter, for being such a good liar. It is no wonder that the Sorting Hat decided to put you in Slytherin. But you must understand that I can see right through you. You just want to be free." How disappointing. Harry's heart sank. Not only had Voldemort seen through him, he had just accidentally revealed that Voldemort had not been behind Harry being sorted into Slytherin. "Still, perhaps you still may be of use to me. Quirrell." Quirrell waved his wand again and Harry was in front of the mirror again. Harry noted that the bonds on his arms seemed gone. "What do you see?" asked Voldemort. Harry looked at the mirror. It was the same as before. "My family," he said honestly. Voldemort smiled almost as if he was a proud father or mentor. "It was really creepy. Of course, Harry, because you'd have to be stupid to want to get the stone while I'm in the room," said Voldemort. "Let's see if I can motivate you." Quirrell spun around to face Hermione and waved his wand again. She flew towards him and stopped just in front of Quirrell, who grabbed her shoulder and put his wand against her temple. Voldemort was facing Harry again. Harry did notice that Hermione's arms had started moving again when Quirrell had summoned her. "Find me the stone or she dies," said Voldemort. "Okay, I'll try," said Harry desperately, "just give me a second." Harry looked in the mirror again. He saw himself, holding the stone. His reflection sadly winked at him, then placed the stone in his pocket. And Harry felt a weight enter his pocket. He breathed in sharply. He had one shot at this. Okay, I've got the stone, said Harry, pulling it out of his pocket and holding it out as if to drop it in Quirrell's hand. Here you go. A wise decision, Harry, said Voldemort as Quirrell extended his wand hand to receive the stone. And then Harry lunged and grabbed Quirrell's wrist, turning his wand away from Hermione. Voldemort and Quirrell both screamed in pain, and Harry understood why. He could feel Quirrell's skin burning under his touch. In his agony, Quirrell let go of Hermione, who began to sprint across the room for her wand. I cannot stand it, Master, yelled Quirrell. Harry was unable to dodge the kick that Quirrell then directed at him. The force caused Harry to lose his grip on Quirrell's wrist. Quirrell took aim with his wand at Harry. Expelliarmus, shouted Hermione. Quirrell's wand flew out of his ruined hand and across the room into Hermione's. Harry tried to come to grips with what had just happened. Why did his touch burn Quirrell? And then it snapped into focus. Whatever had allowed him to defeat Voldemort so many years ago as a baby was still working. He walked up to Quirrell and grabbed his throat. Quirrell's eyes bulged, and it was clear to Harry that he knew he was dead. When Harry removed his hand, Quirrell's throat was turning to ash. Quirrell collapsed, and suddenly a strange black cloud seemed to come out of his body. Well done, Harry, he heard Voldemort somehow whisper, but I'm not done. But Harry was already in motion. Whatever Voldemort was now, he was clearly capable of possessing people. And there was only one other person in that room who wasn't immune to Voldemort. He stood squarely between Hermione and Voldemort's shade. You'll have to go through me, Harry shouted. So be it, said Voldemort, but he then suddenly recoiled and fled straight up. Exactly as Albus Dumbledore strode into Harry's vision. Harry let out a sigh of relief, and sank to his knees. Hermione ran over to him. It was over. Seeing Voldemort in flight, the headmaster turned to Harry. Are you all right, Harry? The old man asked. Yeah, said Harry, though I was probably never in any real danger from him. Harry grinned. Here's the Philosopher's Stone though, he said as he handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you for keeping it safe. Are you all right, Hermione? Asked Harry, worried. Thanks to you and your incredible stupidity, yes, said Hermione, who seemed angry to the point of tears. I'm sorry I worried you, said Harry. Hermione shook her head. If you're sorry, stop nearly getting yourself killed. Dumbledore cleared his throat. You two both need to get to the hospital wing. Your friends are not far away. Come now, and we can talk about this after you have had a rest. Sounds good, said Harry as Hermione helped him to his feet. He realized he was a lot unsteadier on them than he had thought he would be. Hermione put his arm over her shoulder in order to give him some support. Dumbledore led the way as they left the mirror of Arised behind. June 5, 1992. Harry woke the next morning in the hospital wing. He vaguely remembered greeting Blaise and Daphne, though Tracy had still been very out of it. He also remembered being levitated out of the hole into Fluffy's room. He definitely remembered being greeted by an angry but relieved Professor McGonagall when they had reached the hospital wing. And then he had lain down and instantly fallen asleep. You're awake, shouted Hermione, who was sitting by his bed. She immediately wrapped him up in a crushing hug. I'm sorry I was upset with you last night, I was just so scared. Whoa, Hermione, said Harry, I just woke up. I'm not upset with you. You seem to be no worse for the wear, Mr. Potter, said a kindly voice. Dumbledore. Good morning, sir, said Harry, sorry for the inconvenience last night. No, I dare say you saved the day, said Dumbledore, might I have a private word with you? You can say whatever you need to say with Hermione here, said Harry. He now was fairly sure Voldemort had not arranged his sorting into Slytherin, which put Dumbledore right back at the top of that list. It would be best to have a witness, just in case. As you wish, said Dumbledore, who seemed slightly disappointed. I just thought you might have some private questions for me. Harry nodded. Quirrell is dead. Dumbledore nodded. Quite, but you mustn't blame yourself, Harry. Quirrell was dead the moment Lord Voldemort possessed him. That might be true, thought Harry, but I went for his throat. I intended for him to die, and he did. I assume that the reason Voldemort couldn't touch me is the same reason he couldn't kill me when I was a baby. Asked Harry inquisitively. Correct, said Dumbledore, it was your mother's sacrifice. She died to protect you, an ultimate act of love. That is powerful magic, Harry, possibly the most powerful there is. Voldemort, and the power he wielded, could not stand to touch something so pure. That protection still lives in your blood. That means Voldemort was coming for me, not them, said Harry. Why? Dumbledore paused. You are right, but I cannot tell you why. Not yet. Harry's eyes narrowed. Believe me, Harry, I want to tell you, pleaded Dumbledore, but even Voldemort does not know the whole story behind what caused him to seek you out. Can you keep him out of your mind? Harry shook his head. No, I can't. One day I will tell you, I promise, said Dumbledore. Harry didn't know whether to believe him or not. What happened to the stone? Asked Hermione. It has been destroyed. Nicholas agreed that it was time, said Dumbledore. I am sorry that your colleague is going to die, said Hermione, but honestly, I think it is for the best. I think that sort of immortality is dangerous, to say the least. Dumbledore nodded. That is very wise of you. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. If only more people thought that way. Something then occurred to Harry. That's why I had to go live with my relatives, isn't it? He said. If the protection was in my blood, living with those of my blood kept it alive. Very good, Harry, said Dumbledore. Yes, so long as you live with your aunt, you will bear this protection. Harry looked Dumbledore in the eyes. They treat me like worse than a stranger. They hate me. They are your family, Harry. Harry shook his head. No, they aren't. My parents were family. Hermione and Blaise and Daphne and Tracy, they are my family. The Dursleys are just relations. Harry leaned forward. I know you hold the power to end this. Please, sir. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm sorry, Harry. I wish I could grant your request. But it is too dangerous. He got up to go, but turned around one last time. Madame Pomfrey says you are good to go, all of you except Tracy, who needs rest. And then he was gone. Harry leaned back in bed with a sigh. Hermione rested a hand on his shoulder. You all right still? She asked. Harry shook his head. I don't know. June 6, 1992. The real drama kicked off when Madame Pomfrey told Tracy she couldn't go to the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw Quidditch match. I have to be there. Harry will be rooting for Gryffindor and I need to be there to cancel out his support. She yelled. For some reason Madame Pomfrey did not find this persuasive. It was only when Harry and Blaise offered to carry Tracy down to the pitch and then back up to the hospital wing that she relented. Don't overexert yourself, she yelled at them as they carried her away. Is this really that important? Asked an exasperated Hermione. Yes, and I'm glad that I have some friends that understand that, said Tracy with fake haughtiness. The stands were once again packed, as this was going to essentially be a championship match. I just don't see how Ron is going to beat Cho to the snitch, said Blaise. Harry shook his head. Ron won't be Seeker again. That was a gimmick. Sure enough, when the Gryffindor team was announced, it wasn't Ron Weasley who came out. It was Lavender Brown. What? Shouted Tracy. That is. Harry stopped, not knowing what to say. I have no words. I didn't think Lavender was a very good flyer, noted Hermione. She's worse than I am. With the match starting, it immediately became clear that Gryffindor's offense was in full swing. They scored 3 times in succession. But it was more than that. They weren't sparing either Fred or George for Seeker protection, which meant they were dominating defensively as well. Cho was playing, inside, again, covering Lavender. Clearly the Ravenclaws had no idea what to make of Lavender any more than Harry did. Every so often Lavender would lunge for something, causing Cho to try to find whatever it was. But it was never the snitch. And that was when it hit Harry. Lavender isn't pretending to be bad, Harry said, she is bad. Would put in a completely unknown Seeker to confuse the Ravenclaws into putting Cho into Seeker coverage. All of Harry's friends stared at him. That's insane, said Daphne. But it's working, said Tracy, almost dreamily. Merlin, you're right, Harry. Once Gryffindor had gone 90 points up, the Ravenclaw captain called a timeout. It quickly became evident that Cho and the captain were having a heated argument. Looks like Cho figured it out, but her captain is still overthinking it, noted Blaise. This is the perfect strategy to use on Ravenclaws, said Daphne, who was shaking her head in disbelief. When time was called back in, it was clear the captain had won the argument, because Cho remained in Seeker coverage. And so it continued until Gryffindor went up by 150 points. This time Cho had called for the timeout, and she began tearing into the captain immediately. Harry couldn't hear her, but whatever she said seemed to work, because when the game resumed, Cho went into a long-range seeker hunting pattern. "It may be too late," said Harry. "If she catches the snitch before the Gryffindors go up another 50 points they still win the cup though," pointed out Hermione. But she didn't. Cho first spotted the snitch exactly as Gryffindor went up by 200 points. Cho growled in annoyance then lunged for the snitch. "What is she doing?" asked Hermione incredulously. "If Ravenclaw scored again they could still win the cup." "Cho's teaching her captain a lesson," said Tracy approvingly. "What lesson?" asked Hermione. "Never ignore your seeker when they say something is up with the other seeker," said Harry as Cho grabbed the snitch. The stands roared as everyone realized that Gryffindor had just won the Quidditch Cup. Lavender seemed kind of stunned, Wood was practically crying. The Ravenclaw captain was yelling at Cho, but the rest of the team seemed to be taking her side. "Well, that's probably it for the House Cup as well," noted Hermione. Harry nodded. Barring a miracle, Gryffindor was definitely going to win the House Cup. June 13, 1992. "That was a bloody miracle," said Nott as the Slytherins left Great Hall following the farewell feast. "I'm actually a bit offended," said Blaise. "What sort of praise is executing a terrible plan in a terrible way and still coming out ahead?" "You got 50 points for it," said Tracy bitterly. "I got 10 for being the loudest trumpet player in the history of Hogwarts." "That's humiliating." Some of the students from the other houses seemed a little miffed. Most of the other houses hadn't wanted Slytherin to win again this year. Still, after Ron and the twins had gone around telling everyone about how Harry and his friends had defeated Voldemort, no one really had grounds to complain. Speaking of Ron, thought Harry, he saw the boy walking up to him. "Congratulations on the win, Harry," he said, "you earned it." "The other Gryffindors going to give you trouble over this?" Harry asked. Ron shrugged, "A bit maybe. Not anyone who I care about though. For a Slytherin, you sure have a lot of fans in Gryffindor." "Well, thanks for your support, Ron," said Harry. Ron grinned, "We won the important cup anyway." And then he sprinted off. Tracy buried her head in her hands. "He's so right," she said sadly. Hermione sighed, "Quidditch fans are insane." June 14, 1992. "Harry, wait up a sec," shouted the booming voice of Hagrid. Harry stopped as he was making his way towards the Hogwarts Express, to turn to see the giant man with a book in his hands. "I thought I'd get you something, to remember your parents by," he said, handing him the book. It was a photo album, full of pictures of his parents. Harry noticed that the back of the book was empty. Hagrid smiled as Harry looked up at him quizzically. "You have new friends now, I figured you'd want to add some pictures of your own." Harry smiled. "Thanks, Hagrid." "So," said Daphne in the safety of their compartment on the Hogwarts Express, at Harry's behest, and with Hermione's help, "I compiled a list of things we need to do over the summer to continue our efforts to reform Slytherin House." Everyone nodded. As much as they all wanted to socialize in their last few hours together for a while, this was more important. "First, we need to reach out to some of the members of our year who have not yet aligned with a faction." She read off the parchment she had written her list on, Millie and Nott. "Draco treats Millie sort of like a cast-off sometimes, so it should be easy to convince her we'd be better friends to her, so long as we all make sure to write her," said Harry. "Won't she realize what we're doing?" asked Tracy. Hermione shrugged. "She might, but what do you want to bet Malfoy doesn't even write her once? At the very least, staying on good terms with her means she won't align with Malfoy." "Anyway, it's just polite," said Harry. "Basic human decency is kind of underrated." "Second," continued Daphne, "we need to keep up our friendships in the other houses. When the other Slytherins realize we are putting a faction together, we will need all the allies we can get. And third," she said with a wry smile, "we need to stay out of trouble. If we can." Blaise shook his head. "Fat chance of that." June 14, 1992. The little group leaving the Hogwarts Express was perhaps a little more dour than one might have expected, given that they were starting their summer break. But Harry knew that all of them except Tracy were going to have to face the consequences of what had happened that year. Hermione would have to explain what happened to her parents, Daphne would have to negotiate her father's political schemes, Blaise would face the consequences of his defiance against his mother, and Harry would face the Dursleys, who wouldn't likely be any nicer now that he knew a little magic. The truth was they had all felt the uncertainty building the entire trip home. And as they got off the train, it was feeling ready to burst. Daphne was talking to Blaise quietly, so no one else could hear her. Blaise would occasionally respond animatedly, but just as quietly. But no sooner had Blaise picked up his luggage than a woman who could only have been Blaise's mother swooped in, directly in his path. She was a large woman, not fat exactly, but certainly not skinny. "Hello Blaise," she said flatly. "Hello mother," said Blaise, "I'm sorry I didn't let you know about Christmas." His mother's eyes flared. "So I get an apology now, is that it? Did Daphne finally guilt you into it?" Blaise shrugged. "Well yeah, her and all my other friends." Daphne groaned as she hung her head, Tracy smacked herself on the forehead, and Hermione just shook her head. Harry for his part rolled his eyes. That was not a productive tack to take. Blaise's mother said grudgingly, "At least your friends have some sense. You'd do well to listen to them more often. As it is though you probably won't be seeing them for a while, as you are definitely grounded. Come now," and began to make her way to the station flow. "Bye everyone," said Blaise unhappily. Harry sighed as he watched Blaise leave. "I do feel sorry for him, but that was entirely his fault," Harry noted, "even I informed the Dursleys of what I was doing." Searching further on the platform, they found Hermione's parents talking to the Greengrasses as well as the Weasleys. Both of Daphne's parents were there, along with a younger girl who could only be Astoria, her younger sister. Molly Weasley was there with Ginny. Percy had already met up with his family, but Fred, George and Ron were nowhere to be seen. "Well," said Bryant Greengrass, "I see our troublemakers have arrived." Harry noticed that Hermione's parents' faces looked a little strained after that comment. "Have you seen my parents?" asked Tracy. "Your parents were delayed a bit by a patient of theirs, so I agreed to bring you home," said Mr. Greengrass. As Tracy gave her thanks, Harry noticed that Ginny was trying hard not to be seen. She wasn't exactly hiding, but something was making her very uncomfortable. Harry had no idea what it was, but decided to break the ice. "Hey Ginny, long time no see," Harry said in a friendly tone, "how have you been doing?" Ginny looked like a deer in the headlights for a moment, but then she seemed to collect herself a bit. "Not completely, but a bit. I'm pretty good I guess." Harry nodded. "That's good, looking forward to going to Hogwarts next year." Ginny smiled a bit. "Yeah I am." "Well it'll be good to have you there," said Hermione. "Though it sounds like some of your brothers might not agree," said Harry with a hint of teasing. Hermione glared at Harry for a moment, but Harry almost instantly knew he'd made the right choice. Ginny's smile grew wide, and her eyes brightened. Which one of them said something? Ooh, I bet it was Ron. Percy seemed to be a bit disapproving of this conversation, but Molly Weasley's eyes couldn't hide her amusement. Harry made a note of that. "Anyway, if you ever need something next year be sure to let us know," said Harry. "I haven't forgotten what you did for me when we first met." Ginny blushed. "Well Daphne, Tracy, we do have places to be," said Daphne's mother. Daphne and Tracy both gave Hermione a hug, then Daphne turned to Harry and gave him one as well. It seemed to be going on a little longer than Harry would have expected, but then Daphne whispered, "I have a plan to get you away from the Dursleys. Please stay safe until then." And then she had moved on. Tracy snickered a bit, but said, "Well as long as I don't have to set the pace," and gave Harry a longer hug as well. "Goodbye," the two girls shouted as they walked away. As he waved goodbye, Harry was a bit disappointed that the twins hadn't pranked Mr. Greengrass, but he figured they were waiting to get home to set up something really good. When Harry and Hermione got done waving, Hermione turned to her parents. "Why don't we walk Harry out to his aunt and uncle? Why didn't you give them bracelets?" asked Robert Granger, lifting his arm up to show off his. "They wouldn't have used them, it would be a waste of money," said Harry matter-of-factly. Harry turned to the Weasleys. "I'll see you all later, in September at the latest." Molly smiled. "I do hope you are able to visit sooner, I think Ron would like having you over for a day or so." Harry beamed. "If I can, I certainly will." As Harry and the Grangers made for the entrance to the platform, Hermione said, "I like Molly Weasley, she seems very nice." "She was most helpful to us," said Helen Granger. Passing through the barrier, they searched for the Dursleys. It didn't take long to find them. Still they hadn't seen Harry yet, so he turned to the Grangers. "I will see you later in the summer," he said. All of a sudden he felt awkward about hugging Hermione in front of her parents. Hermione sensed his unease and reached out and squeezed his hand. "Please stay safe," she said, a further unspoken understanding of who he was, staying safe from hanging in the air. Then she looked behind Harry. The Dursleys had noticed him and were walking over. And then Hermione had hurled her arms around his neck and whispered, "Do you really have to do this?" He returned the hug just as fiercely. "I'll survive. I did before," he replied. "Goodbye." Then he turned to the shocked Dursleys and shook his head at them. "Well, I'm ready to go." His Aunt Petunia gave a small HMPH, but his Uncle Vernon seemed to realize this was not the place. "Come on, boy," he said. And Harry followed them back into the Muggle world. Daphne looked through the copy of the Daily Prophet she had found once she arrived home. The most interesting story had, of course, been buried on page 10. Daphne was actually scared to ask about this, but she realized it was absolutely essential that she do so. Harry was counting on her, but she couldn't even start approaching him for that until she could get a grip on Father's current political troubles. "So what do you think of this Muggle Protection Act, Father?" she asked him. Said her father thoughtfully. "Well, Arthur means well with it. I'm not sure how workable it's going to be." Daphne read between the lines. His actual opinion on it wasn't that bad, but supporting it would be a bad political move. "There are some problems there," said Daphne, trying to spin things from a different light, "but a robust amendment process could fix those." "I think the section on Muggle artifacts is especially bad," her father noted. "It isn't as if the man who wrote the bill works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office and specifically tailored it to the abuses he commonly sees," said Daphne dryly. Her father opened his mouth as if to retort, but then closed it thoughtfully. "That's a fair reply. It still criminalizes a lot of things that most wizards find completely normal." Daphne smiled. "While I do agree that there is some truth to that, I also realize that the law is this harsh because it has to be. The loopholes that we have used for years to make our lives easier have also been used by some wizards to deliberately harm Muggles. Yet all of the Ministry's attempts to distinguish between the harmless actions of the majority and the more malicious Muggle baiters have failed." Her father nodded. Whatever his faults, Daphne knew that her father always stood against Muggle baiting when standing in judgment as part of the Wizengamot. One of the very reasons he had done this was his conviction that failing to distinguish between Muggle baiting and other benign uses of magical on Muggle artifacts might create a backlash. And that backlash was now here. The fact that some have failed to uphold what should be a cornerstone of magical law, enforcing the statute of secrecy, shows they put their own personal prejudices above the good of magical society in general, finished Daphne. Daphne didn't need to specify who those people were. Her father knew. They were his own political allies. "What would you have me do, Daphne? Abandon all of my allies to find uncertain welcome in the eyes of the progressives?" her father asked. "I think," said Daphne carefully, "you should not be so eager to count former Death Eaters among your closest allies." "Lucius was acquitted," replied her father, as if by rote. Daphne shook her head. "Father, my apologies, but that is bollocks. That acquittal was bought and paid for. Do you really think I'm naive enough to fall for that?" Her father hung his head a bit. "I suppose you're right. I should realize you're getting older, and you have been raised to eat, drink and breathe politics. You are right, I believe in Lucius' innocence no more than you do. But I still need him." "I don't think you do, but I understand that you haven't come around to my way of thinking," said Daphne. Her father nodded, seeming to think the conversation over. How wrong he was. "Still, there is something that I need of you," said Daphne with absolute confidence, causing her father to perk up a bit. "Oh?" he asked. "It is not going to make you popular with your allies, but it is necessary all the same," continued Daphne. "What is it?" asked her father. "I find myself fascinated." "I want you to look after Harry Potter's political interests," said Daphne, "not officially necessarily, but to be behind him and to defend him against the people who will try to hurt him." Her father looked at her, stunned. "Daphne, you know I'd like to, but do you understand what you are asking?" "I understand that Harry is a boy whose only crime is that his parents were murdered by a madman, and for that he is going to be hounded by the followers of that madman," started Daphne. "I understand that the man responsible for his magical upbringing left him with abusive Muggle relatives who hate magic and demean him at every turn. I understand that Harry has never been given a full accounting of what happened to his parents and why. And I understand that I owe him a life debt. The last bit came out so suddenly that her father was stunned by it. Daphne, we've been over this. He considers you a friend. I could have helped Hermione dozens of times before she was abducted, said Daphne, her voice on the edge of tears. I could have volunteered to room with her so Malfoy couldn't toy with her. I could have used my influence to take Harry and Hermione under my wing, and ensure they were protected. Instead I did nothing. Daphne seemed to collapse in on herself. I had no right to expect Harry to save me after that. I owe him a life debt. Her father began to pace nervously. He had to know what was happening. Friends did not owe other friends life debts. But Daphne hadn't really been Harry's friend when he saved her. Harry had insisted that she owed him no debt, but the debt was Daphne's, not Harry's. Her conscience could compel her to acknowledge the debt. Such a debt would not force her to take any specific actions, yet it could enormously complicate her life if Harry asked her to do something beyond what she was willing to do. Are you sure about this? Her father asked quietly. Daphne nodded. Yes, she said, I owe Harry Potter a life debt. And I want to start repaying it by having you save him from his relatives. She felt the words sink in. There was nothing else, yet she knew that she was bound nonetheless. Her father looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. Was it pride? Sorrow? Daphne couldn't tell. Very well, he said, I will do what I can. A moment later he looked at her again. You have feelings for him, don't you? Daphne nodded. Of course, he saved my life. Then she sighed. He doesn't feel the same for me though. Maybe one day, but no, that's foolishness. He is my friend though. Even though I don't deserve it. Daphne's father didn't know quite what to say. She suddenly laughed. Oh Dad, it's just a crush, I'll get over it. I swear, you're taking this worse than I am. Was Blaise just a crush too? Asked her father. Blaise has nothing to do with this, said Daphne. And then she turned and left the room. Hermione was surprised that her parents hadn't brought up her little adventure on the drive home, but considering how poorly the last conversation like that had gone, she supposed that they had good reason to wait until they got home. She was not disappointed. So, said her father, what happened at the end of term? All we got was a letter saying that you were unhurt, again, and that Professor McGonagall would try to come and explain things in a few days if we felt it was necessary. While I do find this brush off to be more timely, I'm not exactly happy, given the promises we were given. Hermione raised her hands in a calming gesture. Hold on a second, Professor McGonagall hasn't been able to come here because she was badly injured. Professor Quirrell really did a number on her last Friday. Her father seemed to lose some of his anger at this. Hermione's mother nodded. I suspected something happened. How did you get wrapped up in all this? Well, we, and by we I mean Harry, Blaise, Daphne, Tracy and myself, had all come to suspect Quirrell had something to do with the troll being released earlier in the year, explained Hermione. Apparently he released the troll to create a distraction so he could steal the Philosopher's Stone, which is a stone that can turn ordinary materials into gold, and can create the elixir of life, which is sort of a universal restorative. Drinking it consistently would essentially make you immortal. Wait, wizards can become immortal? Asked her father incredulously. Sort of, said Hermione. There are different ways to achieve it, but they all have massive drawbacks. In the case of the Philosopher's Stone, only one person has been able to create one. Ever. Two if you count Hermes Trismegistus, but no one even knows if he was real or not. Her father calmed again, but her mother seemed angry now. Why, her mother demanded, was such a thing in the school to begin with? Dumbledore was protecting it for Nicholas Flamel, said Hermione, and yes, it was a very stupid thing for him to do. Though from what I gathered, Dumbledore wanted Flamel to destroy the stone and he only agreed to hide it when Flamel initially refused. It's no longer an issue anyway. Flamel destroyed the stone when he heard how close it came to falling into the wrong hands. Her mother nodded. Anyway, Dumbledore had placed traps around the stone. We had some evidence that Quirrell had figured all of them out except one. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, had posted a Cerberus as a guard dog. But last Friday we discovered that Hagrid had unwittingly told someone how to get past Fluffy in exchange for a dragon egg. Why did he want a dragon egg? Asked her father, somewhat reluctantly. He wanted it as a pet. As you might expect, dragons don't make good pets, said Hermione glibly. I assume you took this information directly to someone in authority, said her mother, who sounded as if she doubted that the idea would have even occurred to them. Of course we did, said Hermione, to her parents' obvious relief. That's how Professors McGonagall and Flitwick got injured. Dumbledore was gone at the time. It turned out he'd been lured away by Quirrell. Well, that isn't so bad, I guess, her father said. Dear, she's obviously not done with this story, said her mother pointedly. So once the Weasley twins took McGonagall and Flitwick to the hospital wing, we decided we were going to try and stop Quirrell, said Hermione, bracing herself for the explosion. After he had just taken out 2 of your teachers. Father exploded at her. Hermione blanched, but her mother put a hand on her arm reassuringly. Honey, let her finish. Well, the traps were not very good, continued Hermione. Tracy played music to calm the Cerberus, Daphne set fire to a devil's snare, and Harry caught a flying key on a broom. The next room after that had a giant chessboard in it. So you played across the room? Asked her mother. No, Blaise had the brilliant idea of blowing up the white pieces with the reductor curse, said Hermione bitterly. This of course caused the black pieces to try and attack us from behind. We destroyed them, but it was a near thing, and Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy were exhausted by it, and a piece of one of the pawns bruised Tracy's shoulders. So, pressed on Hermione, Harry and I continued alone. The next room had been protected by a troll. Her parents both seemed angry at that. Don't worry, it was already dead, assured Hermione. Actually it was in many pieces. It got caught in Quirrell's fight with McGonagall and Flitwick. I still don't know how it's. Hermione stopped, realizing she had just been about to tell her parents about the troll's intestines being stuck on the wall. That was a detail they didn't need to know. I am getting off track, said Hermione, in what she considered an unconvincing attempt to cover her near gaffe. The next room had a logic puzzle to figure out which potion would get you through an enchanted fire. I figured it out easily, but there was only enough potion for one person, so Harry drank it and went through. Thank God, her father said. Not that I'm happy Harry was at risk, but I'm certainly happy you weren't. Robert, said Hermione's mother resignedly, she's still not finished. Hermione hung her head. I may have taken off my robes and used them to shield me as I jumped through the fire. So you were standing in your underwear? Her father asked, scandalized. Of course not, I wear jeans or leggings under my robes, said Hermione indignantly, though I guess that isn't standard procedure in the magical world, at least not among the more elite class. Anyway, Quirrell was there, but she trailed off. This would be bad. But, her father said angrily, he had Lord Voldemort on the back of his head, said Hermione. Wait, that's the wizard who killed Harry's parents. Isn't he dead? Asked her mother. What do you mean on the back of his head? Demanded her father. Hermione took a deep breath. Remember what I said about immortality. I don't know what Voldemort did to make himself immortal, and I probably don't want to, but when his body was destroyed, his spirit survived. He was, for lack of a better word, possessing Quirrell, though that term would imply that he had direct control of Quirrell, which doesn't seem to be the case. Hermione, said her mother softly, did you know Voldemort was possessing Quirrell before you went after him? No, said Hermione quickly, but we suspected Quirrell was working to restore Voldemort, and we suspected he might be with Quirrell somehow. How could you go after him, knowing that? Said her mother, finally losing control. Because, if Voldemort had drunk the elixir of life, he would have returned to his full power. Said Hermione. It was too dangerous. Her father shouted. As dangerous as if Voldemort had returned. Shouted Hermione, I'm a Muggleborn, I'm at the top of his list of people to kill, along with Merlin knows how many others. Including you. He would kill you to get at me in a heartbeat. If he returned, hundreds if not thousands would have died. So yes, I went in there prepared to die if it would stop him. Her father looked at her, his eyes horrified. Her mother looked sad, but also a little proud. Neither said anything. Anyway, the stone was hidden in a magical mirror that showed your heart's truest desire, continued Hermione. Both Quirrell and Voldemort wanted to use the stone, so they couldn't see themselves actually getting the stone, which would have given it to them for real. So Voldemort grabbed me and threatened to kill me if Harry didn't look in the mirror and get the stone for me. Her parents' expressions grew even more horrified. Hermione actually blushed, remembering how seeing her threatened had actually changed Harry's greatest desire. It actually worked. Harry got the stone. But Harry grabbed Quirrell's wand hand when he reached for the stone, and I ran and recovered my wand and disarmed Quirrell. Then Dumbledore arrived and Voldemort fled and Quirrell died. Hermione shrugged. That's it. Her parents both looked at her, absolutely stunned. Hermione, the two of us are going to need some time to process this, her mother said. I'll be in my room when you want to talk, she said, as she quickly exited the room. Helen came into Hermione's room, to find her laying on her stomach and looking out the window. Have a moment, Helen asked. Nothing but, said Hermione. I talked things over with your father, Helen said, and we've decided that while we aren't happy about what happened to you, it wasn't your fault. Once your teachers were defeated, you were left with few good options, though you could have contacted the magical police. Still, we aren't going to hold you accountable for not thinking like an adult. Helen hesitated. Personally, I'm proud you stood up for yourself, for Muggleborns. I hope you realize how difficult it can be for people to maintain their convictions in the face of true peril. I saw what happened to Gertrude when she gave in, said Hermione. Whatever I become, it won't be that. Helen paused. There is also the matter of what you were clearly leaving out. You were clearly reluctant to tell us about how Quirrell died. Hermione's eyes fell. There's a reason for that, she said. Finally Hermione shook her head. Harry killed Quirrell. Quirrell was already dead the moment Voldemort left him, but Harry didn't know that. His touch, well, because of what happened when Harry was a baby. Harry's touch burned Voldemort, and by proxy, Quirrell. When Harry realized that, he grabbed Quirrell by the throat. Then Hermione trailed off. Her mother put her arm around her. Hermione suddenly felt better. Voldemort tried to possess me. Harry leapt in between us to prevent it. Could he have possessed you like that? Asked her mother. I don't know. I don't think so, not without my permission, or all at once I think, said Hermione. Helen nodded grimly. I find that your father and I are completely out of our element with this magical stuff. While I'm sure you will try, we really need to get more information on the magical world. Daphne was talking about coming over at some point this summer. I'm sure she could tell you loads, said Hermione. I'm sure she can, but I was hoping to spend time talking to other adults. That's why Molly Weasley invited us to come over for a few times this summer and visit with them. You can spend time with Ron and Ginny, and I can learn some things from Molly, said Helen. Hermione considered this. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll be able to get Ginny to stop getting all shy in front of Harry. Helen smiled. She does seem to have a bit of a crush there. Harry Potter crushes are pretty common in the magical world, said Hermione. Helen laughed. You'd know all about that, wouldn't you? Hermione blushed. Mum, she yelled to her mother's renewed laughter. June 20, 1992. About a week after his daughter returned from school, Bryant Greengrass stopped outside the Wizengamot chambers and collected himself. That had been a marathon session. Sometimes, Bryant was happy for the small size of the Wizengamot. Practically everyone had wanted to speak for or against the Muggle Protection Act, and things had taken quite long enough, thank you very much. Still, it was clear that the writing was on the wall for Greengrass's purebloods on this issue. Several normally inactive members of the Wizengamot had shown up to support the law, and Fudge had allowed Arthur Weasley unlimited time to defend his brainchild. Popular support was against Muggle baiting, and Bryant couldn't blame them really. He really did find it to be a barbaric practice, and he felt that not in Malfoy's opposition to the plan was telling. Yet alienating them could have drastic consequences for the Greengrass family's status in the Wizengamot. Bryant saw Arthur Weasley talking to Chief Warlock Dumbledore further down the hall. Just the people he needed to talk to. He waved at them as he approached. I wonder if I could have a word with the two of you? Asked Bryant. By all means, said Dumbledore, with his usual warmth. You were unusually quiet in there, said Arthur hopefully. Dare I say you were keeping your peace because you support the MPA? If only I could, said Bryant honestly. I am personally opposed to the disgusting practice of Muggle baiting. But I'm about to do something that will annoy some of my allies considerably. I will need to make amends somehow. Luckily, you don't seem to need my vote. Pity, said Arthur, who seemed to not know how to respond to that. I actually wish to speak to you regarding a personal matter. It concerns Harry Potter, said Greengrass. I had thought Lucius would be the one to try this, if anyone did, said Dumbledore, nonplussed. Try what? Asked Arthur confused. I have no intention of trying to take Harry's guardianship from you, emphasized Bryant. Indeed, I initially had no intention of getting overly involved with the boy at all. However, my daughter has forced my hand. She has formally declared that she owes Potter a life debt for saving her from the troll. Ah, nodded Dumbledore knowingly. A life debt wouldn't force you or your daughter to do anything, said Arthur. I could ignore this, true. At the cost of a great deal of emotional and magical distress to my daughter, said Bryant. No, I will not see her suffer so. I have agreed to help protect Harry from those who wish to harm him, both politically and domestically. Arthur's face softened. Dumbledore's didn't change noticeably. Domestically? You were referring to his aunt and uncle? Asked Dumbledore. Bryant nodded. By all accounts they are emotionally abusive, and they absolutely despise magic. Arthur looked surprised at this, but Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. And you wish to take custody of the boy? Bryant gave Dumbledore an appraising look. No, he said, not permanently anyway. I am aware that Harry will eventually have to return to the Dursleys for his own protection. And I certainly would like for him to spend a day or two with us, so we could get to know him, and give him some idea of the political forces which will eventually come to bear on him. Most importantly, it would allow him to spend some time with my daughter. They are friends, and they deserve a little time to just be friends, without school hanging over their heads. But given my associations, it would not be wise to keep him there any longer. Dumbledore looked troubled. What do you propose? Bryant breathed a slight sigh of relief. I propose that I do a welfare check on Harry in about a week. If things are as I believe they will be, I will bring him to my home for 2 or 3 nights, after which I will send him on to another trustworthy wizarding family. Bryant turned to face Arthur. Which is why I wished to speak to you, he said candidly. Ooh, said Arthur as Dumbledore began to nod approvingly. Bryant began to explain his intentions. June 27, 1992. Harry had spent most of his time back at Privet Drive in his room. His aunt and uncle had been reluctant to bother him. That was fine with him, he didn't want to have to deal with them anyway. He spent much of his time reading his school books, which was one of the few things that he could do in his room without having to go past the Dursleys. Apparently all the reading he had done had paid off this last year. When he had received his grades he'd been shocked. He thought he had only done well enough for A's or maybe E's, but he'd actually had O's in all of his classes except for history and astronomy. He'd squeaked out an E in history, solely because of Hermione, and an A in astronomy. So Harry decided he would study more. But Harry quickly realized this would not last. It could only keep him occupied for so long. He needed to find something else to do. What worried him was that he hadn't received a single letter from any of his friends in 2 weeks. Yet when the house elf appeared in front of him with a pop, Harry immediately realized that this was not the sort of distraction he was going to want. The elf was wearing dirty rags, what might have been a tea cozy. Hello, there, Harry said in a friendly tone, I think you might be lost. There really shouldn't be a house elf on Privet Drive. No, said the elf, Dobby is not lost. But Dobby didn't intend for Harry Potter to find him yet. Harry was immediately suspicious. Why not? I'm friendly, said Harry calmly. Dobby wishes to warn Harry Potter, wishes to warn him not to return to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, said the elf. Harry suppressed an urge to yell at Dobby. Why should I not return then? I trust you have more information for me than that. There is a plan to do terrible things there this year. Terrible things. But Dobby was just scouting around, he didn't mean to disturb the great Harry Potter, said Dobby. Harry sighed. Even the elves were idolizing him. That's really vague, Dobby. Can't you tell me more? Dobby shook his head. I cannot betray my masters, my family. Harry frowned. Masters didn't sound good, and family, are your masters planning to do this thing? Dobby just shook his head again. Harry knelt down on one knee, and asked gently, are you afraid of what would happen if you tell me what is really happening? Are you afraid of what your family would do? Yes, the magic which binds me to a family prevents me from betraying them. But I must warn you of the danger. Even if I must punish myself. Even if I must shut my hands in the oven, said Dobby, as he grabbed a lamp and began hitting himself in the head with it. It took Harry a moment to get the lamp away from Dobby. At this point it was obvious what was going on. Dobby was a South Avenue, held captive by this magic which bound him to a family. Were the house elves at Hogwarts Avs? Harry was disturbed by this possibility, and made a mental note to follow up on this. Dobby, said Harry softly, I have to go back. Even if something bad is going to happen. Especially if something bad is going to happen. I can't abandon my friends. Friends who don't even write to Harry Potter. Dobby said suggestively. Harry narrowed his eyes. I see. So you are the reason I haven't been getting my mail. Give it to me please. Not until you agree not to return to Hogwarts. Harry shook his head. Not going to happen. Suddenly there was a loud rapping on the door to the house. Dobby looked at Harry shrewdly. You won't have a choice. And the elf disappeared. Oh, bloody hell, said Harry as he raced for the door. He made it to the stairs where Dobby was sitting. He'd accidentally apparated directly into the line of sight of the guest. It was Mr. Greengrass. He was looking at Dobby incredulously. Dobby, he asked hesitantly. Dobby shrieked, and disappeared again. Vernon Dursley let out a sound that seemed to be halfway between a dismissive grunt and an angry roar. What was that? The fat man yelled. That was a house elf, and it should not have been here, said Mr. Greengrass. He said. Harry started, but Mr. Greengrass cut him off. You can tell me what he said in a moment. You will be staying with me for a few days. Please get your things, said Mr. Greengrass. Harry seemed shocked. But Dumbledore agreed that I could take you out of here for a few days and then have you spend the rest of the summer with the Weasleys if I found something wrong here, said Mr. Greengrass, causing Harry's heart to leap for joy, and finding Lucius Malfoy's house elf here certainly qualifies as something wrong. Harry's heart sank again. I will get my things. Greengrass nodded. We will be stopping at Hogwarts first though. Much as I dislike the man, Dumbledore has to be informed of this. Harry nodded, and ran upstairs before he could change his mind. It is possible that this was just an attempt by the Malfoys to intimidate Harry, said Dumbledore, as Harry and Mr. Greengrass sat comfortably in his office. It was a really bad attempt then, said Harry. No, I think Dobby was really scared Lucius Malfoy would find out he was there. Lucius has always treated that elf abominably, Mr. Greengrass said somewhat sadly. That it would try to betray him, even against its own magic, is not actually surprising. I've always treated my elf like part of the family. Harry shook his head. That still sounds like Avery to me. And what do you know about house elves? Asked Mr. Greengrass, calmly and without malice. Not much, but I did hear about Avery in Muggle school, replied Harry. And is Hogwarts any better? You have loads of elf servants. Dumbledore nodded somberly. I agree with you, Harry. Even with the part about the Hogwarts elves. I have offered to pay them, but they have all refused. The truth is that elven society has been subordinated to wizards for centuries. Which meant house elf culture was completely dominated by their subservience to wizards. Their desire to serve, their willingness to go without pay, it all was probably heartfelt, even if misguided. I understand, said Harry. Good, I'd hate for you to make Sherry uncomfortable, said Mr. Greengrass. Harry shook his head. Talk about missing the point. Still, he had a lot to think about on this topic. On the matter of Lucius, all we can do is wait and see if he makes a move, said Dumbledore gravely. Well, trust me, my eyes will be wide open, said Harry. Harry's first impression of the Greengrass home was that it was far smaller than he had been expecting. It seemed, at first glance, to be a small single-family home, perhaps a bit older than his aunt and uncle's home on Privet Drive, but in much the same style. Though it was far out in the country, which Harry preferred. But then Harry went inside. He entered into a giant reception room that one might find in a manor house. A giant staircase led upstairs. A small figure waited and took Mr. Greengrass's coat. A house elf. How have things been, Sherry? Asked Mr. Greengrass. Quite well, Master Bryant, said the elf. Suddenly Daphne was there, engulfing Harry in a hug. Thank Merlin he got you out of there, she said. Sherry, why don't you take Harry's things to the blue guest room, said Mr. Greengrass. Sherry bowed and grabbed Harry's trunk and Hedwig's cage, then disappeared. Harry scowled a little bit, but said nothing. Daphne, her father, began. I'll show Harry around, and then show him to his room so he can freshen up, said Daphne. As Daphne led Harry away, Harry had to ask, do you use glamours on the outside? A bit, admitted Daphne. The house would look really weird without it though. It's not really a manor house, regardless of what the entrance hall looks like. The ground floor had a sitting room, kitchen, dining room, and what Daphne called the activity room. We glamored it as a ballroom for the New Year's Eve party, she explained. There was also a small room for the house elf, right off the kitchen. Upstairs there were 6 bedrooms, each with a bath, and 2 studies, each connected to one of the bedrooms. There was also a library and a sitting playroom for the girls. Harry was shown to his room, which was appropriately enough filled with blue sheets, curtains and furnishings. Harry noted that his things were sitting on the bed, and he scowled again. "Is there a problem, Harry?" asked Daphne. "We had a run-in with the Malfoys' house elf, Dobby." "I'll tell you about it in a bit." Harry paused, unsure how to address this with Daphne. "I'm just a bit upset after learning how house elves are treated." Daphne nodded. "I understand. I had a serious crisis when I learned about how some other elves are treated. Sherry has always been a part of the family here, but when I saw how other elves were treated, I kind of lost it." Harry sighed. "Daphne, I don't mean any offense, but no matter how well you treat your elf, I think she's still a victim of wizarding society." Daphne looked at Harry quizzically. "I'm not sure I get what you mean." Harry shook his head. "I'll have to talk with Hermione about this. I'm sure she can express it better than I can. She usually does." Daphne laughed. "So what do you want to do tomorrow?" Harry shrugged. "I have no idea. Any suggestions?" Daphne smiled. "Only lots. Why don't you get freshened up for dinner though, and we can talk about it then. I think my father wants to talk to you tonight." She left him alone. When he realized something, "I have nothing to wear," he said. Sherry appeared in front of him. "Harry Potter needs clothes." "Sorry, I have no casual wizarding clothes," Harry explained. Sherry snapped her fingers and a set of casual robes appeared on his bed. "Sherry transfigured some of your clothes, but it will only last till tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Sherry," said Harry. "US is most welcome, Harry Potter," said the elf as she teleported away. Harry sat down in Mr. Greengrass's study after dinner, quite full. Mr. Greengrass had sent him here while he had gone to see to another matter. The food at dinner had been excellent. Daphne's mother, Philomena, was an excellent cook, especially assisted by Sherry. This life, Harry realized, was tempting him. After all, he had the money to live it. He shook his head. Being waited on hand and foot was not his way. Certainly not by Avs. "Sorry, Harry," said Mr. Greengrass as he walked in. "I had to deal with a small issue with the unicorn herders. Someone was trying to attack one." Harry's eyes grew wide, but Greengrass waved away his terror. "Just some local potioneers trying to scrape off some unicorn horn. Nothing to be concerned about." Harry relaxed. "What did you wish to speak to me about? What do you know about our system of government, Harry?" asked Mr. Greengrass. "I know that you have the Minister for Magic, as executive, and the Wizengamot as a court and legislature, though I am a bit unsure of the details, Mr. Greengrass. Please, when my daughter isn't around, call me Bryant," said Mr. Greengrass. "Okay, Bryant." Bryant nodded. "Well, I want to talk about the Minister and the Wizengamot. Mostly the Wizengamot really. The Wizengamot is made up of 50 to 60 active members." "Active members?" asked Harry. "Many members rarely attend, either because of age or lack of interest. Others never take their seats. Every Order of Merlin recipient is automatically granted a seat, but of them all only Albus really attends meetings," explained Bryant. "How does one become a member?" asked Harry. "Well, the minister and the department heads are automatically members if they aren't already," said Bryant, "and technically the sub-department heads have seats as well, but those are at the discretion of the minister. They may or may not attend meetings, but it is traditional that they not take part in Wizengamot debate unless invited by the minister. Though I suppose if they constantly speak in his favor, Fudge would be more likely to grant that permission." Harry nodded. "The majority of the seats are grants, given to the holder based on a certain degree of merit," said Bryant, "and while the seats aren't necessarily hereditary, some of the criteria for selecting a new seat holder have been manipulated so that a blood heir is the most likely to gain such a seat. That being said, a lot of the traditions of the Wizengamot come from when we were a hereditary body. For example, Daphne is my successor designate, a position which allows her to speak in front of the Wizengamot in my place if necessary. Not that I would put her up there until she is older." So it isn't democratic at all, said Harry disappointed. Well, the minister is elected as are about 10 of the seats, said Bryant, but you are essentially correct. The Malfoys, for example, originally got their seat about 70 years ago for making a donation to the Minister for Magic's personal bank account. What is important is that the pureblood faction holds about 15 to 20 seats in the Wizengamot currently. Not enough to exert policy without support from the minister. What I am telling you is that it is vital to stay on the minister's good side. He is capable of causing you immense problems. That being said, Bryant continued, you must constantly be on guard. Many of the other members of the pureblood faction wish you harm. And being a Wizengamot member can be powerful protection, even for someone as clearly corrupt as Lucius. Harry nodded. Then a thought occurred to him. Do you know of a way to protect against having your mind read? Bryant narrowed his eyes. Did someone try to read your mind? Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, when I confronted Quirrell. Bryant stopped and thought for a moment. There is a discipline called occlumency, he said reluctantly. Most wizards and witches of a certain caliber are versed in it to some extent, though few are much good at it. It can repel legilimency attacks, or what is commonly called mind reading. Can you teach it, or have a book that does? Asked Harry. Bryant nodded. I do have some books. Bryant seemed to hesitate before he continued. I will give them to Daphne when you go back to school. You and your friends can learn together. Still, be careful. The books I will be giving you are full of other magic, some of it quite dark. Occlumency isn't dark, and I honestly don't have a problem with the more benign dark magics anyway, but some at Hogwarts won't see it that way. Harry nodded. Now off to bed with you. I have a feeling my daughter is going to want you to get an early start. Harry made his way back to his guest room. After washing up and getting dressed for bed, he climbed into the bed. It was the most comfortable bed he had ever been in. In a way it was almost distracting. He'd never get to sleep with this much. And with that thought he drifted off to sleep. June 28, 1992. So, what do you have planned for today? Asked Harry after breakfast the next morning. Well, I needed to pick up a few things from Diagon today, and I heard that you might need a few things as well, said Philomena knowingly. And that was how, only a few minutes later, Harry found himself in front of a fireplace about to use the flow network for the first time. Be sure to speak clearly, and don't try to physically resist the pull of the flow network's magic, said Daphne. Try to harness the magic mentally, like riding a broom. It's all about confidence. Surprisingly, that advice worked. Though Harry stumbled a bit, he managed to stay on his feet when he emerged in Diagon Alley. Harry and Daphne parted ways with her mother at that point, who told them to meet her back at the flow by noon. Their first stop was Gringotts. Harry again presented his key politely, and he and Daphne were quickly led back to the carts. I've never been down to the vaults, said Daphne. My father says he doesn't trust the goblins with my life, whatever that means. I think it's just his pureblood bigotry kicking in, but you didn't hear that from me. Hear what? Said the goblin who was escorting them down, whom Harry suddenly recognized. Griphook, good to see you again, said Harry with a friendly nod. The goblin initially looked surprised, then nodded in return. And you as well, Mr. Potter. Harry and Griphook were soon making small talk as the cart whipped through the vaults. Daphne felt a bit queasy, but she listened with interest as Griphook began talking about the Muggle Protection Act. I take it your father is opposed to this bill, Miss Greengrass? Asked Griphook. Daphne seemed taken aback by this, then shrugged. Officially, yes. And officially he wishes the other purebloods had done something about this ages ago. I don't really see what he sees in his political allies. Other than money and power. Said Griphook sarcastically. Daphne nodded. Other than that, yes. When they reached Harry's vault, he and Daphne had a quick discussion about how much he should take. Harry wanted to buy some new clothes and a broom, but had to admit he wasn't familiar with the prices for those things. How much do you have here? Asked Daphne. I'm not sure, admitted Harry. Does the bank have some sort of count of my money here? It can be counted, said Griphook, though such action isn't taken without the permission of the vault holder. Does Harry have any other holdings? Daphne asked. Griphook paused. I do not know. When we return to the surface we can inquire. Having collected what Daphne thought was a sufficient sum of money, Harry and Daphne followed Griphook back to the cart. Soon they had returned to the bank proper, and Griphook brought them to the office of a personal banker. The Potter account has been relatively inactive for a while, the goblin, whose name was Brokegut, said. It will take time to get a full accounting of everything. Apparently, the goblin who did handle the Potter finances previously died about 3 years ago. Our apologies, we will send you this information as soon as we can. Do you wish the full account details, or just to have a summary sent? Just a summary for the moment, said Harry to a disapproving frown from Daphne. Brokegut, however, nodded approvingly. No point overwhelming yourself with details until you have a better grasp of what is going on. Harry and Daphne soon made their way from the bank. Daphne led Harry to an upmarket clothing store called Twilfit and Tattings. The things here are going to be more expensive, said Harry. You can afford it, plus I think you'll find some styles here you can't get elsewhere. At least not in Diagon, said Daphne. And indeed, the store did have a wide selection. Most importantly, it had a good selection of Muggle-style clothes as well as wizarding robes. As Daphne explained it, most wizards went to the Muggle world to buy Muggle clothes. But some places in the magical world catered to those who did not wish to mingle with the Muggles, for whatever reason. HMPH, said Harry to that. It's not all bigots, said Daphne, some wizards are just really bad at blending in with Muggles. There were also a lot of what were called contemporary wizarding clothes, which looked like Muggle clothes but with capes and cloaks attached. Almost robes, Daphne called them. Wearing them can be a political statement, warned Daphne, a sign you have no use for pureblood traditions. Perfect, said Harry, which elicited a laugh from Daphne. Soon they were on their way to their last stop, Quality Quidditch Supplies. Inside they saw a new broom had just hit the market, the Nimbus 2001. That looks nice, Harry, and you can definitely afford it, said Daphne. Harry, however, wasn't so concerned with the price. Looking over the display, he looked at its specifications. It had an impressive speed advantage over the 2000 model, but Harry remembered Tracy talking about the new Nimbus brooms. He walked up to the shopkeeper. Excuse me, sir, said Harry, I'm trying out for Seeker for the house team this year. Did the Nimbus 2001 ever fix the yacht problems it had over the 2000? The shopkeeper gave him a strange look, going for the house team. Which house? Slytherin, said Harry. The shopkeeper smiled, my old house. In that case, I'll tell you, no they didn't. As a result, the 2001 is an excellent chaser broom, but terrible for seekers. The enchantments were sloppily done, you see. I still have a few 2000s, for certain customers. Such as young Slytherins who are clever enough to do their research. Soon enough Harry had his new broom and was looking at a few other odds and ends when he heard a familiar and very unwelcome voice. Look at that, the new Nimbus 2001, it simply blows any other amateur broom out of the water, said the voice of Draco Malfoy. I am reluctant to buy you a broom of that quality, given your less than stellar record at school last year, unless you think your position on the Slytherin team is a certainty, said an older male voice that Harry didn't recognize. Daphne on the other hand hissed. Lucius Malfoy, she whispered. Well, I was thinking, said Draco, if we bought 7 of these, and gave the other 6 to the Slytherin Quidditch team, they'd have no choice but to put me on. Lucius' voice was not heard for a moment. That would be an expensive bribe. It would help put Potter in his place though, said Draco. Lucius was silent for a moment again. Very well, we will speak of this again. It may be that we can do this for you, son. Harry looked at Daphne. She seemed to take this all in stride, though Harry was inwardly seething. Yet maybe this could be worked to his advantage. Well, that plan will make things tough on you, said Daphne. Harry shook his head. Actually, it gave me an idea. After returning to the Greengrass home, Harry and Daphne spent the afternoon flying over the Greengrass property, which was quite large. The Greengrasses owned farms that produced potions ingredients, including a small unicorn herd and some rare high-end bubo tubers. It was all very profitable, Daphne insisted. The trees on the outskirts of the property were all quite old and magical as well, and 1 or 2 would be cut down each year for wand components and magical wood for other purposes. Harry was quite satisfied with his new broom, and his new clothes, which fit better than anything he had worn before. His school robes had fit, but were rather bulky all the same. Daphne promised to teach Harry a spell that would let his clothes grow with him, at least for a bit. When they returned, her father was waiting for them, a stern expression on his face. Flying in regular robes. Might as well invite someone to look up them, he said to his daughter. She laughed. I'm wearing jeans underneath, she said as she pulled her robes up to reveal that she was indeed wearing jeans. Her father rolled his eyes in exasperation, but Harry laughed. I guess you do pay attention to me and Hermione. This is rather convenient, admitted Daphne. Well, dinner is in 10 minutes, so the two of you get changed, said Bryant. Both ran into the house, eager to get eating. Father, said Daphne towards the end of dinner, as she had agreed to Harry earlier in the day, we wanted to broach a matter with you. Yes, said Bryant, who was clearly intrigued. Harry smiled. Bryant was a naturally curious man, and he couldn't resist indulging his daughter's brainstorms. In this case, Bryant would be ensnared by his own curiosity. Well, we ran into the Malfoys today, or rather we heard them, explained Daphne. Hear anything interesting? Asked Bryant. Well, not about their house elf, admitted Harry, but apparently Draco is trying to bribe his way onto the Quidditch team. Bryant smiled. Bribery is a time-honored tradition in Slytherin. Harry shrugged. I didn't mean to imply that it wasn't, he said nonchalantly. That being said, I'd rather not give Malfoy any more victories over us than I have to. Small victories give way to big ones after all. You have a plan, said Bryant, now hooked on the intrigue. I propose that both of us buy 3 position-appropriate brooms, and donate them to the Slytherin team, with no strings attached, said Harry. That way Melody doesn't have to feel beholden to choose anyone but the best seeker. Why not leverage them against you being seeker yourself? Asked Bryant. 2 reasons, which are linked, said Harry. First, if I demand a spot, it makes the gesture less valuable for my overall influence. Simply put, most of the goodwill I earn by donating the brooms is spent getting the seeker spot. Second, I might not be guaranteed the seeker spot, but if it comes down to me and Malfoy, I'll definitely get it. He's just not as good as me. That's a fact, said Daphne. Bryant smiled. Very good, Harry, he said. Not everyone would see things so clearly. I see no reason not to help you. Harry shot Daphne a triumphant grin. Of course, Bryant was probably operating under the assumption that Daphne was likely to be prefect along with Harry if all this scheming paid off. That Hermione was probably the actual leader had likely not occurred to him. Though the way Harry saw it, Daphne was likely to be a prefect, just in her 7th year when Hermione inevitably made head girl. Astoria had been quiet all throughout the meal. Daphne had whispered earlier that this was suspicious, and that the younger girl was likely to cause trouble. And seeing the measuring look in Astoria's eyes now, Harry realized that she was about to do just that. How did things go today? Astoria asked her father. It was committee work today. Griselda Marchbanks tried to insert some language which would have prohibited discrimination against Muggleborns into the MPA, said Bryant. While I certainly would approve of such language, I suspect that it might cause some problems with the passage of the larger bill. Asked Harry. Bryant nodded. Even in the best-case scenario it would be at least 1 vote short. And Fudge won't swing his support unless it is a certainty. Harry inhaled sharply. Not because he was surprised that Bryant was essentially admitting that his vote could have gotten that language into the bill. That was utterly unsurprising. But he knew Daphne would see that as well, and her reaction was not likely to be measured. So, you mean to say that if you had supported it, it could have become law, said Daphne in a chilly voice. Daphne, you know I can't support something like that, said Bryant chidingly. And why not? Demanded Daphne. Are our friends not important enough to have the protection of basic human rights? Daphne, said Philomena sharply. I understand your concern, Daphne, but you must understand, I maintain my alliances for the good of our family, for you and Astoria most of all, pleaded Bryant. Harry winced. That was the wrong thing to say. Well, I don't want it, shouted Daphne as she stood up and stormed out. Harry suddenly felt quite awkward. He noted that Astoria looked a bit shamefaced. She probably hadn't intended things to go that far. After all, she had just brought up her father's day. All she knew was that Daphne disapproved of her father's position. Harry wondered if Astoria understood why. Philomena seemed scandalized, while Bryant looked apologetically to Harry. I am sorry, we should not have had that discussion in front of you, said Bryant. I am not offended by the discussion, said Harry, though I hope you'll forgive me if I tell you I agree more with Daphne than you. But I don't think you understand exactly what you said that set her off. Oh, said Bryant, a chill entering his voice. By telling her that you are voting this way for her sake you're making her complicit with your vote. Harry shook his head. You are telling her that not only are you going to vote against her friends, but that it is partially her fault. Bryant's eyes widened as he realized the truth in that. Harry stood up. Your vote is your vote, and a matter of your conscience, noted Harry, and I'm only 11 years old, so I'm certainly not going to tell you how to vote. But I think Daphne wants to be able to keep a little distance from your political dealings as a matter of her own conscience. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go find her. And he walked out of the room to look for Daphne. Finding Daphne proved to be impossible, at least for Harry. After an hour of fruitless searching, Harry returned to his room and changed into his pajamas. Daphne knew where he was if she wanted to talk. And eventually, he did hear a knock on his door. When he opened it, Daphne was standing there. She had changed clothes, into Muggle outdoors wear. She'd clearly been crying but Harry made no mention of it as he invited her in. I go talk to the unicorns when I get upset sometimes, she said. Sorry I didn't wait up. Astoria found me. She was very sorry about it, I guess she didn't realize I'd react like that. She told me what you said. Thank you. Harry smiled. No problem. Were you going to bed? I kind of do want to talk, she said, looking at his pajamas. Harry laid down across the bed, patting next to him. Make yourself comfortable, I'm all ears. Daphne giggled a bit as she lay down next to him. If my parents see this, they'll have a fit. Harry smiled. Serves 'em right. Daphne leaned on her side so that she could look at Harry. You realize I've had a bit of a thing for you recently. Harry nodded. It was pretty obvious. Part of it was that I felt guilty for not acknowledging my life debt to you, Daphne admitted, now that I've done it. You didn't have to do that, said Harry. I know, said Daphne, but doing it helped a bit. I know I don't have a shot with you. Daphne, I haven't made any choices about that. I can't make any choices about that. You, Hermione, all of you, you're all just my friends. I don't want you to think. Daphne shook her head. I know, you're telling yourself that you are too young to get attached romantically, and to a certain extent it's true. But I can see who you want to spend your time with the most. It isn't me. Harry didn't have a reply to that. And I don't deserve it, started Daphne. Like hell you don't. Harry said forcefully, whatever choice I make it has nothing to do with whether you are worthy of me. Suddenly Harry found himself being hugged tightly by Daphne. Thank you, Harry. But I abandoned you to Malfoy the first week of school. Maybe I deserve your friendship for what I have done. But not. Harry returned her hug, with interest. We all have our reasons. You did the right thing eventually. And you've continued to do it with your father. Just because you made a mistake, it doesn't mean you aren't worthy of love. Daphne sighed. I'm sorry you're leaving tomorrow, Harry. It's nice to have someone on my side, she said sleepily. Anytime, said Harry, as he squeezed her a little tighter. After a moment he patted her lightly on the back of her head. She didn't respond. Looking down he saw her eyes were closed. She'd fallen asleep. Harry shook his head. This had been her plan all along. Well, he could wait a moment for her to wake up and then. June 29, 1992. The next day, Harry finished getting everything into his trunk as he prepared to leave. Daphne entered through the open door. When they'd awoken together, Daphne had panicked, thinking she was in trouble. But apparently Astoria had been the first person to go to wake Daphne, and she'd covered for her as an act of contrition for the previous night. She started, but Harry raised a hand to stop her. It's fine, he said, I honestly didn't mind. My friends don't need to apologize for things like that. Daphne nodded. Well, we better get you on your way, she said, and thanks. I'll see you later in the summer. Flowing over to the burrow with his trunk in tow was a bit more difficult than flowing with a package or with empty hands, but Harry managed to stay on his feet as he emerged at the Weasleys' hearth. And this house couldn't have been more different than the home he had just come from. Where the Greengrass residence was clean, the burrow was cluttered. Where the Greengrass residence was upscale, this place was rustic. Yet somehow, everything seemed to fit. Everything seemed to be in its place, even if it seemed totally chaotic. Harry, said an excited Ron who ran over to help him with his trunk. Good to see you again, Harry, said Molly Weasley. We're absolutely delighted to have you over for the summer. Harry noticed Ginny standing alone near the stairs. She was looking at her feet nervously. "Hey Ginny," he said in a friendly tone, "good to see you again." Ginny looked up with a smile. "Good to see you too," she said. "This way," said Ron as he led Harry to his room. Things at the Burrow were lively, which was a big change for Harry. Even at Hogwarts, the Slytherin dorms kept relatively quiet. The Weasley home had constant activities, from a ghoul banging on the pipes in the attic, to small explosions coming out of the twins' bedroom. But most of all the Weasleys were boisterous with each other, but in a way in which it became obvious to Harry that this was a family. Simply put, they were happy. It was a totally new experience for Harry. One he determined to relish. That evening Harry finally met Arthur Weasley, who was a well-meaning, but somewhat silly man. He had an obsession with Muggles, yet seemed to know very little about them. Still, he understood that Arthur's mistakes were the result of an ignorance that came from his isolation from the Muggle world, not malice. "I do wish we could have put some of the protections for Muggleborns into the MPA, said Arthur, but we came a vote short. He glanced at Harry momentarily. Harry nodded sadly. Daphne had a fit when she learned her father's vote could have changed things. Arthur looked genuinely surprised. Daphne supports the MPA. Harry nodded. Most of the people in our group in Slytherin do. Maybe not Blaise, though he probably does just because it would annoy his mother. That's surprising, said Molly, her voice uncertain. That's become our main goal, said Harry confidently. We're trying to make Slytherin a place where you can oppose a lot of the pureblood supremacist bigotry without being ostracized. And so far, we're winning. That's very admirable, Harry, said Arthur. Is Slytherin that bad? Asked Ginny quietly. It's not all bad, Harry admitted. There's a lot of scheming and the like, but for the most part you are free to just be another student. We take it a bit more seriously because we're trying to correct some very old prejudices. Well, that and the time those older students tried to beat us up. That ended up with those students getting killed by a troll though, right? Ron asked. Sounds like they got what they deserved. Ronald, said Molly angrily. Harry shook his head. No, they didn't deserve that. They were headed for a beating before the troll showed up, but Harry trailed off. Oh, we didn't mean to bring up a bad memory, Harry, said Molly. Harry shook his head. I'm fine. Part of me is still very angry at them for what they tried to put Hermione and I through. But they more than paid for it, so I feel it best to just let it be. Do the other Slytherins still give you trouble? Asked Ginny. Funny thing, after we defeated the troll, everyone became very nice to us, said Harry. Slytherins respect power, even if they don't like the way that it's used. Harry shrugged. I wasn't really prepared to be sorted into Slytherin, but I adapted. And I have friends both in and out of the house. That's the important part, not letting the sorting define us. Well said, said Arthur enthusiastically. June 30, 1992. Harry awoke early in the morning. The cot that he had slept on in Ron's room had been infinitely preferable to sleeping in his cupboard, but by this point he was rather used to sleeping in a proper bed. Especially after getting spoiled at the Greengrasses. It was, he noted, rather early. The sun had barely started to peek over the horizon. Outside he was surprised to see a small figure zooming by on a broom. Ginny, he thought as he recognized her. With a smile he quickly changed into some Muggle athletic wear he had acquired, and then pulled out his broom. He opened the window and flew out, making sure to shut the window behind him. He soon caught up with Ginny, who had so far failed to see him. Good morning, he said. Ginny started, nearly falling off her broom. What are you doing out here? She asked. Harry shrugged. I saw you flying, thought I'd join you. What about you? Ginny shrugged back. The boys never let me play Quidditch with them, so I have to sneak the brooms in the early morning if I want to fly. Harry shook his head. That doesn't sound very fair. Ginny nodded. It isn't, but Mum always takes their side when they complain. I think she doesn't think Quidditch is ladylike. Harry grinned. Maybe not, but it's fun. Wanna throw a quaffle a bit? Ginny beamed. Sure. The two of them took turns throwing a rather beaten-up quaffle between two trees. Harry quickly saw that Ginny was a natural chaser. I'd tell you should try out for the house team, said Harry, but you look like you're a shoo-in for Gryffindor. We don't need that competition. Thanks, said Ginny warmly. I better check the hens. I usually use that as a cover for going out and flying. Next time we do this you can use my broom, said Harry, noting the beat-up status of her broom. Ginny looked at his broom closely then started again. That's a Nimbus 2000. Harry smiled again. As I said, next time. The flush of happiness that went to her face was impressive. Harry couldn't tell if she was happier that he'd said there would be a next time or if she was happier that she'd be able to ride his Nimbus. Walking back into the house he saw Molly in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Harry, she said with a start of her own, what have you been doing? I got up early, so I went for a quick morning fly, he said truthfully. You do know there are muggles not far away? Asked Molly worriedly. I was careful, said Harry. Molly nodded. Did you see Ginny out there? I saw her with the chickens, Harry said, a little lamely he had to admit. Molly gave a knowing nod. She knows, thought Harry. His opinion of Molly Weasley had gone up again he thought as went back up to Ron's room. July 1, 1992. Arthur Weasley was sitting and enjoying a cup of tea when Harry Potter came down the next morning. Percy had almost finished, while Fred and George had just sat down to breakfast. Ron was still sleeping. You said you were off work today. Harry asked him. We actually have some guests coming in about an hour. I'm sure you'll be excited to see one of them, said Arthur, trying to be a bit mysterious. Oh, stop teasing him dear, said Molly, the Grangers are coming over so we can show them how a magical family lives. The transformation on Harry's face was obvious. He now wore an enormous smile, and his eyes seemed almost to gleam with excitement. I think I should wear some of my casual robes then, he said, before he ran back upstairs. Don't forget breakfast dear, shouted Molly after him as the twins sniggered. Well that wasn't obvious at all, was it boys? Asked Arthur pleasantly. The twins nodded. Percy just shook his head. Harry was waiting in the kitchen for the Grangers to appear. Soon enough, Robert and Helen Granger came tumbling out of the flow. Harry doubted they had the capability to control the flow network enough to not do that. Moments later Hermione came through feet first, but on her back. Hermione, said Harry as he leapt forward to help her to her feet, it's like riding a broom. Your intent drives how you can control it. Harry, shouted a surprised Hermione, who once on her feet, immediately wrapped him up in a big hug. I've always been rubbish on a broom. What are you doing here? Asked Helen. Well, said Harry thoughtfully, Daphne sent her father to check on me, and when he got there the Malfoys, house elf was also there, so they pulled me out of there real quick. Anyway, I'm spending the summer with the Weasleys. Well that's good, said Robert. Why don't you kids show Hermione around, while Arthur and I give Helen and Robert a tour? Said Molly. Follow me, said Ginny. Hermione was impressed with all the ways the Weasleys used magic to stand in for places where Muggles used technology. Seeing the way normal wizards lived had Hermione finding it far less foreign than she had originally thought. Within minutes the twins and Ron were clamoring for them to play Quidditch. Harry had a shrewd look on his face. Maybe we should play something everyone can enjoy, he said. Oh, come on Harry, said Ron, just for a bit mate. Oh, all right, said Harry exaggeratedly. Hermione realized that Harry was planning something, but had no idea what. When Harry returned, he had a broomstick in his hands. Blimey, said Ron when he saw it, that's a Nimbus 2000. Fred and George came over, very impressed. Soon they were asking Harry all sorts of questions about his new broom. Is that a good broom? Hermione asked. Ginny nodded, it's probably the best amateur seeker broom on the market. Though it really isn't on the market anymore since the 2001 came out. Soon Harry was teamed up with Fred, while Ron was teamed up with George. Hermione gestured to a shady spot where she and Ginny could sit. So, said Hermione once they were seated, you seem to have gotten over your shyness around Harry. It was a little silly, admitted Ginny, but Hermione noticed her blushing a bit. I know you like him a bit, said Hermione, that's fine. Just remember he's an 11, almost 12-year-old boy. He really doesn't know how to deal with girls at all, except as a friend. He does seem to think well of you, though. I noticed, said Ginny. Don't be afraid to show him some affection either, suggested Hermione. Trust me, after the life he's had, he needs it. Ginny gave Hermione a quizzical look. You seem to have a thing for Harry as well. I appreciate the advice, but why are you helping me? Hermione smiled. I just want Harry to have friends. Hermione paused. I don't know what my feelings are, but he is my best friend. So, I'm looking out for him. Ginny nodded. I suppose I get that, and it's not like he's really into girls right now anyway. Hermione nodded. Boys are babies about those sorts of things. Suddenly Harry swooped down. I'm tired of playing, he shouted. Ginny, take my place. Hermione saw Ginny's eyes widen in gratitude as she grabbed Harry's broom over the Weasley boy's insistence that Ginny couldn't fly. Which Ginny immediately proved wrong by flying circles around Ron. Hermione laughed. That was very nice of you, Potter, she said wryly. Harry shrugged. The way they didn't let her play didn't strike me as right. I agree, but Ginny's brothers have a serious case of Raxperts, said a dreamy voice from behind them. Harry and Hermione turned to see a girl about Ginny's age with blonde hair and a dreamy expression on her face to match her voice. Hello there, said Harry. Who are you, if you don't mind me asking? Luna, said the girl. Luna Lovegood. Hermione Granger, said Hermione. Harry Potter, said Harry. Luna gave him a strange stare. After a moment she nodded. I guess you must be, though you could be Minister Fudge in disguise. Hermione was utterly confused by that, but Harry laughed. Merlin, I hope not, he said. Luna nodded. Me too. What's a Raxpert? Asked Hermione. They're creatures, they mess with people's heads and make them do stupid things. I'm surprised you haven't heard of them. Hermione strongly doubted such creatures existed. Harry just nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Are you friends with Ginny? Asked Harry. Yes, we play together sometimes, though she is the only other magical girl in the neighborhood. Harry nodded. Hello there, Luna, said Molly, who was walking up with Arthur and the Grangers in tow. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, said Luna. Did you come by to play with Ginny today? Molly asked. Luna shook her head. I was wandering by and I saw you had company, so I stopped by to say hello. Molly smiled. Would you like to stay for lunch? Luna nodded. That would be great, Mrs. Weasley. Molly smiled. Good, now that is settled, she said as she turned to Harry. I see you have been giving my daughter some encouragement. Of course, when I saw her fly yesterday, I knew I had to help her out, said Harry. Arthur watched his daughter as she flew by, a look of pure joy on her face. Well, she certainly seems to be enjoying herself. That was a very nice thing you did, Harry, said Robert. Well, I did over one, replied Harry. One what? Asked Luna, to Hermione's annoyance. One moment of profound truth, said Harry glibly. Oh, said Luna, who paused and then said, those are rather rare. Hermione nearly ground her teeth, but Harry just laughed. Harry had decided to bring up his new concern over lunch. So, earlier I mentioned Dobby, Lucius Malfoy's house elf, Harry said, uncertain of the reception this was going to get. When you say Lucius Malfoy's elf, you mean he works for Lucius? Asked Helen. Arthur and Molly gave each other significant looks. Harry shook his head sadly. I wish I did. No, house elves are magically bound to their masters. The truth is, I think they're avs. Hermione nearly dropped her fork. Even the house elves at Hogwarts. Harry pondered that for a moment. The house elves at Hogwarts aren't paid, I know that. But at the same time, they do receive free room and board, and seem free to leave at their own discretion. Arthur nodded seriously. Harry is right, the bulk of house elves are magically bound. Most families that own one treat them well, but that doesn't excuse owning them in the first place, at least in my opinion. I do believe that given enough encouragement house elves would want pay or benefits, but the problem is that house elves have been avenued so long that they no longer truly understand that they aren't free. They see their masters as their family. Convincing them that they deserve better is difficult. Headmaster Dumbledore did say he would pay any house elf who asked for it, said Harry, but that doesn't excuse anyone else. That includes Daphne, who didn't even understand what I was asking about. Hermione's eyes flashed. That's monstrous. Avery, said Robert, who seemed stunned. Wizard Society has Avery. Molly shook her head sadly. I'm afraid so. I grew up with a house elf and never even thought about it until I met Arthur. It's a tremendous blind spot that most major pureblood families have. That being said, I don't think it's wrong for a family to have a house elf in itself, because they really do have no other place to go. Luna nodded. Minister Fudge would never let the house elves be free, for fear that they would take the side of the goblins and overthrow him. Hermione gave Luna an angry look. Harry laid a hand on her arm to calm her. Luna's right, he said calmly. Fudge would definitely see any attempt to free house elves as a direct political threat. Hermione looked surprised, but Arthur nodded. He's only behind the Muggle Protection Act because it's popular. Fudge isn't interested in rocking the boat, he said. He has enough problems with the goblins given that he bakes them into pies, said Luna. Once again Harry was impressed. Luna seemed to have a sharp grasp of the situation, and was able to analyze it effectively. Which she then covered up with completely nonsensical babbling. Luna, you're brilliant, and if you end up in Slytherin I guarantee you'll have at least one friend, said Harry. I've always wanted to be in Ravenclaw, said Luna, it seems to have the fewest Raxperts. Well if you just want to avoid Raxperts sure, said Harry, in Slytherin we could work to destroy them. Luna looked thoughtful. That does sound interesting. Harry grinned, and you definitely have the cunning for it. Thank you, said Luna simply. Hermione was staring at them as if she couldn't understand what had just happened. And the house elves, what do we do about them? She asked. The only thing we can do, said Harry, we research it, and try to figure out what course of action would best help them. Hermione brightened up at the word research. That's a place to begin, I guess. Robert and Helen looked at each other sadly. Molly noticed that. I know things look bad for the magical world here, Molly said, but there are people, like us and Dumbledore, who are trying to make things better. Before you know who showed up, things were getting steadily better. Things changed after the war though. Progress slowed. People became afraid to lose what they had. Then it's up to us to get things moving again, said Ginny. Hermione nodded, well said. Harry thought about telling them what Dobby had said to him, about a threat at Hogwarts, but decided against it. He didn't need to worry them. Molly looked out the window as Harry was talking to Luna. The girl was about to head home, but Harry had insisted on one last chance to talk to the girl. Why is he trying to get her to join Slytherin? Wondered Molly. That surprised me as well, said Helen who was sitting and drinking a cup of tea. Neither Harry or Hermione has had much good to say about Slytherin. Hermione was putting the dishes in the sink, where they were washing themselves. She stopped and looked at Molly appraising Ly. I think that Slytherin isn't necessarily bad, said Hermione, a bit reluctantly, especially if you are a pureblood. I don't understand why Harry is trying to convince Luna specifically. If you ask me, she seems unsuited to it. But there definitely are people that do best in Slytherin. Cunning and ambition are useful traits, for those who wish to use them for good as well as for bad purposes. Molly nodded, that sounds reasonable. Still the entire thing still seemed a bit unsavory to Molly's sensibilities. Hermione looked at Molly shrewdly. Were you planning anything for Harry's birthday? I thought we might throw him a surprise party, said Molly, if you'd be able to come. I'm sure that can be arranged, said Helen. I would suggest that you let Harry know you're throwing the party actually, suggested Hermione. He's never had one before, it would be good for him to have something to look forward to. There was something in Hermione's voice, as if it wasn't really a suggestion. Molly almost objected, but then she paused. Hermione had clearly taken the lion's share of the responsibility. Towards Harry's emotional well-being, she knew him better. Perhaps she knew best. That's probably true, said Molly. Still Molly had to wonder, just how badly had this boy been damaged. Hermione was sitting next to Harry outside by the garden later that afternoon. She was still troubled by how Harry had acted towards Luna. Harry, why did you try to convince Luna to join Slytherin? She asked worriedly, why her, and why not Ginny? Harry laughed. Ginny Weasley is the most Gryffindor person I have ever met. I'm sure Slytherin could teach her something but it wouldn't be easy for her, even if the other Slytherins accepted her. Which is never a given. I like Ginny, I wouldn't wish that on her. Harry's laugh faded from his face. Luna is different however, he said, see, I have a book. I never actually finished it actually, it's called Common Magical Abilities and Their Uses. I read up through, though. But as I saw Luna give cryptic but apt answers about people, I realized she was showing signs of being an aura reader. Hermione barely managed to keep herself from gasping. She can see people's futures. Harry shook his head. No auras show the present, he said, they show confusion or confidence. Whether someone is lying or telling the truth. Whether they are in love or full of hate. They're a sort of barometer of the soul, you might say. Hermione frowned. So you want to use a girl who is completely unsuited to Slytherin for your own ends. Half the things she was talking about weren't even real. Hermione stopped herself. No, that can't be it. You have more reasons. Harry smiled. Did you know that Luna's father runs a newspaper? The Quibbler. Full of stories about impossible creatures, insane political conspiracies, and half-true secrets. Most people don't take it seriously. Harry closed his eyes and leaned back as Hermione felt a breeze sweep over them. No, continued Harry, she lives her life seeing things that no one else sees. Who is she to say that her father is wrong and everyone else is right? See, Luna doesn't have a problem of intellect or cunning, but of perspective. She doesn't see the difference between her father's crazy ideas and the things she sees every day, said Hermione, but doesn't that mean she doesn't understand her talents? Harry shook his head again. She isn't stupid. She knows that what she sees reflects the people she is looking at. Yet she manages to hide this behind a tangle of nonsensical chatter. I know, I asked her. It doesn't matter that she believes the things she is using as a cover. Harry smiled wryly. What matters is that no one suspects her of having any depth, so no one makes any demands of her. Hermione looked at Harry skeptically. And you want to make demands of her? Harry sighed. No, Hermione, I want to give her the perspective that allows her to move beyond being just a novelty. She acts the way she does, she hides the way she does, because she's damaged. I want her to heal. I want her to grow. Hermione looked at Harry for a moment then smiled. You see a bit of yourself in her. She is cut off from the world as surely as I was. And she lost her mother not so long ago. Hermione's smile broadened. You want a protégé, she said. Harry shrugged. Maybe I do. You're too far ahead of me for it to be you. Hermione laughed. How had she ever doubted Harry? Harry sighed. Your mum's coming over. Time for you to go. Hermione realized that the thought of leaving made her sad, even though she'd be back before the end of summer. Come on, said Harry, this time try to remember what I taught you about brooms. At least you might impress your parents. That evening Harry picked up common magical abilities and their uses. He hadn't read it in months really. He was surprised he'd remembered a detail as obscure as aura reading. Still he was determined to finish the book. He opened it to the letter P. Minutes later he set the book down abruptly as he struggled to come to terms with what he had just read. Finally, he spoke. Oh shit. July 31, 1992. The summer moved quickly after Hermione's visit, but Ginny had to admit, so far this summer had been a good one. Ginny had often felt alone in the Weasley household, especially since Bill had left. She realized that this was not particularly fair to all of her brothers, as the twins got along with her well enough. But the truth was that she had spent previous summers trying to spend as much time with Luna as possible, away from home. Not that she was unhappy, but it had always seemed as if she was outnumbered there. All of that had changed this year. Harry was friends with Ron, but it quickly became clear that the two of them weren't so close that Harry wasn't willing to tweak him a bit. Harry had soon found himself staying in Bill and Charlie's old room instead of with Ron just because of that. But one positive from the whole thing had been that Harry had started taking Ginny's side on a regular basis. At first this had annoyed Ron, but eventually he'd come to the conclusion that Harry just liked to mess with him a bit. Not a lot. Harry wouldn't do anything that approached bullying, but just enough to get Ron wound up. Ron was used to that from the twins, and to be fair to Harry, his pranks were always very mild. One day Ron had woken up to find his toothpaste replaced with cake icing, while another day he discovered that Harry had scattered magic dust in his room that turned every orange surface green. It had been temporary of course, but that incident had prompted Harry moving into Bill's room. Still, for the first time in a long while, Ginny felt like she had an ally among the other children at the burrow. Luna, when she was around, never seemed to get involved in arguments, at least not so that other people could understand. Ginny's mum was a big help of course, but Ginny hated running to her over every little thing. Harry had allowed her to give as good as she got, and it had felt so good. She still owed him for showing her brothers she could fly a broom. Her mum, of course, hated that she was flying so much now, though Harry insisted that Molly's attitude was at least partially an act to get Ginny to be careful. And so, things went for most of July. But as things approached the 31st, Ginny noted that Harry was getting excited for his birthday party. more excited than she would have expected from him. When she had asked him why he was acting that way, he simply told her that no one had ever thrown a party for him. "You poor thing," she'd practically yelled as she hugged him. Harry had seemed a bit embarrassed, but he'd returned her hug all the same. The truth was that Ginny was worrying about Harry, though not in the way she had expected to. She still remembered the old woman's prophecy, and the words still haunted her a bit. Yet Ginny wasn't unduly worried about Harry falling for some other girl. Harry was just not interested in anything other than friendship with anyone. Ginny realized that Harry did seem to be especially close to Hermione, but that was to be expected. The truth was that Harry had become a friend to Ginny, and in doing so, had largely dispelled the myth of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. She still had a bit of a crush on him, she realized, but it was a crush on the real Harry Potter, and was quite different than what she had held before. Ginny's worries about Harry had more to do with the secrets that he obviously had. He hadn't explained what that house elf had been doing at the Dursleys. For one, and sometimes when she asked him routine things about his life at Hogwarts, Harry would quietly redirect the topic. There was something thoroughly unpleasant going on in Harry's life that Ginny didn't understand, but she also understood that he wasn't about to open up to her yet. The day of the party came before she knew it. Luna came over early to help set up. Justin Finch-Fletchley arrived first with Neville Longbottom. The two weren't close, but Justin lived near Neville, so it made sense for Justin to use Neville's flow. Next to arrive were Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. Ginny had met Daphne a couple of times, but she had never met Tracy, and she was curious to make the acquaintance of two of Harry's more mysterious friends. Daphne was beside herself with an apology though. "I'm sorry Harry, I couldn't convince Madame Zabini to let Blaise come. Though she did say she'd let him meet us to buy school supplies." Ginny had to admit she had wanted to meet Blaise. According to Harry, he had a foul mouth and a biting sense of humor. Ginny suspected he would send her mother into fits. Hermione came last, without her parents this time. Harry's face lit up when he saw her. Ginny couldn't blame him for that. Ginny herself had come to like the older girl in the brief time they'd met. Harry looked at everyone. "Did anyone think to invite Millie?" he asked. Tracy nodded. "She couldn't come, but she sent this." Tracy handed Harry a letter. Daphne gave an evil little laugh. "I've been talking to Pansy." Apparently, Draco realized Millie was corresponding with us, and he ordered her to stop. Very abrasively. "Millie really hates him now." Ginny had no idea what this was about, but from what she had heard of the Malfoys, anything that was bad for them was probably a good thing. Soon the party was in full swing. Ginny joined her brothers, sans Percy, as well as Harry and Tracy in a quick Quidditch game. Ginny, Harry and George went versus Ron, Fred and Tracy. Tracy, Ginny noted, was a skilled flyer with excellent team skills. Afterwards Harry, Hermione and Daphne had gone off to talk about the recent passage of the Muggle Protection Act. Ginny found herself talking to Tracy. It was pretty rare for her to discuss Quidditch with another girl, as Luna had no interest in the sport and her mother seldom paid attention to it. Tracy was also a fan of the Harpies, and they soon were talking about the latest from one of the more dominant teams in the league. A few minutes later, Harry and Daphne walked up. "Tracy, we need your expertise about beater brooms," said Daphne. This surprised Ginny, as Daphne had not seemed interested in Quidditch earlier. Tracy gave Ginny a wary look. "Are you sure this is the place?" she asked. Harry shrugged. "There's nothing anyone can do about it, and the twins will figure it out when we buy the brooms anyway." Ginny gasped in realization. They were getting top-quality brooms for the Slytherin Quidditch team. "The only reason we're doing this," said Daphne, clearly noticing Ginny's distress, "is because Malfoy intended to do it to bribe his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team." "That makes sense," said Ginny. And it did. Better for them to take advantage of it after all. Tracy had gone lost in thought. The thing with beaters is that sometimes they need to get the long bludger, and other times they need to get close ones. Nimbus 2001 is obviously the best for the long ones, but I'd go with a clean sweep 7 for the short ones. "Maybe one of each." "Sounds good," said Harry. Hermione had walked over. "Oh," said Harry suddenly, "I got my information from Gringotts." He dashed upstairs, and moments later came down with a small stack of papers. Hermione immediately grabbed it out of his hand. And she and Daphne began studying it. "You have over 100,000 galleons in the bank," said Hermione. Ginny gasped again as Harry looked stunned. That's over 500k in pounds, he said, astounded. Daphne laughed. That's not all. You have 5 times that in investments, plus 200k in some other account called the PH Trust. All told you have nearly a 1 million galleon net worth. That's crazy, said Harry. I have investments. Looks like they are administered by Gringotts, said Hermione. The initial investment was 100k, finished Daphne. Merlin. They over quintupled your money. Ginny was stunned by this revelation. Harry wasn't just a national hero, he was moderately wealthy. Suddenly she realized just how much of a target this made him for young women looking to marry into wealth. This will require some thought, said Harry. I guess having Gringotts administer things was a good idea though. Soon everyone else was talking about getting back to school. While Ginny was excited by this, she couldn't help but also feel left out. She hadn't actually been to Hogwarts yet, and a lot of their talk revolved around being in Slytherin. After a moment, Ginny left to look for Luna. Ginny didn't fully understand why Harry was trying to recruit Luna into Slytherin and not her. Harry had said Ginny was too open and straightforward. Ginny thought it was a cop-out. Not for the first time, Ginny considered asking the Sorting Hat that she be sorted into Slytherin. That way she could be with Harry, could be with his friends, whom she was starting to like. It was obvious that they were the true frontline of the fight against the blood supremacists. And she remembered the prophecy. Could Slytherin House be the narrow, twisted path the old seeress had spoken of? Ginny shook her head. Harry was right. She wasn't up to all the sneaking around she'd need to do to be in Slytherin. And she didn't want anything more than maybe having the boy she had a crush on returning her feelings. No, best to be sorted into Gryffindor. August 19, 1992. Harry's second trip to Diagon by flow was rather uneventful. He had arranged to meet with the goblins to discuss the report they had sent him, and Hermione and Daphne had both insisted they be there. Harry had to admit they both knew more about managing money than he did. Daphne had made several helpful suggestions about how to direct the conversation, and while Harry wasn't sure he needed more money, he supposed it wouldn't hurt to look to the future. The girls were waiting for him at Gringotts. After brief greetings, they made their way to Brokegutt's office. Mr. Potter, said the goblin, it is always good to see you. You had some questions about the summary we sent you. Harry nodded, appreciating that the goblin wasn't wasting time with small talk. The goblins were quite professional. Hermione and Daphne had some questions that I think might help me understand where I'm at financially, Harry said. I'd be happy to answer any questions, said Brokegut. Harry sat down, and the girls took seats beside him across the desk from Brokegut. First, asked Daphne, what is the PH Trust? Ah, said Brokegut with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, I should have enclosed an explanation of that I suppose. It was a fund set aside by your father to fund the attempts to restore Potter Hall. Potter Hall? Asked Harry. The goblin nodded. Potter Hall was the ancestral home of the Potter family until the Second World War. While it was not a target of the Germans, an errant load of bombs did hit the residence during the German bombing campaign in 1940. Luckily no one was home at the time. Still, the Potter finances at the time were a little strained, so rebuilding never occurred. Your father was more successful financially than his father and grandfather, largely due to his willingness to invest in Muggle businesses, so he finally had the funds to rebuild. He set the money aside, but decided to put the project on hold when he had to go into hiding. So, all I have to do is give the go-ahead, and Potter Hall would be rebuilt. Asked Harry. It's been over 12 years since the original contracts were negotiated, said Brokegut, the entire project would have to be restarted. Still he left authorization to pull more money to fund the project from the main account, so we could certainly go ahead and start doing that if you wanted. As a matter of fact, prices are probably less inflated now than they were during the war. Harry thought about this for a moment. I'll have to give it some consideration. Of course, said Brokegut. Gringotts administers Harry's investments, said Hermione matter-of-factly. Does it do so independently or under the supervision of his guardian? Independently, said Brokegut. Unfortunately, because Harry is a minor, he cannot directly manage the accounts without there being some oversight. However, rest assured that the money in the investment accounts is completely inaccessible to the headmaster, if that is what you are asking. Though he hasn't touched your main account aside from some very minor withdrawals, which we allowed because they were related to your schooling and living arrangements. That was actually good to know, thought Harry. It eliminated any financial reasons Dumbledore might have had to place Harry in Slytherin. Not that Harry could think of such a reason, but it never hurt to check these things. I am primarily invested in bonds and low volatility markets, is that correct? Asked Harry. Brokegut grinned without teeth. It would be inappropriate to be making risky financial ventures with the money of a minor without even asking him. If I had assembled a list of potential companies for you to vet for investment, would you consider moving some of Harry's money into those companies? Asked Hermione. Brokegut's eyes were clearly twinkling. If we thought them appropriate ventures we might indeed do so, so long as we have Mr. Potter's permission. Why not legally necessary? We do like to maintain good relations with our clients. Harry grinned. I am interested in pursuing more lucrative investments. Hermione has some suggestions. He motioned at the girl who handed over a list of companies. I think I'd like no more than $200K of my investments to be moved to higher risk areas for the moment. Brokegut nodded as he examined the list, a wise precaution. And this is a very interesting list. Very well, we will look into it. Is there anything else? Anything else you can tell me about the limitations on my account? Has my guardian set any withdrawal limits? Brokegut frowned. Well, Dumbledore can't set withdrawal limits. He does not have that power. Daphne frowned as well. I thought that a magical guardian could set such limits. Brokegut's eyes widened. I see you don't understand. Dumbledore's guardianship was granted by the bank on an interim basis because of the incapacity of your actual guardian. However, certain circumstances prevent us from fully recognizing his status. So, you are saying someone else is my actual magical guardian? Asked Harry. Your parents will assign your guardianship to Sirius Black, said Brokegut. The name meant nothing to Harry, but Daphne inhaled sharply. Sirius Black is in Azkaban, she said angrily. How is there any possible circumstance that would give him even partial authority over Harry? Brokegut narrowed his eyes. The ministry never sent us notice of his conviction. Since this is usually done automatically, I have to assume there is some reason they did not, but it means we cannot fully authorize Dumbledore to Harry's accounts. He has a limited ability to withdraw money, and the right to receive reports on the accounts, but he cannot administer them. Who is Sirius Black? Asked Harry. I do not believe it is my place to discuss such a personal matter, said Brokegut, not unkindly. We'll discuss this on the way to your vault, Harry, said Daphne. Thank you for your help, Brokegut. It has been a pleasure, Miss Greengrass. Miss Granger. Mr. Potter. Daphne stormed out of the office with Harry and Hermione behind her. Daphne, said Harry anxiously, who is Sirius Black? All I know, said Daphne, is that he was the scion of the oldest pureblood family in Britain. He was supposedly your father's best friend for years. Then when you know who targeted your family, he gave their location to him. He then murdered another of his friends, Peter Pettigrew, along with 10 muggles. Harry's blood went cold. Suddenly something began to roar in his mind, an anger that seemed to consume everything else. Hermione put a hand on his arm, which calmed him a bit, but not much. He's in Azkaban? Asked Harry, barely trusting himself to speak. For life, said Daphne adamantly. Harry exhaled slowly as Hermione moved her arm onto his shoulders. Good, he said. He reached his arm around Hermione's shoulders for a moment in thanks, then he pulled away. Let's get some money, said Harry. As the three of them left Gringotts, they saw a small gathering at the foot of the steps up to the bank. Hermione's parents were there, as well as the Greengrasses and the Davises. Also walking up was Blaise and his mother. Harry ran up to Blaise and extended his right hand while gripping Blaise's shoulder. Good to see you again, he said. Blaise laughed. Yeah, it's good to be seen. My summer's been a bit frustrating. His mother seemed annoyed at this, which Harry felt was probably Blaise's intention. Well, try to stay out of trouble. You missed a lot of Quidditch this summer, said Harry, letting go. Daphne walked up and gave Blaise a hug. Blaise looked a bit embarrassed by this. Keep your head, Blaise, Daphne said simply. We're supposed to meet the Weasleys at Flourish and Blots, said Harry. He noticed Madame Zabini's nose crinkle when he mentioned the Weasleys. We have one stop to make though, said Daphne. What's this? Asked Blaise. Malfoy's trying to rig the selections for the Quidditch team, said Harry. We're going to spike his wheel. There was a big crowd when the group got to Flourish and Blotts. Much larger than there normally would have been. It was clear there was something going on. Once inside they realized that there was a book signing in progress. Gilderoy Lockhart, said Hermione excitedly. He wrote the entirety of our Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook list. I've heard a lot about Lockhart, said Blaise. He might just be the best monster hunter in Britain. Harry found that to be quite suspicious. Harry pulled one of his books down from the shelf. They looked more like adventure stories than textbooks to Harry. Watching Lockhart, Harry got a strange feeling from him. Lockhart was clearly trying to sell his books, of course. That was understandable. And he was undeniably a handsome man, a fact that seemed to be reinforced by the sheer number of middle-aged witches practically swooning over him. Yet there was something else in his demeanor. Harry couldn't quite place it, but it made him very uneasy. And then Lockhart locked eyes with Harry. Oh bugger, thought Harry. Harry Potter, said Lockhart excitedly as he started to make his way towards Harry. He grabbed Harry by the arm and pulled him to where he had been signing books. I'd really rather not, said Harry. Nonsense, said Lockhart with a smile as a photographer advanced to take a picture. Together, you and I rate the front page. Harry gritted his teeth. I really need to get back. Just a moment, said Lockhart, as he turned to the crowd. When Harry Potter came in today to purchase my autobiography, Magical Me, little did he know that he would be leaving with my entire collected works, free of charge. Harry found a huge pile of books being forced into his hands. He beat a hurried retreat. Lockhart was a glory hound, decided Harry. He was extremely skeptical as to how useful these books would be. Here, he said as he approached the Weasleys, you can have these, as he put the books in Ginny's cauldron. Harry started Molly. I can afford my own, said Harry, and I owe you for taking care of me this summer. Well, Molly tried to respond. Ginny grinned wryly. Thank you, Harry, that really helps us out. Harry turned, only to come face to face with Draco Malfoy, and an older blonde wizard. Lucius, thought Harry. Bryant gave Lucius a nod. Doing Draco's Hogwarts shopping, Lucius. Lucius nodded. I did not realize things would be so crowded. I usually avoid riffraff. He looked at the Weasleys significantly. Lucius, said Arthur, attempting to put himself between Lucius and his family, but not able to do so because of the crowd. I see that you have not moved up in the world, Arthur, despite the passage of your Muggle Protection Act, said Lucius as he pulled a battered used textbook out of Ginny's cauldron. What use is it being a disgrace to the name of wizard if it doesn't even pay well? Arthur looked to be about to respond when Bryant grabbed Lucius' arm. What is this accomplishing, Lucius? Lucius gave him a look. You're right, not worth my time. He dropped the books in his hand back into Ginny's cauldron. Come, Draco, he said. As Lucius left, Bryant looked confused. That was damn bizarre, he said as soon as Lucius was out of earshot. What do you mean? Asked Arthur. That was deliberate, said Harry, causing Arthur to look at him in surprise. Malfoy did that on purpose. Oh Harry, I'm afraid the Malfoy and Weasley families have a long history of animosity, said Arthur. No, Harry is right, said Bryant. Lucius is capable of being civil to people he doesn't like. He planned that, and did it deliberately, but I can't for the life of me figure why. Ginny seemed to be lost in thought. Why did he come after me? She said so quietly that Harry suspected no one but him heard her. It was a good question. Once they returned home, Daphne immediately asked her father for a moment alone. What is going on, Daphne? Her father asked. Gringotts informed us that Albus Dumbledore is only registered as Harry's guardian on an interim basis. This is because the Wizengamot never forwarded proof of the conviction of Sirius Black to the bank. What is going on there? So Black is still Harry's guardian, said her father in disbelief. Yes, said Daphne, at least as far as Gringotts is concerned. Her father seemed to think about this for a long time. Finally, he shook his head. I don't like this, Daphne, he said. Those notices go out automatically. That Gringotts didn't receive one is a big deal. He looked her directly in the eyes. I will look into this. It won't do to have Harry under the guardianship of the man who betrayed his parents. Daphne smiled. Thanks. But Bryant's frown didn't disappear. September 1, 1992. Harry had to admit that this had been the best summer of his life. Ron and the twins were good friends, and he'd made new friends in Ginny and Luna. Still, he also had to admit that he was glad to be getting back to school. In the months since he had been there, Harry felt that events had continued to run in his absence. He wasn't sure exactly what those events were, but he wasn't going to get caught unprepared. He'd managed to buy a large number of books on many topics from magical customs to basic magical housekeeping spells. He might not have as much knowledge of the magical world as some purebloods, but that would change this year. The Weasleys got off to a particularly late start, as they intended to take Arthur's enchanted car to King's Cross Station. A number of different delays kept them from leaving on time, with Fred and George forgetting homework that Harry was pretty sure was actually a prank, and Ginny realizing she'd left behind her diary. Still, the car made good time. Harry couldn't believe they made it to King's Cross from Devon in such a short amount of time, so he figured Mr. Weasley must have cheated somehow, but couldn't really figure out how. Still, time was short, and Harry gathered his things quickly. "Thank you for everything," he shouted at Arthur and Molly as he went ahead to join his friends. Making his way into the station, he found his way to the entrance to Platform 9. Making sure no one was watching, he pushed his cart into the barrier. And nothing happened. A few moments later, the Weasleys showed up. "Go on through, Harry," said Molly as she approached. Harry shook his head. "I can't, someone sealed it." Arthur walked up and pushed against the barrier. "Nothing." "One moment," he said as he walked away for a moment. Just a few moments later, Arthur came through the barrier. "There was a house elf sealing it," said Arthur quietly but urgently. "Dobby," said Harry, which got him quizzical looks from the Weasleys. "The Malfoy house elf who thinks I'm going to be killed horribly at Hogwarts this year," he reminded them, before realizing he had not told them the part about him dying. "Well, go on through," said Arthur, who looked a bit worried. Harry made his way through, followed by the twins. Harry saw Bryant Greengrass talking to the Davises. He waved at them. As Bryant waved back at him, Harry saw something flying towards the Greengrass Patriarch, from the direction of the twins. Suddenly Bryant's wand was in his hand, and with a twist of his wrist, whatever was hurtling towards him was suddenly hurtling towards Fred Weasley. Moments later, Fred had a red face with what looked like a lion displayed on each cheek. "Were you behind that, Harry?" asked Bryant curiously. "No," said Harry, "though I know that I think of it. They did say they were going to do something after they heard you had forced Daphne to apologize to Malfoy." "Oh," said Bryant, "well, I'm glad it was righteous indignation that motivated them and not a baser motive." Harry shrugged. "It wasn't a very good prank," he said loudly enough that the twins could hear him. "You try to come up with something better without using magic," said Fred. "Well, without using much magic," said George. "Fred, George," shouted Molly, who clearly had heard them. "Bye, see you at school," shouted Harry as he boarded the train hastily. He made his way through the train and found the compartment his friends were in quickly. Hermione, of course, had arrived early enough to get the compartment right in the middle of the train. "Cutting it a little close, Harry?" asked Hermione, but there was no bite in her voice. "Blame the Weasleys," said Harry. "I love 'em, but they are very disorganized." "Oh, also blame Dobby, who tried to keep us from entering the platform." "That elf is becoming a problem," noted Daphne. "What is this?" asked Blaise. "You all have to remember I'm out of the loop because of the Kingby.ch. Blaise, said Hermione, disapprovingly. "That might be going a bit far, Blaise," said Harry. "Not that I approve of your mother." "She certainly doesn't approve of you," said Blaise angrily. "Luckily, even she won't order me to not spend time around the guy who looks like he's taking over Slytherin." "Try to at least hide your contempt," said Daphne. "No promises," said Blaise. Suddenly the train's whistle blew for the last time, and moments later the train was off. Everyone spent a lot of time catching Blaise up on things. Blaise was suspicious of Dobby's appearance at Privet Drive, but then admitted it was unlikely that the Malfoys would send a house elf to do their dirty work. "My guess is Dobby's warning is accurate, but who the hell knows what Lucius is up to these days," Blaise concluded. After Blaise was brought up to date, Daphne raised a finger. "Harry, my father has been looking into Sirius Black's guardianship over you." "Has he found anything?" asked Harry. "That's the thing, he hasn't. He's been stonewalled at every turn." Daphne's face looked worried. "He can't find any record of the trial having taken place. Either it has been tampered with or Black didn't get a trial. said Hermione, shock clearly written over her face. So what if he didn't get a trial? Asked Blaise. He deserves what he got. Harry sighed deeply. Much as I want to agree with you, Blaise, I can't, Harry said reluctantly. If Black didn't get a trial, that would be the reason my guardianship is in legal limbo. And I think everyone should have a trial for their crimes. Even Black. That's a very mature attitude, Harry, said Hermione approvingly. We're a society of laws, Blaise, Daphne said chidingly, just because your family routinely violates them. You can't prove a goddamn thing, said Blaise, but his grin belied his tone. Suddenly the door to the compartment flew open and Draco Malfoy walked in, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Pansy and Millicent were behind them, but neither looked interested in being there. If it isn't Potter and his band of mudbloods, half-breeds and blood traitors, said Draco haughtily. Those words still aren't insults, Malfoy, said Hermione casually. Shut up, mudblood, said Draco angrily. I tried to give you a chance to serve your betters last year, I won't be so merciful this one. Harry sighed. Malfoy, we aren't scared of you, he said calmly. If you try anything, we'll make you pay for it. It's as simple as that. This year won't be the same as last, Potter, said Draco, and stop trying to convince my servants to turn against me. Millicent's eyes flashed. I am not your servant, or your friend apparently, she said angrily, before she turned to Harry and his friends. Thank you all for the very kind letters you sent to me this summer. I look forward to getting to know all of you better. And then Millie walked out. Pansy rolled her eyes at Malfoy. I told you so, she said as she walked out as well. Malfoy made a dismissive noise as she left, but when he turned around, he was looking at the tip of Tracy's wand. In fact, all of the occupants of the compartment had drawn their wands. Suddenly, Tracy let the point of her wand drop, till it was pointed right at his crotch. Leave, said Tracy, or I'll cut your bits off. Malfoy's eyes widened. Let's go, he said nervously to his goons. Hermione looked at Tracy disapprovingly. You'd cut his bits off. I figured it would get his attention, said Tracy. It got my attention, said Blaise as her rather exaggeratedly crossed his arms across his lap. I bet you'd have threatened to blow up his kneecap, said Daphne. Maybe, said Blaise. Gangster, teased Daphne. As they left the train to the bellowing of Hagrid yelling, "First years this way." Harry and his friends made their way to the carriages that took the older students to Hogwarts. Harry suddenly realized they were pulled by something that looked like skeletal horses, covered in hair, but no flesh. With wings. He stopped and stared. Hermione clearly saw it as well. What is that? Asked Harry. What is what? Asked Blaise. Those things pulling the carriages, said Hermione. I saw them the last 3 times I saw these carriages. Left unsaid was the fact that Harry had somehow missed them when they were last here. Daphne looked in front of the carriage. There's nothing there, she said. I can see them too, said Tracy. They're Thestrals. You can only see them if you've seen death. I guess you two didn't see quite enough of the carnage and the girls' loo to see them. I've heard of Thestrals, said Daphne dubiously as they moved to one of the carriages. Arriving at the castle, Harry and his friends made their way towards the Great Hall. Before they'd left the entrance hall, however, Snape appeared in front of them. A word with you, Potter, said Snape evenly. Of course, Professor, said Harry, who followed Snape to the side of the hall. I have heard you are trying to bribe your way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team, said Snape. Did Melody put it that way? I just bought 3 brooms for the team, replied Harry. You bought 6 brooms, corrected Snape. Harry shook his head. No, I bought 3 brooms. Bryant Greengrass bought the other 3. And we bought them to prevent Malfoy from bribing his way onto the team. I specifically wrote Melody and told her not to show favoritism towards me because of this. Why wouldn't you use this to gain advantage? Said Snape contemptuously. Because I don't need to bribe anyone to get on the Quidditch team, said Harry, and because a gift freely given is worth more goodwill than a bribe. Snape looked at Harry for a moment, his expression unreadable. Thank you for your time, Mr. Potter, you may head up to the Great Hall. Despite being held up, Harry arrived in the Great Hall before most of Slytherin had. Most of them were probably milling around outside. Still, his friends were already seated. As he sat down, Daphne suddenly spoke up. I nearly forgot. My father was appointed to the Board of Governors last night. Really? Asked Harry suspiciously. Apparently one of the more conservative members had been resisting retirement until someone whom he considered appropriate was willing to take his place, explained Daphne. Does this mean he is taking Dobby's warning seriously? Asked Hermione. Daphne nodded. He thinks Lucius might be making a power play of some sort against Dumbledore. My father doesn't like Dumbledore politically, but he does seem to at least partially approve of his administration of Hogwarts. Still, I think he's more worried that Lucius will go too far in trying to remove the headmaster than anything else. A flood of students suddenly rushed into the Great Hall, as the older students moved to take their seats before the first years arrived. Draco was among the last to be seated, and only managed to do so moments before the doors opened again and the first years walked in. A lot of them definitely looked nervous, though Harry saw Luna, who looked completely calm, and in fact seemed as if she wasn't noticing anything that was going on around her. Ginny waved to her brothers, then waved at Harry. Harry returned the wave. Want to take bets on where Luna gets sorted? Said Harry. Your hard work will all be in vain, said Hermione. No way she ends up in Slytherin. Would you care to make a wager on that? He said smugly. Hermione shook her head. No way. Good idea, said Blaise. Is that Lockhart sitting at the staff table? Said Hermione. Really? Said Blaise. Well, I'll be damned, it is. He must be the new defense professor. This sorting seemed to go on forever. Finally, it was Luna's turn. The hat was set on her head. And it stayed there for a long time. Luna gave no sign of there being anything wrong, but the sorting hat seemed to be contorting in consternation. After almost 10 minutes even McGonagall seemed to be losing patience when suddenly the hat shouted, "Fine, Slytherin." Harry was immediately up on his feet applauding, and all his friends followed suit, including Hermione, who was shaking her head. Soon most of the Slytherins were applauding as Luna took a seat next to Harry. The hat seemed to think I would do well in Slytherin, said Luna, but kept trying to put me in Hufflepuff. It said I'd enjoy all the friends I'd make there. While I have no doubt that that would be true, I already have friends here. Harry threw an arm around her shoulders. That's right, Luna, you do. Harry looked up and saw Ginny rolling her eyes at him. He just stuck his tongue out on an impulse, causing her to nearly break out laughing. So, what are you most interested in learning about? Asked Daphne politely. Oh, magical creatures definitely. My father and I always went looking for rare species and I would love to learn more about them. We saw some thestrals today, said Tracy. They pull the school carriages. Luna's face brightened. I'd love to see them. Would you? Asked Hermione. Luna looked at her. Well, it isn't like I won't see them when I see the carriages. I was there when my mother died, you see. A spell she was working on backfired a few years back. Hermione hung her head. I'm sorry, Luna, I didn't know you were there. Luna smiled. It's all right, I was sad about it for a long time, but not anymore. Now I just like to think about the good things. Aside from Harry, she's the only person who understands about the things I see. Wait, said Hermione quietly, you are an aura reader. Luna nodded. My mother explained it to me once. She knows all sorts of things like that. Wait, said Blaise, I thought you said she was dead. Just because she's dead, it doesn't mean she isn't still with me, said Luna. I agree, said Harry, I feel the same way about my parents. Somehow, I carry a piece of them in me that will continue on, no matter what happened to them. Weasley, Ginevra, read McGonagall. Poor Ginny, the last sorted, said Tracy. Having the Weasley name can be rough like that, said Blaise, but as a Zabini I can relate. Be nice, said Harry, they were very kind to me. Harry, said Hermione, the hat hasn't sorted her yet. Ginny was squirming under the hat, clearly arguing with it. She seemed almost on the verge of tears. Finally, the hat shouted, Slytherin. The Great Hall was silent for a moment. Then Harry, shocked as he was, leapt to his feet and began applauding. His friends quickly followed suit, though their applause was strained, except for Luna's. While I'm glad Ginny will be in my house, said Luna, as the rest of Slytherin house reluctantly began to applaud. This doesn't seem right. Harry watched a shell-shocked Ginny make her way towards the Slytherin table. He noticed Hermione giving him a serious look. No, this didn't seem right at all. September 1, 1992. Ginny seemed rather rattled as she walked up to the Slytherin table. The hat, it said. It said it had no choice, finished Harry quietly. My sorting had the same thing happen. Damn it, I knew it wasn't Quirrell. He looked up at McGonagall. She seemed very concerned. He just shook his head at her. Wait, asked Ginny meekly, someone rigged your sorting. Harry nodded. Yeah, I probably should have been sorted into Gryffindor. You definitely should have. Was your sorting rigged as well, Hermione? She asked. I mean, since you're a Muggleborn. Hermione blushed. Actually, I asked the hat to put me in the same house as Harry. Oh, said Ginny. What can I say? He was the only person here I knew, said Hermione. Harry stopped and thought for a moment. He really didn't want to have to explain his living situation to Ginny, but it looked like that ship had sailed. But maybe McGonagall could do something. When he turned back to Ginny, she was muttering to herself. The narrow twisted path to its end, she said barely audibly. He asked. Ginny just shook her head anxiously. Oh, never mind, I was just musing, she said, then her voice dropped into a mutter again, maybe Tom has some advice. Harry didn't know any Tom, except Tom the barman at the Leaky Cauldron, and Harry didn't think that was who she meant. Still, he wasn't about to pry. Merlin knew, he had enough secrets he didn't want other people prying into. The feast went fairly well all in all. Luna seemed to have put Ginny's odd sorting behind her, and that seemed to put Ginny at ease. Soon they were chatting with Blaise and Tracy. As the feast wound down, McGonagall came up to Harry and Ginny. Would the two of you come with me for a second? She asked. Harry nodded. Come on, Ginny, I told Professor McGonagall about my problem. They went to one of the rooms off the Great Hall. It was filled with portraits. Harry had never been here before. He made a note that he'd have to explore the castle better. I take it that this was another erroneous sorting? Inquired McGonagall. I think so, said Harry. The hat said it had to sort me into Slytherin, said Ginny. McGonagall closed her eyes. Well, we'll have to do something about this. Do what? Said the familiar voice of Snape. Harry narrowed his eyes. Snape had entered the room, with the headmaster along with him. Do you really have this big of a problem with my house, Minerva? Asked Snape. I am merely doing my duty as deputy headmistress, said McGonagall, if the sorting hat has been compromised. That does seem a bit unlikely, said Dumbledore. It happened to me, said Harry, the hat told me. The only reason I didn't request a transfer was that I wasn't about to leave Hermione alone in Slytherin. Do you actually keep that close of a watch on the sorting hat? Asked Minerva. It would only take a moment to do something like this. I asked Phileas. Headmaster, she is clearly trying to undermine the legitimacy of Slytherin House. Protested Snape. Now Severus, said Dumbledore chidingly, that accusation is unfounded. It seems that she has a clear reason to be suspicious, even if her information is suspect. I'm telling the truth, shouted Harry. Oh, and I'm sure she believed you. Just like she believed your father. Every time, shouted Snape. Severus, said McGonagall angrily, I punished the Marauders many times for things that they did to you. That was wholly uncalled for. Your war against my house has completely consumed your good sense. Yelled Snape. Professor McGonagall is the fairest teacher in this school. Retorted Harry. Miss Weasley was sorted into Slytherin, and I won't have you filling her mind with silly doubts. Roared Snape. I won't have her sorted into a house she isn't suited for. Yelled McGonagall. Stop it, shouted Ginny. Everyone turned to her. She looked back defiantly. No one is asking the most important question. No one is asking what I want, said Ginny, suddenly looking a bit nervous. You are quite right, said Dumbledore, what do you want? I want to stay in Slytherin, said Ginny, which caused Snape to give a grin of triumph, but I want to be clear. The hat told me my sorting was rigged. I want to stay in Slytherin because it's my choice. Harry took Ginny's hand. Are you sure? He said as he looked her in the eyes. Ginny smiled at him. Yes, I am. And no, it has nothing to do with that. Look, I know there's some sort of trap here for me, so I'm going to spring it. You have no idea why they want you in Slytherin. Protested McGonagall, for all you know simply being there is the trap. Harry shook his head. She's made her choice. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Yes, she has. Harry grinned at her. Well, I guess me and my friends will have to keep you out of trouble. PFF'd, as if you could, said Ginny dismissively. Also, if Hermione was here, she'd kill you for that grammar. Harry laughed. You do need to speak to your brothers before the feast ends, he said, as they left the three teachers behind. Oh, bollocks, said Ginny, they're going to give me so much trouble. And what am I going to write to Mum? As Harry had thought, Ginny's brothers had not been amused by her decision to stay in Slytherin. Ron, of course, had gone ballistic, and Fred and George had been little better. Luckily Percy was a bit more level-headed about the whole thing, and he'd browbeaten his brothers into accepting what had happened, as well as extracting a promise that they'd let Ginny notify her mother of what had happened. By that point the feast had come to an end, so Ginny came back over to Harry and his friends. As the students left the Great Hall to head to their common room, Harry made sure to intercept Melody. "Harry, I haven't had time to set Quidditch tryouts," she started. "That's not what this is about," assured Harry. "If Wood doesn't ask for permission to recruit from the first years, you should." "We have a prospect?" asked Melody intently. "Ginny Weasley," he said. "She'll make a damned brilliant chaser." Melody nodded. "Thanks for the tip," she said. "You're trying for Seeker then?" Harry grinned. "You better believe it. Well, Wood's already asked permission, so just make sure she shows up at tryouts," said Melody. Harry returned to his friends. "What was that about?" asked Hermione. "I was just giving Melody a tip on a potential chaser," said Harry. "You didn't," said Ginny. "Just try out. No one will think anything of it if you don't make it," said Tracy. "You'd best get with the other first years, Ginny," reminded Hermione. "Oops," she said as she ran after the line of first-year Slytherins leaving the Great Hall. When Harry and his friends got to the Slytherin common room, Snape was giving his speech. Of the great Salazar Slytherin. He was one of the most misunderstood wizards in history, and we share that misfortune. How you behave and perform in your schoolwork will gain or lose you house points. I would suggest that you not lose too many house points, otherwise you will be answering to me, as well as your well-motivated housemates. The house with the most points at the end of the year will win the House Cup. It is a meaningless accolade, but we will be winning it because we are the best." All of the new first years nodded. In addition to the school rules, Slytherin House has a number of special rules just for it. Rule number 1. Never bring shame or disparagement onto Slytherin House. Rule number 2 is similar. If you have a conflict with another member of this house, do not air it publicly. Either deal with it privately or come to me if that isn't feasible. But remember, the master rule. Snape paused as he waited for the inevitable question. "Don't get caught," said Luna absently. Snape smiled at her. "Just so," he said. Then he began to go into the living arrangements in Slytherin. Harry sighed. Hermione looked at him. "Something wrong?" "Yeah," he said. "Ginny's about to find out about us." "Oh, poor girl," said Hermione. "She's probably not going to take it, well, is she?" With Snape done, Ginny walked over to the entrance to what was now the second-year dorms with Luna in tow. "Well, I only have to room with Luna, so that isn't so bad," said Ginny. "That should be fun," said Hermione. "Yeah, I think Ginny stopped as she saw the list of room assignments for the second-year dorms. Specifically, she was looking at the listing for room 5. "Wait, how are you two rooming together?" she demanded, her eyes hard as diamonds. "It was a loophole in the rules," said Harry. "Harry did it because I'm Muggleborn," said Hermione. "You know the magical protections on the rooms. They don't work for Muggleborns. The very first night I had Draco break into my room with his goons." Ginny's eyes softened. "So, you moved in with her to protect her? A girl you barely knew?" Harry shrugged. "I knew she was my friend." Ginny opened her mouth as if to speak, then just shook her head. "All right, Potter, you're off the hook this time. For a second I was afraid that you were taking advantage of poor Hermione here." "Harry is a perfect gentleman," said Hermione. Luna smiled at them. "Well, we need to get our own room," she reminded Ginny before adding, with an innocent smile, "but I hope the two of you have lots of fun." And then she was gone, with Ginny running behind her, gritting her teeth. "Well, at the very least, Luna has a wicked sense of humor," said Hermione. Harry nodded as they walked to their room. "I told you there's more to her." Entering their room, both of them sat on their beds. "Strange, this feels almost like we're coming home," said Harry. Hermione nodded. "Yeah." She reached into her trunk, grabbed her sleep clothes, then took them behind the screen to change. While Hermione was behind the screen, Harry changed his own clothes. Soon enough they were both changed and in bed. "Good night, Harry," said Hermione. "Good night, Hermione." September 2, 1992. The next day, Harry got up early. There was a lot to do today, not counting his classes. First thing first, he would try to talk with as many of the new first years as he could. Obviously, Ginny and Luna would be on his side, but the others needed to be set straight. A lot of them probably were getting some very skewed information about him. Unfortunately, Malfoy had managed to get there first. He was bragging about his accomplishments, which, as far as Harry could see, were all made up. Next you can tell them about the time you fought a flobberworm. He said, it was an epic battle, but unfortunately the flobberworm was too powerful, and Draco had to retreat. Ginny laughed. Flobberworms can be very dangerous, said Luna. The other first years giggled as well. Go away, Potter, no one asked you about anything, said Malfoy, irritated. I'm just introducing myself, explained Harry. Harry Potter is the name, not that I think you didn't know that. I am not in the habit of underestimating my friends. If any of you need any help with anything, feel free to ask. Did you really kill a teacher? Asked one of the boys. Harry really wished they hadn't asked about that. Unfortunately, yes, said Harry, he tried to hurt my friend Hermione. No one threatens my friends and gets away with it. My friends and I also took down a mountain troll. Brag all you want, Potter, said Malfoy, but this year's going to be different. I've got plans this time. Well, I have plans as well, said Harry. They mostly involve making you look like an idiot, so I think only one of us is getting their way. But I'm not here to brag. Everyone will see that our actions are what's important, not words. And with that he left. With Ginny and Luna in that group, he had a feeling that most of them would be siding with him. He waved hello to Millicent as he passed through the common room, then left into the dungeons, heading for the Great Hall. He had invitations to give out. He was pretty early for breakfast, but he wanted to keep as low a profile as possible, so that meant getting to people before they entered the Great Hall. Su Li and Padma Patil were already in there, however. Trust a Ravenclaw to be early. Walking in, he handed the two of them small invitations. Hermione and I are having a gathering of a few people for lunch. We have some things to discuss with you. Soon the first-year Hufflepuffs were coming in. Harry handed notes to Justin, Susan and Ernie. Ernie was a bit suspicious, but he was apparently that way with anything he didn't understand. Justin and Susan were at least friendly about it. The last two invitations went to Ron and Neville. Hermione had wanted to invite Parvati, but Daphne had objected on the grounds that Parvati told Lavender everything. It wasn't that Harry didn't trust Lavender, but she was probably worse than Hagrid at keeping secrets. Hermione was surprisingly late. You got up early, she commented. I've already had a productive day, Harry said with a smile. Can't wait for lunch then, said Hermione. Everyone showed up for the meeting. Harry had decided to keep the Slytherin contingent low, only asking Daphne and Blaise to accompany Hermione and himself. He felt that Tracy, Ginny and Luna all deserved to be here, but he didn't want to make this first meeting too Slytherin-centric. This meeting was going to be far more important than Harry had initially thought. McGonagall had made clear that Snape was becoming more and more of a problem into her attempts to figure out what had happened to Harry and Ginny's sorting. She'd hoped she would be able to continue the investigation, but Snape seemed to accuse her of anti-Slytherin bias when she tried. Dumbledore sided with Snape, of course. Harry had noticed that Snape was far more hostile to him this year as well. Not in public, at least not yet. So, I guess you are all wondering why I asked you all here, he opened. Well, simply, we want to continue what happened last year, with all the students reporting bullying. But we want to be a bit more organized about it this year. I'm sure there's something in this for you, Potter, said Ernie. Of course, said Harry, if we play our cards right, we'll be weakening the hand of the Death Eater faction in this school. Isn't that a worthwhile goal? Everyone seemed on board for that logic. What we are proposing is more than an anti-bullying measure, said Hermione. What we're proposing is that we form a council, just us here. Together we'll bring the problems each house is having with the others to the council, and deal with them. Maybe we'll be able to deal with something internally. But if we can't, we'll be in a position to bring people from all the houses to bear against the problem. You understand that most of those complaints are going to be against Slytherin? Said Ron. Harry grinned evilly. Oh yes. The idea has merit, said Padma as Su Li nodded. I agree, said Susan. I'm with you, Harry, said Justin. Ron looked at Neville for a second. Well, I guess we can give this a try, he said, though I already have an issue. My sister. Ron, interrupted Harry, your sister made her choice. I tried to talk her out of it, but she wants to be in Slytherin. We just have to respect that. Ron nodded glumly. He wasn't happy about it, but he knew that Harry had deliberately not tried to recruit Ginny into Slytherin. This was clearly a setup. We're not so bad, said Daphne. I mean, it's not like she's in the same year as Malfoy. I can teach her how to swear properly, said Blaise. Why would you do that? Asked Ron. It'll annoy the adults, said Blaise. Ron had nothing to say to that. Well, if everyone else is willing to give this a chance, said Ernie, going back on topic. You won't regret this, Ernie, said Daphne. September 3, 1992. I didn't even vomit when I saw a troll dissemble, but you two morons just had to top that. Screamed Hermione at Blaise and Seamus Finnegan outside the Great Hall, who were both looking rather shamefaced. While Harry did agree with her, it was funny seeing the two of them get chewed out by Hermione. Daphne and Tracy were both standing behind her, adding their disapproval to everything she said. Though Tracy looked more amused than mad. What's this about? Ginny asked him as she walked up. Lockhart thought that the best way to teach us about Cornish pixies was to set a whole bunch of them loose on us, explained Harry. They went nuts, of course. Most of the class ran out. Not the five of us, of course, and Ron, Neville, and Seamus stayed as well. Anyway, Hermione gave us all a spell to freeze the pixies in place, but Seamus and Blaise decided to use their own spells. That sounds ominous, said Ginny. Seamus set one on fire, and Blaise blew it up, confirmed Harry. There were little chunks of pixie gore everywhere. Little chunks of flaming pixie gore, corrected Tracy, with a glint in her eyes. Ew, said Ginny, you know, there have been times that I've regretted not being in your year, but you know what? I'm fine with it now. So, what have you learned from all this? Demanded Hermione. Hey, it isn't my fault every spell I cast has a chance of setting things on fire. Protested Seamus. Yes, it is, said Daphne and Tracy in unison. It really is, muttered Harry to Ginny, he really needs more self-control. I promise not to use the reductor on living things that aren't threatening me with great bodily harm, said Blaise. Thank you, Blaise, said Hermione. What I don't understand is why Lockhart thought that this would be a good lesson, said Tracy. Well, everyone can have a bad lesson, said Hermione. Harry rolled his eyes. I bet he was just trying to see what we could do if left in a bad situation, said Blaise. Now that was uncharacteristic of Blaise, thought Harry. Usually, he'd be the first to pile onto an incompetent moron. That's why he immediately ran away. Asked Harry incredulously. Well, I'm sure he came back later to make sure we handled it, said Blaise defensively. And I want to know how impressed he is by the burned, exploded pixie corpse, said Daphne. You don't think he knows I blew it up, do you? Asked Blaise. Well, it's rather perfectly obvious, said Harry, so no, he's far too thick for that. Hermione blushed and Blaise scrunched up his face as if he was pouting. Harry had to wonder what was going on with Blaise. Hermione clearly had a crush on Lockhart, which was fine. He was a handsome man after all, even if his personality seemed a little fake. The fact that Harry was constantly telling himself that it was fine and normal probably didn't mean much. Nope, there was nothing to examine there. But why was Blaise defending him so much? There was one possible explanation, but Harry wasn't quite sure he was ready to make that leap yet. Still, Harry was beginning to suspect that there was more to the story of Blaise's mother offering the Greengrasses a marriage contract than he had suspected. September 9, 1992. Hermione was beginning to think that Harry had gone a little power-hungry in regards to Luna and Ginny. Well, that wasn't entirely fair. Blaise was the one causing trouble with Ginny, but Harry was definitely not moderating Luna's weirder tendencies. The issue with Luna was that she was just weird. The other Slytherins saw it right off. So, Harry's advice had been for her to double down on the weird. Make them think you want them to think you are crazy, he had said. Hermione wasn't so sure she wasn't crazy, but Harry's advice had resulted in Luna acting positively deranged. Harry seemed to think that this was brilliant, but Hermione wondered if Luna had been filtering her crazier thoughts all along. But often, out of the blue, Luna would make a positively insightful and relevant comment. Despite her doubts, Hermione had to admit that Luna was far cleverer than her everyday actions would indicate. And as she spent more time around the girl, it almost seemed as if her completely random observations were more on point than Hermione had first thought. For example, Raxperts tended to show up in Luna's vocabulary when someone was noticeably confused. Despite Hermione's reservations, she had to admit Luna was just acting like she had previously acted, only more so. Ginny's personality was undergoing some radical shifts. Ginny had, for some reason, decided to emulate Blaze's blunt aloofness. And while it seemed to be working, Hermione couldn't approve of just how blatantly Ginny was manipulating her persona. Blaze, of course, thought that having his own little apprentice was fantastic. He gave her a lot of little lessons like, never be sincere when you can be sarcastic, and, profanity sells the, don't give a f**k, attitude. The result had been that Ginny's language had deteriorated rapidly. But even worse was the fact that it was working. Most of the other Slytherins in Ginny's year seemed to approve of it. So, Hermione did what she usually did when something wizards did confused her. She asked Daphne. Said Daphne, that's actually a hard tactic to pull off, but with Ginny, yeah, it's a solid one. I don't get it though. She's being rude and sarcastic all the time, protested Hermione. Not to us, said Daphne. That's true, said Hermione, wondering about the significance of that. She's a pureblood in Slytherin. Hermione, she doesn't have to explain herself, said Daphne. Hell, she's from one of the Sacred 28. Now we aren't impressed by that, so she doesn't try to play it up with us. But to the rest of the house, acting as if she doesn't care what people think of her makes her look powerful. Hermione shook her head. Pureblood politics are crazy. Still, said Daphne, maybe we should warn her about Blaze. He can be a bit angry sometimes. So that was how Hermione found herself outside the door of Ginny's bedroom. She knocked politely, and Ginny opened the door. Hermione, said Ginny, what are you doing here? Ginny sounded puzzled rather than anxious, which made Hermione feel a bit better. She was worried that the girl's jealousy would get the better of her sometime. It hadn't yet, but Hermione was decidedly wary. I just wanted to have a quick word with you privately, said Hermione. You've been acclimating to Slytherin well, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood some things. Ginny nodded and motioned Hermione in. Luna wasn't in, which was good. Ginny shut the door behind her. I'll get right to the point, said Hermione. Blaze is a great guy, and he's been a big help to Harry and I. And he doesn't hold any personal animosity towards Muggleborns, but he does think that established magical families should run wizarding society. Not necessarily purebloods, mind you. It's just that he sees the Death Eaters as being a bigger threat to wizarding society than anything else. So just remember, he means well, but a lot of the advice he gives you is going to be based on the idea that you have a right to act in certain ways, just because of your heritage. Now I'm not saying we can't use your heritage to your advantage, but I just want you to understand that we aren't trying to create that type of society. So why does Blaze go along with you? Asked Ginny. Because there is no equal rights for Muggleborns except when it comes to the Wizengamot faction, said Hermione, the same reason Bryant Greengrass aligns with the Death Eaters. Doesn't that make you angry? Asked Ginny. Hermione sighed and shook her head. No. It makes me sad, she admitted. I'm hoping that as he grows up, Blaze will see how much that line of thought hurts me. Hermione shook her head. But there is more. Just try to stay out of any altercations he has with his mother. He hates her, and to some degree she deserves it, but his hate isn't entirely rational. By all means give him a sympathetic ear if he complains, just try not to get into his plans to get back at his mother. She's a very dangerous and vindictive woman. I can see why that would be a good idea, said Ginny. Good, said Hermione. No lectures on my language? Asked Ginny. Hermione laughed. Don't worry, I'll still tell you off for swearing. But that's a personal choice for you. I mean it's a bad one. Get f***ked, said Ginny, but with a smile. Hermione sighed. Baby steps. September 13, 1992. And so, the big day arrived. Quidditch tryouts. Malfoy still seemed to be acting as if his big plan was going to make Harry look like a fool. Harry had to wonder, had he not talked to Melody at all? The stands by the Quidditch pitch were filled with students from Slytherin. Pretty much everyone was there, which made sense. Anyone from another house trying to approach the pitch would get a rather painful and nasty surprise with this crowd around. Snape was also watching, so that was how everyone in the house got to see Malfoy absolutely freak out when Melody told him that Harry and Daphne had already donated brooms to the team. "But I have Nimbus 2001s," shouted Malfoy. "And I'd rather have good brooms without strings attached than great ones with," said Melody. "Now Harry made me promise not to take this into account as far as who makes the team, so if you want to try out you have as much chance as anyone else." Malfoy walked off steaming. Apparently, his father had already bought the brooms. Harry really hoped the store had a no-refund policy. Tryouts started with the Chasers, which made sense. There were a number of older students trying out for Chaser. Most of them were decent flyers, but they all seemed to lack the killer instinct in their solo flights. Tracy and Ginny were both trying out as well. Tracy did relatively well in her solo trial, and Ginny was brilliant. She was the clear standout of all the flyers. She made every shot, and did it well. Harry was a bit worried at how she'd do with the partner tryouts. Luckily, she ended up teamed with Tracy. That was a revelation. Tracy seemed to have an instinct for all the teamwork elements of playing Chaser. She knew when to pass the quaffle, when to get open, when to push for the score. Ginny on the other hand seemed to trust Tracy enough to follow her lead. She passed when Tracy indicated, and when she had a clear shot, she took it. They made an incredible team. Melody walked over to Harry as they finished their last run. "You were right, Potter, that was something else. Now I just have to make the team," said Harry. The next tryouts were keeper tryouts. It immediately became clear that there weren't very many good candidates. Surprisingly, Millicent Bulstrode had pushed to try out for the position. While not the most adept flyer, she seemed best able to keep her eyes on the quaffle, and made the most stops, even if they lacked the flair of some of the other stops others had made. The beaters came up next, and that was a more interesting contest. The old beaters tried out again for their positions, but it immediately became clear that Melody despised them. Crabbe and Goyle tried out, and they had some skills, but Melody was also wary of them. However, the day was saved by Blaise and not trying out together. Both showed off their individual skills quite well, but flying together they seemed to form a team. Blaise had a lot of power, and hit the bludger hard from the outside, while not played closer to the action, placing his shots carefully. They weren't up to the standard of the Weasley twins, but they made up for it by having clearly defined roles that they excelled at. Finally, there were the Seeker tryouts. Word seemed to have gotten around that Harry and Draco were both trying out, and so there weren't any other hopefuls. The test was simple. The snitch would be released 3 times, and Harry and Draco had to catch it. The first snitch almost proved Harry's undoing. Malfoy saw it first, and the superior speed of his broom got him to the snitch faster than Harry. The snitch juked a bit at the last minute, causing Malfoy to try to correct his Nimbus 2001. The yaw sent it vastly off course, giving Harry time to sweep in and pick up the snitch. The second time Harry saw the snitch first, and he managed to grab it before Malfoy even saw that it had been spotted. The third snitch was the most embarrassing for Malfoy. Harry snagged it from right behind Malfoy's head. "I demand another try," shouted Malfoy over the cheers of Harry's friends. Most of the first years seemed to be cheering him on as well. "You had your chance, Malfoy," said Melody. "What am I going to do with 7 Nimbus 2001s? He demanded. Melody stared at him. "Not my problem." Snape smirked slightly from the sidelines. Harry hadn't really thought about it, but Malfoy really had made the potions professor's life difficult. Harry almost thought he would like the man, if only he didn't seem to absolutely loathe Harry. October 10, 1992. Harry hadn't had a lot of encounters with new first years outside of Slytherin, but one meeting had been memorable. "Harry Potter!" An excited young voice had shouted. Harry had turned around, only to be blinded by the flash of a camera. "Give a man some warning," he said somewhat angrily. "Sorry," said the boy, "my name's Colin Creevey by the way." "Hello Colin," said Harry as he extended his hand, "good to meet you." "Can I get another picture?" asked Colin, and before Harry could answer he was blinded again. "Look, Potter has a fan club," shouted Malfoy who was walking by, "or is it a boyfriend?" "You're just jealous that someone wants to take my picture," retorted Harry. "The only person who ever wanted to take your picture was a sculptor who wanted a model for his gargoyles." Malfoy sputtered, but ran off without making a retort. That was incredible, said Colin excitedly. Malfoy's all talk, and even that he can be outwitted at, said Harry. Nice to meet you, Colin, but I've got to get to class. And with that he took off, almost, but not quite running. Wait, Harry, shouted Colin after him, wait. It's Saturday, October 31st, 1992. As the year ran on, Harry began to feel comfortable. Things were going rather well. The Slytherin first years had largely divided into two camps. One group was uninterested in getting involved in Harry's power struggle with Malfoy, the other, larger group had aligned with Harry. Harry had taken to visiting Hagrid again. Despite everything, he liked the giant man. Hagrid, on the other hand, was having a lot of problems. For one thing, something was killing his roosters. They were all strangled. I've never seen aught like it, said Hagrid. A wild animal wouldn't just leave their corpses like this. Hagrid also noticed that the centaurs were getting a lot more restless than usual. Can't understand why they're acting so rowdy recently, he said cagily. There was clearly something behind his eyes that showed he did have an idea what the centaurs were angry about, but he clearly didn't want to talk about it. Other than that, Harry was doing well in his classes. In fact, he was doing better than the year before. Hermione really was rubbing off on him. He'd even gone to her study group with the Ravenclaws a few times. Blaise had made fun of him a bit for that, but Harry didn't mind. Beyond that, Harry was coordinating the War Council, as they were calling it. They'd stopped a lot of Slytherin house members from terrorizing younger students, some of them from Slytherin. Snape could say what he wanted about Slytherins not turning in other Slytherins, but as far as Harry was concerned, that rule was dead. Harry and his people absolutely delighted in turning in the bullies to Flitwick and McGonagall. Some of the bullies weren't from Slytherin though. Some of the Ravenclaw girls had gotten into trouble for calling Luna, Loony Lovegood, while a few Gryffindors had gotten into trouble for trying to trick some of the Slytherin first years into jumping off the second floor of the grand staircase. The only house that didn't seem to have a substantial bullying problem was Hufflepuff. Luna herself had rather famously started to become Harry's protégé. When neither of them was in class, she had a tendency to follow him around, taking notes about the people he interacted with. Harry felt that this was a bit weird, but he really couldn't ask her to stop. The truth was that her observations were helpful. Harry was starting to trust Luna almost as much as Daphne or Tracy. But Harry also recognized that Luna wasn't quite as adaptable as Daphne and Tracy. Despite his earlier reading of the girl, he'd come to realize that she viewed morality as a far more black and white thing than most of Harry's other friends did. Harry wasn't disappointed by this, however. It was refreshing to have a friend who didn't see everything as a moral gray area. The lineup for the Slytherin Quidditch team had been released, and Harry had obviously been made seeker. Millie was the keeper, and Blaise and Nott had obviously made beater. And Ginny and Tracy had been the new chasers. All in all, Harry thought it would be a strong team. Gryffindor likely wouldn't be expecting them to have so completely retooled, so their first match would be a good chance to get some licks in. Ginny had been ecstatic on making the team, but in general she was keeping to herself more and more. Both Harry and Blaise had taken to asking her to do things with them and their friends. Harry also noted Ginny wasn't talking with her brothers very much. She hadn't even told her parents that she had made the house team. Combined with her new aloof personality, Harry was also very worried that she wasn't making friends with other people in her year. Even Blaise had begun to worry about her a bit. Still, by and large, things had been uneventful. Lockhart, of course, continued to be incompetent, and even Hermione was finding it difficult to continue defending him. Harry was starting to come to terms with the fact that he might be a bit jealous of the attention Hermione was showing Lockhart, though he insisted that it was only because Hermione deserved to have a crush on someone better than Lockhart. When he'd said that to her, she'd actually key-ed him on the cheek. Without another word. Blaise on the other hand wasn't backing off on his defense of the Dada teacher. On Halloween, Harry was looking forward to this year's feast. There wasn't going to be a murderous attack by other students, or a troll this year. Ginny on the other hand wasn't feeling well all day. After classes she said that she wasn't going to be at the feast. Neither will I, said Luna. I received an invitation from that dear ghost, Sir Nicholas. He's having a Death Day party. It sounds very interesting. Why did he invite you? Asked Hermione. None of the Gryffindors wanted to come, said Luna. That surely isn't ominous, said Ginny. Well, I'm sure the party won't be meant for the living, said Luna, but I'm certain it will be fascinating. Harry smiled. Well, have fun, Luna. I hope you see some gross ghosts. So do I, said Luna. So that was how Harry found himself eating at the Halloween feast with just his second-year friends. It was a good time, of course, the food was good, and the Great Hall was spectacularly decorated. Still, something was nagging him. Somehow it didn't feel right to be celebrating on this day, the anniversary of his parents' deaths. This dampened his spirits a bit. Hermione seemed to notice, and she seemed to be working overtime to keep Harry distracted. Harry appreciated her concern, of course, but he wasn't actually upset. He was just a bit sad. As the feast came to an end, Harry stopped for a moment. He heard a voice, a hissing voice, but couldn't understand it over the din of the crowd. His eyes widened as he thought back to the book on magical abilities he'd read over break. This was his Parselmouth ability working. He was hearing a snake. Which, all things considered, was not something that he wanted to broadcast to the whole school. As they walked out of the Great Hall, Harry saw water flowing down the stairs from the first floor. That was strange. Largely as a whole, the entire student body began to climb the stairs to see what was up. Coming to the floor above, they saw Luna standing over Mrs. Norris in the flooded hallway, poking her with her wand. She looked up at them. Unfortunately, it was at this exact moment that Filch arrived. "What have you done to my cat, girl?" he roared. "I was poking her with my wand," said Luna. "She seems to have been petrified." "Petrified," shouted Filch. "You petrified my cat." "Argus," shouted the voice of the headmaster. He marched in flanked by Snape and McGonagall. "This girl has petrified Mrs. Norris," yelled Filch. "Don't be ridiculous," said Snape. "Miss Lovegood is a first-year student. She couldn't petrify a fossil." "Why were you up here, Miss Lovegood?" asked McGonagall in a kind voice. "I was walking Myrtle back to her bathroom," said Luna. "She was at Sir Nicholas's death day party, but no one was being very nice to her. I felt sorry for her, so I told her I'd keep her company on the way up here." "Myrtle," Harry whispered to Hermione. "She's a ghost, she haunts the bathroom right over there," replied Hermione. "Where is Myrtle?" asked McGonagall. "She ran off when she saw Mrs. Norris," scared Luna. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to grow sad for a moment. "So, you know nothing about this writing then?" "Writing?" From Harry's perspective, he couldn't see writing. Straining his neck, he saw words on the wall, seemingly written in blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir beware." Luna looked at the words on the wall. "I'm sure I don't know anything about that," she said. Harry suddenly realized that this was almost certainly related to his brief Parselmouth experience moments ago. He pushed his way through the crowd. "Headmaster," he said urgently, "I may have some information." Dumbledore's eyes widened for a moment, then he nodded. "I will speak to you momentarily," he said before turning to Flick. "Do not worry, Argus, Mrs. Norris will be revived. Our second-year students have been growing mandrakes, which is the primary ingredient in the potion to cure her." Draco was looking at the scene with a self-satisfied smirk. "Who wants to bet Lovegood did this on Potter's orders?" he said smugly. "Everyone knows she's his errand girl." "You better hope Harry isn't behind this, Malfoy," said Daphne. "You'd be his first victim." Dumbledore waved Harry into a nearby classroom. McGonagall and Snape followed them in. "So, what do you know, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. "I heard a voice in the Great Hall, just before we left the feast," said Harry. It was a snake. I couldn't hear what it was saying, but it was definitely a snake." "Potter, are you a Parselmouth?" asked McGonagall. "That would not be a surprise," said Dumbledore, who seemed unfazed by this turn of events. "The mark Lord Voldemort left on Harry is more than a scar. It is entirely possible that some of his abilities were passed on to Harry. And Lord Voldemort was a Parselmouth. And the Chamber of Secrets was the personal sanctuary of Salazar Slytherin," said Snape. "It would stand to reason that his monster was some sort of snake," said McGonagall. "Thank you, Harry," said Dumbledore, clearly dismissing him. As Harry left the room, Lockhart ran in. "I just heard," the man said. "If I had been here, I know just the spell that could have saved poor Mrs. Norris." Snape and McGonagall looked at Lockhart with complete contempt. At least they hadn't taken leave of their senses. As Harry headed towards the Slytherin common room, he decided to keep the fact that the voice he had heard was a snake to himself. If the rest of the school found out that he was a Parselmouth, everyone would probably believe that he did it. He didn't really need that. November 2, 1992. Bryant Greengrass was very concerned about the situation at Hogwarts. The Chamber of Secrets was no laughing matter. The moment he heard about the strange message on the wall of the castle, he'd made his way to the ministry, to have a look at the Wizengamot inquiry that had been conducted after the last time the chamber had been opened. The report had been sealed, but as Fudge wasn't stonewalling him on this at least, it was easy enough to get around that. That made it very different from his attempts to find information on Sirius Black, where Dolores Umbridge had very nearly threatened him if he looked into things further. The account was grim. 7 students petrified. 1 killed. The culprit had been identified as Hagrid, who had supposedly brought an Acromantula into the school. That sounded very wrong. Hagrid did have a love of creatures, even dangerous creatures. But as far as Greengrass knew, Acromantulas couldn't petrify people. He supposed it could be some modified variant, but that seemed a bit unlikely. Worse was the information on the person who had identified Hagrid. His name was Tom Riddle, a student from Slytherin. He'd later been head boy. He'd seemed to have had a promising career coming. But all inquiries that Greengrass had made had ended almost immediately. A few years after leaving Hogwarts, Riddle had simply vanished. Did this have something to do with Lucius? His house elf had warned something horrible was going to happen. Greengrass hoped not. Their alliance was already being put to the test. Lucius had been angry that Bryant had helped Harry humiliate Draco. Draco had been so angry over the whole thing he'd told his parents that Daphne hadn't in fact apologized to him, but had blackmailed him to say so. However, when Lucius had told this to Greengrass, it hadn't received the response Lucius expected. Greengrass was actually proud of his daughter, and had outright told Lucius that Draco had made his deal with her and now had to live with the consequences. But if this was all part of a plot to take down Dumbledore, Greengrass wanted no part of it. He was not about to put the safety of the students of Hogwarts at risk. That still left him at a loss about what to do with the information he had found about the chamber. He decided to send copies to Daphne. She and her friends would be in an excellent position to try to find out more, and he had to admit they were rather intelligent. Meanwhile, he'd continue to look for more information on Riddle. For a moment he thought of asking Dumbledore for more information. He had been at the school at the time, after all. But Greengrass put it out of his head. Dumbledore would surely brief the board on anything they needed to know. November 6, 1992. "Sorry it took so long," said Harry to Hermione as he left Greenhouse 3. "Sue is a bit of a stickler about cleaning up after ourselves. I didn't want to act as if I was making her do everything." "It's not a problem," said Hermione. "I wish we still had herbology with the Hufflepuffs," said Harry. "Sue is a better student, but I had a lot more fun with Justin." Hermione patted Harry on the back. "Poor Harry," she said, not quite mockingly. Harry suddenly stopped as he saw 2 figures approaching the greenhouses. 4-legged figures. Big ones. "Centaurs," he said quietly. "This could be our chance," said Hermione. Harry nodded. Ever since Bryant Greengrass had sent them copies of the Wizengamot inquiries, they had been looking for a way to confirm that the Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest were not able to petrify people. This might be their chance. Harry walked up to the centaurs and gave a polite bow. "Good afternoon. Were you looking for Professor Sprout?" One of the centaurs nodded. "We have been collecting some seeds for her from the forest. She pays us with seeds from the more exotic magical plants in these greenhouses. Normally we would not labor for humans, but Pomona is a friend." "I'll go get her," said Hermione. She walked back towards the greenhouse. "My name is Harry Potter," Harry introduced himself. "I am Firenze," said one of the centaurs, "and this is Ronan. We have heard of you, Harry Potter. Have you heard about the recent troubles at our school?" Harry asked. "You mean the Chamber of Secrets being opened again?" asked Ronan. "Yes, we were informed. I hope this time we don't get another infestation from it," said Firenze, "yet my examinations of the stars tell me otherwise." "You are referring to the Acromantula infestation?" asked Harry. Ronan nodded. "You are aware of how that started?" "I know an Acromantula was driven from the castle 50 years ago," said Harry. "Hagrid's Acromantula," said Ronan. "There is no point in blaming him now," said Firenze, he has already been punished for that transgression. Now we must find some way to deal with the infestation. They're just normal acromantula though, right? Asked Harry. I mean, they can't petrify people, can they? Ronan shook his head. No, they cannot. So Hagrid definitely didn't open the Chamber of Secrets, said a relieved Harry. The creature Hagrid had was named Aragog, said Firenze. He has more wit than most acromantula, but once he dies his offspring will begin an assault upon our people that may carry us away. Why isn't the Ministry taking action on this? Said Harry. I mean, Hogsmeade and Hogwarts are right here. A good question, Harry Potter, said Firenze. Pomona has arrived. Well, thank you for your answers, Ronan, Firenze, said Harry as Hermione approached with Professor Sprout. I'll see what I can do in regards to your acromantula problem. I do know a few people on the Wizengamot. Maybe they can put a bounty on them or something. That'll make Hagrid thrilled, said Hermione. To him they're just misunderstood creatures. Harry walked away at a brisk pace. We definitely need to find out more about Riddle, he said. Hermione nodded her understanding that he had received the confirmation that the acromantula could not petrify someone. Should we spread the word? She asked. Harry pondered this. So far only Harry, Hermione, Daphne, Tracy and Blaise knew about Riddle. Well, Harry was sure Dumbledore knew as well, but he didn't count. They hadn't told the War Council. They hadn't even told Luna and Ginny. I have a feeling that if we start telling people, it will get around that we are looking for Riddle, said Harry. That could drive our Vandal into hiding. Do you think it's Malfoy? Asked Hermione. Harry pursed his lips anxiously. I'm not sure about that. Seems to me that he wouldn't be taunting me if he was. It draws far too much attention to him. Hermione sighed, but nodded along. There were still far too many questions about what was going on for Harry's liking. He'd have to keep his eyes open. November 7, 1992. Harry and the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team stood with their brooms just inside the locker rooms. Most of the team was new, so they all had nerves, though Ginny seemed to have the most. Due to not wanting to alert the Gryffindor team to the new Slytherin roster, Ginny hadn't told anyone that she was one of the Slytherin chasers. That had included her mother and father. As a result, she was absolutely terrified of what the reaction she was going to get from her brothers would be. Harry himself was anxious, but not overly so. It would happen how it would happen. Let's go, said Melody, and they left the locker room and mounted up on their brooms. Harry let off the ground and was soon flying above the pitch. The crowd had gone crazy, as the Gryffindors had emerged at the same time. He saw that the lineup of the Gryffindor team was more or less the same, except at Seeker they had Colin Creevey. Harry wondered if this was another gimmick. He guessed he'd just have to keep his eyes open. Ginny had flown over to her brothers. Ginny, what are you doing? Asked Fred with wide eyes. Mum's going to have a heart attack, said George. I don't know what business it is of Mum's, seeing how she let Ron play last year, said Ginny, and what I'm doing is getting ready to kick your asses. The twins grinned. That's our sister. The two teams lined up, with Lee Jordan yelling excitedly about the new Gryffindor Seeker. It was rather typical actually, he'd barely mentioned the new Slytherin lineup. Harry grinned. The Gryffindor team was actually smirking. They thought they'd have an experience advantage, and maybe they would. But the Slytherins had a few surprises in store for them. Madame Hooch quickly gave her pre-game speech to the teams, then released the snitch, bludgers and finally the quaffle. With the quaffle thrown up, both teams surged into motion. Ginny had the quickest reaction, and she snagged the quaffle. Then with two quick cuts she blew past all three of the Gryffindor chasers and made a beeline for the goals. The twins had managed to get to one of the bludgers and tried to hit it towards their sister, but it curved away, forcing one of them to go try to intercept it again. Blaise managed to get to the other bludger and with a mighty swing he sent it towards Wood. Wood had no choice, he ducked, and as he ducked Ginny threw the quaffle through the center hoop. The Slytherin stands went crazy. Harry quickly began to search for the snitch. It was hard, because he wanted to watch the rest of the game. Lee Jordan was rather biased, but he did give good commentary. Alicia spin it to Angelina Johnson, Johnson to Katie Bell, Bell to Johnson. Angelina Johnson shoots. What a save by Bulstrode. Jordan shouted. Harry grinned. Things were going according to plan. On the second Slytherin drive Ginny pushed out ahead. Fred Weasley was still trying to wrangle his bludger, which refused to head towards the Slytherin chasers, and kept shearing off in the other direction, towards Harry. The 3 Gryffindor chasers moved to intercept Ginny, but she suddenly passed the quaffle back to Tracy. The chasers moved to cover the pass routes from Tracy to Ginny and Melody. Suddenly Blassie knocked the other bludger towards the group, but before it arrived Not smacked it in the direction of Katie Bell. Katie dodged, and Tracy passed to Melody, who surged forward, faked out Wood, then scored. Harry was going to cheer but suddenly he had other problems. Fred Weasley had finally got fed up with the bludger, and hit it as hard as he could. It curved around, directly towards Harry. "Oh bloody hell," said Harry. "That was very bad. Very, very bad." He quickly dodged out of the bludger's way and flew forward. Looking back, he saw that the bludger had swung around and was coming for him again. Suddenly the entire Slytherin section was on their feet screaming, "Rigged! Rigged!" Melody flew by. "What's going on, Harry?" she shouted. "Bloody bludgers chasing me, that's what." He yelled back, "Who needs beaters when you can just enchant the bloody bludger to do your work for you?" "You really think this is the Gryffindors?" asked Melody. "I don't know who it is, but they don't mean me well," he said before he was too far away for her to hear him. "Should we cover you?" shouted Not, who was closing with Harry now. "No," replied Harry, "I'm going inside, just stay away from me." Blaise and Not both grinned as they realized what Harry was doing. Harry flew right for the formation of Gryffindor chasers, flying as close to them as he could. The bludger tore their formation apart as they scrambled to avoid it. But the Gryffindors learned their lesson. From that point on in the match the Gryffindors only used loose chaser formations. With Harry acting as a wrecking ball through the Gryffindor formations, and the Weasley twins caught in a battle with Blaise and Not over the sole remaining bludger, the tide turned decisively in favor of Slytherin. The Gryffindor team was caught on the back foot and soon Slytherin was up 60-20. Harry was finding it hard to look for the snitch, so he just had to hope he got lucky. Slytherin was up 80-30 when Harry saw the snitch. He did a loop to try and throw off the bludger and then pushed his broom to max speed. Colin had also seen the snitch and was closing fast, but Harry had the shorter distance. He reached out his hand to grab the snitch. And the bludger hit it, making a loud snapping sound. Harry veered a little off course as he tucked his broken arm around the broom, then tried to grab the snitch with his other hand. But it was too late. Colin had caught up, and he grabbed the snitch. "Colin Creevey has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins," shouted Lee Jordan, and all of a sudden pandemonium reigned. The Slytherin stands roared in anger, while the Gryffindor stands cheered. Most of the students in the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff sections seemed to agree with the Slytherins. Harry himself had stopped paying attention, and the bludger hit him center mass, throwing him from his broom. He hit the ground with a thud, but luckily he hadn't been all that high up. The bludger had continued to follow him after he'd fallen, and Harry rolled to avoid the bludger as it smashed right where his head had been. It flew back up, and began to come back down, but suddenly it exploded into pieces as Blaise flew by on his broom, his wand now drawn. Harry sighed in relief, then waved at Blaise with his unbroken arm. Melody was screaming at Madam Hooch, and McGonagall and Snape had come down from the stands to try and sort things out. Soon they were screaming at each other and then would arrive to start screaming at Melody. It was a huge mess. "Hold on, Harry," said the last voice Harry wanted to hear right now, "I'll fix you up in just a moment." Harry turned to Lockhart, and saw his friends running up behind him. "No, anyone but you," yelled Harry emphatically. "Poor boy, hit your head harder than I thought," said Lockhart. "I want Madame Pomfrey," he said, but it was too late again. Lockhart had cast a spell. Harry's arm went limp. Lockhart pursed his lips. "Well, sometimes that will happen." Lockhart had removed the bones from Harry's arm. "Get out," said Harry through gritted teeth in a remarkable display of self-control. "Why didn't you come straight to me?" demanded Madame Pomfrey. "I begged Lockhart not to do anything until after you'd seen me," said Harry, "but the bloody twat didn't listen to me." Pomfrey pursed her lips at his profanity, but said nothing. She probably agreed with him. "Well, we'll have to regrow those bones, I'm afraid. I assume that this is not going to be a pleasant experience," said Harry. Pomfrey laughed without any humor. "You assume correctly, Mr. Potter." She poured out a foul-looking liquid out of a bottle marked, Skele Grow. Harry drank it, barely managing to keep the horrible tasting stuff down. "Oh, that was vile," he said. "Oh, I am going to make Lockhart's life hell for this. I'd replace whatever he uses on his hair with something nasty," said Madame Pomfrey, "if I was the sort to do something like that. You'd best get as much rest as you can, Mr. Potter." Harry tried to sleep, but the bones growing in his arms were rather painful. Pomfrey was right, it was going to be a rough night. "I don't even have a book," said Harry glumly. "Here you go," said Hermione, appearing out of nowhere with a bag full of what appeared to be books. "Whoa," said Harry, "how'd you do that?" Hermione lifted Harry's invisibility cloak. "I know where you keep it, remember." "I'm surprised you're out after curfew," said Harry. "Well, I figure my best friend is worth a little trouble," said Hermione. Harry had a sudden urge to hug her, which he was only able to resist when he remembered the state his arm was in. "Melody was enraged by what happened," said Hermione. "She was saying all sorts of threats to Madame Hooch." Eventually Dumbledore stepped in. Gryffindor still got the win, but the point differential was wiped clean, so Slytherin will be at 0. "Thanks, Hermione," he said. "Now if we only knew who tried to kill me today." "I never meant to kill you," said a high-pitched voice. Harry turned to see Dobby. "Hermione, this is Dobby, the house elf of Lucius Malfoy," said Harry evenly, to Dobby's extreme dismay. "Dobby, this is Hermione Granger, my best friend." "Harry Potter must not be angry," started Dobby. "But I am," he said furiously. "Why are you doing this? Why do you keep hounding me? Did your master put you up to this? Harry Potter must flee Hogwarts." "It is not safe," said Dobby. "You mean the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked. Dobby nodded. "Is the opening of the chamber aimed at Harry?" asked Hermione. "Not aimed at, no, not aimed at," said Dobby, "but no harm can come to Harry Potter. Before Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord, things were worse for house elves, so much worse. Harry Potter cannot come to harm." Harry's heart sank. Of course. The fall of the Dark Lord must have caused the more powerful dark families to be more circumspect about how badly they treated their servants. They had to look like model citizens now, didn't they? But the house elves were still avs. "Dobby, I'm sorry that wizards haven't treated house elves as well as they should have, and I really would like to help you." Harry paused, wondering what could be done, "but I can't do anything if I leave Hogwarts. Hermione here, my best friend, she's a Muggleborn. I won't abandon her." "That is very noble of Harry Potter," but Dobby started. "No, Dobby," said Harry, "there is no but. I will die before I leave this school. I won't go back to the Dursleys, I won't leave my friends." End of story. Dobby looked at Harry with a pleading look in his eyes. Harry's stare gave him no respite. Finally Dobby shook his head sadly. Dobby knew Harry Potter would not want to go, but he did not know how far he would take it, said Dobby. "Do you know how Lucius helped open the Chamber of Secrets?" asked Harry. "Dobby cannot say," said the elf sadly. "Do you know who Tom Riddle is?" asked Hermione. Dobby shook his head. Suddenly the door to the infirmary started to open. Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished, while Hermione threw the invisibility cloak over herself. Dumbledore came in, with McGonagall right behind. They had a prone form levitating between them. Harry leaned forward. The prone form was holding a camera to his face. "Colin," he said reflexively. Dumbledore and McGonagall looked at him before laying Colin on another bed. Harry leapt to his feet. "You should not be up, Harry," said the headmaster. "Is he petrified?" asked Harry. "I'm afraid so," said McGonagall. "I do not believe it was a coincidence that this attack came so soon after the attack on Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore. "I think someone may be trying to frame you for the attacks. Maybe we can see." Dumbledore pulled the camera from Colin's hands. But when he opened it, the film in the camera exploded in a small poof. "Of course," said Harry before he shook himself to his senses, "I had a visit from Dobby moments ago." "Dobby?" asked McGonagall. "Lucius Malfoy's house elf," said Dumbledore. "He's been causing trouble for Harry since the summer." "I think he's been trying to warn me," said Harry. "I think he knew the Chamber of Secrets was going to be opened." "That would suggest Lucius Malfoy's involvement," said McGonagall. Dumbledore nodded. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention," said Dumbledore, "and you can tell Miss Granger to come out, I know she's there." Hermione took off the invisibility cloak. I was just bringing Harry some things, she said as she lifted the bag she'd brought. Most thoughtful Miss Granger, said Dumbledore, I will accompany you back to the Slytherin common room. Harry realized that was not a request. Dumbledore was legitimately scared for Hermione. Hermione nodded, but turned to McGonagall. Professor, this is one of those things I think my parents need to know about. She looked significantly at Colin. McGonagall nodded. Good night, Harry, she said to him. Good night, Hermione, he replied. November 8th. Harry managed to meet up with his friends at breakfast. They let you out of the infirmary so soon? Asked Tracy. My bones are mostly regrown, said Harry, right now what I need is to eat. I'm ravenous. And Harry went on to demonstrate, demolishing at least 6 large sausages as well as a fair bit of bacon and eggs. Hermione arrived late. She sat down next to Harry sheepishly. You get in much trouble? Asked Harry. No, said Hermione, but Dumbledore did tell me it was probably a bit dangerous for me to be wandering around at night alone with a creature hunting Muggleborns. Why was Colin out anyway? Asked Harry. I'd have thought the Gryffindors would have been celebrating. Ah, he wanted to get a picture of the Quidditch pitch as the sun set, said Ginny, at least according to Ron. Ginny suddenly looked seriously at Harry. You should be prepared for some hostility from the Gryffindors. They think you petrified Colin. What? Asked Harry angrily. I mean Ron and my brothers, well the twins at least, don't, said Ginny, and most of the people you know. So none of the second years believe it, and Fred and George have convinced the other fourth years, but everyone else seems to believe you did it out of revenge. Ginny looked especially glum as she said this. Just what I need, said Harry. Luckily, Justin's been a vocal proponent of yours with the Hufflepuffs, said Blaise. They don't know what to think quite yet, but they aren't ready to blame you. The Ravenclaws haven't decided either, but the fact that your arm bones were missing will make it hard for them to accept that you had something to do with it, said Daphne. And the other Slytherins? Asked Harry. We all know you're soft on the question of Muggleborns, said Nott, who had apparently been listening in. But Draco's attempts to convince people you are the heir of Slytherin have probably made you a little more formidable overall. Can he do anything right? Asked Harry. Yes, actually, said Nott, usually he's much smarter than this. But if you push him off balance he has a tendency to do stupid things. Malfoy will become dangerous the second he decides to stop one-upping you and tries to start legitimately undermining you, said Blaise. To some extent this does reflect that. It doesn't hurt you in Slytherin, but it does with the other houses. Harry nodded slowly. There was a lot to think about here. Anyway, good job on your play, everyone. Said Harry, I hope you'll forgive me for not complimenting you yesterday. Tracy and Ginny laughed. I think it's okay, said Tracy. It's just a shame you didn't get the win, said Ginny, you played so well. Ravenclaw might beat Gryffindor, said Harry, I think from what I saw, which wasn't all that much, that Colin and Cho might be in the same league. So what you're saying is, we have to crush Hufflepuff, said Tracy. Definitely, said Harry. My mum was really angry I didn't tell her I was on the Quidditch team, started Ginny. After finishing his food, Harry got up and headed for the door. The Gryffindors were glaring at him as he walked by. Except for Ron, who gave him a strained smile. Nodding to Ron, Harry left the Great Hall. So, I did something without your permission, said Hermione that night. Oh, asked Harry. I asked my parents if you could stay with us for the holidays, she said. Harry's eyes widened. And they said. Hermione grinned. Yes, of course, she said happily, you'll have to get permission from your aunt and uncle. They won't care, said Harry. And I'll see if we can get in a visit with Daphne, said Hermione, I'd like to see her home. Sounds great, said Harry. Suddenly he impulsively hugged Hermione. Thanks, he said. Hermione beamed at him. November 25, 1992. I found it, said Daphne, as she sat down at the table in the library. Harry, Hermione and Daphne been looking for information on creatures that petrified people. They'd had precious little luck. Found what? Asked Harry. The 1943 yearbook, said Daphne. What good is that going to do? Asked Harry. Who knows? Said Hermione, but maybe there will be something in there that can help us. The beginning of the book had a full listing of the staff. Whoa, wait, said Daphne, I knew Dumbledore worked at the school back then, but so did Slughorn. Slughorn? Asked Hermione. Horace Slughorn was the potions master here at Hogwarts for decades, as well as the head of Slytherin. He wasn't much for standing up to the Death Eaters, but he never supported them either. Daphne shook her head. I'm getting off track. What's important is that he's still alive. Hermione flipped through the pages of the book. And Riddle was a Slytherin, she said, which would make Slughorn his head of house. You know, if you guys are going to come over to my place over the holidays, I think we might be able to try and visit Slughorn, said Daphne. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. I'm not sure my parents will want us visiting a strange man they don't know, said Hermione. My parents know him, said Daphne. I guess we'll have to get Daddy to vouch for him. That might work, said Harry, but will he know anything? Slughorn was a very observant man, assured Daphne. He was known for cultivating the best and the brightest from amongst the school students. He loved peddling his influence, which was simply massive in his later years. Virtually everyone who was anybody went through Slughorn's class. For Slughorn it was all a game of influence. He got to show off how he was friends with powerful people. Even today he still lives quite comfortably because of his connections. Sounds insufferable to be honest, said Harry. Maybe, said Daphne, but when he could introduce you to virtually anyone of importance in magical government, or could serve as a recommendation to virtually anyone who might hire you, you stayed on his good side. Why did he leave the job of potions master if it made him so successful? Asked Hermione. Daphne shrugged. No one knows exactly, though my father suspects that you know who was starting to put pressure on him to openly support the Death Eaters. Slughorn disappeared for almost the whole last year of the war, so it's possible that he went into hiding. You've met him? Asked Harry. Oh yes, he's very nice, said Daphne, so long as you have some connection or skill he finds interesting, I guess. Well, it's a lead, said Harry. The only one we've got, said Hermione. December 3, 1992. Mr. Potter, said Snape after potions class in early December, a moment if you would. Of course, Professor, said Harry. Everyone else filtered out of class, Hermione last of all, shooting Harry a worried expression. Snape walked over to his desk and sat down. You have yet to sign up to stay in the castle this Christmas. Harry nodded. You're correct, sir. I don't intend to stay. Snape gave Harry a sharp look. You intend to return to your aunt and uncle. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, sir, but no. Harry rummaged through his bag and pulled out the letter from his uncle that he had received this morning. This is from my uncle. I'm going to stay with the Grangers over the break, he said as he handed the letter to his head of house. Snape looked it over. Have you told the headmaster? He asked. Do I need to? Asked Harry. I'm just not sure Headmaster Dumbledore would approve, said Snape. He can be odd sometimes about certain things, such as your security. Harry wasn't sure he liked the direction this conversation was headed. Will he try to stop me from going? He asked. I don't know, said Snape, but I suppose there is no harm in your going, so long as your uncle approves. As far as I'm concerned, Miss Granger has been a good influence on you. You've turned out far less like your father than I had feared. Harry just nodded. I wouldn't know, he said, though I've heard that the two of you didn't get along. That is an understatement, Mr. Potter, said Snape, but his eyes seemed to harden. Just a bit. Suffice to say that we had many differences of opinion, and one thing upon which we agreed. Ironically, it was the thing we agreed on that made us enemies. Snape shook his head. Anyway, I won't tell the headmaster about you running off with Miss Granger. Harry blushed at that characterization, which made Snape smirk. You are dismissed, Mr. Potter, he said. December 17, 1992. The last few days before break were rather uneventful, and with classes winding down, Harry and Hermione had finally taken the time to consult Daphne about occlumency. Blaise and Tracy had come along out of curiosity. Occlumency is really hard to learn without learning legilimency, said Daphne. You kind of need someone to test your defenses on. Well, we can try and learn legilimency, I guess, said Harry. Both Harry and Tracy were able to quickly get down the basics of legilimency within an hour. Daphne commented that they must have some natural talent for the discipline. With two people able to do cursory tests, the rest of them decided it was time to start the basics of occlumency. Occlumency was a weird discipline. There were several stages to being a successful occlumens. The first stage allowed you to detect someone intruding in your mind, but not to keep them out. The second stage allowed you to wall off a part of your mind, where you could store secrets. Only a limited number of things could be hidden this way. The third stage allowed you to obscure your whole mind, but a legilimens who was trying to read you would know that you were doing it. The fourth stage allowed you to perfectly hide a limited number of things in your mind, so that a legilimens wouldn't know they were hidden. And the fifth stage allowed you to create a fake compartmentalized mind for a legilimens to wander through, unable to distinguish it from the true mind of the person being read. Fifth stage occlumens were very rare. Learning the trick of whether someone was reading your mind was easy. Your thoughts would suddenly turn to something completely unrelated to something you were thinking about before. Of course, a good legilimens would try to turn your thoughts that way beforehand in order to make it less obvious. But through the use of mental concentration one could see the threads of control that the legilimens was using. By the end of the session, Harry thought he could feel every time Tracy pushed into his mind. Tracy was also testing Daphne and Hermione, while Harry was testing Tracy and Blaise. They'd sort of just divided things up that way, though Harry suspected Tracy had pushed things in that direction so that Harry didn't accidentally read Daphne or Hermione's mind. Tracy's mind had been full of Quidditch, as well as a bizarre crush she had on a former Quidditch player named Ludo Bagman. She also had some interesting thoughts about Ron Weasley of all people. Blaise's mind, on the other hand. After the session, Blaise had taken Harry aside. "So, about some of the things that you saw in my mind." "Blaise," said Harry reassuringly, "you don't have to worry. I already was starting to suspect, what with the way you were fawning all over Lockhart. I don't know about the Muggle world, but this isn't something that is widely accepted in the wizarding world," said Blaise, "at least not in the UK. "I won't tell anyone," said Harry. "As far as I'm concerned, it's none of my business. I won't even tell Hermione. If she asks you can tell her," said Blaise. "I trust her, and she's going to figure it out." "And what do you mean I'm fawning over Lockhart?" Harry put his hand on Blaise's shoulder. "I hate to break it to you, mate, but Lockhart. He's an idiot. And normally you'd be the first to point it out. That you were defending him. Like all the girls that had crushes on him, suggested to me that you also had a crush on him." Blaise winced. "Was I that obvious?" "Daphne knows, right?" said Harry. "Yeah," said Blaise, "she used to have a crush on me a bit. I hated to break it to her, but I didn't think it was fair to let her go on without any hope of me returning her feelings." "You really don't mind?" Blaise asked. "Not at all," said Harry. "You've been a good friend. That is all that matters." Blaise nodded. "That means a lot, Harry." December 19, 1992. The Hogwarts Express slowed to a halt as it entered platform 9 3/4. Harry and Hermione quickly made their way off the train as they said goodbye to their friends. "I don't know if I'll be able to be there when you visit Daphne," said Tracy. "If not, I'll see you next year." "I hope everyone has fun on their break," yelled Blaise. "I sure won't." Daphne winced. Following her gaze, Harry saw Blaise's mother. She was right there. Again. "I'll see you too soon," said Daphne, and she headed towards her father, who waved at Harry. Harry waved back. Hermione's parents were only a little further on, talking to the Weasleys. Ginny ran up to her mother excitedly. Molly's expression was unreadable. "Something's up there," Harry whispered to Hermione. Hermione nodded. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley." "Mr. and Mrs. Granger," said Harry politely. "Had a good year so far, Harry?" asked Arthur Weasley. "Fairly good, though with things as they are, I can't say much better," said Harry. "I'd be happier if we knew what was attacking students." Molly's eyes narrowed. Someone had been carrying tales apparently, and unless Ron or the twins were lying to his face, Harry guessed it was Percy. "Well, we have a fair way to go today," said Robert. Harry waved goodbye to the Weasleys. Turning, at last, to Ginny, he gave her a wry smile. "Just take it easy on the Gryffindors, Ginny." He'd already told her that it would be unwise for her new persona to get out to her family too quickly. He hoped she remembered. Ginny laughed. "I'll be fine, Harry," she said as she patted him on the shoulder. Harry grinned and waved again as he and the Grangers headed off. "What was the significance of that last bit?" asked Helen. "Ginny had adopted a rather aloof persona at school," said Hermione. "We suggested that it might not play well with her parents." "Ginny's having a rougher time in Slytherin than Luna, that's for sure," said Harry. "Why did she get sorted into Slytherin then?" asked Robert. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. That is a very good question, said Harry, and one that I'm not sure we can answer. What do you mean? Asked Robert. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. They had decided to tell them the truth about this. Her sorting was rigged. The hat told her that someone had enchanted the hat to sort her into Slytherin. The same thing happened to me, explained Harry. Hermione, was your sorting rigged? Asked Helen. No, said Hermione, but maybe I asked the sorting hat to put me in the same house as Harry. Hermione blushed a bit. Robert seemed to not like that, but Helen seemed to smirk a bit. Well, that does explain a lot, said Helen. Why would someone try to force your sorting like that? Asked Robert. Harry shook his head. I don't know. Do you two have anything to add to what Minerva told us about this Chamber of Secrets thing? Lucius Malfoy is causing it, said Harry, that much I know. I just don't know how he causes it. Dobby was definitely trying to warn Harry that someone was going to open the Chamber of Secrets, said Hermione. Why? Asked Helen. He thinks if something happens to me things will get bad for house elves again, said Harry. Molly seemed to think that there was some connection between you and the chamber, Harry, said Robert. Said Harry, some of the Gryffindors think I arranged the attack on Colin Creevey because he beat me at Quidditch. Apparently, that includes Percy. Honestly, it's so stupid, said Hermione. Harry was in hospital because Lockhart had removed all the bones out of one of his arms. How was he supposed to open the Chamber of Secrets? He removed your bones. Asked Robert. Don't remind me, said Harry. Regrowing bones magically is rather painful. Robert looked at his wife in disbelief. Helen just laughed and shrugged. I don't get it either, she said. What? Asked Harry and Hermione at the same time. You're awfully casual about losing all the bones in your arm, Harry, said Helen. That's magic school for you. Harry replied. Helen didn't have a good comeback for that. They finally reached the Grangers' car, and soon they were on their way. It's a bit of a drive home, Harry, said Robert. We'll be at least 2 hours. Maybe we should get some food, said Helen. We'll see. Let's try to get out of London first, said Robert. It's a bit of a trip to Norwich. I suppose the threat of being petrified has put a bit of a damper on the school in general, said Helen. Of course, it has a bit, said Harry, but most people are handling it well. Of course, petrification is the good outcome if you run into whatever this creature is. What do you mean? Asked Helen. All we've heard about is that some students have been petrified. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, screamed Hermione. They left out the most important part again. Robert gave Helen a pained look. What else happens to people who encounter this monster? He asked. Well, it hasn't happened this time, said Harry, but when the chamber was opened 50 years ago, a student died. Harry could have heard a pin drop with how quiet Hermione's parents got. Why did one student die? Asked Helen after several moments. We don't know, said Harry honestly. You see, 50 years ago, someone falsely accused Hagrid of being the heir of Slytherin, said Hermione. Wait, your current groundskeeper? Asked Robert incredulously. Hagrid was definitely innocent, said Harry. He was accused of unleashing an acromantula, but acromantulas don't have the ability to petrify anything. Furthermore, he was accused by a boy named Tom Riddle, said Hermione. Riddle is a complete enigma. He completely disappeared from the magical world just a few years after he graduated, said Harry. So, you think Riddle opened the Chamber of Secrets? Asked Helen. He's our only suspect right now, said Harry, but we weren't there, so we don't have very good information. Riddle was in Slytherin, said Hermione, and the head of Slytherin from back then is still alive. Horace Slughorn, said Harry. You seem very well informed about this, said Robert. Well, Daphne's father had Slughorn as his potions professor. The Greengrasses know him well, said Hermione. Oh, said Robert, seeming to sense more was coming. Daphne plans to invite us over one day, and we're going to try to arrange a meeting with Slughorn, said Hermione. Don't you think Dumbledore will talk to him? Asked Helen. Sure, said Harry, but the two of them aren't on the best of terms. I think Slughorn's much more likely to open up to 3 promising Slytherin students. Well, started Robert. I suppose there's no harm in it, said Helen. I mean, it isn't as if you are going after the creature yourselves. I don't like this, Helen, said Robert bluntly. They didn't tell us the monster had killed before. Join the club, said Harry. The Grangers' car finally pulled into their driveway late that evening. They'd stopped to eat shortly after Harry and Hermione's revelation. Robert had really needed the distraction. So had Helen really. Helen was really worried about the fact that McGonagall hadn't mentioned that this creature had previously killed a student. She wasn't really fully aware of the time frame involved here, but it seemed to her that any creature left by Salazar Slytherin must be at least 1,000 years old. Any creature that lived that long had to be really powerful. This was getting worse and worse, and even Hermione had to admit that she was one of the most likely people to be attacked in the school. She turned back to say something to Harry and Hermione, only to discover they had fallen asleep. Hermione's head rested on Harry's shoulder, while Harry was using Hermione's hair as a pillow. "Robert," said Helen very quietly, "look." Robert turned to look in the back seat, then smiled gently. "Well, I suppose she trusts him," he said, "that's a big thing." Helen nodded. For years Hermione had been taunted and bullied, and it had left her a bit unwilling to trust people she didn't know. The turnaround since she'd entered Hogwarts was amazing. Despite the fact that other students had tried to attack her, that she'd fought a troll, and that a teacher had tried to kill her, she'd found people that cared for her, and she'd come far outside her shell. "Keep that in mind when you talk to Harry, dear," she said. "Who said anything about me having a talk with Harry?" said Robert over innocently. "I know you," said Helen, "and I don't think you're wrong to want to do it. Just remember, he's not some horny teenager just trying to get laid. He's a 12-year-old boy whom your daughter thinks the world of. You have a chance to influence him here, and give him some guidance on how you want your daughter to be treated, at an age when he might be receptive to that." Robert grunted. "You're right. As usual." Helen smiled. December 20, 1992. Harry woke up groggily. The bed was unfamiliar. Softer than what he was used to. He opened his eyes. It took him a moment to recognize the Grangers' guest room. He'd only really seen it for a few minutes last night as he dressed for bed and went to sleep. The door to his room opened as Hermione ran in, still in her pajamas. "Time to get up, Harry," she said. "Already up," he said wryly. "I think my biological clock anticipated your arrival." "Hermione," said the voice of her mother, "don't just barge into Harry's room." "It's all right," said Harry, loud enough to be heard. "This won't be the first time Hermione has woken me up at the earliest possible moment. At least when she barges in, I get to grumble at her." "Well, if it wasn't for me, you'd be constantly late for everything," she said, honestly. Harry. Harry sat up and threw his pillow at her. She caught it easily. "Oh, so that's how it's going to be, huh?" She began buffeting him with the pillow repeatedly, while shouting, "Get up, Harry, get up." "Fine, fine," he said as he finally managed to pull the pillow away from her. Helen Granger poked her head into the room just in time to see Harry get up and head toward the bathroom. He handed her his pillow as he passed. "I can't trust her with this," he said snarkily. Helen suppressed a laugh. "No need to change out of your pajamas for breakfast, Harry," she said. "We typically have a pretty lazy breakfast." After using the bathroom, Harry walked downstairs. He saw Hermione in the kitchen with her mother. "Need any help?" he asked. "No, but I think Robert wants to talk to you," said Helen. "All right," said Harry as he walked into the living room. Robert was sitting in a chair, reading a book. "Harry," said Robert, "sit down, please, I just wanted to have a private word with you." "Of course, Mr. Granger," said Harry. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what this conversation was going to be about. Still, it would be useful to see what his best friend's father thought of him. "So, first, I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful for the friendship that you've shown Hermione," said Robert. "It's no secret Hermione has never had a lot of friends, and you've been a good friend to her." "I'm honored to be Hermione's friend," said Harry honestly, but cautiously. "Good," said Robert, "but I do want to ask, and I realize that it might be a bit premature, but where do you see your friendship with her going? I mean, you'll be turning 13 this summer, and as you get older, well, things might start to change a bit." Harry paused, not sure of himself. Where did he see it going? He had thought about it before, of course, but the truth was that he always assumed he had plenty of time to think about it. Well, he did have plenty of time theoretically, but in truth his situation with Hermione was going to force them to find answers sooner rather than later. "Hermione was there for me in a way that no one ever had been there for me before," he said, I don't know where that puts us, I haven't really thought that hard about it. But I guess I am aware that it is something we'll eventually have to address. My concern is that if you decide to pull away from her, Hermione will be hurt, said Robert. That you don't have to worry about, said Harry, Hermione and I are friends. I don't see that changing. Even if we end up dating other people, we won't let that get in the way of our friendship. I'm not going to give up a friend for a school fling. There is also the possibility that if you do have a relationship with Hermione that it won't work out, warned Robert, that could put a strain on your friendship. I know, said Harry, it's one of the main reasons that we're being really cautious about this. There is one other concern I have, said Robert, it concerns the fact that it seems that you have some enemies who very much want to kill you. Harry just nodded. He should have seen this coming. If you and Hermione end up in a situation that threatens her life, I want to ask you, as a favor, that you forbid her from putting herself at risk, asked Mr. Granger. Harry closed his eyes. He was tempted, so very tempted to just say yes right now. But no, that wouldn't do. It would be a lie. Mr. Granger, I will promise you that I will never ask Hermione to walk into danger with me. And if she volunteers, I will give her the opportunity to back out. But, Harry continued with a sigh, I won't order her to do anything. She's my friend, not my servant. If she insists on staying by my side, that is her decision, and I'll respect that. Robert looked at Harry silently for a moment. Finally, he grunted, fair enough, boy. So long as you take into consideration that your actions might put Hermione in danger as well. That I can promise you, said Harry, I won't put Hermione in any danger that I can avoid. Robert smiled, good lad, I knew we'd get along well. Harry laughed in spite of himself. Whatever test he'd just been given he'd passed. December 21, 1992. Ginny, can I talk with you? Ginny turned to her mum. She'd been expecting this, of course. Tom had told her that Percy had almost certainly turned against her, and he was usually right about things like that. She supposed that Harry had been right after all as well. He'd been insistent that there could be severe consequences for ignoring her brothers, and while she'd made an effort with Ron and Fred and George, she just hadn't been able to with Percy. She wished she could ask either of her friends for help, but Harry was at Hermione's and she'd forgotten Tom's diary at school. Maybe she could pull a quick visit to Luna's. Luna could be surprisingly insightful. Of course, Mum, said Ginny. Things at school have started getting a little scary, haven't they? Asked Molly, I mean with a student being petrified and all. I just want to make sure everything is all right. Well, until whoever does this is caught, I don't think anyone will be all right, said Ginny, but I'm not specifically doing badly, if that is what you were wondering. I understand that, said Molly, I really do. I am a little concerned though. I mean it would stand to reason that the heir of Slytherin would be in Slytherin house. Ginny nodded. Probably, she admitted. I've heard reports that worry me, said Molly. I've heard some people think that, well, that Harry is behind this. He isn't, said Ginny abruptly. Now I know you have had a crush on him since you were a little girl, started Molly. Mum, said Ginny, that has nothing to do with this. First, let me start by saying that I do think this is partly my fault. I've been really distant from Percy so far this year. Harry was really insistent that I spend some time with my brothers, and in the cases of Ron and the twins I have tried, but I did leave Percy out, and I think to some degree he blames Harry. But Harry isn't the reason I'm in Slytherin. Harry tried to help me get resorted, and when I turned down his help, he pushed me to stay close with my brothers. That I haven't is my fault and no one else's. Of course, Ginny, said Molly warmly, I'm glad you understand that. It really is important that you stay close to your family. All that being said, the fact is that some of the Gryffindors are being very unreasonable about this. I say some, because the second and fourth years have generally believed that Harry is innocent. That's because Ron and Fred and George have stood up for him, and they've been believed by their friends, said Ginny. But most of them suspect Harry, said Molly. And no one else, said Ginny, not the Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws or Slytherins. Draco's trying to pin it on him, but that's just Draco. He doesn't believe it. And the reason they don't believe it? Because at the time Colin was attacked, Harry was in hospital wing, with most of the bones in his arm having been disappeared. Molly blinked. I mean no one mentioned that, she said in a somewhat subdued tone. Harry has been doing more to organize the students to look out for each other than anyone, said Ginny. Everyone in Gryffindor is just mad that their fantastic new seeker just got petrified. You know how the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry is. Of course, said Molly. And finally, said Ginny, I've come to know Harry. His best friend is Hermione Granger. You know she's a Muggleborn. He'd never target Muggleborns. Never. Molly looked at Ginny with a strange look on her face. Was it pity? Are you okay with that? Him having another girl as a best friend, I mean. Okay with it? Asked Ginny incredulously. Well, I don't exactly have a choice now, do I? But yeah, I'm fine with it. It's not like Harry's dating her or anything. Yes, they are very close. But you know what? Harry isn't my property. He can do what he pleases. I'm just glad to be his friend for the moment. That doesn't mean I'm giving up, mind you. But jealousy isn't going to win his heart. So, I just have to do my best. And ignore the fact that they share a bedroom, thought Ginny. Tom understood. He thought she was being very clever by distancing herself from this. Even if things didn't work out, at least she wouldn't make a fool of herself. Tom was the one who'd suggested that she take on an aloof persona after all. Well, I hope that things work out for all of you, said Molly. Why was she so interested in this? It was just a childhood crush. Even Ginny knew better than to give too much weight to it. That was yet another mystery to be added to the pile. Who'd sorted her into Slytherin? Who was the heir of Slytherin? Ginny had to admit, even Tom was a bit mysterious. Mum, said Ginny, I appreciate your concern. Her mother nodded, then got up and went into the kitchen. Ginny waited a full minute, then ran up the stairs and knocked on Percy's door. Come in, said Percy. Ginny walked in and shut the door. Harry Potter wasn't capable of petrifying Colin Creevey, she said. I don't know what has gotten into you, but if you keep spreading that nonsense, I will have to do something about it. Percy scoffed. Do something? I'm a school prefect, what can you do to me? I don't care what you think, said Ginny. I know that Harry isn't behind these attacks. Who is it then? Asked Percy. Ginny narrowed her eyes. Something about that question bugged her. After all, she couldn't remember where she had been at the time of the attacks. She shook the feeling off. Just not Harry, said Ginny. And she stormed out. December 22, 1992. I have an idea about how we can practice occlumency on break, said Hermione. Oh, asked Harry, I can't cast the legilimency spell. But you seem to have some natural talent for legilimency, said Hermione. If we were touching and looking into each other's eyes, you might be able to test me without actually casting a spell. The trace doesn't detect magical talents after all. Only spell casting. Harry considered this. Are you sure you are comfortable with me using legilimency on you? He asked. Yes, said Hermione, the worst thing you'll find is that I kind of like you. Which, well, you already know that. Okay, said Harry, we can give it a try. Finding time to do it was another matter, however. The Grangers' house was in a flurry of activity preparing for Christmas. Still later that day the two of them managed to find time to go into Hermione's room. They sat on her bed with their legs crossed, and Hermione extended her arms out palm up, which Harry then grabbed by the wrists. Hermione's hands then closed around his wrists. He looked her in the eyes. Wow, it was easy to get lost in there. For all their closeness he had never just stared into Hermione's eyes before. It felt intensely personal, so much so that he almost pulled away. But he managed to get control of himself, and continued to gaze into her eyes. Slowly, he felt her thoughts coming to the top of her mind, just beyond his reach. He could see them in a way, barely, if he concentrated. Okay, I can feel you just outside my mind, said Hermione. I'm going to probe a bit, said Harry. I won't look at your memories, but I will be in your mind and will see your current thoughts. Harry was suddenly inundated by feelings. He was gratified to feel that Hermione was just as embarrassed by staring into his eyes as he was. He tried to project a little of his own feelings into her, but he couldn't be sure it worked. I'm going to try to push you out, said Hermione. Harry nodded, as he felt her mind press against his. Pushing an attacker out was a matter of willpower, so anyone could do it temporarily at least, provided they could win a contest of wills. It was also the first step towards creating a working occlumency shield. Unfortunately, Hermione's attempt didn't seem to be working very well. Hermione groaned. I get it. The problem is that I don't mind you being in my mind. I can't muster up the necessary will. Suddenly the door to Hermione's room opened. Harry couldn't really look to see who it was, but apparently Hermione could see a bit. It was her mother. What are you two doing? Helen asked. I'm testing Hermione's mental defenses, said Harry. I'm trying to read her mind, and she's trying to stop me. You can do that? Asked Helen. There's a spell that makes it easier, said Hermione. Unfortunately, I can't cast it right now, admitted Harry. However, if I'm in physical contact with the person I'm trying to read, and I look into their eyes, I can do it without any spell casting. It's a talent I have, apparently. Oh, well, that makes sense, said Helen. But Hermione, aren't you worried that Harry might see something you don't want him to? Like what? Asked Hermione. I don't know, said Helen. Like any other boys you've had a crush on. I already know she's crushing on Lockhart, said Harry. Or what you look like, BPD, said Helen. And for 1 second, that was exactly what Harry saw in his head. 1 second before Hermione threw him out of her mind unceremoniously. Harry broke eye contact and let go of her wrists. Sorry, he said apologetically. It isn't your fault, yelled Hermione. She glared at her mother. Mum, why? What did I do? Asked Helen. Harry was in my mind, said Hermione, and someone had the bright idea of bringing up what I look like, BPD. Helen blanched a bit. Oh honey, I'm so sorry, I didn't even realize. No, you didn't, said Hermione angrily. Suddenly her anger dissipated and a strange smile came across her face. But it worked, she said. Yeah, you threw me out of your head real quick there, said Harry. I'm going to go get a drink of water, while you talk to your mum. He got up and headed for the door. Harry, said Hermione, I meant it. I don't blame you. Harry nodded, and went down to the kitchen. I am so sorry, said Helen again after Harry had left. I know you didn't intend for that to happen, said Hermione. Just try to be more careful, especially if someone says they are reading my mind. Did I screw things up for you badly there? Asked Helen. With Harry I mean. Hermione didn't even know where to start with that. He'll get over it. It isn't that big a deal. Oh, said Helen with a twinkle in her eye, so you didn't mind. Hermione was in no mood for her mother's teasing. Of course I mind, she snapped. It's just, I can't do anything about it now. Her mother decided to let it drop. Okay honey. Oh, and Mum, started Hermione, don't tell Dad. December 24, 1992. Christmas Eve was a new experience for Harry. They spent the early evening at Robert Granger's parents' home. It was a fun get-together, and he met Hermione's aunt and uncle as well as her 2 cousins. They'd teased Hermione, saying she had a boyfriend. That hadn't really bothered her that much though, and she just laughed them off saying they were jealous. They had a nice dinner before returning to the Grangers' home. Her parents lit a fire, and he and Hermione had sat next to each other talking until late. He'd started sitting a respectful distance from her, but as the night went on, he'd found that she had slid right next to him again. Without really thinking about it, he put his arm around her shoulders. After all, she was his best friend. Her reaction wasn't quite what he had anticipated. For one moment she had grown tense, then she seemed to lean into his side comfortably. It was pleasant. They talked on, about school, and about other things. Hermione for once seemed to want to talk about her life before Hogwarts, which hadn't exactly been pleasant. He slept well that night, and woke up to an enthusiastic Hermione dragging him out of bed. He hadn't thought that she'd be this enthusiastic about Christmas presents, but then he realized that she was probably more excited about him having a good Christmas than anything else. The thought was a bit embarrassing, but it made his smile nonetheless. He got presents from most of his friends. Ron sent candy, Justin sent a wand holster, Blaise sent Harry a book on magical explosions, and Tracy gave Harry a set of excellent Seeker's grips. Luna gave Harry a necklace made out of random shells painted a rather putrid green to keep away the plimpies. Ginny's present was a small iron pin in the shape of a snake. It seemed to move when no one was looking at it. A simple, but clever, enchantment, said Hermione. Daphne had purchased Harry a wizard's cap. She had also sent him a note telling him that Slughorn would be willing to meet them 2 days after Christmas. The cap looks like it was designed to go with your modern-style robes, said Hermione, even though they aren't typically worn with a cap. Trust Daphne to both get me a gift and criticize my sense of style, said Harry. Still, if she thinks that's going to stop me from wearing this, she has another thing coming. All the best wizards do dress like unhinged lunatics, admitted Hermione. Hermione had bought Harry books, of course. But Muggle books. Classics. He noticed Machiavelli and Sun Tzu among them. Are you trying to tell me something here? He asked. If you're planning on changing the world, I think these might help, said Hermione innocently. Your daughter is trying to turn me into a warlord, he said to Helen and Robert sarcastically. I always knew she'd try to take over the world, said Robert with a glint in his eyes. Thank you, Hermione, said Harry as he gave her a hug. He'd bought Hermione a book as well. It was about history's greatest witches. Of course, once you grow up, they're going to have to rewrite it, he said. Don't tease, she said. I don't think he's teasing you, dear, said Helen. I'm not, said Harry, I really do believe in you. Hermione didn't seem to know what to say to that. December 26, 1992. This place is very different from the Weasleys, said Helen to Hermione. That's an understatement, said Harry as he and Daphne showed them around the Greengrass home. Daphne giggled. Helen looked a little mortified that Daphne had heard her, but Daphne laughed it off. Yeah, we're pretty upper crust here, said Daphne, it gets a bit annoying sometimes really. Remember what we told you, said Hermione. Also, remember, my father isn't personally prejudiced. Well, he's not very personally prejudiced. But he absolutely will not let that get in the way of his political agenda, said Daphne. The Grangers would be spending the afternoon with Daphne's parents, while Harry, Hermione and Daphne would be visiting Professor Slughorn. The main reason for this was that Bryant believed that children would be more likely to elicit the sympathy they'd need to get him to really open up. They also hadn't told Slughorn that Harry would be one of his visitors. According to Bryant, Slughorn had always had a soft spot for Harry's mother, so his presence might further help things, especially if it came as a surprise to Slughorn. Harry and Hermione have rather thoroughly briefed us, said Robert. Are you sure you'll be all right with this Slughorn character? Daphne just smiled. Slughorn was the head of Slytherin for years, she said. I think we'll be fine for one afternoon. With the tour completed, the three kids took their leave, flowing to a place called the Old Hearth. It was an abandoned building in Herefordshire that some wizard had taken over and maintained as a public flow access, for those that didn't want to let people directly into their homes. Luckily, Slughorn only lived a mile away from here. Slughorn is really paranoid about his safety, said Daphne. I guess he doesn't want to invite Death Eaters into his home, and I don't blame him. Apparently, he thought you know who put a death mark on him during the last war, but who knows if that's accurate. Reaching the home they'd been told to go to, Daphne knocked on the door. There was a rustling inside, then a strange eye poked out from under the door. When it saw Daphne, it retracted. The door suddenly opened. Come in, said the man who opened the door. He was short, fat, and had a rather elaborate silver mustache, which was the only hair on his head. Professor Slughorn, started Daphne. Please, just Horace, or Mr. Slughorn if you must. I haven't been a professor in years, said Slughorn. May I introduce my friends, Hermione Granger, Daphne indicated towards Hermione, and this of course is Harry Potter. Slughorn's eyes widened. Oh my, I did not know you had such a distinguished friend. Harry and Hermione are the frontrunners for our year in Slytherin, said Daphne, considering Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott are in our year. Not bad at all, said Slughorn. Not only that, said Harry, but Hermione is a Muggleborn. Really, said Slughorn, now that is very unusual. Even a Muggleborn in Slytherin is rather rare, but a Muggleborn is a frontrunner for prefect. I bet you made some enemies who've made your life difficult. We did, said Hermione, they've mostly learned better now though. Slughorn chuckled at that. Quite, I'm sure. He led them into his sitting room and ushered them into comfortable chairs around a small table. There was a pot of tea sitting there, waiting. Now I am always glad to meet new young Slytherin students, said Slughorn. I must admit that I do miss being a mentor these days. I always felt proud to be ushering in the new generation of leaders for our society. I am glad that some of my former students still think to commend me to their children. Slughorn looked at Harry. Your mother, Lily, she was a particular favorite of mine. Such an excellent student, both at potions and charms. A prodigy. I was very saddened to hear of her death. Thank you, Horace, said Harry. Now, what brings you to seek my advice today? Asked Slughorn. Have you kept up on what is currently going on at Hogwarts? Asked Hermione. Slughorn shook his head. I can't say that I have. A few people were miffed at me when I went into hiding during the war, you see. I understand, of course, but I really had no choice. Most of the other teachers don't correspond with me. Well, someone has opened the Chamber of Secrets again, said Harry. Slughorn stopped dead. Oh, Merlin, that's not good, he said weakly. I understand that you were a professor the last time the chamber was opened, said Harry. We want to see if we can figure out what is going on. Before someone dies, yes, said Slughorn, poor Myrtle. Well, I'm not sure how much help I can be, but I'll gladly answer any of your questions. Do you believe the official story about Hagrid? Asked Hermione. Slughorn shook his head. Absolutely not. Hagrid was never one of my better pupils, but he'd never willingly hurt anyone. I knew right away that there was some kind of mistake. I am ashamed to say that I did not do nearly enough for the boy, but when the attacks stopped, Headmaster Dippet put a great deal of pressure on us to let the matter drop. I acquiesced at the time, and I suppose there was very little that I could have done in any case, but I do feel that I could have done more. Harry leaned forward. What do you know about Tom Riddle? Slughorn went silent again. His mouth had a bitter twist to it as he seemed deep in thought. You have no idea what you are asking me to do, said Slughorn quietly. Please, if this monster stays on the loose, it's only a matter of time before some Muggleborn dies. Again, said Harry. Slughorn looked into Harry's eyes. You have your mother's eyes, did you know that? Harry nodded. As I said, your mother was special, started Slughorn. I always thought that she would do great things. And then she died, and I realized how badly I'd failed her. How I should have taken a stand. I have been ashamed at how I failed her ever since. How I failed all that she could be. She did do great things, said Harry. She sacrificed her life to save me and bring down Voldemort. And it worked. Slughorn nodded. It did a bit, he said, but then he shook his head. It isn't enough though. Slughorn seemed to set his jaw a bit, but maybe I can make it enough, he said. Maybe you can stop the Dark Lord's return. Slughorn sighed, then walked over to a nearby cupboard. He pulled a small vial from it, and touched the top of the vial with his wand. A silvery light came out of the bottle and Slughorn brought it up to his head. The light leapt from his wand into his head. Tom Riddle, he began, was the most brilliant student I ever taught. His understanding of magic was almost beyond belief. Especially impressive coming from a half-blood who grew up in a Muggle orphanage. He was so impressive, he practically ran Slytherin his entire time at Hogwarts. He claimed to have the blood of the Gaunt family. Privately, noted Slughorn, that would have made him the heir of Slytherin. At the time I didn't give it credence, but in retrospect, I think he was telling the truth. It was the sort of lie a climbing Slytherin might use, but he always seemed to believe it. When he accused Hagrid, I merely thought he was mistaken. Hagrid did have an acromantula after all. Your opinion of him changed over time? Asked Harry. Oh yes, said Slughorn, as time went on and he grew, well, darker, I began to see that he had been the heir of Slytherin all along. There was no moment when I said, aha, it's him. There was just the slow destruction of my belief in his integrity. Eventually I looked back and realized I never knew him. I just knew what he had wanted me to believe. I had helped him get his first job out of school, at a shop in Diagon Alley. I thought the work was beneath him, but it was what he wanted to do. I suppose he was looking for magical artifacts of some sort. Then, he suddenly disappeared. For years. I didn't see him again until he applied for the position of defense against the dark arts teacher years later. That Harry hadn't known. Why hadn't any records mentioned this? Dumbledore turned him down, of course. Funny thing, we never had a defense teacher for more than a year after that. Or not funny, Slughorn shook his head. Tom had changed, or maybe his true nature had come out. His appearance had completely changed, and he was harder, more unyielding. He'd even changed his name to the sobriquet he'd used among his followers back in school. Slughorn's voice dropped to nearly a whisper as he spoke. Lord Voldemort. Harry's blood chilled. Of course. Of F. King course it was Voldemort. That changes things, said Daphne. You have no idea what you know who has done to himself. Said Slughorn. He stopped suddenly, and hung his head. This is my greatest shame, said Slughorn. One day, Tom Riddle came and asked me about Horcruxes. Harry looked at Hermione and Daphne, puzzled. I've never heard of a Horcrux, said Daphne. Neither have I, said Hermione. Good, said Slughorn, they're monstrous things. They are containers in which a wizard stores a piece of their soul in order to make them immortal. How do you break off a piece of your soul? Asked Hermione. What damages your soul the most? Asked Slughorn. Murder. Harry clenched his fists. You told him. He did not want information on how to create a Horcrux. I now believe he had already created one, said Slughorn, and in truth, plenty of wizards develop an interest in such magics. But precious few use them. For good reason. The boy had flattered me, so I did not see that he was one who would. I tried to answer his questions, but then he asked me something so horrible even I was disgusted. He asked me if it was possible to create multiple Horcruxes. Bloody hell, said Harry. I should have done something, said Slughorn. I should have told Dumbledore, or the headmaster, or someone. But I did not. Slughorn hung his head. And now he is immortal, seeking the restoration of his body. If he returns, the blood will spill again. And my failure will grow worse. Slughorn let out a heavy sigh, just short of a sob. He turned and looked Harry in the eyes. My hope is that you will stop him. Stop him from returning. Perhaps, this will help. How is he opening the Chamber of Secrets though? Asked Harry. He snuck into the school last year while possessing someone, so Dumbledore adjusted the wards to prevent him from entering again. Slughorn considered. There is a possibility. His Horcruxes themselves could probably possess someone. You'd only have to sneak one into the school somehow, and plant it on someone, and it would slowly dominate them. Harry inhaled sharply. Lucius might have had access to a Horcrux as a Death Eater. That's how he did it. You think Lucius Malfoy is involved? Asked Slughorn. His house elf tried to warn us, said Harry. Troubling, said Slughorn. Are you going to tell Dumbledore what I told you? Harry shook his head. I don't entirely trust the headmaster, he hasn't been forthright with me. Besides, he probably already knows most of it. Slughorn nodded. I am sorry I did not do more, Harry. Please try to keep the other students safe. I feel that I still am responsible for them, in some small way. And once again, Harry was at a loss for words. Harry, Hermione and Daphne entered the sitting room where the Greengrasses were entertaining Hermione's parents. Bryant saw them first. Did you learn anything? He asked. Have you ever heard of something called a Horcrux? Asked Daphne. Bryant's eyes seemed to catch on fire. What did he tell you about Horcruxes? He said angrily. Harry stepped in. Apparently, Tom Riddle was Voldemort, and the heir of Slytherin, and he created Horcruxes, as in multiple Horcruxes. Oh, and Lucius Malfoy probably set this in motion by sneaking one of those Horcruxes into school, where it is almost certainly possessing someone. Bryant's jaw dropped. Well, F.K., he said. December 26, 1992. It had taken quite some time to make Hermione's parents understand just what the significance of what Harry had said was, but once they understood, to say they were disturbed was an understatement. So, there is a thing possessing someone at Hogwarts. And we have no idea who. Demanded Robert. We know it isn't Draco Malfoy, said Bryant. The Horcrux would be constantly trying to drain the life force of whoever used it in an attempt to bring its creator back to life. That assumes that Lucius knows exactly what he has, said Harry. I'd be willing to bet that Voldemort didn't tell him what it was. I'm sure he wants those Horcruxes kept secret. Surely he'd recognize what it is, wouldn't he? Asked Hermione. Bryant shook his head. Horcruxes are rare. Virtually the only people who know anything about them firsthand are curse breakers. To most people, even dark wizards, a Horcrux would seem to be just another dark artifact. I certainly couldn't identify one. The only reason I know anything about them at all is that one of my cousins was a curse breaker who ran afoul of one. It isn't Draco though, said Harry. Millicent Bulstrode is still on speaking terms with him, and she assures us that he's clueless. He keeps coming up with more and more unlikely scenarios as to what is happening. It seems to me that we have a solid lead though, said Daphne. We just need to look for someone who is acting oddly at times. If we can neutralize the Horcrux, the attacks should stop even if we can't find the Chamber of Secrets. That is a good plan, said Hermione, but this creature is dangerous, whatever it is. We can't just leave it in the bowels of the school, waiting to kill the next time someone lets it out. You don't even know the reason that it kills sometimes and petrifies at others, said Helen. Harry scowled. I hate to say it, but unless it strikes again, I don't think we'll be making any headway. Nobody looked happy at that idea, but no one could really argue about it. I think I'll have a word with Augusta Longbottom, said Philomena. Given what's going on, I think it would be best if we did not sit next to the Malfoys at the New Year's ball this year. Well, at least that won't be suspicious, said Bryant. Augusta has a history of taking out petty grudges on her enemies. Lucius will just think we annoyed her in some way. So, we're just going to wait, demanded Robert. What else can we do, dear? Asked Helen. Robert exhaled sharply, then shook his head defeatedly. Not a damn thing. January 3, 1993. The rest of Harry's vacation went by uneventfully. It was probably the best time Harry had ever had doing anything. Hermione, of course, forced him to finish his holiday schoolwork, but even she felt that by and large they needed a break. So once they had finished their work, rather than start studying ahead, the two of them just spent time together or with Hermione's parents. Finally the new year came, and soon it was time to return to school. They went down to London the night before the train left, and spent the night in a hotel. Harry had his own room, which he had insisted on paying for, and it was yet another new experience for him. The next day, Robert pulled Harry aside. Do try to watch after her, he said. I just have a terrible feeling about this. So do I, Mr. Granger, said Harry. Once on the train they met up with Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. Have a good Christmas, Blaise? Harry asked. It was tolerable, said Blaise grudgingly. My Christmas was great, said Tracy as she then proceeded to let everyone in on everything that had happened. Once Tracy was done, Daphne filled Blaise and Tracy in on what they had learned at Slughorn's. That's pretty f***ed up, said Blaise. I think we should tell the War Council that we think a magical artifact is possessing people, said Harry. Here's the question, should we mention Tom Riddle? It could help or hurt us, said Daphne. On the one hand, if someone else started mentioning Tom, our people would know something is up. On the other hand, if the possessed person hears that we are looking for Tom Riddle, they might go to ground. That would stop the attacks though, so wouldn't it be a good thing? Asked Tracy. Until they start again, said Harry. Let's keep it under wraps for now then, said Blaise. We can always change our minds. I agree, said Hermione as Daphne nodded. All right then, I think we're all in agreement, said Harry. January 27, 1993. The big news announced at dinner their first night back was a bit of a surprise. Lockhart announced that he was going to hold a special dueling club to help the students defend themselves. Harry was doubtful that basic dueling skills would keep whatever Slytherin's monster was at bay. Hermione agreed with him, though she did say that the skills might be useful in other areas anyway. Only Blaise of their little group thought that Lockhart's club would do any good for the current crisis, and even he admitted that it would be minimal. Still, when Professor Snape let drop that he was going to help Lockhart run his club, every Slytherin immediately signed up. Watching Snape make a fool of Lockhart wasn't the sort of entertainment you got every day. The Slytherins weren't disappointed on the day of the first meeting. When he walked in, Lockhart was a bloviating idiot like normal, but when he agreed to demonstrate disarming with Snape, every Slytherin's heart leapt. As expected, Lockhart was blown off his feet with Snape's first spell. Most of the students had by now realized just how useless Lockhart was, and most of the school let out a cheer when Lockhart landed on his bum. Snape gave a slight smile at this. It was unusual for Gryffindors to cheer the potion's master, but he'd earned this one. Soon the students were practicing disarming against each other. Of course, without sufficient supervision, everything immediately went crazy. The members of the War Council did what they could to break up the inevitable fights that started to break out, but getting older students to calm down was beyond them. Finally, Snape seemed to realize that things had gone a bit too far. He cast a finite incantatem into the air and called everyone back together. After some consultation, Lockhart decided to teach the student how to block spells. What about Harry and Blaise? Suggested Lockhart. Please, said Snape suddenly, Mr. Zabini is well known for his explosive aptitude. Let's not tempt fate here. Why not pair Potter and Malfoy? And that was how Harry ended up dueling Malfoy. Lockhart gave Harry some advice on spells, which Harry immediately discarded as useless. Harry knew how to duel, or at least he knew the spells. He noticed that Snape seemed to whisper something to Malfoy. Harry had no patience for this. The moment the duel began, Harry went on the attack, Expelliarmus. Harry cast at Malfoy. The disarming charm barely missed as Malfoy dodged. Serpensortia. Cast Malfoy, sending an unknown spell at Harry. Protega. Harry cast, preparing to intercept the spell with his shield. Except the spell became a snake. A conjuration, and a rather dirty trick in Harry's opinion, but he didn't lose focus. Expelliarmus, he cast again, causing Malfoy's wand to shoot out of his hand. "I'll take care of the snake," said a clearly annoyed Snape. Harry shared his disdain. Was that really the best Draco could do, even with a teacher's help? "Allow me," said Lockhart as he cast a spell at the snake, which caused it to jump in the air and start slithering towards the nearest person, which happened to be Justin. Harry didn't hesitate, though he knew what it would mean. "Leave him alone," he said in Parseltongue. The snake turned to him quizzically. Harry leveled his wand at the snake and again said, "Leave him alone." The snake stood down, and seconds later, Snape vanished, his face now ashen. "You all right, Justin?" asked Harry. Justin nodded. "I didn't know you talked to snakes," he said. "Yeah, well, being a Parselmouth isn't exactly the sort of thing you spread around," said Harry. "What were you telling that snake, Potter?" asked Ernie suspiciously. "Obviously he was telling it not to kill me," said Justin. "Seriously, Macmillan, you need to get your suspicions under control," said Ron. Harry headed back over to his Slytherin friends. "Well," said Blaise, "you just hit the Slytherin jackpot, unfortunately. Everyone is going to think I'm the heir of Slytherin," said Harry. "I guess that's why you didn't tell anyone," said Hermione. "Cat's out of the bag now," said Harry. "Let's just hope there aren't any more attacks for a while." February 12, 1993. Many of the Hufflepuffs seemed to view Harry suspiciously now, but none of them said anything. Justin had been too vociferous in his defense of Harry. Still, Harry sensed that the school's opinion of him was getting worse. The Ravenclaws at least were still waiting to see what would happen. In Slytherin, the revelation that Harry could talk to snakes was making everyone step lightly around him. In a way that was good, as it meant that no one was thinking of causing trouble for him. But a lot of the first years were starting to fear him, which was not what Harry wanted at all. Luna and Ginny, of course, were exceptions to that rule. Luna seemed oblivious to everyone's fears. She liked to taunt people by saying she would ask Harry about things she was arguing about, which showed that she was at least a little aware of how much everyone was reacting to him. Ginny publicly didn't seem to care, but when she was alone with Harry and his friends, she seemed very worried about how everyone was treating him. "It isn't fair," she said once. "When has the treatment I've received ever been fair?" Harry had asked. Harry was more worried about Ginny. She was drawing further and further into her shell of sarcasm. She'd stopped talking to her brothers almost entirely. The only time she seemed to want to do something extra was Quidditch. Slytherin seemed to be taking its toll on her. Finally, one day in the evening, as supper was just beginning, Percy came by the Slytherin table, angry. "Does anyone know where Ginny is? She was supposed to be eating with us tonight." Harry scowled. "Damn it, I told her she needed to be there for that," he said angrily. "I'll check the Slytherin common room." Harry got up immediately, but then turned back to Percy. "Something is wrong with her, and I don't quite know what it is." "What it is that she should be in Gryffindor with her family," said Percy. Harry's jaw set. "Fine, if that's how you're going to be. I think your sister needs some actual help, but if you're just going to curse fate rather than try to figure out what's wrong, I can't help you." Percy flushed. 1 point from Slytherin, he shouted. Harry's nostrils flared. "That's just pathetic. Take all the points you want, it doesn't make you right." And Harry walked off. He quickly made his way to the dungeons and into the Slytherin common room. It was empty, as everyone was at supper. He went to Ginny and Luna's room and knocked on the door. There was no answer. Now this was strange, thought Harry. Where was she? He thought about making his way up to the library, but he couldn't see her missing dinner just to study. Ginny wasn't a bad student, but she was not the overachiever that Hermione was either. Harry wrinkled his nose. Was she hiding? What was eating her? Shaking his head, he made his way back to the Great Hall. When he got there, the Great Hall was in an uproar. "Mr. Potter, where have you been?" demanded Professor McGonagall, not accusingly, but not exactly warmly either. "I was checking the Slytherin common room for Ginny. She was supposed to be eating with her brothers," said Harry. "Did you see what happened to Mr. Finch Fletchley, or Sir Nicholas?" McGonagall asked. Harry's eyes widened. What happened to Justin?" "Like you don't know," shouted Ernie as he rushed towards Harry. Harry didn't have time to react as Ernie charged him. "Protega!" Ernie crashed into a shield that appeared in front of him. Everyone stepped back to reveal Ginny Weasley coming up from the Slytherin table, her wand drawn. A good number of Hufflepuffs had formed behind Ernie. "Stop this at once!" shouted McGonagall. "He petrified Justin, and Colin!" roared Ernie. The other Hufflepuffs roared their support. Ginny put herself squarely between Harry and the House of the Badgers. Her mouth was curled into a sneer. How pathetic. Supposedly a Hufflepuff is supposed to be loyal. But look how easily they turn on their friends. "We're friends with Justin," shouted Hannah, who was helping Ernie to his feet. "Are you?" asked Ginny. "Are you? Then trust him. He told you Harry was his friend and wouldn't hurt him. Why don't you believe him?" "Betrayals have happened before," said Ernie. "If Harry's a traitor, then prove it," said Ginny. "Until then you're just acting out because you're afraid." Then she took Harry by the hand. "Let's get out of here," she said, giving Harry's other friends a nod as she walked him out the door. Harry's other friends followed them out. "Thanks for sticking up for me," said Harry after a moment. "They just made me so angry," said Ginny, acting as if they know what happened. "They know nothing about what happened. They're just cowards." Harry snorted. "You really should have been in Gryffindor," he said. Ginny had the decency to blush. "Anyway," said Harry, "I don't think they are cowards. They're afraid of a thing they should be terrified of. I just don't know what to do to help." "It's worse than that, Harry," said Hermione as his friends caught up. "Nearly headless Nick was petrified as well," said Tracy. "What could petrify a ghost?" wondered Harry. "I don't know," said Blaze, "but we need to figure this out fast." "I should check on Myrtle at some time," said Luna. This happened right outside her bathroom after all. Something about that bugged Harry. It was nudging his memory, but not quite surfacing. "Was Colin found near there?" asked Daphne. "I have no idea," said Hermione. "This can't go on," said Harry. No one disagreed with him. February 20th, 1993. Of course, there was another issue in front of Harry, and that was the resumption of Quidditch season. Ravenclaw had beaten Hufflepuff quite spectacularly, and they now were up 230 points. Which meant that the game with Ravenclaw would be essential. If Slytherin didn't win by over 150 points, they'd have a hard time catching up. The morning before the match, Harry was a bit nervous at breakfast. Things had calmed down since the day Justin had been petrified. The Hufflepuffs were still hostile to him, but they had stopped accusing him openly. The Gryffindors on the other hand seemed more divided. Ginny's speech had caused a few of them to doubt his guilt, and so they were more willing to hear Harry's side of things. Still he was feeling down. Well, beating up on one of the other houses should make him feel better. "I still think we'd be better off if we knew what type of creature Slytherin had," said Hermione. "Well, I mean it's a snake of some type," said Harry. Hermione stopped cold. "What do you mean it's a snake? How do you know that?" Harry started before he realized that he'd heard the voice before he'd told his friends about his Parselmouth ability. "Oh bloody hell," he said, "I forgot I only told the teachers. I heard the creature on Halloween. It was a snake. Why didn't you tell us?" demanded Daphne. "I hadn't told you I was a Parselmouth yet," said Harry meekly. Hermione held up her hand. "Oh Merlin, I have to go to the library." "I'm going with you," said Daphne. Both girls got up and began to run out of the Great Hall. "Don't forget the Quidditch match," yelled Tracy. Hermione turned around and gave Tracy a wry smile. "Fine, we'll be there." Ginny leaned in closer from where she was sitting with the other first years. "Where are they going?" she asked. "I think they might have some idea of what Slytherin's monster is," said Blaze. "Oh," said Ginny. She went back to eating. Harry finished his food, then looked around to give Ginny some encouragement. She'd looked a bit nervous a second ago. But she was already gone. "Where is Ginny?" demanded Melody as the Slytherin team, minus its star chaser, sat in the Slytherin locker room 5 minutes prior to match start. I last saw her at breakfast, said Harry. I'm sure she'll be here. Really? Well, that's great, said Melody sarcastically, and your assurances mean what exactly? No need to take it out on Harry, said Not, he was here first of everybody. Do I need to remind you that if we lose this match we are eliminated? Demanded Melody. Sorry, shouted Ginny as she rushed into the room and ran into the girls' section to change into her robes. I lost track of time. Oh, she lost track of time, said Melody, that makes it all right. Oh, cut it out, said Blaze, she's here, we're good. That's all that matters. Let's tear Ravenclaw a new arsehole, said Tracy, punching her right hand into her left palm. Ginny ran out dressed in her Quidditch robes. Ready. Okay, let's do this, said Melody as the Slytherin team took to the pitch. From his starting position, Harry had a good vantage of the stands, and he couldn't see Hermione or Daphne. It was possible that they were running late, or that they were behind an older student. And it was also possible they'd gotten engrossed in whatever they were looking at in the library. Across from him was Cho Chang. She winked at him. He had to admit, she was kind of cute. He suddenly realized he was blushing a bit. Had she done that on purpose? Suddenly he was a lot more skeptical of her advances. He supposed Cho was a Ravenclaw, and that was exactly the sort of thing a Ravenclaw might think of. Within moments he had to drop that idea as Madame Hooch released the quaffle. This match didn't get off to quite the start the last had. The Ravenclaws were expecting a dynamic offense, and so they were better prepared. Despite all that, the Ravenclaw team just didn't have a very good defense, their beaters were terrible. As a result, Slytherin managed to get an early lead. Cho was playing inside to Harry's long game, which meant that the match might very well come down to who was more maneuverable. Harry was confident that he could outfly Cho, but he wasn't sure he could outturn her. Harry tested this by moving into a tight turn feint. Cho went for it. She had the inside, but Harry was still a bit smaller than Cho. They turned at about the same rate. When Cho realized it was a feint, she pulled back angrily. She now knew she'd given up her advantage and pulled out to play a longer strategy. The Slytherin beaters were dominating the match. They seemed to control both bludgers more often than not, and had covered several intense drives by the Slytherin chasers. The Ravenclaw chasers were pretty good, but they were facing long odds against the Slytherin defense. They scored occasionally, but the balance of scores was in favor of Slytherin. When Slytherin had gone up 80-30, Melody signaled Harry. As long as they kept up this score, they'd take over second place in the cup if they caught the snitch. Obviously, they wanted to run up the score if they could, but Harry had the go-ahead to catch the snitch. Every time he saw Cho, she was trying to catch his eye. It really was rather obvious, and he didn't fall for it for 1 minute. He was actually a little disappointed in Cho. He'd seen her fly before, and she didn't need to sink to this level to beat him. Suddenly he saw the snitch, behind Cho. Harry considered his options. She hadn't seen it yet. So suddenly he turned his broom into a dive slightly away from the snitch, so that Cho wouldn't turn around if she followed him. It wasn't a steep dive, but it soon developed a sharp curve. Cho saw him and read his course, and turned towards the same destination. In a few short moments, he was heading directly towards the snitch, and she was now heading away from it. Cho looked for the snitch, but as Harry approached her instead of turning to level with her, he pushed his broom up into full speed, making straight for the snitch. It was only once he'd passed her that she realized her mistake. Harry heard the bell that indicated another Slytherin score as he closed on the snitch. And then with a last burst of effort he reached out and snagged it from the air. "Slytherin wins," shouted Lee Jordan's voice. The Slytherin section exploded in cheers. The other Slytherin players flew by and patted Harry on the back. They were still in this. Cho flew by Harry. "That's what I get for trying to tease you, I guess," she said. "And for trying to shadow me," said Harry. Cho laughed. "True. I guess next time I'll need to look to my own skills to win, and not rely on tricks." Harry laughed as well. "I look forward to it." Harry looked out over the cheering Slytherin students. He didn't see Hermione or Daphne. When he flew in for a landing, he saw Professor McGonagall running onto the field, a grim expression on her face. And Harry knew. "No," he said as she walked up to him, "no." "I'm sorry," said Professor McGonagall, "but you need to come with me. Miss Granger and Miss Greengrass have been petrified." Harry sat next to Hermione's bed in the hospital wing, hanging his head. "I'm sorry, Hermione," he said to her, "I will find out who did this to you." "She can't hear you," said Madame Pomfrey. "I don't care," said Harry stubbornly, it had to be said. Professor Dumbledore walked in hurriedly, with Snape close behind. "I am so sorry, Harry, Blaise, Tracy. I know Hermione and Daphne were your friends." Blaise and Tracy were sitting by Daphne. They nodded in reply. Harry didn't feel like doing anything. Both Miss Granger and Miss Greengrass dropped these. Dumbledore held out 2 small mirrors, both of which were broken. "I don't know," said Harry, but, asked the headmaster. "The last time I saw Hermione, she was heading towards the library. She thought she had an idea as to what the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was," finished Harry. "Thank you, Harry," said Dumbledore. "I must admit, this is getting very bad." Suddenly the doors to the infirmary swept open, and Bryant Greengrass rushed in. "Daphne!" he shouted as he ran to his daughter's side. "She's petrified," said Blaise. Bryant nodded, his face a mask of pain. He turned to Dumbledore quickly. "I have found an alternate source of mandrake draft," he said. "I managed to locate it after Justin was petrified. My supplier is willing to give it to us in exchange for our entire crop's worth of mandrake draft once ours is ready." Dumbledore smiled. "That is good news," he said. "The Board of Governors very nearly voted to remove you minutes ago," said Greengrass. "That was fast," said Harry. "The news hit us while we were in a meeting," said Bryant. "I staved it off, but in 1 week's time there will be a hearing at the ministry. We must stop Lucius from getting rid of you. I have a plan to do so, but we must be prepared." Dumbledore smiled again. "I am grateful for your assistance, Bryant." "It isn't for you, but my daughter," said Bryant. "I am going to make Lucius pay for this." "I think it's time to give the students some privacy," said Madame Pomfrey. Harry stood up dutifully. "When can I come back?" he asked. "There's no need for that," said Madame Pomfrey. Harry blinked. "I think there is. Even if she can't hear me, I'm not going to just leave Hermione alone." "We will be walking all students to your classes from now on, Harry," said Dumbledore. "It would be an imposition to ask a teacher to walk you up here." "I will do it," said Snape, "if Madame Pomfrey will walk him down again when he is finished." "Severus," said Dumbledore warily. "I understand how he feels, Headmaster," said Snape. "Let's not discourage him." Dumbledore nodded. "Very well. I suppose Harry can do some of his homework here as well as any other place." "Thank you," said Harry. Harry turned to Bryant. "I'll keep Daphne company as well," he said. Bryant smiled. "I appreciate it, Harry, and so will she, I'm sure." Harry and the other Slytherins followed Snape back to their common room. Harry made his way to his room. To their room. He sat alone, barely holding back the tears in his eyes. He had to figure this out. He just had to. February 21, 1993. The next day Harry called the War Council together during lunch. Surprisingly, Ernie, Susan and Hannah decided to attend. "I'm sorry," said Ernie, "I was a prat. I know you'd never do anything to hurt Hermione." "Same here," said Hannah. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks, Ernie." Suddenly he made up his mind. "The boy who opened the Chamber of Secrets last time was named Tom Riddle, and whomever is opening up the chamber is being possessed by something he used to own," said Harry. Blaise and Tracy nodded. They couldn't deny that it was time. "You know this how?" asked Ron. "Horace Slughorn told us," said Harry, "the previous potions master. He was here when the chamber was opened before. We didn't say anything because we didn't want to give the game away, but Hermione and Daphne had just had what we think was a breakthrough," said Tracy. "We think they identified the monster before they were petrified." "So started Ernie. Don't you see?" asked Harry. "Colin and Justin were petrified because it made me look bad. But Hermione and Daphne were attacked because they figured out what the monster was. These aren't random attacks. They're targeted somehow." Everyone nodded. "We have to get to the bottom of this now," said Harry, "because in a week Dumbledore has a hearing to determine whether he gets removed. That's Lucius' endgame." Harry sounded confident, but inside he knew it was a lost cause. He wished Hermione had told him what she suspected. February 27, 1993. Just as Harry suspected, no one managed to find anything suspicious. It was a disappointment to him, but an expected one. The truth was that Hermione's petrification had almost petrified Harry. He had no idea where to go from here, but he knew that unless something was done very quickly everything would spiral out of control. Every day he visited Hermione. He knew it didn't do any good, but somehow it felt wrong not to do it. He was desperate for any help, any inspiration. Nothing was forthcoming. Harry was beginning to feel trapped, caught in between forces that he couldn't even understand. Finally, early on Saturday, he asked Professor Snape to take him up to the hospital wing. The professor agreed without comment. He had to seem totally pathetic. How could anyone look up to him now? He just wanted. As soon as Snape left him alone in the infirmary, he broke down. Tears streamed down his face as sat next to Hermione. I really need you, Hermione, I do. I don't know what to do. Dumbledore's at his hearing at the ministry, we can't find the heir, we can't even identify the monster. Please, please wake up. He looked down at her face, and one of his tears fell onto her cheek. He gently wiped it away. Suddenly he thought of all those old fairy tales where the prince woke the princess with a key. That's stupid, he thought, but the idea didn't leave him. And without even thinking he leaned over and kissed her on the lips. They were hard as stone, yet underneath he could almost feel the life that was still in her. She didn't wake, of course. I'm sorry, he said to her, I just miss you. He took her hand. Something crinkled as he touched her hand. Reaching in with his finger, he pulled a sheet of paper out of Hermione's hand. It had been torn from a book. Looking at it, Harry saw the word basilisk. His heart almost stopped. Normally on Saturday Tracy would be trying to get a Quidditch practice in, or maybe play a game of exploding snap with Blaise or Daphne, or even try to do some studying if she felt really gung-ho. But she was not able to leave the common room, and without Daphne she wasn't in the mood for games. She had just wanted to read a book in the Slytherin common room. But she couldn't help but think something was up with Ginny. Ever since she'd heard that Dumbledore had left for his hearing, she'd been pacing. Her lips moved occasionally, as if she was speaking to someone in her head. Eventually, Ginny gave up and left the common room. Tracy didn't fully know why, but she decided to follow her. Tracy knocked on Ginny's door politely. Ginny, she said, are you all right? Ginny opened the door. I'm good, I'm just worried about Dumbledore, she said. Tracy didn't quite buy it. There was something in her manner that belied her claim that she was fine. This whole situation is horrible, it's okay for you to be upset. Especially as you haven't been talking to your brothers, said Tracy. Thanks Tracy, said Ginny, I've talked with someone about it though. Oh, who? Asked Tracy. Ginny laughed, it's silly. Not if it helps you, said Tracy. It's my diary, said Ginny, it kind of has a mind of its own. He calls himself Tom. Tracy gasped. Tom Riddle? She asked unbelieving. Yes, said Ginny, her face suddenly wary, you've heard of him. Tom Riddle is the childhood name of you-know-who. Yelled Tracy. Merlin, he's been possessing you. You've been opening the Chamber of Secrets. No, said Ginny, it's CC can't be. We have to take that diary to Professor Snape now, said Tracy. Ginny nodded. Right, she said. Suddenly her head jerked back and Ginny let out a scream. Tracy tried to draw her wand, but Ginny was faster. The last thing Tracy saw was a spell heading straight for her. So does Draco Malfoy have Raxperts? Asked Blaise. Humoring Luna was a lot more fun than just about anything else he had to do right now. Draco always has Raxperts, said Luna, he's the most confused person I've ever met. What about me? Asked Blaise. Luna shook her head. No, you seem to understand what you want. Blaise laughed bitterly. Yeah, I guess that's true. Suddenly there was a scream from the first-year hallway. Then there was a thud from one of the rooms, and suddenly Ginny ran through the common room and out the door into the dungeons. What the hell? Said Blaise. He ran down the first-year corridor. When he came to Ginny's room, he saw Tracy lying on the floor. He ran to her side and checked her pulse. Just stunned, for which Blaise let out a sigh of relief. Oh no, said Luna, who had followed Blaise. Ginny did this, said Luna sadly, as she bent down next to Tracy. Blaise simply nodded, then yelled out, Prefect, we need a prefect now. Harry was stunned by the paper he had found in Hermione's hand. The creature was a basilisk. It hadn't killed anyone because everyone had either seen it via a reflection or through some other filter. It was getting Around via the pipes. A rooster's crow could kill it and someone had killed all the roosters. This was far worse than anything Harry had imagined. It was a miracle no one had died yet. Suddenly the door to the infirmary burst open. Snape and McGonagall entered carrying an unconscious Tracy. "What happened?" asked Harry. "She was found unconscious in Miss Weasley and Miss Lovegood's room," said Snape. "Miss Weasley is now missing." Harry's heart sank. "Ginny's opening the Chamber of Secrets," he said, louder than he had intended. "Are you sure?" asked McGonagall, her face incredulous. "She was late to the Quidditch match, I couldn't find her when Justin was petrified, and she wasn't at the feast on Halloween," said Harry. "She's been getting distant from her family." "Oh, bloody goddamned hell, how did I miss this?" Harry said. "Snape, she had to have some item that was controlling her," started Harry. "It was her diary," said Tracy weakly. Everyone ran to her bedside. Tracy had barely awoken, but she struggled to speak to them. "It was Tom Riddle's diary," said Tracy. "It possessed her." And then Harry remembered Lucius dropping the books in Ginny's cauldron, back at Flourish and Blots. "Tom Riddle?" asked Snape. "Who is Tom Riddle?" "That's Voldemort's real name," said Harry. "Voldemort is the heir of Slytherin." McGonagall and Snape looked at each other in horror. "Harry," said Snape urgently, "stay here." And he rushed out of the room. McGonagall ran out right behind him. Tracy looked at Harry. "You aren't going to stay, here are you? You at least need to tell Ron that his sister is missing." Harry laughed. "Hell no, I'm not staying here. I do need to find Ron and tell him what's happened. And then I'll get Luna and Blaze. Maybe they know where Ginny's been running off to." Harry made his way to the door. "Harry," said Tracy, "good luck." Harry nodded, and then left. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.